Before me is a mythical bloodline Lingling Stone Monkey. It often kneels before me, an ordinary summoner. However, the homeroom teacher firmly forbids me from abandoning it. It's simply because the pets in this world are weak to the point of confusion. In the early stages, even passing the beginner dungeon is difficult, let alone the future college entrance exam. What he doesn't know is that I possess mythical rebirth and infinite detection strips, both with dual SSS level talents. For each summoned beast, I can extract its mythical bloodline once. With each level up, I can extract a true color attribute to enhance it. Seeing my determination to choose the summoner profession, Director Su could only helplessly give up. After filling out the resource collection form, I returned home. Although the messy and simple environment came into view, I have never found it hard. I was raised by an old man since childhood, who treated me like his own grandson. This old drunkard has drunk so much again, one day I'll steal his stash and see how he drinks then. After cursing a bit, I returned to my room and chose to permanently bind myself to the summoner profession. In the next moment, a void enveloped me, shimmering with bursts of stunning light, as scenes flashed before my eyes. There were golden monkeys, snow-white nine-tailed foxes, black and white pandas, and fiery red phoenixes. The endless images transformed into a golden halo, hovering before me, detecting that the host possessed dual unique talents as a summoner, evolving the profession into a mythical summoner, with dimensional attributes enhanced by 2 and spirit increased by 4. I widened my eyes at my attribute panel. Even a renowned paladin couldn't match my stats, especially with a spirit level of 51 at just level 1, which was unheard of. Suppressing my excitement, I looked at my empty summoning space. My primary task now was to summon my first beast. As I chanted, the summoning array faintly flickered with light. Aside from being level 1, each time a summoner advances in rank, they get a chance to summon a beast. This is the only fair opportunity, relying entirely on luck. The summoning array glowed as runes intertwined, forming a complex pattern. In the next moment, a figure about 1.5 meters tall appeared in the center of the array. Congratulations, you have summoned an extraordinary quality beast. $0. Wow, it's actually an extraordinary quality Marlin. I looked into the summoning space, and a completely golden little monkey appeared, establishing a soul connection with me. $0. Extraordinary quality, level 1, bloodline skills, low-level monkey claw, low-level bite, mid-level leap. I was quite lucky. The summoned beast's quality awakened, rare extraordinary, epic legendary overlord. The attributes of this extraordinary quality summoned beast are comparable to a level 1 warrior, making it a decent helper in the early stages. However, I wasn't satisfied with just that. The mythical rebirth talent interface made me hold my breath. Whether I take off or crash now depends on you. As I focused my thoughts, countless gold and red cards surrounded me, resembling colorful spectrums. Moments later, a gold-red card stopped before me. Congratulations, you have drawn the mythical bloodline Lingling Stone Monkey. One of the 4 chaotic monkeys, capable of transformation, knows the timing and geography, can change its heart in fight, possessing unimaginable potential. I looked at the shimmering mythical bloodline card before me, nearly shouting out in excitement. The legendary Qi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong. This is a being from myth and legend, an idol for countless young people in Huaxia. I can't believe I actually drew it. I then eagerly infused the mythical bloodline card into the Ling monkey's body. As the mythical bloodline merged, its body began to change. The originally golden fur gradually turned gold red, and its eyes sparkled with golden light, resembling the great sage from my past life by about 80%. Lingling Lion Roar's epic quality, level 1 bloodline, Lingling Lion Roar, mythical skill combat technique LV5, can be upgraded beyond the tier. Its attributes not only multiplied several times, but even the previous low-level skills transformed into the super tier combat technique. Every super tier skill is priceless. Once it appears, it will be snatched up by major powers and high-level experts. Summoned beasts have the advantage of being able to learn human profession skills, which is also one reason why summoning beasts are costly. Skill levels are divided into low, mid, high, super, epic, legendary, and mythical levels. Super tier skills are already very rare, let alone those that can be upgraded. This means that the combat technique skill, worth $0 to $10, could one day reach mythical level. Thinking of this made my breath quicken. Little Marlin is doing great. All right, I almost forgot you don't have a name yet. After all, you're a divine beast. Calling you Marlin would indeed be a disservice. As the one responsible for naming, I fell into deep thought. After racking my brain, I finally came up with a name I was satisfied with. How about calling you Little Sage from now on? After a moment of thought, the $0 stone monkey nodded. As expected of the strongest learner among the 4 chaotic monkeys, it could learn some human information in just a few minutes. If we spent a few more days together, wouldn't it be able to talk? After calming my emotions, I placed my hand on Little Sage's head. Since I still had another SSS level talent, Infinite True Talent, that I hadn't used, I silently focused on extracting the True Talent strip. In the next moment, countless colorful strips appeared before me, resembling ribbons of flowing light. These strips represented various attribute bonuses and special effects. My gaze swept over them until it landed on a golden strip. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn the Golden City strip, Natural Divine Strength. After equipping it, strength increases by 30%, and attributes are enhanced by 2 levels, making the use of strength techniques nearly perfect. Not bad luck, I drew a percentage bonus strip. While percentage bonuses are weak in the early stages, once levels rise and base values increase later, the bonuses will be terrifying, worth as much as a legendary weapon. Without hesitation, I infused this strip into Little Sage's body. In an instant, his physique changed again, his muscles became more developed, and his fur turned an even brighter gold, as if coated in golden light. Infusing the Lingling Stone Monkey with the strip successfully detected a significant increase in the summoned beast's attributes, which would also provide feedback to the summoner, enhancing strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Seeing this, I was stunned. I didn't expect Little Sage's quality to increase by 2 stars and even trigger feedback. Generally, only summoned beasts of extremely high quality have a chance to produce feedback. This is why it's crucial to summon high-quality beasts at the start. Now that I've received feedback, my level 1 attributes are already comparable to a level 7 warrior. Is this really the kind of attributes a summoner should have? I stretched my muscles and felt a surge of power. After getting familiar with my strength, I recalled Little Saint. Summoning takes quite a bit of energy, and since I have to head to a dungeon tomorrow, I need to get my condition optimized. It's strange that I haven't seen that old drunkard for several days. After dinner, I felt uneasy and opened his door. The room was tidy, indicating that no one had lived here for a long time. I noticed a note left on the bedside, with crooked handwriting that read, "Little scamp, go ahead and don't think too much about me. Farewell, we'll meet again in the world." Next to the note was a bank card and a medal. I picked up the medal beside me. It was a legendary medal, with no level restrictions. Wearing it grants plus 25 strength, plus 25 constitution, plus 25 agility, plus 25 spirit, and 20% damage reduction. It carries the blessing of the Undying Phoenix, meaning if I take lethal damage, I won't die immediately, but my health will be reduced to 1. The cooldown period is 7 days. The note reads, "A symbol of legend, a mark of heroes, dedicated to those who made significant contributions to Huaxia." Seeing the name and note of the medal, I was taken aback. The boosts to my 4 attributes and skills seemed trivial compared to the medal's name. After all, in all of Huaxia, those who are recognized as legendary are all powerful figures. You're telling me that the old drunkard, who always seemed aimless, was actually a legendary powerhouse? Old drunkard, you really kept this from me. I quietly equipped the legendary medal. I won't pass up these free attributes. The damage reduction and the blessing of the Undying Phoenix are definitely enticing. With this, I won't have to worry about being taken out in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in a luxurious conference room on the border of the mountain in Sea Abyss, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair and a gourd at his waist was examining the documents in his hand. Damn it, who thinks I'm an abyss dragon or a heavenly enchantress? That flirt, it seems those guys are getting restless again. After a round of curses, the white-haired man looked up at the blood-red sky. I wonder how that little scamp is doing. Will he be crying and wailing after I'm gone? Huh, too bad I can't see that scene, otherwise, I'd laugh at him for a lifetime. The next day, I arrived outside the novice dungeon, where countless new players were gathering, preparing to challenge their first dungeon. Most novice dungeons are artificial and limited to players below level 6. They are designed for newly transitioned novices to experience combat and level up. Even if they die in the dungeon, they only lose a portion of experience and won't really die. I walked straight through the crowd to a less populated entrance to the dungeon, which is my target today, the Abyss Dungeon. Unlike the Novice Dungeon, this is a special dungeon that truly exists. High-level powerhouses have gone to great lengths to bring it from the Abyss battlefield to train some prodigies. Only stronger players are eligible to form a team for it. However, the rewards in terms of equipment for clearing this dungeon are far richer than in other Novice Dungeons. The reason I chose the Abyss Dungeon is simple. I want to speedrun it, level up quickly, and gain more chances to draw. At that moment, a bright light suddenly emanated from the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon, and a graceful figure holding a bow stepped out, followed by several other figures. Look, isn't that Lu Sueki? I've heard he transitioned to become an elven archer. Historically, many craftsmen have failed, and this world is no different. Elven archers are among the few classes that are strong at all stages, with a guaranteed achievement of at least level 50 after transitioning. As this group appeared, a broadcast echoed across the square. The Xiafeng team broke the record for Novice Dungeon No. 1006. Everyone looked up as the numbers above the Abyss Dungeon changed. Wow, the record was actually improved by a full 7 minutes. No wonder they're a genius with an awakened A-level talent. A-level talent is impressive enough, what would S-level be like? I can't even imagine. At this moment, a member of the Xiafeng team revealed another surprising tidbit. He chuckled and said that it was actually Sweki who did all the work in the dungeon, while the rest of them were just there as spectators. One of the priests in the Xiafeng team scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to reveal Sweki's performance. Just having their names on the Abyss Dungeon record board was already satisfying for them. It seems that no matter the world, the tendency to enjoy the spectacle still exists. However, Lu Sweki's name sounds familiar. I think he consulted me about some questions in combat methods before. Never mind, I won't think too much about it. I need to focus on the dungeon first. I squeezed through the crowd and headed straight for the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon. Amidst the crowd, Lu Sweki soon noticed a girl named Wang approaching him. A hint of surprise flashed in his beautiful eyes. Before I transitioned to Summoner, he held a favorable impression of this exceptionally talented boy, rating him as the top in both martial and academic pursuits rated F. Back then, I seemed like a brilliant star on the verge of rising, but I never expected that during the transition ceremony, I would choose to become a summoner. To Lu Sweki, I seemed utterly foolish, and over time, he stopped paying attention to me altogether. I never expected that today, the once brilliant boy would appear before me again. Could it be that he couldn't pass the novice dungeon and was looking for me to team up? Lu Sweki guessed pretty well and directly addressed me as I approached. Jiang Chen, if you're here to team up to clear the novice dungeon, you've got the wrong person. I don't have time to play around in the novice dungeon. Lu Sweki's voice was cold and quiet, yet it instantly silenced the previously noisy atmosphere. All eyes turned toward the figure pushing through the crowd. At this moment, I had already passed through the dense crowd, but since Lu Sweki was standing in front of the Abyss Dungeon entrance, I found myself heading straight toward him under everyone's gaze. Isn't Jiang Chen that genius who transitioned to summoner? He actually dares to challenge a dungeon. Did he summon a powerful beast for the early game? What nonsense! Didn't he just hear what Lu Sweki said? Is he trying to ride on someone else's coattails? Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively began to back away. As I walked halfway, I felt disheartened upon hearing Lu Sweki's words. I haven't said anything, yet you've already labeled me. Aren't we quite familiar? Besides, I never said I wanted to team up with you, it's always been your own assumptions. Faced with this self-satisfied little fairy, I wouldn't let it slide. I shot back directly. In my previous life, I was oppressed by the version change, but now that I'm in this world, I won't tolerate it. Just get out of my way if you can. What do you mean by that? Lu Sweki asked, a flicker of anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Even now, I still refuse to let go of my pride. What do I mean? It's just an Abyss dungeon, do I really need a team for that? I replied expressionlessly, tossing the words over my shoulder as I walked through the dungeon entrance. That carefree and unrestrained demeanor left the crowd dumbfounded. A summoner soloing the Abyss dungeon? Is he crazy? A summoner soloing the Abyss dungeon is more ridiculous than a pig climbing a tree. Lu Sweki was silent for a moment, but ultimately said nothing and left with his team. Although he felt a bit disappointed in me, the moment he transitioned to summoner, we were already from two different worlds. Besides, he didn't believe I could truly solo the Abyss dungeon. It wouldn't be long before I came running back to him, and at that point, he would surely have to humiliate me properly. Just as Lu Sweki was about to walk away, a piercing voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Wait, it seems the account just chose Hell difficulty. After I selected Hell difficulty, I found myself in a dark forest. At the end of the forest, I could faintly see a tall, dilapidated castle resembling European architecture. With a thought, I summoned my spirit attendant, accompanied by flickering golden light. The golden little saint appeared beside me, his eyes sparkling with lively light. With the innate divine power attribute, little saint grew taller, exuding an imposing presence, already showing some qualities of a great sage. The pair of us, one person and one monkey, hadn't walked far when little saint suddenly stopped. He sniffed the air and then bared his teeth in a grin toward a certain direction. Suddenly, three 3-meter-tall monsters emerged from the grass, their bodies covered in green scales, with sharp horns protruding from their heads. These are demonized wild boars, with the skill Wild Boar Charge. Tough and thick-skinned, they have a passive ability that allows them to attack 3 times. These monsters are indeed fitting for a Hell difficulty dungeon, 3 of them at level 1. The level 5 demonized wild boar let out a low roar, akin to thunder, shaking my eardrums. Its massive body charged toward me, with sharp tusks glinting ominously. Facing the assault of the 3 demonized wild boars, I calmly retreated behind Little Saint. Little Saint stood in front of me, extending a golden arm to face the oncoming wild boars. With a loud bang, the massive body of the demonized wild boar slammed into Little Saint's arm, exploding into a shower of blood. Indeed, the boar attempted to play dead but ended up committing suicide. With the innate divine power attribute, Little Saint had reached a masterful level of strength control. At the moment of impact, a hidden force exploded, instantly killing the demonized wild boar. Following that, Little Saint pushed off with his legs and shot toward the remaining 2 demonized wild boars like a cannonball. With 2 more loud bangs, the 2 boars exploded into a mist of blood. The overwhelming pressure was evident. In terms of speed, technique, and strength, the demonized wild boars couldn't compare to Little Saint. One can't help but admire the understanding ability of this little monkey. I noticed Little Saint looking bored in the summoning space yesterday, so I handed him a basic martial arts manual. I didn't expect that after just one night, he would master it completely and apply it so skillfully in battle. Killing a regular demonized wild boar grants 20 experience points. Indeed, these level 5 monsters in the regional dungeon provide 20 experience each. At this rate, I'll likely level up quickly, and then I can draw 4 times. Continuing on, Little Saint and I headed toward the cursed castle, encountering various monsters along the way. We encountered wild dogs that resembled dogs, wild boars covered in spikes, and massive pythons. However, none of these monsters lasted even a single strike against Little Saint. He didn't even need to use his fighting techniques. Little Saint handled the monster kills while I collected the dropped items. I picked up demonized leather, which grants plus 30 health, plus 3 agility, and plus 2 defense, with a requirement of level 2 to equip. I also collected regular materials like wild boar tusks, snakeskin, and a low-level skill called poison, along with a mage skill requiring a spirit level of 30. I glanced at my experience bar, 170,200. I only needed 30 more points to level up, which means just 2 more monsters. I had only been in the dungeon for about 5 minutes. If I were in the novice dungeon, it would take at least half an hour to finish. From what I know, the drop rate in Hell difficulty dungeons is 10 times that of normal ones, not including special drops. Search them, Little Saint, don't let a single item drop. I commanded Little Saint to search for any remnants. All of this is valuable experience for me. Although Little Saint hadn't awakened his divine eyes yet, his innate sharpness as a divine beast allowed him to quickly spot nearby monsters. He darted through the woods like a golden top, moving at incredible speed. Every time a monster appeared, Little Saint would take it out with a single punch. Before long, he had defeated 5 level 6 monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Strength plus X, Constitution plus X, Speed plus X, Spirit plus X. You gain 7 free attribute points, and your talent for unlimited true color draws increases by 1. Little Saint, you leveled up. Do you want to get stronger? Without waiting for his response, I placed my hand on his head while silently wishing to draw. The familiar stream of light and colors reappeared. Congratulations! You have drawn the city of Beijing and the attribute Forged Steel, which increases all attribute damage reduction by 50% and fire damage reduction by 80%. An immunity type attribute. My eyes lit up. Although this attribute doesn't add any specific stats or attack bonuses, just the all attribute damage reduction is astonishing. This is practically a nemesis for mages. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped Little Saint, as if he were wearing an indestructible armor. Little Saint, with the quality of a lion's roar, is at epic level 2. Bloodline, Lion's Roar. Skills, Fighting Technique LV5, can be upgraded to a higher tier. Attributes, Innate Divine Power, Forged Steel. I stared at Little Saint with burning eyes, my heart racing. Not only did I gain 2 stars, but the 50% damage reduction from Forged Steel also gives me some feedback. Even without gear, my elemental resistance is already off the charts. I'm soaring. Little Saint seemed to sense his own enhancement in my enthusiasm, with a flicker of firelight in his eyes, brimming with energy. As expected, encouraged by me, Little Saint was even more eager to kill monsters. The surrounding monsters were quickly cleared out, and the pair of us left the spot, heading deeper into the forest. The depths should be the area inhabited by high-level monsters and also the place with the highest failure rate. It's said that each of these monsters alone could serve as a novice dungeon. Deep in the forest, the light was dim, and cold winds whistled, occasionally punctuated by eerie laughter resembling that of children, sending chills down my spine. As expected, we hadn't walked far when a gust of wind swept past, and a scarlet figure appeared before me. The figure was clad in extraordinary red attire, at level 9 with strength, constitution, speed, and spirit all at 80, with skill positions. This was my first encounter with a monster possessing unknown skills. It was playing tricks, but as long as it has a health bar, I can show it what real power looks like. The scarlet figure slowly turned under my gaze, revealing a pale face and blood-red eyes. A strange smile curled at her lips, and her sharp nails sliced through the air, producing a chilling sound. "Come play with me," she said. Before I could give any commands, Little Saint shot out like a cannonball. His fists flickered with flames, clearly using the skill fighting technique. He was incredibly fast, instantly reaching the red figure and delivering a punch. The red figure dodged Little Saint's attack just in time, her form flickering unpredictably. Her speed was surprisingly on par with his. The strength of this red figure exceeded my expectations. It seemed to be due to her skills. However, Little Saint is a summoner with a divine bloodline, far surpassing typical level 10 monsters. Clenching his fists tightly, flames rising, Little Saint charged at the red figure once more. This time, his speed and strength were even greater, clearly indicating his anger. As the duration of her skill ended, she could no longer evade and took a punch from Little Saint head-on. The red figure spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Little Saint pursued with another punch, creating a thunderous sound as the red figure's body was smashed into the ground, transforming into a puddle of blood mist. Killing this high-level monster granted plus 75 experience. I received the red robe, which grants plus 8 agility, plus 3 strength, plus 4 defense, and the skill Shadow Wind suited for assassin and mage classes. Unfortunately, it also dropped a tattered letter. Well done. I, watching from the sidelines, quickly stepped forward to pick up the dropped items. The red robe looked too ominous, so I decided to sell it. I can't learn the Shadow Wind skill either, so I'll sell that too. But what about this tattered letter? I picked up the letter and opened it, checking to see if I could accept a hidden quest. The hidden quest read, "Will you come play with me?" A hidden quest. My eyes lit up. No one had ever triggered a hidden quest in this cursed castle that had existed for so long. A level 10 monster with max agility is an unbeatable foe for novice players. Not to mention its strength, just its face could sap 20% of their fighting spirit. This could very well be the key to clearing the Hell Abyss dungeon. Without any hesitation, I clicked to accept. You have accepted the hidden quest. Will you come play with me? Task objective: defeat the Ugly Butcher. Phase 1 reward: Pet Summoning Book. The Phase 2 reward will be revealed after completing Phase 1, but the task may fail, with an unknown penalty. Wow, I really stumbled upon something lucky. This stage quest is likely the main quest, and the reward for completing Phase 1 is exactly the Pet Summoning Book I've been dreaming of. The Pet Summoning Books circulating in the market are rare and expensive. Whenever they appear, they are quickly purchased by major powers. It's not that summoners can't be played, it's that the poor can't afford to play them. Some rich second-generation heirs specifically transition to summoners, using their family's power and wealth to get through the early stages of leveling and summoning beast training. In the later stages, the power of summoners gradually becomes evident. If I can have another summoned beast and endow it with a divine bloodline, wouldn't that mean I could have 2 legendary grade summoned beasts? At the 15th transition, it will be the nationwide college entrance examination. 2 legendary summoned beasts should be able to give the adorable candidates a little shock. Suppressing my excitement, I opened the quest panel and followed the route indicated by the quest. The further I went, the more eerie and terrifying the surroundings became. Bare trees stood tall, crows circled overhead, and chilling cries echoed from all directions. 1 person and 1 monkey were killing the monsters along the way as we approached the graveyard. Before I knew it, I was almost level 3. After about half an hour of walking, we arrived at a clearing. Inside the slaughterhouse, broken branches and walls were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. In the center of the slaughterhouse stood a figure dressed in a blood-red apron, wielding a massive cleaver, chopping at the remains bound to the operating table. The Ugly Butcher, level 12 with elite quality, has strength 100, resistance 110, agility 30, spirit 50, skills include slash and charge, with a passive ability of intimidation. Good heavens, is this something a normal novice can fight? The level of this hidden quest is simply too high. At this stage, the highest level for novice dungeons is only 7. This boss in front of me is almost double that. Thick health, high defense, strong attack. It's maxed out, maxed out. For an average practitioner, even in a team, it would be impossible to defeat this boss. The butcher seemed to sense the newcomer, pausing the cleaver he was wielding in mid-air, turning his head to look in Jiang Chen's direction. Only his head turned, his body didn't move an inch. If a timid person saw this scene, they would probably wet their pants. The butcher's cold gaze fell on Jiang Chen, instantly making him feel an invisible pressure. Is it just you? A dry, hoarse voice sounded, filled with both doubt and regret. Since being taken from the abyss, it hadn't seen a practitioner in a long time. The thrill of slaughter from the past had gradually faded. 2 levels against 12, the advantage is mine. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he skillfully retreated behind Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang, move quickly, soon you'll have companions. If outsiders heard Jiang Chen's words, they would probably laugh their teeth out. 2 levels against 12, the advantage is mine? Is that something a carbon-based lifeform can say? A level 12 could kill a practitioner below level 6 with a single basic attack. You, at level 2, what right do you have? But Xiao Shang was different. With a mythical bloodline and 2 extraordinary attributes, even without any equipment, its base stats were already on par with the Butcher. Moreover, Xiao Shang also possessed the super tier skill, Battle Form. As the Battle Form skill activated, a layer of golden flames enveloped Xiao Shang, enhancing its power, speed, and defense. The momentum of the entire monkey suddenly surged. At that moment, Xiao Shang resembled a war god. The Butcher's lantern-sized eyes flashed with confusion. Why did this pitiful low-level creature emit a breath that made it feel uneasy? This reminded it of a bad memory. Roar! The Butcher howled at the sky, swinging the cleaver in its hand even more violently. Boom! The cleaver struck down towards Xiao Shang, creating a gust of wind. Xiao Shang did not dodge, it threw a punch, determined to meet force with force. Bang! The cleaver collided with Xiao Shang's fist, producing a tremendous sound. With the enhancements of innate divine strength, plus, forged into steel, the Butcher's massive body was pushed back several steps by Xiao Shang's punch, nearly losing its grip on the cleaver. How is this possible? The Butcher looked at Xiao Shang in disbelief, its eyes filled with shock. As a level 10 leader class monster, it was actually pushed back by a level 2 summoned beast with a single punch. Xiao Shang, well done! Jiang Chen shouted excitedly from the side. Xiao Shang's strength completely exceeded his expectations. Roar! The Butcher was furious, as a leader class monster, being pushed back by a mere summoned beast was an utter humiliation. It swung the cleaver in its hand again, sending a sharp blade of air towards Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang remained calm, activating battle form, its speed skyrocketing. It skillfully dodged the Butcher's attacks while landing punch after punch on the Butcher's body. Bang! 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 Each punch forced the Butcher back a step. Even though the Butcher's defense was extremely strong, Xiao Shang's attacks always managed to hit its vital points just right. This rendered the Butcher's fatty armor completely ineffective. Moreover, Xiao Shang's fighting style greatly exposed the Butcher's weakness of slow speed. Although the Butcher's attacks were fierce, they couldn't hit the agile Xiao Shang at all. Damn it! The Butcher roared repeatedly, not expecting this summoned beast to be so difficult to deal with. It began to unleash its skills. Frenzy! The Butcher's body started to swell, significantly increasing its power and speed. Intimidation! The Butcher let out a roar, an invisible pressure enveloping Xiao Shang. Little Saint's speed and strength were somewhat affected. Now you're dead for sure. But in the blink of an eye, Little Saint broke through the intimidation. What a joke! With a mythical bloodline, how could he be suppressed? After dodging the slash, the boss Butcher was met with a new round of combo punches. Little Saint, go all out, finish it quickly. Jiang Chen issued the command, and Little Saint's eyes shone with golden light. Its body transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly rushing to the Butcher's front. Bang! 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 A series of heavy punches rained down like a storm. The Butcher's frenzy skill seemed utterly ineffective against Little Saint's attacks. Its body was pushed back repeatedly by Little Saint's fists, the fatty armor on it cracking inch by inch. Roar! The Butcher let out a desperate roar, its body finally unable to withstand Little Saint's assault, crashing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing the leader beast, the ugly Butcher. Experience plus 200, equipment, Abyss-eroded iron rod, silver strength plus 15, constitution plus 10, agility plus 6, spirit plus 2, can be worn by summoned beasts. Butcher's waistguard, silver strength plus 10, constitution plus 8, agility plus 5, spirit plus 3, ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission. Reward, Beast Pet Summoning Book, extraordinary, mysterious letter, ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 3. Infinite brilliant talent, draw brilliant attributes plus 1. At this moment, the entrance to the Abyss dungeon was already crowded with people. Damn, 30 minutes have passed, and Jiang Chen still hasn't come out. He can't be dead, right? It shouldn't be. Even in the hell difficulty Abyss dungeon, there is an exit mechanism, but it requires being on the brink of death to trigger. Jiang Chen wouldn't have been killed by a small monster, would he? What a pity. Jiang Chen used to guide me here. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, some mocking Jiang Chen's bravado, while others expressed regret. But ultimately, there was more mockery. Why risk one's life for a moment of face? If Jiang Chen was willing to put aside his pride and say a few good words in front of Lu Sueki, perhaps she would be willing to help him level up. At this moment, Lu Sueki's beautiful eyes were fixed on the light blue screen of the Abyss Dungeon. She had some understanding of this hell difficulty dungeon. In the 2.5 years it had existed, although the pass rate was 0, the survival rate was as high as 90%. It's worth noting that a survival rate of 65% in other hell difficulty dungeons is already considered high. This dungeon could be said to be an exception because it had a special mechanism. When a person entered a near-death state, the entrance to the dungeon would be covered in red light, promptly alerting personnel to enter for rescue. Could it be that Jiang Chen's strength is too weak to even trigger the mechanism? Lu Sueki frowned slightly. Emotionally and logically, she didn't want to see Jiang Chen die like this. At Tiandu High School, Jiang Chen had always ranked first in his grade, both in theory and practice. Yet Lu Sueki couldn't even make it into the top 3. This was something her proud self couldn't accept. To surpass Jiang Chen, she even shamelessly sought his advice on practical issues. Although her grades did improve, she still couldn't overcome that mountain. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had changed his class to Summoner, Lu Sueki felt a bit of joy in her heart. Because from then on, Jiang Chen would never be able to defeat her again. But that wasn't enough. She wanted to repay the grievances she had suffered over the years many times over. She even thought that as long as Jiang Chen bowed to her and asked, she would generously take him to do a dungeon once. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was so stubborn about his pride. "You brought this on yourself, don't blame me." Lu Sueki snorted lightly. "Sueki, what were you just saying?" a teammate beside her suddenly asked. "Lu Sueki, I was just about to say, this Abyss Dungeon might be malfunctioning." As she spoke, she shared the information she knew with everyone. Upon hearing this, the others also sensed the seriousness of the situation. No way. If it's really like Lu Sueki said, then Jiang Chen is probably in grave danger. Because from start to finish, Jiang Chen had already been in the dungeon for over 40 minutes. Not to mention the red light, even the red line at the dungeon entrance hadn't appeared. The group continued to wait outside the dungeon entrance. Another 30 minutes passed. Jiang Chen still hadn't come out. The dungeon showed no signs of change. Damn, I really feel like the dungeon might have a problem. The time Jiang Chen had been inside had already broken any previous record. How could a summoner manage that? He was most likely done for. No, we have to inform the principal as soon as possible. Telling the principal is useless, we need to tell the mayor. The mayor is the direct person in charge of this Abyss Dungeon. Forget it, just notify everyone. By the way, does anyone have the mayor's contact information? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. Most of them were students, and even if they had some influence at home, it was still difficult to reach someone as important as the mayor. However, in a place they couldn't see, a young girl quietly picked up a communication device. Tiandu High School, principal's office. At the main seat, a middle-aged man held a cup of hot tea in one hand while looking at the documents in the other. He was Wang Wei, the principal of Tiandu High School, a peak-level third-tier professional. Director Su, are you saying you want to apply for an S-level resource for Jiang Chen? Wang Wei tossed the document onto the table with one hand and focused on drinking his hot tea. Yes, principal. Sun Yan straightened the documents on the table and continued, Jiang Chen has awakened an S-level talent, and according to national regulations, he should receive this resource. Director Su, how many years have you been the director? Wang Wei did not respond to Sun Yan's question but instead asked an unrelated one. Sun Yan adjusted his glasses. 4 years. Unknowingly, it's been 4 years. Have you ever seen or heard of any summoner growing up? Sun Yan pursed his dry lips and said in a deep voice, no. Then isn't that enough? A summoner, even if given these resources, what then? A commoner, without power or influence, even if they awaken an S-level talent and barely survive the early stages with national resources. What will they do in the transition, mid, and late stages? You can help him for a moment, but you can't help him for a lifetime. Wang Wei's voice was flat, as if stating a fact. Sun Yan opened his mouth to refute but found he couldn't come up with any reason. Indeed, every word the principal said was the truth. This was the fate of the vast majority of summoned beasts. Wang Wei looked at Sun Yan, who seemed to want to speak but hesitated, and continued. The resources allocated by the state each year are limited, and S-level resources must be considered carefully. A summoner is not worth our gamble. Therefore, after our unanimous discussion, this year's S-level resources will be given to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was a genius who awakened with A-level talent in this year's class. Moreover, his profession was a berserker known for fighting above his level. It was said that his awakened talent combined with his profession was on par with legendary level professions. More importantly, Gao Yang was the heir of the Gao family in Tiandu. The Gao family had a 5th-tier professional and belonged to the top families in Tiandu. You just happen to be the director of the senior year, so I'll leave this matter to you. If this matter can be successfully completed, there might be some opportunities for you in the next vice principal position. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan felt no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit bitter. How could he not hear that the principal wanted to gain the support of the Gao family? Principal, it's better to leave this matter to someone else. I'm not very suitable. After speaking, Sun Yan suddenly felt as if he had aged 10 years, almost unable to straighten his back. Wang Wei, hearing this, showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes and was about to persuade him further when the phone suddenly rang, forcing him to answer it first. Hello, yes, I am Principal Wang. Is there something you need? Principal Wang. The voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic, and Sun Yan could hardly hear it. What? Wang Wei's voice suddenly shot up several octaves. Are you saying there's a problem with the Abyss Dungeon, and Zhang Chen has been inside for an hour without any response? Wang Wei's first reaction was that Zhang Chen was dead, and there was no need to provide resources anymore. But then he thought again. He was somewhat familiar with this Abyss Dungeon. Generally speaking, even if someone was killed instantly, there would be a red light prompt. As for Sun Yan, he had already run out the moment Wang Wei finished speaking. Could it really be that there's a problem with the dungeon? No, I have to go take a look. This is a big deal. Inside the Abyss Dungeon, Zhang Chen was collecting one loot after another. As expected of a hell-level dungeon boss, aside from the quest rewards, he had dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment. The iron rod, eroded by the abyss, was of course for Little Saint. Otherwise, it wouldn't be practical to fight monsters with just his fists every day. Not to mention, after equipping the silver-grade iron rod, Little Saint was starting to resemble the Great Saint more and more. As for the butcher's belt, that was naturally for himself. He would sell it for money once it was no longer useful. A silver-grade piece of equipment could easily sell for around 100,000. Now was the most exciting moment. Beast Summoning Book, Extraordinary. An extraordinary level Beast Summoning Book guarantees the summoning of at least one extraordinary tier summoned beast. As for the tier, Zhang Chen didn't care too much. He possessed the mythical bloodline. No matter what tier the summoned beast was, with a single use of the mythical bloodline, the quality would be at least epic. However, to achieve a higher tier later on, he would need to rely on attribute points and level upgrades. He had previously wondered why, after obtaining the mythical bloodline, Little Saint's tier was epic. He thought it would go directly to mythical. But as Little Saint's intelligence increased, Zhang Chen learned that many of Little Saint's abilities could not be displayed due to his level. It was like those powerful bloodlines in fantasy novels that required cultivation to a certain level to be unleashed. Otherwise, appearing too early could be detrimental. Zhang Chen understood that you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Given the circumstances, he decided to summon a second beast. With his spirit over 100, Zhang Chen could easily accommodate a second summoned beast. Ding, detected Beast Summoning Book, Extraordinary, spirit must be at least 50, already satisfied, would you like to use it? Use. As Zhang Chen focused his thoughts, the summoning book suddenly emitted beams of light. Ding, you have used the Beast Summoning Book, Extraordinary, congratulations, you have obtained a new summoned beast, Iron-Eating Beast, Extraordinary. A black and white figure appeared in the summoning space. A cute, clumsy, and fluffy panda appeared next to Little Saint. Iron-Eating Beast quality, Extraordinary level, 3 strength, 23 constitution, 35 speed, 11 spirit, 15 skills, Bear Claw, common, tough skin, passive. He actually summoned the legendary mount of the god Chiyu, a national treasure. A panda. Fortunately, this was a different world, otherwise, Zhang Chen would have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Little Saint also curiously pinched the iron-eating beast's little face, examining his new partner up and down. Why did it feel like this partner wasn't very smart? Little Saint, be a bit friendlier to your little brother, don't scare others, Zhang Chen said irritably. Just standing there, Little Saint, with the mythical bloodline, exuded a pressure from his soul that made the iron-eating beast roll its eyes. But the summoning was far from over. Zhang Chen rubbed his hands together and opened his talent panel. New summoned beast detected, mythical rebirth talent count +1, do you want to draw the mythical bloodline? Zhang Chen skillfully placed his hand on the head of the iron-eating beast while silently chanting draw in his heart. In the next moment, red light flickered before Zhang Chen, and cards surrounded him. Finally, a card that was red with black undertones stopped in front of him. Ding, congratulations! You have drawn the mythical bloodline Jiuli War Beast. Jiuli War Beast, ancient mod of Chiyu, controls the metal attribute laws, possesses immense strength, and is invincible. Jiuli War Beast? Excitement sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. He never expected to draw such a powerful mythical bloodline this time. The Jiuli War Beast, an ancient divine beast, the mod of Chiyu, controlling the metal attribute laws, possessing immense strength, and invincible. According to legend, the Jiuli War Beast once followed Chiyu to battle across the lands, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. After all, to become the mod of the great god Chiyu, it couldn't just be cute, it had to be fierce as well. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to merge the bloodline of the Jiuli War Beast into the Iron-Eating Beast. Ding! Mythical bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast Iron-Eating Beast evolves. Jiuli War Beast. As the mythical bloodline fused, the body of the Iron-Eating Beast began to change. Its black and white fur became more pronounced, and its size grew larger, reaching a height of 2 meters. The originally honest and simple gaze transformed into an incredibly sharp one, exuding a terrifying pressure. Jiuli War Beast, quality, epic, level 3, strength 80, constitution 130, speed 60, spirit 60, bloodline Jiuli War Beast, mythical, skills, metal law LV. 2, law, doubling LVE. 4, super tier, high speed healing LVE. 5, high tier, the bonuses brought by the mythical bloodline exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. The Iron-Eating Beast not only had its quality raised to epic 4 stars in one go, but its strength also surged significantly. Especially the metal law, it was Jiang Chen's first time seeing a law-type skill. Law-type skills are akin to a powerful talent. The more familiar laws are mainly invincible domains or manipulation of the 5 elements. The Jiuli War Beast can manipulate any metal element, making it extraordinarily powerful. Looks like I'm quite lucky. Why not strike while the iron is hot and draw a rare attribute? With that thought, without waiting for the Jiuli War Beast to react, he placed his hand on its belly again. There was no way around it. It had grown too big to reach its head. Accompanied by another flash of flowing light, a gold and purple card hovered before Jiang Chen. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the gold-purple legendary attribute Overlord Battle Armor. Overlord Battle Armor, growth attribute, gains an additional 40% of its own health as strength. Evaluation, born Overlord, invincible in the world. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was actually a growth attribute. Moreover, the effect of this attribute was simply outrageous. It could convert health into strength. This was practically a born heavy tank. Calculating based on a 20-point increase in 4-dimensional attributes for each level up, every level up would grant an additional 20 points of strength. This didn't even account for the enhancement from equipment. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly bestowed the Overlord Battle Armor upon the Jiuli War Beast. Since the Jiuli War Beast had the thickest health, it would receive the most significant bonus. In an instant, a layer of gold and purple radiance enveloped the Jiuli War Beast, as if it had donned an indestructible battle armor. Its black and white eyes now held a hint of unruly dominance. At this point, Jiang Chen had 2 summoned beasts with mythical bloodlines. The little saint possessed the battle law, innate divine strength, and tempered steel, while the Jiuli War Beast had the metal law and Overlord Battle Armor. By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. Jiang Chen patted the round belly of the Jiuli War Beast. This guy suddenly gained such powerful strength and still hasn't reacted. It seems that the Jiuli War Beast is indeed not as intelligent as the spirit bright stone monkey. How about, I call you Panda? Jiang Chen held back for a long time and finally came up with the name Panda. As soon as he said this, the little saint couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. His master's naming skills were truly hard to describe. However, upon hearing the name Panda, the Jiuli War Beast showed no signs of rejection and even nodded cautiously in agreement. Oh, Panda, you think this name is good too? Jiang Chen rubbed Panda's wonderfully soft belly. Although naming was not his strong suit, it was clear that Panda's taste in names was on par with his own. At that moment, Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious letter. It was a strange letter. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary letter, but it was covered in all sorts of bizarre doodles, resembling a child's masterpiece. Just as Jiang Chen picked up the letter, a prompt suddenly came from the panel. Ding! Second stage task triggered. Please head to the cursed castle. All your questions will be answered. Questions? What questions? Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it. If he could crush things with strength, why bother using his brain? Just charge in. There were plenty of magical beasts nearby, and Jiang Chen planned to level up to 4 before facing that final boss. Jiang Chen put away the letter and continued with his sweeping plan. With a command from Jiang Chen, the little saint and Panda split into 2 paths. Under absolute numerical superiority, those magical beasts were no match for a monkey and a bear. They were all one-hit kills. Your summoned beast, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Little Saint, killed a demonized red chicken, experience plus 32. Your summoned beast, Jolie Warbeast, Panda, killed a demonized cow, experience plus 28. Your summoned beast, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Little Saint, killed a demonized frenzied bull, experience plus 30. The system prompts rang out one after another, and the experience bar steadily increased. During this time, Jiang Chen found the sounds too noisy and muted the item acquisition notifications. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 4, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 20, Infinite Brilliant Talent, Draw Brilliant Times plus 1, Ding, detected that you have killed 100 demonized beasts in the Hell Difficulty Abyss Dungeon, earning a new title, Hell 100 Demons Slaughter. A title? Jiang Chen didn't expect to receive a title. A title, as the name suggests, is generally used to recognize special identities or achievements. He didn't expect to earn a title at just level 4. Jiang Chen opened the title panel. Hell 100 Demons Slaughter. The wearer has killed 100 demonized beasts in the Hell Difficulty Abyss Dungeon, achieving the Hell Abyss 100 Demons Slaughter accomplishment. Effect: damage to demonized beasts increased by 20%. Next stage, Hell Abyss 1000 Demons Slaughter. It turned out to be a phased title. Jiang Chen understood somewhat. After all, those who could challenge the Hell Difficulty Abyss Dungeon at the specified level were mostly in teams. The magical beasts killed in a team would be shared among the members. Therefore, farming the number of magical beasts in a team was several times harder than solo. Moreover, others challenging the Hell Difficulty Dungeon usually avoided small monsters to maintain optimal health and mana for the boss. It was likely that Jiang Chen was the only one sweeping through like this. A 20% damage boost should make leveling up faster. After clearing the remaining magical beasts, Jiang Chen continued to advance along the route given by the task. Before long, the initially vague and small castle gradually became tall and clear. Just getting closer, he sensed the atmosphere around him instantly becoming somber. As Jiang Chen continued to approach the cursed castle, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. The once lush forest gradually withered, its trees' branches covered in strange runes. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, making one feel nauseous. Ding, you have arrived at the final boss's area. Tip: this boss is exceptionally powerful, please prepare adequately. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a magnificent castle. The surface of the castle was riddled with cracks, battered and broken, as if it had endured a great fire. This castle was the location of the final boss in this abyss dungeon. It feels a bit dangerous, let me draw a trait to calm my nerves. Jiang Chen lingered at the edge of the boss's domain and opened the talent panel to draw a trait. Isn't this how it usually goes in novels? Before the protagonist prepares to fight the boss, they always receive a key item to defeat it. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately pressed the draw button. As his words fell, colorful lights swirled around him, like ribbons of flowing light. Jiang Chen's gaze swept through these traits, finally landing on a red card. Holy crap! A red one! Ding, congratulations on your incredible luck. You have drawn a red mythic trait, Rebirth from the Ashes. Rebirth from the Ashes, cooldown time, 72 hours. Transcend in a near-death state. After rebirth, all attributes are significantly enhanced. Each rebirth increases fire resistance by 10%. Legend has it that after 9 transformations, one can become a deity. Evaluation: Phoenix Nirvana, 9 transformations to become a deity. Note: red traits can be assigned to any object. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Chen was so excited he couldn't stop stomping his feet. The effect of this red mythic trait was simply outrageous. With this trait, wouldn't he have an extra life? Although he had Xiao Shang and Panda, theoretically, he shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. But what if? To be safe, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly assigned this trait to himself. Instantly, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. This warmth coursed through him, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Now, I can confidently challenge the final boss. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he stepped toward the cursed castle. However, as soon as Jiang Chen stepped through the castle's main door, flames erupted all around him. Blinding flames instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. What the hell is this? Just as Jiang Chen entered the dungeon, his health bar began to plummet. If it weren't for the immunity from Xiao Shang's attributes, his health would have already dropped by a quarter. Damn it, is this dungeon even passable? If it weren't for Jiang Chen's high attribute resistance, he would have been done for. Just then, amidst the flames, the sounds of children laughing and playing echoed. Hee hee, come play with me. Hee hee, big brother is so strong, come play hide and seek with us. I've already hidden, big brother come find me. If you can't find me, you'll die. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell was this? Why did it feel more and more like a horror movie? In the next moment, Jiang Chen finally saw the scene within the flames. One by one, crimson humanoid flames floated in the air. Some were playing, some were singing and dancing, and some were playing hide and seek. Their forms were ethereal and elusive, like ghosts. What are these things? Jiang Chen swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Hee, big brother, you finally came to play with us. One of the crimson humanoid flames flew in front of Jiang Chen, smiling sweetly. Her voice was melodious, yet carried a hint of eeriness. Are you the bosses here? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. What boss? We are the residents here, said the crimson humanoid flame, but we haven't had any guests to play with for a long time. Big brother, will you play with us? Jiang Chen frowned tightly. He always felt something was off about these crimson humanoid flames. It was said that in the Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon, there was a very small chance of environments similar to rules being born. It seemed he was lucky, encountering a rule-type dungeon right at the first level. You don't think you can control me like this, do you? Jiang Chen sneered, then summoned Xiaoshang and Panda. So big brother has partners too. Xiaoyan is so happy. That black and white fat cat is so cute. Can Xiaoyan be friends with it? The humanoid flame clapped its small hands, looking very excited. The flames around them seemed to be influenced by its emotions, rising a few degrees again. We can't delay any longer. Xiaoshang, Panda, don't mind me, let's go all out. Jiang Chen had the legendary badge and rebirth from the flames, so he couldn't die, he just felt a bit uncomfortable in his skin. Your beast spirit, Lingming Stone Monkey, Xiaoshang, has the battle technique with added burn effect. Your beast spirit, Jolie War Beast, Panda, uses metal rules, enhancing the attack of its paws. Xiaoshang swung the iron rod eroded by the abyss, while Panda's bare paws glimmered with a layer of golden light. Golden purple claw marks turned into sparks in the burning air. The laughter from the humanoid flame suddenly stopped, a hint of panic flashing in its dark eyes. Ah, your pet is so powerful. Xiaoyan is getting angry. With a furious shout, the flames on the humanoid flame surged, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. Jiang Chen felt like his skin was about to be scorched. What the hell, is the temperature of this rule flame so high? Xiaoshang, change skills. Panda, go all out. Jiang Chen issued commands in quick succession. Xiaoshang switched skills, stepping into the void, its figure darting towards the humanoid flame like lightning. At the same time, Panda's golden light surged, activating its doubling skill, its size instantly ballooning to 3 meters tall. Panda's giant paw struck the humanoid flame, producing a deafening sound. The humanoid flame was sent flying by Panda's paw, shattering in mid-air. However, the humanoid flame did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into countless small crimson flames, quickly condensing back to its original form. But Xiaoshang had already circled behind it. Xiaoshang planted the other end of the iron rod on the ground, using the rebound force to momentarily hover in the air. Then, it raised the iron rod high. In an instant, the iron rod in Xiaoshang's hand was enveloped in flames, radiating terrifying heat. The next moment, the iron rod shot towards the humanoid flame like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid flame was struck away by Xiaoshang, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. The humanoid flame struggled to get up, but Xiaoshang pressed the attack, bringing down the rod again. Boom! Another loud bang, the humanoid flame was smashed into the ground by Xiaoshang, dissipating into sparks. So annoying. Xiaoyan lost again. You always bully Xiaoyan. Big brother, will you come play hide and seek with Xiaoyan again? With the disappearance of that flame, the surrounding humanoid flames reappeared, cheering and jumping. How can there still be bosses? Jiang Chen frowned, feeling that something was off. With so many bosses, how long would this take? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chen's mind, as if he thought of something. Xiaoshang, Panda, stop fighting. Jiang Chen hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshang and Panda immediately halted. Big brother, what's wrong? Isn't this game fun? The humanoid flame tilted its head and asked. Jiang Chen did not answer but carefully observed the humanoid flames around him. Although these humanoid flames looked no different from before, Jiang Chen noticed a detail. That was the color of their eyes. The eyes of the humanoid flames had been black earlier, but now they were red. These are not the same batch of humanoid flames from before, Jiang Chen thought to himself. No, to be precise, these are replicas of the previous humanoid flames. Jiang Chen suddenly understood that these humanoid flames should be products of the dungeon's rules. The one he had just killed was merely a phantom. He had never even seen the boss's true form. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If the number of these humanoid flames was endless, would he never be able to kill them? Big brother, why aren't you playing anymore? Little Yan still wants to play hide and seek with you. The voices of the humanoid flames rang in Jiang Chen's ears, and he could even feel their warm breath. Jiang Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down. Damn it, who came up with this dungeon? It was clearly designed to prevent anyone from passing. Wait! Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it's hide and seek. From the very beginning of the quest, there had been an emphasis on the word play. To pass the dungeon, it was likely related to playing. With this in mind, Jiang Chen smiled at the humanoid flame in the center. Alright, Big Brother also wants to play hide and seek with you. You better go hide quickly. Big Brother is going to start looking now. The one who gets found will have to accept a punishment, okay? As soon as he said this, countless humanoid flames were momentarily stunned, then sheared and scattered in all directions. Let's hide far away so we won't be found by Big Brother. But what if Big Brother can't find us? No problem, Big Brother is very strong. This time, Jiang Chen heard a hint of childlike sincerity in their laughter. He suppressed his doubts and said with a smile, "Are you all hidden? I'm going to start looking now. Little Shang, Panda, you guys go look too." After all, their resistance was high. As long as there was enough time, they would eventually find the boss. At worst, they could be reborn from the ashes. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that all the humanoid flames had disappeared. In their place were variously shaped dolls. Jiang Chen picked up the nearest doll. "Is it you?" "Hee hee, Big Brother guessed wrong." A laugh came from the doll, which then transformed into a flame and merged into the surrounding sea of fire. Little Shang and Panda also did not find the right one. The dolls in their hands similarly turned into flames. However, Jiang Chen felt that the flames did not have any burning sensation. Instead, they were warm and comfortable. This was in stark contrast to the surrounding sea of fire. In fact, Jiang Chen even felt a sense of relief from it. What on earth is going on? Jiang Chen's heart sank. He had just seen scenes within the flames. Lonely children taken in by heartless merchants, only to be sold as commodities. And finally, an endless sea of fire. Are these all memories of yours? Jiang Chen was shocked, grabbing each doll along the way. Each doll contained a fragment of memory, some joyful, some sorrowful, some angry, some despairing. Jiang Chen pieced these memory fragments together, gradually restoring a complete story. These dolls were once children who had been trafficked by heartless merchants. They were locked in cages and sold like goods. Among them was a little girl named Xiaoyan, who had a pair of clear, big eyes and especially loved to play hide and seek. But the arrival of a heartless merchant shattered the girl's peaceful life. Xiaoyan was deceived by the heartless merchant and locked in a dark cage, where many other children like her were also trapped. They could only eat scraps every day, living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs. One day, due to a servant's mistake, a fierce fire suddenly broke out in the castle. The merchant had enough time to take the children out. But in order to cover up his child trafficking, he claimed that the castle was empty. Watching Xiaoyan and countless children being engulfed by the flames. No wonder the first phase of the mission was to kill the butcher. It turns out the butcher is the heartless merchant. In his memories, Jiang Chen saw that the dead professionals in the instance had all perished at the hands of the butcher. As one puppet after another was captured by Jiang Chen, they turned into flames and merged into the sea of fire. The sea of fire grew more intense, but Jiang Chen felt the temperature gradually becoming milder. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, finally understanding the truth of this instance. Under the erosion of the abyss, the grievances of the children were demonized, their souls trapped here, unable to be reborn for eternity. Yet even so, they had never harmed any professional. The surrounding flames were set to a burning mechanism, just to give the intruding professionals a chance to escape. It's over, everything is over. Big Brother is here to take you away. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked to the last puppet. Before him was a cage. Inside, a puppet with braided hair and bright, big eyes was quietly watching him. Brother, will you play with us?" The puppet's tender voice rang out, carrying a hint of sincerity. Jiang Chen looked at the utterly ordinary puppet before him. His heart ached, but he still maintained a smile. "Ah, got you." Passing through the raging flames, Jiang Chen gently placed his hand on the puppet's head, his smile radiant. "Now, it's your turn to catch me." In the next moment, the surrounding flames all dissipated, transforming into the souls of children. "Great, Big Brother found us. Hee hee, we can finally go home." The children cheered and jumped, each flying to Jiang Chen's side, surrounding him with happy smiles. "Thank you, kind Big Brother." A girl with a delicate face and bright eyes came before Jiang Chen, looked deeply at him, and then turned into a beam of light and vanished. As the last child's soul dissipated, the sea of fire was completely extinguished. A treasure chest appeared before Jiang Chen. He stepped forward to open the chest, and a golden light shone brightly. "Congratulations on opening the first completion treasure chest of the instance. You have obtained the following items: Chain of Purity, accessory set unknown quality strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15, attack includes purification effect, extra damage to undead and vengeful spirits, equipment requirement, level 1, equipment description, a product from the purified curse, set completion, 1/4, flame battle boots, silver strength plus 8, constitution plus 10, agility plus 12, spirit plus 8, flame battle armor, silver strength plus 15, constitution plus 13, agility plus 11, spirit plus 10, soulfire. Seed, quality unknown, contains a powerful and unknown being. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden task. Will you play with me? You have killed the final boss, Crimson Flame, Phantom. You have completed the Hell difficulty Abyss instance. You have received the first completion reward, 1000 experience points, Abyss treasure chest, spirit crystal plus 100. Your level has increased to level 5, and you have gained plus 10 free attribute points. You possess the Infinite Splendor talent, gaining plus 1 chance to draw Splendor attributes. The notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears, and his level smoothly rose to 5. Jiang Chen directly allocated all his attribute points to spirit. The higher the spirit, the greater the enhancement for summoned beasts. Not bad, I actually got a piece of equipment set. Moreover, accessories do not occupy equipment slots, and the attribute bonuses are quite good. Jiang Chen equipped it immediately. But what is this Soulfire seed? Jiang Chen examined the seed flickering with a faint firelight in his storage space. Could it be Xiao Yan's soul? Just as Jiang Chen was studying this fire seed, the outside world was already in an uproar. At this moment, outside the dungeon entrance, it was a sea of people. Upon learning that there was a problem with the dungeon, Principal Wang Wei and Director Sun Yan rushed over immediately. It seems Jiang Chen still hasn't recognized reality. A summoner actually dares to challenge a Hell difficulty dungeon. Isn't that self-destruction? After saying this, Wang Wei was still unsatisfied and began to lecture again. So, one must clearly understand their own position. Respect the conclusions drawn by predecessors. Don't always think that just because you have some talent, you can look down on everything. Everything should be based on what happens after class change. Not a word was mentioned about Jiang Chen, yet every sentence was about him. It was just short of saying that Jiang Chen was overestimating himself and bringing disaster upon himself. But just as Wang Wei finished his speech, he noticed that the originally light blue screen above the dungeon door began to change. It gradually shifted from light blue to light gold. It can't be announcing a death notice, right? Isn't a death notice black? I remember gold is. Before he could finish, a loud voice interrupted. Congratulations to Jiang Chen, a student from Tianyuan City, South China Military District, Tiandu High School, for being the first to complete the Hell difficulty dungeon, the Cursed Castle, number 1006. Completion time, 1 hour and 08 minutes. Completion rating, S. Due to special reasons, the dungeon, the Cursed Castle, has completely disappeared. This first completion record will be forever engraved on the global dungeon completion record list and can be viewed at any time. The last announcement echoed throughout Blue Star. Not only did the sound spread across the entire square, but even every professional's panel chat box was topped with the notification of Jiang Chen's dungeon completion. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Lu Sueki covered her mouth in disbelief. Wang Wei stood frozen with his hand raised in midair, and Sun Yan's legs went weak. The crowd at the dungeon entrance, which had been bustling, was now eerily silent. 18 years old and already on the global dungeon completion record list. And he's a summoner? It should be noted that everyone on the global dungeon completion record list was a 6th-tier professional. But now, a summoner who hadn't even reached the first class had mixed in. Everyone felt that their long-held views on professions were about to be refreshed. Wasn't it said that summoners were weak? What was up with this Jiang Chen? Did he cheat? Damn, he completed it. Someone really completed it. The dungeon I worked so hard to transport just disappeared like that. Who the hell is responsible for this? Just as everyone was shocked by the news, a surprised wail instantly broke the silence. A burly middle-aged man in a black coat strode over. The appearance of this middle-aged man once again startled everyone, because this man in black was none other than the mayor of Tianyuan City, a 6th-tier level 65 professional, Lin Xuan. Mayor Lin. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Wang Wei immediately came to his senses and approached him. Wang Wei? Lin Xuan waved his hand, ignoring the compliments, and quickly walked to the entrance of the dungeon, looking around. Gue Gue, which great deity has mastered this dungeon? My experiment, my dungeon. It's over, everything is over. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have lost his composure. Lin Xuan might have already been spitting everywhere. But now that it had come to this, he could only wait for the people inside to come out. Hey, that guy over there, is the one inside your student? Lin Chuan pointed at Wang Wei beside him. This gesture made Wang Wei break out in a cold sweat. He had seen Lin Chuan's earlier performance. Jiang Chen must have made a huge mistake, which had caused a 6th-tier powerhouse to lose his composure and curse. Thinking of this, Wang Wei nudged Sun Yan beside him. Director Su, isn't that your student inside? Why don't you hurry and explain things to Mayor Lin? Lin. Mayor, here's the situation. Sun Yan stammered as he recounted the events. What did you say? Lin Chuan's anger flared. A summoner actually dares to challenge a hell dungeon? How does your school teach its students? Well, this isn't our fault. Wang Wei quickly distanced himself. Jiang Chen is a student who always does his own thing. We can't do anything about him. Lin Chuan snorted coldly. Humph, in the end, it's still your lack of supervision. A summoner running off to challenge a hell dungeon, isn't that playing with his life? However, since he was able to clear the hell dungeon, it shows he has some skills. This mayor won't hold it against a student. Although he appeared stern, inside he was already lamenting. What the hell, how could a summoner clear this dungeon? That guy can't be cheating, right? This is not scientific. This dungeon was brought back by Lin Chuan, and as the direct person in charge, he knew the difficulty of this dungeon best. A dungeon with rule powers, even a first-tier professional might not be able to break through. Not to mention this was a novice dungeon. Incredible, incredible. It seems that this year in Tian City, a remarkable person has emerged. No wonder that little lady actively sought his help. Just as he was thinking, Wang Wei suddenly approached. Mayor Lin, is there something wrong with this dungeon? Jiang Chen is just a first-tier summoner, how could he clear it? Did he use some underhanded means? If that's the case, we must investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's face darkened. Hee, Principal Wang, are you doubting my abilities? Or do you think your vision is better than mine, a level 65 professional? Isn't Wang Wei indirectly insulting his incompetence? How could a first-tier summoner pull tricks right under his nose? The dungeon had already announced the results. How could there be any faking? He needed to investigate this guy properly. How did someone with such a mindset become a principal? This was clearly leading students astray. No, how could I dare to think that? Wang Wei quickly forced a smile and retreated in embarrassment. Humph. Lin Chuan snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Wang Wei. He continued to look at the dungeon entrance, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of genius boy had created this miracle. Inside the dungeon, Jiang Chen was busy. He had just received a sudden notification that this dungeon would completely disappear in 5 minutes. He didn't expect the first clear to be the end. Moreover, there were still many monsters left to kill. These were all valuable experience points. Hurry, while the dungeon hasn't closed, let's kill a few more. Jiang Chen directed Xiao Shang and Panda to sweep through the dungeon while checking his gains. He would deal with the extraction of the attributes later. Aside from the unknown function of the Soul Fire Seed, Jiang Chen had already equipped the other 2 pieces of flame gear. It felt good, providing a strong sense of security. The rest consisted of some materials dropped by Little Saint and Panda. If only I could draw a material digestion form entry, it would make handling these unwanted materials much easier. Time slowly passed as Jiang Chen busied himself. As the golden light curtain in front of the dungeon gate gradually shrank, Jiang Chen had to leave the dungeon. Level 5, 20%. What a pity, I'm still quite far from leveling up. Forget it, Little Saint, Panda, let's go. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the 2 beasts reluctantly glanced back at the dungeon before transforming into 2 streams of light and entering Jiang Chen's body. In the next moment, Jiang Chen stepped out of the dungeon, instantly appearing in front of everyone. In an instant, all eyes were focused on him. Among those gazes, there was shock, admiration, and even jealousy. Countless cameras, like long guns and short cannons, aimed directly at Jiang Chen. Click, click. The flashes went off as if they were free, making it hard for Jiang Chen to open his eyes. Soon after, reporters rushed in. Hello, Jiang Chen, may I ask how you cleared this dungeon? Do you have any special secrets? Jiang Chen, I heard you are a summoner. How did you manage to break the curse of being weak in the early stages? Senior Jiang Chen, you are my idol. Jiang Chen? Looking at the swarm of reporters, he felt a bit overwhelmed. What's going on? I just cleared a dungeon. How did it turn into a press conference? Ever since the news of Jiang Chen clearing the Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon spread, the media in Tian City reacted the fastest. In less than half an hour, various reports about Jiang Chen flooded in. Shocking! Tian City High School student clears Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon, setting a global record. 18-year-old genius emerges. Will the summoner profession welcome a new era? Exclusive interview. The first clearer Jiang Chen shares his experience. Is clearing the Hell Dungeon really that simple? Major news outlets like to report, pushing Jiang Chen into the spotlight. In no time, Jiang Chen became a hot topic in Tian City. Countless reporters rushed to interview this miraculous young genius. Since the mutation of Blue Star and the arrival of the Abyss, humanity has faced the threat of the Abyss at all times. Although it has weakened in recent years, the Abyss still hangs like a sharp sword over humanity's head. In such an atmosphere, the emergence of a genius is the kind of event the media loves to report on, hoping to dilute the suffocating feeling brought by the Abyss. The reporter's questions buzzed in his ears, and for the first time, Jiang Chen felt that being famous was such a troublesome thing. They say people fear fame like pigs fear growing fat, and Jiang Chen was beginning to understand. Jiang Chen, what are your thoughts on clearing the Hell Dungeon for the first time? Jiang Chen, at such a young age, you have already cleared the Hell Difficulty Abyss Dungeon. What is your secret? Do you have any advice for other professionals who want to challenge the Hell Dungeon? Facing the barrage of questions from reporters, Jiang Chen found it hard to cope. He scratched his head and said a bit shyly, "Actually, I don't really know why I was able to clear the Hell Dungeon. Maybe it was just good luck." He indeed had good luck, having discovered the rules of the dungeon in time. The reporters, upon hearing this, showed disappointed expressions. It seems Jiang Chen is tight-lipped about the strategy for clearing the Hell Dungeon. However, being able to clear the Hell Dungeon first is also a form of strength. Jiang Chen, do you have any plans for the future? Classmate, are you interested in joining our Legendary Professionals Association? If you join, we'll cover all the costs before the third transfer. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a person in uniform walking towards Jiang Chen. Wow, this uniform! Even members of the Legendary Professionals Association have come? Legendary Professionals Association? Is it the association created by that peak 8th tier master? Isn't it said that the Legendary Professionals Association doesn't recruit professionals below the first transfer? And covering the costs for summoners up to the 3rd tier, how much would that be? Are you kidding? If you set a record for clearing a dungeon at 18, others would be begging you to join. The Legendary Professionals Association is the only professional association in China. Its founder is one of China's top 10 legends, the War King. Legendary Professionals Association? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect to attract the attention of the Legendary Professionals Association. The association is a sacred place in the hearts of every professional. After all, having a legendary powerhouse backing them, its status in all of China is comparable to the renowned 3 major academies. If topping the dungeon record list made them envious, the invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association made them green with jealousy. Even Lu Sueki was so shocked she couldn't speak. Joining the Legendary Professionals Association had always been her dream. How many high school students could receive such treatment? Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen would agree, he shook his head. Sorry, I want to take the college entrance examination. In the past, after changing professions, one could only take the college entrance examination. But since the establishment of the Legendary Professionals Association, there was now another option. For most professionals, the difficulty of joining the Legendary Professionals Association is far greater than entering one of China's 3 major academies. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen actually rejected the association's invitation. You want to take the college entrance examination? The man in uniform seemed a bit surprised, clearly not expecting Jiang Chen to refuse. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's name on the dungeon record list, they wouldn't have invited him at all. Moreover, how could Jiang Chen, a summoner, participate in the college entrance examination? Did he get carried away after clearing a hell-level dungeon? Since you want to take the college entrance examination, I won't force you. The man in uniform no longer tried to recruit Jiang Chen. After nodding to Lin Xuan, he turned to leave. He didn't come just to recruit Jiang Chen. Watching the uniformed man walk away, the crowd looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of admiration. A wolf exterminator, and he even rejected the invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association. Wang Wei watched this scene, his heart bleeding. This was a significant achievement. How could Jiang Chen refuse? It's worth noting that in the past few years at Tiandu High School, only a handful had been able to join the Legendary Professionals Association. If Jiang Chen joined, he might get a promotion and a raise this year. If it weren't for Lin Xuan and Sun Yan holding him back, he would have rushed over to agree for Jiang Chen. In fact, Jiang Chen was also quite reluctant to refuse the invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association. If it weren't for the promise he made to the old drunkard to take the college entrance examination, he might have just agreed. Kid, I guess no one is looking for you now, right? Just as Jiang Chen was about to slip away, a broad and powerful hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Jiang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man looking at him with ill intent. Mayor Lin, what do you need from me? Jiang Chen felt a bit guilty. He had just ruined someone else's hard-earned special dungeon. He wouldn't be here to ask for compensation, would he? Jiang Chen was also slow to realize. A novice dungeon could actually leave a name on the dungeon record list. It must not be that simple. What if I can't afford to pay for myself? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Kid, you have quite the ability, Lin Chuan said, heavily patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. It's nothing much, just wanted to take you to the mayor's office to receive a reward. After all, you are the genius of our Tian City. Lin Chuan emphasized the word genius, and Jiang Chen could sense a hint of gritted teeth behind it. Since the mayor invited me, how could I dare to refuse? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this genius boy, who had topped the dungeon completion record, was dragged into the sky by the strongest in Tian City, quickly disappearing from sight. Principal, about Jiang Chen's resources. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Sun Yan asked Wang Wei beside him. Wang Wei snorted coldly. We'll talk about resources later. This kid actually dared to refuse the legendary Professionals Association? Just wait until I deal with him when I get back. Jiang Chen was brought by Lin Chuan to a towering building. After finding an angle, Lin Chuan casually tossed Jiang Chen into the middle of the building and followed him inside. You really are quite unconventional, Mayor. Not using the door, but climbing in through the window? After being accurately thrown by Lin Chuan, Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain as he began to survey his surroundings. I say, Mayor Lin, are you sure you didn't enter the wrong room? Looking around, the room's environment couldn't be described as impoverished, but it was certainly extremely simple. It was hard to imagine this was the office of the strongest in a first-tier city. The principal's office at Tian City High School was probably many times more luxurious than this. That's right, this is my office. Lin Chuan ignored the implications in Jiang Chen's words and walked over to one of the two chairs, starting to rummage through documents on the desk. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of respect. So this is what a public servant from another world looks like? No wonder Huaxia could become one of the world's top powers in such a short time. Even after the abyss descended, it could still rise quickly. All thanks to the selfless contributions of these great individuals. Oh, were you just trying to say my office is shabby? Lin Chuan casually said as he pulled out a stack of files from the desk. This place has just been built and put into use not long ago. There's actually another office upstairs, and everything is in there. Jiang Chen. Wrong assumption. I was just touched for 3 seconds. What are you standing there for? Come with me, your reward is upstairs. Oh. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed Lin Chuan's footsteps. The two arrived upstairs, where the environment was completely different from below. In the spacious and bright room, various precious furniture and decorations were placed, and even some wall paintings made from the fur of abyssal beasts could be seen. At the very back, there was a separate lounge. This is my private office, Lin Chuan introduced. I usually don't work here. Jiang Chen. Alright, now it's time to get down to business. Did you obtain something in the dungeon? Lin Chuan's voice suddenly turned serious. I got a soul ember. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. After all, the dungeon belonged to him, so he must be clear about what was inside. What? You got a soul ember? Jiang Chen. So even you, the person in charge, don't know what was inside? Ahem. Lin Chuan realized he had lost his composure and cleared his throat. Take out the soul ember you obtained and let me see. Jiang Chen didn't delay. Although Lin Chuan seemed a bit unreliable, he probably wouldn't trick him. Jiang Chen took out the soul ember, cradling it in his palm. The faint glow of the ember stood out remarkably in the dim environment. Lin Chuan took the soul ember and began to examine it closely. That's right, this is the soul fire seed. I didn't expect you to obtain such a treasure. Lin Chuan's eyes showed a hint of surprise, followed by a trace of excitement. After a long while, Lin Chuan said, Tell me how you cleared this dungeon. Although Jiang Chen was full of doubts, he recounted everything that happened in the dungeon in detail. Jiang Chen narrated his experiences in the dungeon, from initially stumbling in, to discovering the rules, and finally clearing it. Lin Chuan listened with great interest, occasionally clicking his tongue and sighing. Of course, he concealed his own talents and the abilities of his summoned beast, merely stating that he had drawn a summoned beast with fire attribute immunity. Good job, kid. You did well. After hearing Jiang Chen's story, Lin Chuan patted him on the shoulder in appreciation. Not only do you have exceptional talent, but you are also clever, brave, decisive, and calm. Given time, you will surely become a pillar of talent for the Huaxia nation. Jiang Chen smiled humbly. Originally, you could only claim one treasure from the treasury, but now with this soul fire seed, I'll make an exception for you this time. You can choose 2 treasures. Because of the soul fire seed? What does that mean? Jiang Chen was not dazed by the enormous reward. Although the treasures in the mayor's treasury were very tempting, the soul fire seed held extraordinary significance for Jiang Chen. Without a valid reason, he did not want to casually hand it over. This soul fire seed, while precious, is of no use to you. Lin Chuan revealed the truth behind this dungeon to Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was unable to calm down for a long time. He never expected that a novice dungeon would involve so many complexities. Simply put, the Cursed Castle was an extremely rare dungeon with innate rules, and the boss retained some humanity. After discovering the uniqueness of this dungeon, Lin Chuan brought it back to Tian City for research. However, they were stuck at the first step, which was to clear the dungeon. Since it was a novice dungeon, they could not enter, otherwise, the entire dungeon would collapse. They had also invited some powerful novice professionals of various levels, but without exception, they all failed. It should be noted that the powerful novice professionals Lin Chuan mentioned were all top talents from various cities, with the lowest being those who had awakened S-level talents. Seeing that there was truly no way forward, Lin Chuan set up this dungeon in the novice dungeon square. One could say this dungeon was the most difficult for novices. No wonder the legendary Professionals Association came to find him. It turned out there were so many secrets behind it. So, I inadvertently pushed your research forward? Pretty much. Moreover, I suspect the boss inside hasn't completely perished and may have the possibility of reincarnation. What followed was a series of professional terms that Jiang Chen couldn't understand. Although Jiang Chen didn't comprehend it, after some back and forth, he still obtained a treasure in 5 million in cash. Since there was hope for Xiao Yan's resurrection, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't insist on keeping it. Watching Lin Chuan lead the way while grumbling, Jiang Chen followed closely behind without changing his expression. Hey, the treasures are right inside, go in and choose for yourself. Jiang Chen arrived at the treasure vault Lin Chuan mentioned. Looking around, it was a very spacious room filled with all kinds of treasures. There were weapons, armor, potions, materials, a dazzling array that left Jiang Chen feeling overwhelmed. These treasures were all collected by me from the Shanghai Abyss, each one is quite valuable, Lin Chuan introduced. You can choose any 2 as a reward for clearing the Hell Dungeon. Then I won't be polite. After scanning the room, Jiang Chen silently summoned Xiao Shang. After all, when it came to finding treasures, Xiao Shang was more professional. Absolutely not, because he couldn't discern the quality of these items. Quality unknown seems to be the core of a powerful beast from the depths of the mountains and seas? Quality unknown, an unknown item from the abyss of exile? Quality unknown, a crown from a certain undead lord of the land of death. Jiang Chen glanced around and found hardly any treasures he recognized. No wonder Lin Chuan had agreed so easily before. This old fox was sure that he wouldn't be able to identify good treasures and could only bring out some relatively less valuable ones. Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that he had Xiao Shang. Although he didn't have the Eye of Insight, his innate spiritual eyes could still discern some treasures. Xiao Shang, come to life. Go find the best equipment and the most valuable treasure. By the way, it should be suitable for the current level. Receiving the master's command, Xiao Shang nodded and quickly darted through the treasure vault. Various colorful weapons and equipment, under the observation of Xiao Shang's spiritual eyes, gradually shed their disguises. Before long, Xiao Shang found a spear radiating a faint golden light. Spear of Dawn, Emerald Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 15, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Spear-type weapon. After use, attacks carry a penetration effect, can penetrate 50% resistance, damage to undead creatures increased by 30%, level restriction 5, wow, top-notch. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was an emerald-level weapon, and it even had a penetration effect, simply tailor-made for Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang had the highest attack and the fastest speed, and his attacks also carried a burning effect. With the Spear of Dawn, Xiao Shang's attack power would reach new heights. Holding the Spear of Dawn, Jiang Chen asked Xiao Shang to find another treasure. This time, Xiao Shang returned with a ring that emitted a faint glow. Ring of Eternity, Diamond Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 30, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 50, all attributes plus 10%, reduces all skill cooldowns by 20% when worn, summons damage increased by 30%, Eternal Set, 1/2. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was a diamond-level accessory, and the attribute bonuses were very comprehensive. Especially the entry that reduced skill cooldowns and the damage increase, it was simply designed for summoners. Although Jiang Chen currently had no skills. With the Ring of Eternity, Jiang Chen could not only learn some mage skills but also significantly enhance the combat power of his summoned beasts. Wow, with these two treasures, my strength will increase tremendously. Jiang Chen happily stowed the Spear of Dawn and the Ring of Eternity. Lin Chuan had been waiting outside for a long time and, seeing Jiang Chen still hadn't come out, felt a bit puzzled. Hey, have you picked yet? All done, all done. Jiang Chen hurried out, showcasing the Spear of Dawn and the Ring of Eternity to Lin Chuan. Damn, you really picked them. Lin Chuan was slightly surprised. Although these two pieces of equipment weren't high level, they had the characteristics of being unrestricted by level or class. In his little treasury, they could be considered among the best. Although it pained him a bit, he wasn't the stingy type. I didn't expect your eyes to be so sharp. The money has already been transferred to you. If there's nothing else, get lost, Lin Chuan said irritably. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. Your storage card has transferred 5 million. Transfer source, the world's best spear. Current balance, 6,300,600. Not bad, counting his little treasury. Now he could be considered a millionaire. Mayor Lin, I have one more thing to trouble you with. Jiang Chen clearly didn't intend to let this mobile treasure vault go. Spit it out quickly, or let it out fast, Lin Chuan said irritably. He had just lost a lot of blood today. Jiang Chen, well, I want to apply for an exit permit. Although humanity is currently in a semi-peaceful stage, leaving the city still requires relevant documents. You want to leave the city? Lin Chuan asked, puzzled. You're a level 5, are you going out to die? It's important to know that the monsters outside the city start at level 10. Moreover, those monsters are extremely aggressive due to their growing environment. If luck is bad, one might even encounter abyssal monsters. Jiang Chen, I just want to level up for the upcoming college entrance exam. But you rejected the legendary Professionals Association, a genius of your caliber, and you still need to take the college entrance exam? Lin Chuan said irritably. But are you sure you really want to leave the city to grind monsters? Absolutely. In the end, Lin Chuan didn't say much more and promptly issued Jiang Chen an exit permit, leaving him with a warning. Make sure to be back before dark. Jiang Chen left the mayor's office. Looking at the outer ring of the city, the crowd was bustling. Vehicles and pedestrians flowed through the wide streets, presenting a scene of prosperity. Watching the professionals coming and going around him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Is this what a fulfilling life feels like? After all, the days spent with the old drunkard were barely better than being a dog. It was only after entering high school and showcasing his talent that things began to change. When I see that old drunkard again, I have to settle the score with him. After all, he's a legendary powerhouse, he might be living it up every day while I struggle. As Jiang Chen thought this, he followed the navigation to the trading square. The trading square is close to the guard wall, making it convenient for professionals to trade directly after hunting monsters outside the city. It also serves as a hub for various tasks. Jiang Chen planned to sell his unnecessary items and equipment here. This was Jiang Chen's first visit to the trading square. He had only seen it in textbooks before. In the trading square, hundreds of half-human tall light columns stood erect. Each light column was embedded with spatial arrays and intelligent technology. Anything could be processed through these light columns. Jiang Chen found an unused light column, scanned the QR code above, and after paying the service fee, a sweet voice sounded. Starting identity verification successful, Huaxia Nation, Southeast Warzone, Jiang Chen, please select a service. After clicking on sell items, Jiang Chen placed the equipment and items he wanted to sell into the system. Detecting items, recycling equipment, abyss eroded iron rod, 6,000, recycling equipment, red cloak, 20,000, recycling material, demonized wild boar tusk, 3,000. Identification complete, total value, 56,000. Would you like to proceed with the transaction? Jiang Chen looked at the blue screen in front of him and clicked the confirm button. Transaction complete, the transaction amount has been transferred to your account, please check. The entire transaction process took no more than 60 seconds. Technology really changes lives. I wish I had an intelligent brain technology too, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Afterward, Jiang Chen bought some food for Xiao Shang in Pangde. No wonder they say summoners burn money. Just buying food for a day cost Jiang Chen 50,000. Xiao Shang was fine, but Pangde was simply a bottomless pit. The food seemed to disappear into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. No wonder the great Qi Yu only used you in battles. Turns out he couldn't afford to keep you. After that, he bought some detoxification potions and recovery potions, spending over 1 million in total. These might not be useful to Jiang Chen, but they were necessities. Once prepared, Jiang Chen stepped towards the city gate. However, the guard at the city gate only glanced at him. It's time, the city gate is now open for entry only. Come back tomorrow. Jiang Chen glanced at the sky, which was indeed on the verge of night. Remembering Lin Xuan's warning, Jiang Chen did not force himself to leave the city. After all, going out now would only result in killing a few magical beasts before having to return. Moreover, he still had one more exquisite attribute to draw, so it was a good opportunity to improve his strength during this break. After casually finding a hotel for adventurers to stay in, Jiang Chen opened his talent panel. Fire Eye, 72 Transformations, Law of Heaven and Earth, Somersault Cloud. After praying with his hands together for a moment, Jiang Chen began to draw attributes. Colorful lights swirled around him again, creating a dazzling spectacle. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over these attributes, finally stopping on a gold and silver card. Indomitable Fighting Will, Gold-Silver attribute. The holder of this attribute experiences a significant increase in willpower during battle, is immune to all mental control, greatly enhances life recovery speed, and when health drops below 30%, all attributes double. Evaluation: Indomitable Fighting Will, Unyielding Spirit. Wow, what an incredible attribute! Not only does it grant immunity to all mental control, but it also provides a health buff. The Indomitable Fighting Will attribute must be given to Little Saint. As for the reason, it might be because Jiang Chen saw a shadow of that person in Little Saint. At the moment the attribute fused, an overwhelming fighting spirit emanated from Little Saint, like an unparalleled blade being unsheathed, radiating sharpness. Your spirit beast, Lingming Stone Monkey, Little Saint, has activated the Indomitable Fighting Will attribute. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Little Saint's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Its gaze became sharper, the fighting spirit blazing, as if it were an undefeated war god. Now, Little Saint's combat power should be able to rise several levels. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the Indomitable Fighting Will attribute, Little Saint's survivability and explosive power had greatly increased. Just a few seconds after bestowing Little Saint with the Indomitable Fighting Will, a voice sounded. Detected that attributes can be fused. Attributes can be fused? Jiang Chen looked at Little Saint in surprise. Little Saint possessed only exquisite legendary attributes. If they could be fused, wouldn't that be a myth? Jiang Chen knew about the abnormality of mythic attributes. That, rebirth from the ashes, mythic attribute had granted him several lives. Moreover, fusing attributes would also free up attribute space. Jiang Chen looked at the targets that could be synthesized. Innate Divine Power plus Tempered Steel plus Indomitable Fighting Will can be synthesized. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked to synthesize. Synthesizing. Synthesis successful, obtained a new attribute, Indomitable Fighting Saint. Indomitable Fighting Saint, mythic attribute integrates innate divine power, tempered steel, and indomitable fighting will. Significantly enhances the user's strength, constitution, speed, and spirit, possessing an unshakable indomitable fighting soul, greatly improving learning ability in battle and comprehending new combat techniques. Ding, Lingming Stone Monkey, Little Saint, skill, Fighting Saint Domain Evolution, can unleash a fierce Fighting Saint soul, increasing its 4-dimensional attributes by 200% while reducing the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by 50%, immune to all control effects, and significantly enhancing recovery ability. Indomitable Fighting Saint, immune to one fatal attack, health maintained at 1 for 60 seconds, all attributes increased by 500%, immune to all control, critical hit rate increased by 100%, critical hit damage increased by 100%, cooldown time 5 hours. Evaluation, Indomitable Fighting Soul, Born Fighting Saint, Undefeated War God. Holy crap, this new attribute is insane. Just looking at the skill description, which reads like a short essay, one can feel the attribute's power. Not only does it combine the effects of the previous 3 golden legendary attributes, but it also adds new active skills and passive effects. The ability to learn and comprehend combat techniques in battle is simply tailor-made for Little Saint. 60 seconds of invincibility, 60 seconds of a true man. At the moment the entry was integrated, Little Saint underwent another transformation. A layer of golden radiance emerged on its surface, resembling a golden armored war god. A powerful aura emanated from it, as if it could collapse the heavens. Your summoned beast, the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Little Saint, has activated the indestructible Battle Saint entry. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Little Saint's aura had undergone a tremendous change once again. Its gaze became sharper, filled with fierce battle intent, as if it were an undefeated war god. Congratulations, your summoned beast, the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Little Saint, has advanced to a legendary summoned beast, with attributes significantly enhanced. Little Saint, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Quality, Legendary, Level 5, Strength, 260 400, Constitution, 180 370, Agility, 200 370, Spirit, 240 370, Bloodline, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Mythical, Skills, Battle Combat Technique LV. 8. Super Tier, can be upgraded, Battle Saint Domain LV. 5. Super Tier, Indestructible Battle Saint LV. 5. Super Tier, Entry, Indestructible Battle Saint, Mythical Red. Wow, wow. There are no words to describe Jiang Chen's feelings right now. This is a level 5 summoned beast. Not only are the domain skills impressive, but the single target attack is also ridiculously high. Little Saint, my future happy days will depend on you. Jiang Chen excitedly stroked Little Saint's golden fur. Little Saint held its head high, letting out an excited cry. It could feel that it now possessed unparalleled power and was eager to find an opponent to battle. Beside them, Panda also sensed that his big brother seemed to have suddenly become much stronger, grinning foolishly. A night without conversation. The next morning, Jiang Chen left the hotel with Little Saint and Panda. As soon as they stepped out of the hotel, Jiang Chen saw a long line at the city gate. Professionals were jostling for position, clearly preparing to leave the city to hunt magical beasts. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly joined the end of the line. The waiting time was always long. Jiang Chen idly observed the professionals around him. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was clad in black armor, wielding a giant sword, with a stern face that commanded respect without anger. Jiang Chen could sense that this middle-aged man was a powerful professional, at least level 10 or above. This set of armor must cost at least 10 million. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man a few more times, and the man seemed to notice, looking back at Jiang Chen. Their eyes met, and a hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He could feel that the aura emanating from this young man was not weaker than his own. I didn't expect a level 5 summoner to possess such a powerful presence, the middle-aged man thought to himself. Jiang Chen ignored the middle-aged man's scrutiny, withdrew his gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed slowly, and finally, it was Jiang Chen's turn to leave the city. The soldier guarding the gate glanced at Jiang Chen, then widened his eyes. Level 5? Summoner? Are you kidding me? The gate soldier scrutinized Jiang Chen, then looked at the proof in his hand. Just you alone? Jiang Chen nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you sure you want to go out alone? The gate soldier looked worried. Absolutely, Jiang Chen replied firmly. The gate soldier hesitated for a moment but ultimately let Jiang Chen pass. Young man, be careful, the outside world is not a joke. The gate soldier cautioned. If you encounter a powerful magical beast, don't hesitate, just run. And you must return before dark. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Stepping out of the city gate, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The world outside the city is completely different from that inside. What meets the eye is a desolate scene. Dead trees stand tall, weeds grow rampant, and a decaying smell permeates the air. This is the outer area of the abyss of mountains and seas, two worlds divided by the city walls. Although it is merely the outskirts, the danger here should not be underestimated. It is said that if one is unlucky, they might stumble into a hidden dangerous dungeon. After leaving the city walls, Jiang Chen summoned Little Saint and Panda, and the three of them headed towards the dense forest. Not long after, Jiang Chen encountered his first magical beast. A spiky, mutated pangolin emerged from the ground, glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. Mutated pangolin, LV. 11 strength, 65 constitution, 60 agility, 50 spirit, 38 skills, drill impact, iron armor, charge as expected of the magical beasts outside the city, even a random one is above level 10. Little Saint, go! Little Saint dashed forward, the dawn spear in hand transforming into a streak of light, piercing through the mutated pangolin's defenses and killing it in one blow. Experience plus 100 for killing the mutated pangolin as expected of a wild dungeon, even a single magical beast gives so much experience. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the number of magical beasts began to increase. Faint sounds of battles from nearby adventurers could be heard. Jiang Chen instructed the monkey and the bear to split up and kill the magical beasts. This would maximize their efficiency in killing. Experience plus 100 for killing a level 10 mutated goblin. Obtained goblin leg bone, automatically placed in system backpack. Experience plus 120 for killing a level 11 mutated goblin leader. Watching the continuous stream of notifications and the rapidly rising experience bar, Jiang Chen knew he had come to the right place. But why were there so many goblins around? Had he stumbled into a goblin nest? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen recalled a few comics he had read in his past life. Goblins really deserve to die. He then directed Little Saint to confirm a direction and move towards the area with the most goblins. However, before they had gone halfway, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6 talent, infinite prismatic attribute extraction count plus 1. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had been in the wild for less than 10 minutes. As expected of a wild dungeon, the experience gained was substantial. However, these magical beasts shouldn't keep increasing in strength, otherwise, humanity wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jiang Chen called back Little Saint and Panda, and began to extract attributes. After all, being in such a dangerous place, having a bit more strength meant a bit more security. Extracting attributes, a colorful beam of light erupted from Jiang Chen, enveloping everything around him. Jiang Chen's gaze swept through the attributes, finally landing on a purple gold card. Stomach of the Glutton, purple gold attribute. The holder of this attribute can devour any material and convert it into their own energy. After devouring, they may randomly obtain a skill or attribute belonging to that material. When devouring mutated materials, there is a certain probability of triggering mutation. Evaluation, a blessing for foodies, eat, eat, eat. It was actually the legendary Glutton attribute. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he bestowed the stomach of the Glutton upon Panda. In the instant the attribute fused, Panda underwent a tremendous transformation. Its body swelled significantly, and the originally black and white fur faintly shimmered with purple light. A powerful devouring force emanated from Panda, and the surrounding air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Your beast, the Ninely Battle Beast, Panda, has activated the devouring stomach entry. Ninely Battle Beast, Panda, epic. Ninely Battle Beast, Panda, epic. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the panda's aura had become even stronger. Although it hadn't directly evolved into a legendary level like the Little Saint, it had still increased by 2 stars. At the same time, its attributes had also changed. Strength, 308, 360, Constitution, 320, 410, Speed, 289, 320, Spirit, 288, 330. From now on, any unnecessary materials can be directly tossed into Panda's belly. And I also have an extra storage space. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and threw the previously demonized pangolin's corpse in front of Panda. Panda understood and suddenly opened its mouth wide like a black hole, swallowing the pangolin's corpse in one gulp. Devoured demonized pangolin, gained attribute defense +3, wow, awesome. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The entry of the devouring stomach truly lived up to its name. Not only could it devour any material, but it could also randomly gain a skill or attribute belonging to that material. This was simply an incredible cheat. With this entry, Panda's combat power would undergo a qualitative enhancement. And this was just an ordinary magical beast. What kind of enhancement would it gain from devouring a more powerful magical beast? Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately took out all the items he had previously obtained for Panda to devour. Devoured demonized black bull, gained skill, barbaric charge. Devoured Xian frostgrass, gained attribute ice resistance +3. As Panda continued to devour, its size grew larger and larger. Originally 2 meters tall, Panda was now a full 2.5 meters. Moreover, a faint pressure emanated from Panda. This pressure made the surrounding magical beasts dare not approach. That's enough, rein in your aura. How are we supposed to hunt magical beasts like this? Jiang Chen kicked Panda's black and white rear. Panda understood its master's meaning and immediately restrained its imposing presence. Just as Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and prepared to delve deeper to hunt magical beasts again, suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the previous silence, a firelight ignited, and a bullet-emitting black light shot towards Jiang Chen from behind. Enemy attack. Under attack by a professional. Just as Jiang Chen received the alert, a flash of golden light appeared. Little Saint appeared behind Jiang Chen like a flash, swinging the dawn spear in his hand and splitting the bullet in two. Jiang Chen looked back and saw 2 figures emerging from the darkness. One held a sniper rifle similar to a Barrett, while the other carried a pair of battle axes. Jiang Chen immediately used detection. Detection result, unknown. Detection result, unknown. It was actually an unknown result. This indicated that the levels of these two had exceeded Jiang Chen by 10 levels. Lone Wolf, your shooting skills are lacking. You can't even kill a level 5 summoner. If this gets out, you'll probably be laughed at. The scarred man with the battle axes grinned. That monkey is not simple. Activate Plan B. The man called Lone Wolf put away the Barrett and drew 2 gleaming daggers. Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Chen coldly questioned. He hadn't offended anyone. He truly couldn't think of anyone who would want him dead. Hee, quite calm, aren't you? But, the dead don't need to know so much. The scarred man sneered and charged forward with his giant axe. Meanwhile, the dagger-wielding man had already slipped into the shadows. A glint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. No grievances, no grudges, and they wanted to take his life. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon? Little Saint, unleash the Battle Saint domain. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Little Saint, and a terrifying pressure radiated from its body. The space within 100 meters around the little saint became stagnant. In this domain, the enemy's speed and strength would be greatly diminished, while the little saint's speed and strength would be significantly enhanced. The scarred man and the lone wolf assassin immediately felt as if they were trapped like insects in amber, their speed painfully slow. Meanwhile, the little saint's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it charged in front of the scarred man. What? The scarred man's pupils constricted sharply as he attempted to swing his dual axes in defense. But to the little saint, his speed was no different from that of a snail. Thud! The dawn spear pierced directly through the scarred man's heart. The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell. Just as he collapsed, the lone wolf emerged from the shadows behind Jiang Chen, holding a dagger. Kid, don't expose your back to assassins in your next life. Before he could finish, he lunged toward Jiang Chen's back. But how could the Little Saint's fighting Saint domain be just for show? In the Little Saint's domain, the lone wolf assassin's speed was drastically reduced. Moreover, the buffs from the fighting Saint domain also applied to allies. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind swept in, and Panda appeared behind Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye, extending its massive paw to intercept the lone wolf mid-air. Then, like a basketball block, it slammed him hard to the ground. Boom! The lone wolf fell from the air, dazed and starry-eyed, losing all combat ability. Playing dead? Panda, wake him up. Roar! Panda responded excitedly, then approached the lone wolf, lifting him high like a wrestler. Bang! The lone wolf was slammed hard into the ground, instantly crying out in pain. Speak, who sent you? Jiang Chen asked coldly. The lone wolf gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. You won't pry anything out of me. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Panda, slap him. Panda raised its large paw like a fan, preparing to strike. The lone wolf's soul nearly left his body. If that paw came down, he would really die. I'll talk. It's the Gao family. The Gao family wants your life. The lone wolf shouted hurriedly, waving his hands, his legs trembling in fear. He couldn't understand how a level 6 summoned beast could so easily break through his defenses and kill him in an instant. The Gao family? Jiang Chen frowned. He had no acquaintance with the Gao family. Why would they want him dead? Why does the Gao family want to kill me? Jiang Chen pressed. The lone wolf trembled and pleaded, I don't know the specifics, I'm just doing my job for money. Big brother, please don't kill me, I swear I won't tell anyone about today. The lone wolf revealed everything he knew, desperate to save his life. Jiang Chen calmed down, realizing there must be secrets behind this that he was unaware of. Get lost. Thank you, big brother. The lone wolf immediately scrambled away, crawling and rolling in the direction of escape. However, he hadn't gone far when a pair of fluffy paws blocked his path. Looking up from the paws, he saw a golden monkey had cut off all his escape routes. Before he could finish, his voice was abruptly cut off. The last thing the lone wolf saw was a flash of crimson light blooming in his eyes. Ding! Killed the lone wolf, level 18, assassin, experience plus 1500. Ding! Killed the scarred man, level 17, warrior, experience plus 1200. I didn't expect these two to be so high level. It seems the Gao family has put in a lot of effort to kill me. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. Since the Gao family wants to kill him, he need not worry about any feelings. After searching the corpses, Jiang Chen had Xiao Shang set the scene ablaze to clean it up. He initially considered having Panda devour the remains, but that thought was quickly dismissed. One must have principles. If one resorts to any means to become stronger, how is that different from those magical beasts? However, the items on these guys can still be devoured by Panda. Jiang Chen had Panda consume all the equipment he found. After all, these items had unknown origins and couldn't be sold. Devoured equipment, armor-piercing axe, gained attribute, agility plus 5, devoured material, blood moon grass, gained attribute, constitution plus 2, devoured equipment, armor-breaking axe, gained skill, armor break slash. After Panda devoured all the items, its size surged once again, and its aura became even more powerful. A skill? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Panda, try out the skill. Upon hearing this, Panda let out a low growl, slowly forming a pair of blood-red battle axes in its hands. Then, Panda swung the axes fiercely, sending a blood-red axe light shooting out, instantly splitting a large tree in the distance in half, while also turning a passing goblin behind it into mush. Kill Goblin LVE. 8, experience plus 80, current level 6, 86%, not bad in power. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. After devouring the armor-breaking axe, Panda not only gained the armor break slash skill but also inherited the armor breaking attribute of the axe. This was undoubtedly a significant boost for Panda. Moreover, as long as it continued to devour, Panda would gain more attributes and skills. Attacking the 10,000 flower bear? Jiang Chen had already envisioned the direction of Panda's evolution. Regaining his focus, Jiang Chen continued deeper into the forest. For some reason, the further he went, the darker it became. It was clearly daytime, yet it was nearly impossible to see his hand in front of his face. Could I really be so lucky as to encounter a hidden dungeon? No way, no way. In the city of Tiandu, at the Gao family villa. In the resplendent hall, a red-haired youth was gently polishing a battle axe in his hand. At that moment, a butler in uniform pushed the door open and entered. Young master, the assassin has been arranged and is likely completing the task now. Upon hearing this, the red-haired youth's lips curled into a cruel arc. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to dare refuse the special invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association. Refusing the special invitation is one thing, but you even dared to leave the city alone. If you don't die, who will? The red-haired youth was none other than Gao Yang, the eldest son of the Gao family, an A-grade talent awakener. But young master, he's just a civilian summoner. Why go to such lengths? It should be noted that in Huaxia, privately assassinating professionals is a capital offense. If discovered, even the Gao family would have to pay a price. Butler Lu, sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously and continued polishing the battle axe. Beside him lay a document, prominently displaying the words S-Class Resources in bright red. At this moment, outside the city, deep in the forest. Successfully killed a mutated goblin LVE. 10. Experience plus 100. Successfully killed a mutated elite goblin LVE. 11. Experience plus 300. Successfully killed a mutated giant vanguard LVE. 12. Experience plus 500. As one person, one monkey, and one bear ventured deeper, they encountered more and more goblins, with their levels increasing as well. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's experience bar was nearly full. This was mainly due to the ample experience brought by the previous two professionals, otherwise, the progress wouldn't have been so fast. However, because of the excessive depth, the surroundings were almost swallowed by darkness, with visibility less than half a meter. It was clearly noon, yet it was frighteningly dark. This greatly affected Jiang Chen's leveling speed. Moreover, in the darkness, there was a high possibility of unseen dangers lurking. It would be great if I had a detection attribute entry. Jiang Chen secretly cursed in his heart. Due to his insufficient level, many things could not be detected. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering, a series of prompt sounds echoed in his ears, flooding the screen. Successfully killed a demonized and egg LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Successfully killed a demonized and egg LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Successfully killed a demonized and egg LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 7. Talent Infinite Colorful Attribute Extraction times plus 1. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out that Little Saint had just burned an entire armored ant nest, bringing him a massive amount of experience. Without delay, Jiang Chen directly extracted an attribute. He had a premonition that he would definitely draw a support attribute this time. Extracting attribute, a colorful beam of light erupted from Jiang Chen, enveloping everything around him. Finally, a golden-orange attribute appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the Golden Orange Legendary Attribute Illusory Fire Eye. Illusory Fire Eye, Golden Orange Legendary Attribute. The holder of this attribute can see through illusions, perceive 1,000 miles, be immune to any illusions and mental control, and gain a certain degree of rebound effect. Evaluation, a pair of fiery eyes, seeing through illusions, unparalleled in the world. Ding, detected that this attribute is a support attribute and can be granted to the summoner himself. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. This was the support attribute he had always wanted. The Illusory Fire Eye not only could see through illusions and perceive 1,000 miles but also could immunize against any illusions and mental control. This was simply a divine skill for a summoner. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly granted the Illusory Fire Eye to himself. At the moment the attribute integrated, Jiang Chen felt a burning sensation in his eyes, as if a flame was igniting within his gaze. His vision became clearer, as if he could see through everything around him. Your Illusory Fire Eye attribute is now active. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that he could see farther now, and everything around him became clearer. Even the goblins hidden in the darkness could not escape his sight. Although it's not exactly the Eye of Fire and Gold, it's pretty close. Now I don't have to be afraid of the dark anymore. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the Illusory Fire Eye, his combat power had risen another level. Jiang Chen continued to lead Little Saint and Panda deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the surrounding darkness grew denser. However, with the Illusory Fire Eye, Jiang Chen could easily see everything around him. Little Saint and Panda both had innate spiritual eyes. Although not as powerful as his Illusory Fire Eye, they could still see the goblins around them quite easily. So it turns out the weakling was actually me? Suddenly, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. His illusory fire eye spotted a group of pitch-black goblins attacking several human women not far ahead, among a pile of rubble. Hiss, why does this feel a bit familiar? Jiang Chen immediately activated the illusory fire eye. Dark Goblin type, Abyss-eroded beast level, 13 strength, 80 constitution, 80 speed, 80 spirit, 40 unique passive, demonization. When health drops below 10%, all attributes increase by 20%, and they enter a frenzy, doubling attack speed and speed. Skills: Goblin Charge, Demonization Erosion, Club Strike Demonized Goblin? With just level 13 attributes, their combat power was not weaker than that of warriors of the same level. Moreover, they were truly beasts eroded by the abyss. How strong would a real abyssal beast be? No wonder, since the abyss descended, even if humans awakened their professions, they still found it difficult to resist the erosion of the abyss. It was only after the emergence of the top 10 legends of Huaxia that the situation for humanity gradually improved. But Jiang Chen didn't think much and immediately directed Xiao Shang and Pang De to rescue the people, to steal the monsters. At this moment, a 3-woman team was surrounded by 5 dark goblins. The 3 of them were all around level 15 on average. Even so, dealing with 5 dark goblins at the same time was quite challenging. Due to the demonic transformation passive, their attacks were severely restricted. Try to maneuver with the dark goblins, don't trigger the demonic mechanism, a woman with a dark green longbow calmly commanded. Don't move yet, wait for me to draw enough aggro before you all focus fire. With each shot she fired, she hit different vital points of the goblins, instantly drawing the aggro of 3 dark goblins to herself. Prepare. After the woman shot 3 arrows at once, she immediately retreated, and the other 2 girls understood and used their skills simultaneously. One girl wielding a knight's sword glowed with a silver halo and slashed horizontally. Intermediate, a girl holding a healing staff finished chanting a spell, granting her teammates healing and a shield. Healing spell Holy Shield Charge. Gale Slash. Jungle Arrow. The archer girl continuously shot green arrows from a distance. The knight girl charged into the dark goblins, swinging her sword with grace. The priest girl followed closely behind, continuously healing the knight girl to ensure her survivability. They had practiced this combination countless times, believing they could perfectly kill the dark goblins. But they forgot one thing: the demonic transformation of the dark goblins was unstoppable and had a certain damage reduction. With a low growl, the health of 3 dark goblins suddenly dropped to 10%, triggering the demonic transformation passive. Immediately, the speed and attack of the 3 goblins surged, and the night girl fell into crisis. Run, retreat. Seeing the situation was dire, the archer girl shouted urgently, but it was too late. One of the transformed dark goblins lunged at the priest girl, knocking her away with a single blow. With a tearing sound, although the girl dodged the fatal blow in time, her arm still suffered some injuries. Blood oozed from her snow-white forearm. Not good, quickly save Xiao Xiao. At that critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared. A golden monkey appeared in front of the priest girl out of nowhere. It was Xiao Shang. Battle Mage erupted instantly. Xiao Shang was surrounded by flames, filled with fighting spirit. The dawn spear pierced through the air and directly impaled the goblin. Who is attacking from the shadows? The remaining dark goblin that had not transformed reacted quickly, realizing the attacker was a monkey. Is it a summoned beast? The 3 dark goblins surrounding the night girl and the archer girl, upon hearing the attacker was a summoned beast, turned to look at Xiao Shang simultaneously. Die! Roar! The 3 dark goblins roared and pounced at Xiao Shang. Roar! Just then, a roar echoed, and a majestic black and white giant bear descended from the sky. Pang Da's massive body crashed down like a mountain, slamming into the center of the 3 dark goblins. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying impact sent the 3 dark goblins flying, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping, instantly turning into streaks of black light. So strong! The 3 girls stared in shock. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 5 frenzied dark goblins were killed in an instant. For a moment, the 3 girls felt their hearts racing. Who on earth could kill level 13 dark goblins so easily? It should be noted that the strength of the transformed dark goblins was comparable to level 16 professionals. The one who just saved us seems to be a summoned beast. Summoned beast? When did the military district have such a strong summoner? Just as they were puzzled, they saw a tall boy walking towards them. Look, that must be the summoner who saved us. The priestess girl pointed in a direction, and the 2 girls quickly turned to look. As the figure of the boy gradually became clear, the 3 of them were instantly dumbfounded, their minds blank. Don't tell me, the one who just one-shot the dark goblin is a level 7 summoner. Kill Dark Goblin LVE. 13. Experience plus 250 kill Dark Goblin LV. 13. Experience plus 250 kill Dark Goblin LV. 13. Experience plus 250. A series of notification sounds rang out, but Jiang Chen paid no attention to the three girls' astonished expressions. He stepped forward to collect the loot and asked, "Sorry, it was windy just now, I didn't catch what you were saying. It seems you should be from the military district?" Jiang Chen glanced at the three girls' matching uniforms and deduced that they were indeed from the military district. After all, with the illusory fire eye, he could see all their attributes and information. Lu Jia Profession Info Rare Profession Phantom Archer Level 18 Second Tier Attributes Strength 120 plus 50 Constitution 106 plus 40 Agility 140 plus 46 Spirit 125 plus 10. The values in parentheses are equipment attribute bonuses. Skills Jungle Archery LV. 4. Intermediate Elf Step LV. 2. Intermediate Equipment Elf Longbow Silver Elf Boots Silver. Potential Assessment Excellent Personal Info Age 21 Affiliation Captain of the 3rd Women's Team of the Southern Military District of Tindu City. Personal Interests Likes cute animals like puppies and kittens. Ideal Type Ambitious and patriotic. Measurements 90, 60, 91. Hiss, what a terrifying woman. Upon seeing the measurements, Jiang Chen quickly closed his illusory fire eye. It was almost inappropriate for children. However, this Lu Jia really had something. Jiang Chen swore it was because of Lu Jia's talent. Definitely not because she was the biggest among the three. But this also indirectly proved the power of the illusory fire eye. It could not only detect professions and equipment but also reveal the weaknesses of enemies. Just missing the underwear. Could it see that too? We are the 3rd Women's Team of the Southern Military District. I am their captain, Lu Jia. Lu Jia broke the brief silence and extended her white, jade-like hand. Ahem, my name is Jiang Chen, a high school student. Jiang Chen shook Lu Jia's hand gently and smiled. Hello, Captain Lu. Lu Jia felt the warmth of Jiang Chen's palm, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand. She had just experienced a strange feeling. It was as if her entire being was seen through by someone, making her a bit sensitive for a moment. You are a high school student? Jiang Chen, you truly are a young hero. With level 7 strength, you were able to one-shot a group of level 13 dark goblins. Your future is limitless. The two female team members behind her exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Chen looked like he had just changed jobs not long ago and had already reached level 7. Not only was he exceptionally talented and powerful, but he also looked quite good, naturally earning their favor. Hee, just lucky, that's all. Jiang Chen quickly changed the subject and asked, "So, how did you end up here? I should be a bit older than you, so just call me Lu Jia Jia." Lu Jia chuckled lightly. "We were ordered to come and scout the situation here. As you just saw, this place seems to have been completely eroded by the abyss. Once a certain area is eroded by the abyss, it will spread in a very short time. If it enters human territory and happens to go unnoticed, the consequences would be unimaginable." I see. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the abyss erosion was very dangerous, it also presented an opportunity. A brand new abyss dungeon is about to appear. Jiang Chen, you must be here to level up. I advise you not to go any further, Lu Jia reminded. The areas inside will become increasingly dangerous, and there may even be monsters above level 20. We need to return to report to the military district. Why not come with us? Yeah, it's very dangerous ahead. Little brother should go back with his sister, the others chimed in. Faced with the invitation from the beauties, Jiang Chen decisively refused. Since it's dangerous inside, I won't go in, but I still want to level up. Since it's dangerous here, I'll just find another place. After saying that, he ignored the pleading looks from the three girls and walked away without looking back. What a strange guy. But he's quite handsome. His talent isn't bad either. Watching Jiang Chen's figure grow distant, the girls whispered among themselves. After all, it's extremely rare for a high school student to venture out alone to level up. Most would have companions. What? Have you taken a liking to him so soon? Lu Jia interrupted their chatter sternly. Shouldn't you hurry back to submit the mission? If you're late, it could be a big deal. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already slipped deeper into the shadows. He even brushed past Lu Jia and the others, but it was too dark for them to notice him. How could Jiang Chen miss the chance to encounter a wild abyss dungeon? He walked, stopped, and continuously killed the monsters he encountered. As his level increased, the strength of Xiao Shang and Panda also grew stronger. Especially Xiao Shang, whose power surged significantly after merging with the Immortal Battle Saint attribute. Now, it could easily take down level 15 monsters in an instant. Panda's defense was even more outrageous, even level 15 monsters couldn't shake it at all. As he ventured deeper, Jiang Chen discovered a massive cave. At the entrance of the cave, a group of level 14 mutated goblins was guarding it. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen commanded Xiao Shang and Panda to charge forward. With the illusory fire eye, Jiang Chen could quickly identify the weaknesses of the mutated goblins. He could eliminate them before they went berserk. In no time, the group of mutated goblins was wiped out. Jiang Chen entered the cave and found a whole new world inside. The cave was spacious, filled with oddly shaped stalagmites and stone pillars. In the center of the cave stood a gigantic black altar. The altar was covered in dense runes. Jiang Chen could feel that these runes contained immense power. Could this be the dungeon entrance? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, a prompt sounded. Danger ahead, please proceed with caution. Danger ahead, please proceed with caution. Looks like I'm in the right place. Jiang Chen immediately activated the illusory fire eye and scanned the area, quickly discovering the truth. It turned out that the altar was just a distraction. The real dungeon entrance was that stone pillar. Gua gua, how could the abyss dungeons be hidden now? Jiang Chen walked a few steps to the stone pillar and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted. The next moment, Jiang Chen, Xiao Shang, and Panda disappeared from their spot. Ding, hidden dungeon discovered, abyssal cavern. Do you wish to enter? Yes. Jiang Chen chose to enter without hesitation. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chen, Xiao Shang, and Panda found themselves in a dark, damp cave. The walls of the cave were covered with stones emitting a green glow, illuminating everything around. Is this the abyss? Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling a bit surprised. This place was completely different from what he had imagined the abyss to be. There was no crimson hue, nor the expected heat. All that existed was darkness, dampness, and roar. A roar echoed from deep within the cave, shaking loose stones that fell from the ceiling. Jiang Chen turned towards the sound, and instead of the imagined goblin, he saw a massive abyssal troll charging towards him. The abyssal troll was a deep purple-black, standing at a height of 3.5 meters, with bulging muscles and wielding a gigantic stone pillar. It had a single horn on its head, which glimmered with a chilling light. Activating the illusory fire eye. Abyssal beast, demonized, level 17 strength, 200 constitution, 180 agility, 150 spirit, 120 skills, abyssal fury, abyssal devour, abyssal shock, level 17? Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful beast right after entering the dungeon. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was merely a source of experience points. Little Saint, Panda, go! With Jiang Chen's command, Little Saint and Panda charged forward immediately. Little Saint wielded the Dawn Spear, moving like a golden streak of light, aiming for the vital points of the demonized abyssal beast. Panda swung his fists, striking at the beast's head. The demonized abyssal beast let out a furious roar, activating Abyssal Fury, sending a powerful shockwave towards Little Saint and Panda. They were knocked back by the shockwave but quickly regained their footing. In the next moment, Little Saint activated the Saint's battle domain, significantly reducing the speed and strength of the demonized abyssal beast, while also hard controlling it for several seconds. With the enhancement of the battle domain, his attributes doubled instantly. But that wasn't all. Little Saint was engulfed in flames, activating the superclass battle technique, causing all attributes to double again. At that moment, Little Saint's combat power reached an astonishing level. He swung the Dawn Spear, piercing through the demonized abyssal beast's horn. Minus 25,000 blood gushed out, and the demonized abyssal beast let out a piercing scream. Under Little Saint's cover, Panda unleashed the metal rule, manipulating the surrounding metal to form a silver cage, trapping the abyssal beast securely. Then, bloodlight gathered in his palms, transforming into a pair of blood-red battle axes. The Void Slash was activated. The blood-red battle axes instantly turned into two streaks of bloodlight, striking the silver cage. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the cage shattered, and a red number of 13,000 appeared above the abyssal beast's head. What a thick health bar! Is this what a level 17 abyssal beast looks like? Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Fortunately, he was more skilled. In his view, it was either a one-hit kill or he was at a disadvantage. However, due to the hard control of the battle domain, the demonized abyssal beast had yet to react. Little Saint and Panda quickly rushed in to deliver finishing blows. Little Saint's Dawn Spear transformed into streaks of light, continuously piercing the body of the demonized abyssal beast. Panda's Void Slash tore the demonized abyssal beast into pieces. Ultimately, the abyssal troll let out a reluctant roar and fell to the ground. Kill Abyssal Troll level 17, experience plus 350 Abyssal Bow, Silver Grade attack power plus 30, speed plus 20, bow and arrow skill damage plus 10%, with the skill combo, usable by level 15 bow and arrow classes. Obtained abyssal blood, automatically placed in system backpack. Obtained troll horn, automatically placed in system backpack. Jiang Chen hurriedly approached to loot the abyssal troll's corpse. Abyssal blood was an alchemical material that could be used to create various powerful potions. The troll horn was a good material for crafting weapons. The equipment was decent, but Jiang Chen couldn't use it. After all, he wasn't a free agent who could use anything. Jiang Chen stored these materials and continued deeper into the cave. The cave grew increasingly spacious, and after walking a distance, they discovered a vast underground space. In the center of the underground space was a massive blood pool. The blood pool bubbled with boiling fresh blood, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Surrounding the blood pool stood a dozen abyssal trolls. Hiss, this is a bit troublesome, Jiang Chen frowned, not expecting there to be so many abyssal trolls here. Moreover, these abyssal trolls were all at least level 15 or higher. With so many abyssal trolls, taking them down one by one would likely be a hassle. But it was just a bit of a hassle. If he could clear out these abyssal beasts, he might just reach level 8. Activate the damage boost of the Eternal Ring. Accompanied by a burst of light, Jiang Chen granted damage boost buffs to Xiao Shang and Panda. A 30% damage increase was quite appealing. You've been enhanced, go! At the command, the monkey and the bear transformed into two streaks of lightning, one gold and one white, charging into the battlefield. Boom! In just one encounter, an abyssal beast was pierced through the head by Xiao Shang, instantly killed. No other reason, just sheer numerical superiority. Panda was not to be outdone either. His towering body descended from the sky, delivering a powerful palm strike to an abyssal beast. What the hell, Kung Fu Panda? Jiang Chen exclaimed. It seemed Panda had gradually developed his own fighting style through continuous devouring and learning. Meanwhile, the battle continued around the blood pool. 8 abyssal trolls surrounded Xiao Shang, while Panda faced off against 7 abyssal trolls. In the next moment, golden light flickered, and the Saint's domain was unleashed. Centered around Xiao Shang, the space within 100 meters became stagnant. Xiao Shang wielded the Dawn Spear, striking like a dragon, creating a fiery tornado that engulfed 4 abyssal beasts, burning them fiercely. Then, he charged into the remaining 4 abyssal beasts, quickly reaching the front of an abyssal troll. Put! The Dawn Spear pierced directly through the heart of the abyssal troll. Minus 20,000. A massive damage number popped up above the abyssal troll's head. The abyssal troll let out a scream and fell. After killing the abyssal troll, Xiao Shang did not stop but continued to rush towards the next one. With the enhancement of the Saint's domain, Xiao Shang moved like a war god, darting back and forth in the confined space. With each pass, he stirred up a storm, taking away the health of an abyssal beast. Panda's fighting style was quite different. Panda manipulated the metal laws, donning a layer of silver-black battle armor. With the enhancement of the Overlord blood armor, Panda's physical defense was extremely high, and his strength was absurdly powerful. Wielding a blood-red battle axe, he struck the abyssal trolls like heavy artillery, continuously bombarding them. At the same time, the armor-piercing effect of the blood-red battle axe was in play. The defenses of the abyssal trolls crumbled like paper before the blood-red axe. Continuous bursts of bloodlight erupted from the abyssal beasts. The abyssal beast trapped in the cage created by Panda using the metal laws screamed in agony but could not escape. Panda, unleash your ultimate. At Jiang Chen's command, Panda ceased his attacks. He stomped his foot, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, the bodies of the abyssal trolls became sluggish. This was a new skill Panda obtained after devouring the corrupted abyssal beast's Earthquake. The effect of Earthquake was to reduce the speed and strength of surrounding enemies, along with an armor-piercing effect. With the enhancements of the Eternal Ring and the Saint's Domain, Panda's strike drastically lowered the attributes and mobility of the abyssal beasts to an astonishing degree. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shang charged into the group of abyssal trolls, wielding the Dawn Spear, which danced like flowing light, piercing through the bodies of the abyssal trolls. Minus 35,000, minus 32,000, minus 36,000. Huge damage numbers popped up above the heads of the abyssal trolls. In just 2 minutes, more than a dozen abyssal beasts turned into corpses, transforming into experience points. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to level 8. Infinite Prismatic Attribute Talent triggered, Attribute Extraction Count +1. Meanwhile, in Tian City, the Southern Military District. Tian City is divided into Northern and Southern military districts, responsible for monitoring the abyssal erosion outside the city and handling related abyssal incidents. After Lu Jia and his companions learned the direction of the abyssal erosion, they hurried back to the Southern Military District, finally returning within half an hour. Captain Lu, you're back? The gate guard greeted Lu Jia immediately upon seeing him, opening the door to welcome him. Where is the battalion commander? I have urgent matters to report. Lu Jia panted, his expression anxious. Battalion commander? The soldier thought for a moment and then said, the battalion commander is in the central tent, seems to be discussing something. It looks like, upon hearing the battalion commander's location, Lu Jia didn't wait to hear more and rushed towards the central tent. At this moment, inside the central tent, several people were intently watching the central electronic screen. The screen was flashing a glaring red dot. The demonic abyssal dungeon has appeared. We must send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. I will personally send someone. Mayor Lin will be responsible for guarding the rear. Any objections? Battalion Commander Guo Feiping scanned the room and said in a deep voice. The appearance of this abyssal dungeon was very strange. If not dealt with in time, the beasts within the dungeon might emerge to wreak havoc, endangering the surrounding practitioners. It's just an abyssal dungeon, there's no need to worry so much. Lin Chuan waved his hand. If it really comes to it, I'll go myself. He had originally come to the military district to trade for materials that could revive soul sparks, but unexpectedly encountered the appearance of the abyssal dungeon. To send Mayor Lin to handle just one abyssal dungeon, doesn't that make our military district seem incompetent? Guo Feiping did not agree with his idea. After all, things had not been peaceful around Tian City lately. If the strongest individual was absent, who knows what major incidents might occur. He had a vague feeling that the appearance of this abyssal dungeon was definitely not as simple as it seemed. At that moment, the tent was pushed open, and a dusty figure walked in. Report, Battalion Commander, the 3rd female squad has discovered abyssal erosion in the northwest, and the level of the eroded beasts has already reached level 15. Lu Jia wasted no time and immediately reported the location of the abyssal dungeon. In the military district, any information regarding abyssal erosion could be directly reported to the highest command. What? Level 15 beasts? Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan exclaimed simultaneously. Level 15 beasts, even for these strong individuals, could not be taken lightly. Once an abyssal dungeon reaches level 15 or above, it is highly likely that a level 20 abyssal leader will appear. The difficulty of an abyssal leader is comparable to that of a level 25 boss. Highly intelligent and exceptionally powerful, they pose a serious threat. There had been incidents in the past where an abyssal leader had eroded a city. Lu Jia, are you sure they are level 15 beasts? Guo Feiping asked solemnly. Reporting to the battalion commander, we saw it with our own eyes, there's absolutely no mistake. Lu Jia replied firmly. Alright, we'll head there immediately. Before long, a group led by Lu Jia arrived at the site of the abyssal erosion. As soon as they arrived, the abyssal detector began to sound alerts. However, when they reached a cave, their hearts sank, because someone had already entered this abyssal dungeon. Once someone enters an abyssal dungeon, it will not reopen until the entrant either clears it or dies. What's going on? I clearly remember evacuating the surrounding crowd. Lu Jia furrowed his delicate brows, but after a moment, she seemed to think of something and murmured to herself, it can't really be him, right? Captain Lu, do you know who the person inside is? Guo Feiping asked. I also want to know which brave soul dared to enter the abyss dungeon, Lin Chuan chimed in. Since Lin Chuan insisted on coming along, Guo Feiping had no choice. Here's what happened. Lu Jia slowly recounted the events that had taken place not long ago. When they heard that a level 7 summoner had killed a level 15 dark goblin in an instant, everyone in the military district, including Guo Feiping, fell silent. If it weren't for their familiarity with Lu Jia, they would have surely thought she was lying. Summoners, let alone fighting above their level, would struggle even against opponents of the same level. Initially, when Lin Chuan heard about a level 7 killing a level 15, he was amazed. But when he learned it was a summoner, his smile froze. Are you saying that summoner likely stumbled into the abyss dungeon? Lin Chuan's tone rose. Is that summoner tall, handsome, a bit cynical, and has a monkey as a summoned beast? Yes, exactly as Mayor Lin described. Lu Jia nodded eagerly. What the heck, how dare that kid enter the abyss dungeon? Is he trying to get himself killed? Lin Chuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Guo Feiping's expression was also grave. If such a talented young man were to die in the abyss dungeon, it would be a tremendous loss. After all, you can't be resurrected in the abyss dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, just leveled up, Jiang Chen looked joyfully at his experience bar. Level 8, 20%. The recent batch of abyss monsters not only brought him a large amount of experience but also dropped a skill book along with numerous spirit crystals and materials. Intermediate mage skill book Rockfall, learnable at level 13, low-level spirit crystal times 10, abysser times 3, abyss giant horn times 8. As expected of the abyss dungeon, the drop rate is quite high. Outside, a low-level spirit crystal is worth 100,000. And as for Abyss materials, the price is even higher. Anything related to the Abyss won't be cheap. This is also why professionals know the Abyss dungeon is dangerous but still rush to enter. After all, they need to make a living. This skill book is useless to me. I might as well give it to Pang De. Jiang Chen casually tossed the skill book into Pang Da's mouth. Although it showed that it could be used at level 13, it didn't indicate that it couldn't be consumed below level 13. Stomach of the Glutton devoured Rockfall book, did not learn the skill, strength plus 3, earth magic resistance plus 5%, not bad. Even though he didn't gain a skill, a slight increase in resistance is better than nothing. After feeding some food to Pang De and Xiao Shang, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands and began to extract new attributes. Extracting attributes. A colorful beam of light erupted from Jiang Chen, enveloping everything around him. Jiang Chen's gaze swept through these attributes and finally settled on a gold-green card. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Integration, gold-green legendary attribute. The holder of this attribute possesses an extraordinary learning ability, able to integrate various knowledge and skills, significantly increasing learning speed, and greatly enhancing the success rate when comprehending new skills. Evaluation, a genius's standard configuration, a treasure trove of knowledge. Wow, how green. Jiang Chen immediately shifted the gold-green attribute slightly downward. After some exploration, Jiang Chen vaguely understood the rules of attribute extraction. Generally speaking, orange, purple, and black attributes are combat-oriented. In contrast, green, white, and blue attributes tend to be supportive. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and felt that this, integration, was more suitable for Pang De. Xiao Shang's talent and comprehension ability were already extremely high, adding more integration was merely icing on the cake. But Pang De was different. It could infinitely devour new skills through the stomach of the glutton. However, relying solely on Pang Da's original comprehension ability, achieving a result greater than the sum of its parts would require a significant amount of effort. If it were combat skills, it would be fine, but if it were magical or assassin-type skills, one could only say that each field has its own expertise. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly bestowed integration upon Pang De. The moment the entry was integrated, Pang Da's body underwent a tremendous transformation. This time, Pang Da's size did not increase, but its fur became even deeper in color. Its originally clear and bright eyes suddenly gained a hint of profundity, as if it had grown from 8 to 18 overnight. Your summoned beast, the Ninely Battle Beast, Pang De, has activated the integration entry. Ninely Battle Beast, Pang De Epic. Ninely Battle Beast, Pang De Epic. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Pang Da's aura had become much stronger. Although it did not directly level up, it was far more powerful than a direct upgrade. Strength, 348, 430, Constitution, 358, 445, Speed, 303, 380, Spirit, 296, 380. Is this what a genius panda looks like? Jiang Chen looked Pang De up and down. Although there were no apparent changes in appearance, it felt like it had changed a lot. As Jiang Chen observed Pang De, he noticed it now looked more agile, with a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. Pang De, quickly try out your new ability, Jiang Chen urged. Upon hearing this, Pang De excitedly nodded, then walked aside, closed its eyes, and began to comprehend the new skill. Golden light flowed around its body, and runes danced in the air around it. After a moment, Pang De opened its eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. Your summoned beast, the Ninely Battle Beast, Pang De, has integrated earthquake and metal laws, learning the Metal Earth skill, Metal Earth Explosion. Roar! Pang De let out a roar, and its two massive claws slammed down onto the ground. The earth trembled violently, and countless metal fragments flew up from the ground, coalescing in the air into a gigantic metal ball. Boom! The metal ball crashed down, creating a massive pit in the ground. A level 15 phantasmal abyss troll nearby was directly smashed into meat paste by the Metal Earth Explosion. Wow, what kind of skill is this? It's so powerful! Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Pang De had actually fused earthquake and metal laws into a brand new skill, and its power was even greater. This integration entry truly lived up to its name. With this entry, Pang Da's combat power had risen to a new level. Moreover, it could develop different counter skills based on various battles in the future. Pang De, you really are a genius. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. Upon hearing this, Pang De grinned widely, revealing a simple and honest smile. It walked over to Jiang Chen, nudging its head against his arm, seemingly seeking recognition. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, along with Xiao Shang and Pang De, continued to delve deeper into the underground space. The space became increasingly spacious, but there weren't many abyssal beasts. It seemed that the abyssal beasts on this level had already been cleared out. After walking a bit further, Jiang Chen discovered several enormous stone pillars. The pillars were carved with various runes, exuding an ancient aura. Could these stone pillars be the mechanisms of this place? Jiang Chen activated his illusory fire eye, and everything around him appeared transparent under its gaze. He approached one of the stone pillars and reached out to touch it. Instantly, a light illuminated the pillar, and then it slowly moved, revealing a dark entrance. It seems this is the entrance to the next level. Jiang Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately stepped into the cave entrance. Ding! You have entered the second layer of the abyssal cave. Warning, there is an abyssal lord on this layer, extremely dangerous, please explore with caution. Jiang Chen and Little Saint Panda followed the cave entrance to the second layer. The second layer was a more spacious area, with countless torches embedded in the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the space stood a massive altar. On the altar coiled a gigantic fire dragon. The fire dragon was entirely crimson, engulfed in raging flames, exuding a terrifying pressure. What the hell? It's a dragon! Jiang Chen immediately activated his illusory fire eye. Abyssal Nightmare, Lord, Boss, Level, 20, Strength, 538 plus, 68, Constitution, 488 plus, 58, Speed, 360 plus, 90, Spirit, 510 plus, 95, Skills, Illusory Dreamscape, Nightmare Space, Illusory Descent, currently in descent state, gaining partial skills of the illusory target, Flame Rest, Flame Claw. What terrifying skills! Jiang Chen's pupils slightly contracted as he saw the boss's attributes. It seemed that this fire dragon was the illusory form of the abyssal nightmare. But this is just too damn perverse, right? Not only is it a numerical monster, but its skills are also outrageous. Moreover, Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that abyssal lords are highly intelligent beings. Some abyssal lords possess wisdom that is even comparable to humans. Little Saint, Panda, be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with, Jiang Chen warned. Upon hearing this, Little Saint and Panda immediately became vigilant. The abyssal fire dragon slowly opened its eyes and looked at Jiang Chen and the others. The moment it saw Jiang Chen, a flash of killing intent crossed its eyes. Roar! The abyssal fire dragon let out a furious roar, opening its massive maw and spewing forth a torrent of flames. The flames came crashing down, instantly engulfing Jiang Chen and the others. In this moment of crisis, Panda immediately stepped forward. Integration was activated instantly. The ground trembled violently, and a towering stone tablet rose from the earth, blocking all the flames. Seeing its attack thwarted, the abyssal fire dragon's eyes flashed with confusion. It did not expect that this small summoning beast could withstand its attack. Roar! The abyssal fire dragon roared again, its flames surging even more fiercely. Its body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a small mountain. Looking at the fire dragon, now the size of a small mountain, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected of an abyssal boss, its skills are indeed perverse. Human, take a step forward, and die. At this moment, the fire dragon actually spoke human words. Its voice was hoarse and deep, filled with endless killing intent. Strange, abyssal lords and professionals are usually enemies who see each other with hostility. How could it be so kind as to let me go? Jiang Chen immediately activated his illusory fire eye, trying to find some clues. Sure enough, under the gaze of the illusory fire eye, the fire dragon's weakness was quickly discovered by Jiang Chen. Abyssal Nightmare lacks proficiency with the Dream Descent target, and the duration will be greatly reduced. Goodness, it turns out to be a bully relying on its strength. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately applied damage-boosting buffs to Little Saint and Panda. Let's go, slay the dragon today. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, Little Saint and Panda charged forward together. Little Saint wielded the Dawn Spear, flames swirling around the spear tip, aimed directly at the heart of the fire dragon. Panda manipulated the laws of metal, condensing the surrounding metal fragments into a massive metal warhammer, smashing it toward the fire dragon's head. Facing the attacks of Little Saint and Panda, the fire dragon roared to the sky, its flames burning even more fiercely. It swung its enormous dragon claws, striking at Little Saint and Panda. However, both Little Saint and Panda's speed and strength far exceeded that of the fire dragon. Little Saint unleashed the Saint of Battle domain, significantly reducing the speed and power of the fire dragon. Within the Saint of Battle domain, Little Saint and Panda were like war gods, unstoppable. Little Saint's Dawn Spear pierced through the fire dragon's scales, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Panda's metal warhammer struck with tremendous force, each blow eliciting a cry of agony from the fire dragon. Enraged, the fire dragon attacked Little Saint and Panda frantically. However, its attacks were easily dodged by them. Damn human ants, you are forcing me. Seeing that it could do nothing against Little Saint and Panda, a look of determination flashed in the fire dragon's eyes. Skill, Nightmare Space activated. It opened its massive jaws and spewed forth a cloud of black mist. The black mist quickly spread, enveloping Little Saint and Panda. Not good, this is Nightmare Space. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Nightmare Space was a domain skill of the Abyss Nightmare. Once trapped within, one would fall into a nightmare. In the nightmare, the power of the Abyss Nightmare would be greatly enhanced, and it could even summon beasts that the Abyss Nightmare had once envisioned. Little Saint, Panda, be careful, Jiang Chen warned. However, it was clear that his concern was unnecessary. Little Saint's Immortal Saint of Battle provided complete resistance to mental attacks. Meanwhile, Panda's defenses had been maximized through continuous absorption in the gluttonous stomach. How is this possible? The Abyss Nightmare, seeing these 2 weak summons remain unscathed in its nightmare space, began to doubt itself. Little Saint directly used the Immortal Saint of Battle. Finish this quickly. Upon receiving the command, Little Saint activated the Immortal Saint of Battle mode. Immortal Saint of Battle, unique passive, immune to 1 fatal attack. Active, maintain health at 1 for 60 seconds, all attributes increase by 500%, immune to all control effects, critical hit rate increased by 100%, critical damage increased by 100%, cooldown time 5 hours. After activating the Immortal Saint of Battle, Jiang Chen saw Little Saint's health drop instantly to 1 point. But its attributes skyrocketed past the 1000 mark. Boom! A tremendous battle intent radiated from Little Saint, spreading outward. At the same time, the Battle Law and Saint of Battle domain were once again enhanced. Little Saint's attributes surged again. At this moment, Little Saint's body shone with golden light, overflowing with battle intent, its fur standing on end, resembling a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? The Abyss Nightmare felt the aura emanating from Little Saint, a chill running down its spine, its heart trembling, and it immediately wanted to flee. But how could it escape Little Saint's spear while covered by the Saint of Battle domain? Little Saint dashed in front of the Abyss Nightmare, the Dawn Spear in hand transforming into a golden streak of light, directly piercing through the Abyss Nightmare's heart. Minus 223,333. A terrifying damage number appeared above the Abyss Nightmare's head. The Abyss Nightmare let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, turning into flames that scattered in all directions. Successfully killed the boss Abyss Nightmare. Experience plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Wild Abyss dungeon for the first time, achieving the title Abyss Challenger. Note: damage to Abyss beasts plus 5% when equipped. Items obtained: Breath of the Abyss, purple; Abyss Dragon Crystal, purple; Scales of Nightmare, blue. Meanwhile, a shining treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Jiang Chen stepped forward to open it. Obtained Abyss Battlefield Dungeon Challenge Scroll times 1. Obtained Exclusive Skill Scroll times 1. Obtained Beginner Skill Scroll times 10. Congratulations, your luck has exploded. You have obtained the equipment, Eternal Robe, Diamond. Congratulations on your first clear of the Abyss Dungeon. Experience plus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 9. Infinite Brilliant Attribute Talent triggered. Attribute Extraction Count plus 1. A series of messages appeared on Jiang Chen's panel, leaving him somewhat dazzled. As expected of the Abyss Dungeon, the drop rate is incredibly high. After silently praising in his heart, Jiang Chen began to check his spoils. Abyss Breath, purple. The essence of the Abyss Lord's blood, can be used to refine various powerful potions and equipment. Abyss Dragon Crystal, purple. The core of the Abyss Fire Dragon, containing powerful fire energy, can be used to forge various fire-type equipment and weapons. Nightmare Scale, blue. Scales of the Abyss Nightmare, containing mental power, can be used to forge various mental-type equipment and accessories. These materials are extremely precious, especially the Abyss Breath and Abyss Dragon Crystal, which are worth their weight in gold. However, what surprised Jiang Chen the most was that piece of equipment, the Eternal Robe. Eternal Robe, Diamond Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 60, all attributes plus 15%. Damage taken reduced by 20%, additional skill Eternal Guardian. No level restriction on equipment. Eternal Guardian, when receiving a lethal attack, it will consume 50% of health, forming an indestructible shield that lasts for 300 seconds, cooldown time 5 hours. So powerful! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This Eternal Robe has a very comprehensive attribute boost and also comes with a life-saving skill. With this Eternal Robe, Jiang Chen's survivability will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, with the Eternal Ring, doesn't that mean he has already gathered a complete set of eternal equipment? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to equip the Eternal Robe. Ding! Congratulations on gathering the complete Eternal set. Set effect, all attributes plus 20%, all skill effects enhanced by 50%, all damage taken reduced by 30%. Detected that your profession is Mythical Summoner. the Eternal Set awakens exclusive effects, Summoned Beast damage bonus plus 100%. Not only are his attributes and skills enhanced, but even his summoned beasts receive a significant damage boost. Jiang Chen eagerly checked his panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Profession, Mythical Summoner. Unique, Level 9. Talent 1, Mythical Rebirth, SSS+. For each summoned beast, you can extract its mythical bloodline once. Talent 2, Infinite Brilliant Attribute, SSS+. For each level up, you can extract a brilliant attribute. Remaining extraction count, 1, Strength, 368 Constitution, 358 Agility, 368 Spirit, 553 Equipment, Legendary Medal, Fiery Boots, Eternal Ring, Eternal Robe. Exclusive Attribute, Rebirth in Flames, Mythical, Illusory Fire Eye, Golden Orange, Summoned Beasts, Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Little Saint, Legend, 9ly Battle Beast, Panda, Epic ×9 Remaining Summoned Beast Space, 2/3 are these attributes something a level 9 summoner can possess? Even Jiang Chen was shocked by his own attributes. 553 Spirit, even more than a mage. If Jiang Chen were to change his profession to a mage now, he might be stronger than that legendary profession, the Holy Spirit Mage. But changing professions is impossible, not in this lifetime. Moreover, he also has a 50% damage reduction from his equipment. Who knows, one day he might get the urge to let the little saint use the saint domain and take the lead himself. Regarding his combat skills, Jiang Chen was quite confident. At this moment, he looked at the exclusive skill scroll. One must know that the value of an exclusive skill scroll is exorbitantly high, at least $500 million, and there are cases where it is valuable but unavailable. Detected that your profession is Mythical Summoner, would you like to use the exclusive skill scroll? Jiang Chen chose to use it without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the exclusive skill Mythical Domain. Mythical Domain, exclusive active skill, exclusive to Mythical Summoners. Upon release, all attributes of friendly summoned beasts within the area are increased by 100%, and skill effects are enhanced by 50%. Immune to all control effects and negative effects, and can transfer any summoned beast skill to oneself, with a skill cooldown of 1 hour. Goodness, another divine skill! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This mythical domain was simply tailor-made for summoners. Within the mythical domain, the attributes and skill effects of Xiao Shang and Panda would be greatly enhanced, and they would also be immune to all control effects and negative effects. Moreover, he could obtain any summoned beast skill at will. Didn't that mean he could stack 2 layers of the Fighting Saint domain? Without further ado, Jiang Chen immediately began to experiment. With a thought, the mythical domain was activated. Instantly, a golden light enveloped the space within 100 meters around him. At the same time, Xiao Shang and Panda were also shrouded in a layer of golden light. Under the enhancement of the mythical domain, the attributes of Xiao Shang and Panda surged again. After activating the Fighting Saint domain, Xiao Shang's attributes, which were already close to 1,000, directly broke the 1,000 barrier with the boost from the mythical domain. Let's try skill transfer. With a thought, Jiang Chen transferred Xiao Shang's Fighting Saint domain to himself. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Fighting Saint domain. Fighting Saint domain can unleash the fierce soul of the Fighting Saint, increasing your 4-dimensional attributes by 200% and increasing those of surrounding allies by 100%, while reducing the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by 50%, immune to all control effects, and significantly enhancing recovery ability. After obtaining the Fighting Saint domain, Jiang Chen used it immediately. Buzz! In an instant, the double Fighting Saint domain and the mythical domain overlapped. A brilliant golden light radiated from Jiang Chen, and his fighting spirit surged, as if a war god had descended to the mortal realm. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been increased by 300% under the enhancement of the double Fighting Saint domain and the mythical domain, and the 4-dimensional attributes of summoned beasts have increased by 200%. Jiang Chen felt the surging power and overwhelming attributes within him, almost unable to suppress the grin on his face. Who would dare believe that a level 9 summoner could possess attributes exceeding 1,000? Although it was only temporary, it was already shocking. Now I really am going to be invincible. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner excitement and looked at the last loot. Heroic Spirit Battlefield Instance Challenge Scroll ×1. Description: after use, you can enter the legendary instance, Heroic Spirit Battlefield, accessible at level 20. Heroic Spirit Battlefield. Seeing the name of this instance, Jiang Chen's heart raced. He had heard of this instance. Legend has it that the Heroic Spirit Battlefield is one of the most dangerous instances in the abyss. Inside, there are not only powerful abyssal beasts but also countless undead creatures. Moreover, the Heroic Spirit Battlefield has a mysterious legend. It is said that deep within the Heroic Spirit Battlefield lies a sealed unparalleled divine sword, the Sword Spirit. This sword spirit is said to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, this legend has always been kept secret, and very few people know about it. Jiang Chen knew about it because he had seen related records in a book by an old drunkard. He had thought it was just a legend. He never expected to actually obtain the challenge scroll for the Heroic Spirit Battlefield instance. This was simply a tremendous opportunity. Unfortunately, he wasn't high enough in level, otherwise, Jiang Chen would have wanted to enter the Heroic Spirit Battlefield right away. Maybe I can even tame a sword spirit as a summoned beast. How impressive would that be? Perhaps with a sword spirit, I could fly with my sword. This is every man's romance. With my merits fulfilled, it's time to go back. Jiang Chen, filled with good feelings, walked towards the portal to the dungeon that appeared behind the treasure chest, taking steps as if he didn't recognize anyone. But just as Jiang Chen's figure vanished, the originally empty treasure chest suddenly coalesced into strands of black mist, transforming into a dark shadow. The shadow coldly watched the gradually closing portal. I didn't expect such an existence to appear among the human race. It must be swiftly crushed in the cradle. Otherwise, it will inevitably affect my king's plans. After speaking, the shadow dissipated into smoke, and Jiang Chen was unaware that he had already been targeted by a dangerous entity. Outside the dungeon, Gu Feiping and the military team led by Lin Chuan stood ready. Nearly an hour and a half had passed since the dungeon appeared, but Jiang Chen had yet to show up. What a pity, such a talented young man, yet he perished here. Truly a tragedy for the human race, Gu Feiping sighed. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be no miracles left. At this moment, Lu Jia bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling. She regretted it deeply. If she had been a bit firmer back then, perhaps Jiang Chen would have returned with her and wouldn't have stumbled into the demonized abyss dungeon. Lin Chuan frowned, remaining silent. Clearly, he also didn't believe that a level 7 summoner like Jiang Chen could survive in a level 15 demonized abyss dungeon. Just then, the long-silent demonized abyss dungeon suddenly stirred. Captain, something is coming out. All troops on alert. We must not let any beasts inside infect anything. Gu Feiping spoke sternly, and the soldiers behind him raised their weapons, aiming at the dark, deep portal of the dungeon. In the next moment, a figure slowly appeared, gradually becoming clearer. However, just as that figure was about to step out of the door, it suddenly stopped. This made the tense soldiers nearly lose their grip on their weapons. Is the boss really going to faint now? In the next moment, the figure inside the dungeon suddenly bent down, as if fiddling with something. That movement felt a bit like tying shoelaces. Soldiers? Just as they were starting to relax, the dark shadow suddenly lunged out, startling them so much that they almost dropped their weapons. What the hell? Do the abyss beasts have such high IQs now? They can even scare people? Just as they were about to attack, a cold voice rang out, once again striking at the soldiers' tense hearts. Stop! This is a human, not a beast. Gu Feiping immediately halted the soldiers' actions. To ensure nothing went wrong, he even used his skill, Shockwave. This made it tough for the soldiers. Their hearts suddenly endured the repeated stimulation, comparable to a roller coaster, causing them to clutch their somewhat suffocating chests. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been somewhat dazed, was even more confused. Why were all the guns and cannons aimed at him as soon as he came out? And what was that loud shout just now? It almost made him act. He had merely thought of making a short sprint when he saw the dungeon door suddenly open. What? Is that illegal? There shouldn't be such laws in Huaxia, right? But Jiang Chen quickly realized that these soldiers were likely here to deal with the demonized abyss dungeon, and he had just run into them. Kid, how did you come out from inside? Lin Chuan stepped forward and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. In his view, it was already a miracle for a level 7 summoner like Jiang Chen to survive in a level 15 demonized abyss dungeon. He never expected that he would even clear the dungeon. It was simply unbelievable. Mayor Lin? What are you doing here? As for this dungeon, I cleared it and got teleported out, didn't I? Jiang Chen answered honestly. Dungeon teleportation? You mean you cleared this dungeon? Gu Feiping asked in surprise. You cleared this dungeon all by yourself? Sort of, Jiang Chen said modestly. Anyway, after I killed all the monsters inside, the dungeon let me out. What's wrong? Is this dungeon very difficult? Lin Chuan. Gu Feiping. It was at this moment they realized that Jiang Chen had no idea about the Abyss Commander's appearance. Did you encounter the Abyss Commander inside? Gu Feiping asked tentatively. Abyss Commander? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. I encountered it and already killed it. At this moment, the place fell silent. Only the hurried breaths of the crowd echoed around. You're telling me that a level 20 corrupted abyss dungeon, which requires the captain to take action to ensure success, was casually solved by a high school student? Good kid, it seems I underestimated you, Lin Chuan said. patting Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily. Mayor Lin, Jiang Chen probably hasn't received any university offers yet, right? At this moment, Gu Feiping also stepped forward. No university offers yet, why? Is the military district interested in this kid? Lin Chuan teased, glancing at Gu Feiping. You don't know, this kid even rejected a special invitation from the legendary Professionals Association. Do you think he would go to the military district? What does the legendary Professionals Association matter? It doesn't conflict with the military district anyway. Gu Feiping ignored the implications in Lin Chuan's words and approached Jiang Chen. So, Jiang Chen, are you interested in joining our military district? You should know that the military district has the largest and most dungeons in the entire country. Gu Feiping bombarded Jiang Chen with a bunch of information about the military district, making Jiang Chen somewhat tempted. After all, the military district is a place that is hard for ordinary professionals to enter. Moreover, the military district is responsible for handling various abyss dungeons and abyss monsters, and it has abundant training resources and experienced dungeons. However, Jiang Chen still declined. First, he didn't want to be bound. He wanted to improve his strength freely, without any constraints. Second, he hadn't forgotten his promise to the old drunkard. Thank you, Captain Gu, for the invitation, but I don't plan to join the military district for now. I still intend to take the college entrance examination. Jiang Chen politely refused. That's fine, your talent is very strong, and I believe you will definitely become a powerful professional in the future. I just hope that when you become strong, you won't forget the country. Gu Feiping didn't press the issue, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and then led the troops away. Good luck, Jiang Chen. I hope to see you make a name for yourself in the college entrance examination in the future. Lu Jia stepped forward and gave Jiang Chen a big hug, letting him experience what it meant to be grand and hidden. By the way, Captain Gu, wait a moment. Just as Gu Feiping and his group were about to leave, Jiang Chen called out to him again. What's wrong? Regretting it, wanting to join the military district now? Gu Feiping laughed. No, it's just that. I cleared the corrupted abyss dungeon. Shouldn't there be a reward? Upon hearing this, Gu Feiping's expression darkened. He thought Jiang Chen was regretting and wanted to join the military district. He had already thought about how to respond. Ha, Captain Gu, this kid is just like that. Don't take it to heart. Lin Chuan laughed heartily from the side. After all, there was a time when he had been tricked by this kid into giving up quite a bit. This kid was a real money grubber. But Gu Feiping wasn't really angry. Jiang Chen had taken risks to handle a corrupted abyss dungeon for the military district, and he deserved the reward. Jiang Chen has set a precedent, and he hasn't yet thought about what to offer as a reward. After all, Jiang Chen also rescued Lu Jia, so out of both sentiment and reason, he must give Jiang Chen the best reward. Jiang Chen, why don't you come back to the military district with us first? Once we discuss the results, we will issue your reward, Guo Feiping suggested. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not refuse Guo Feiping's suggestion. He followed Lu Jia and headed towards the southern military district. Watching Jiang Chen and Lu Jia leave, Lin Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Youth is indeed a blessing. If I had this kid's charm back in my day, I wouldn't have ended up like this. After a moment's thought, Lin Chuan nudged Guo Feiping. I say, old Pang, if you had mentioned that plan to the kid just now, he might have agreed. Guo Feiping chuckled lightly and shook his head. The quota for that plan is too precious. Just relying on a demonized abyss dungeon is far from enough. Brother Lin, as the mayor, naturally sees further and higher. After all, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. The heavenly city is ultimately still too small. Lin Chuan scoffed at this. What nonsense about people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. It's just relying on the foundation laid by the previous generation. How many truly capable ones are there? To be honest, I have high hopes for this kid. Guo Feiping looked at Lin Chuan in surprise, nodded, and said nothing more, continuing to walk ahead. Lin Chuan, however, gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Chen's back, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the conference room of the Southern Military District, Jiang Chen, Lu Jia, Guo Feiping, and Lin Chuan sat around the conference table. Jiang Chen, we have discussed your reward, Guo Feiping said straightforwardly. In light of your contributions to the military district this time, we have decided to award you 300 military merits. Military merits? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Jia explained from the side, military merits are part of our military district's merit system, which can be exchanged for various resources, items, and equipment. 300 military merits is already quite a substantial reward in the military district. Originally, Jiang Chen was not a member of the military district and could not earn military merits. However, due to Jiang Chen's outstanding contributions this time, such a decision was made. The information about what you can exchange with your military merits has been sent to your practitioner system. You can take a look. Jiang Chen immediately checked his practitioner panel. Beep, detected that the host has received 300 military merits, now opening the military district trading system. Jiang Chen opened the military district trading system, and his eyes lit up. The trading system displayed a dazzling array of rare materials, equipment, techniques, and skill books. Military District Trading System, Military Merits, 300, items available for exchange, low-level Spirit Crystal times 100, 10 Military Merits, Skill Book, Basic Fireball Technique, 20 Military Merits, Skill Book, Basic Healing Technique, 20 Military Merits, Skill Book, Basic Sprint Technique, 20 Military Merits, Equipment, Tiger Tooth Knife, Gold, 50 Military Merits, Equipment, Wolf Tooth Hammer, Gold, 50 Military Merits, Technique, Basic Meditation Method, 100 Military Merits. The more Jiang Chen looked, the more tempted he became. These items were priceless outside but surprisingly cheap in the military district trading system. Moreover, I've specially granted you trading privileges. If you have any items you don't need, you can also put them in the military district trading system for trade, Guo Feiping added. Thank you so much, Captain Guo. Jiang Chen happened to have many items he didn't need and was worried about where to sell them. It's just a small favor. Guo Feiping waved his hand and continued, this is not the entirety of your reward. Classmate Jiang Chen should be a summoner. By our unanimous decision, in addition to military merits, we can also give you a chance to tame an Abyss Beast pet. Guo Feiping continued, tame an Abyss Beast pet? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Abyss Beast pets, as the name suggests, are those wild creatures that have been eroded by the abyss. There are 3 ways for a summoner to tame a beast pet. The first 2 are using summoning techniques and beast summoning books, which are the 2 methods with the highest success rates and the safest. The third method is to tame wild creatures as one's own beast pets. However, there are not many wild creatures that can be summoned, and to think the military district actually has some? Moreover, they are wild creatures that have been eroded by the abyss. However, abyss beast pets are extremely violent, and taming them is not an easy task, Guo Feiping reminded. Moreover, once an abyss beast pet is tamed, the contract cannot be undone. I understand that, Jiang Chen nodded. He naturally knew the risks of taming an abyss beast pet. However, he was not afraid. Then it's settled. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Guo Feiping immediately made the decision. Soon, the group arrived at a specially made tent. Guo Feiping stepped forward and lifted the tent flap, revealing the scene inside. It was a specially made purple-black, cube-shaped container. Inside the container was a completely snow-white, pure lion. At that moment, the white lion sensed the figures around it, immediately stood up, bared its teeth, and its pair of blood-red beast eyes fixed intently on the crowd. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately activated his illusory fire eye. Snowcloud Lion Quality, Commander Level, 13 Strength, 125 Constitution, 126 Speed, 187 Spirit, 130 Skills, Lion Roar LVE. 3. Lion Claw LVE. 4. Cloud Lion Step LVE. 2 traits, eroded by the abyss, exhibiting certain traits, seems to be able to control misfortune? Status, eroded by the abyss, confused, agitated, what the hell, able to control misfortune. If this trait could be mastered, wouldn't that be invincible? Luck, this ethereal thing, is quite similar to the ability to manipulate rules. That's incredibly abnormal. I never expected a wild creature could possess such a thing. Originally, the snowcloud lion species had a friendly attitude towards humans, but this particular snowcloud lion has undergone certain mutations due to the abyss erosion. We initially wanted to cure it, but for some reason, our treatments have consistently failed, so we could only keep it imprisoned until now. So that's how it is, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. No kidding, possessing the ability to control misfortune, how could treatment not fail in an instant? Who knows, in a few days, this snowcloud lion might even escape on its own. So, classmate Jiang Chen, are you interested in taming this snowcloud lion? Guo Feiping asked. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. Although abyss beast pets have violent personalities, as long as the taming is successful, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the snowcloud lion is not only a commander-level abyss beast pet but also possesses misfortune control comparable to rules. With such powerful potential, Jiang Chen would definitely not let it go. Alright, but I must warn you first. This snowcloud lion has a very violent personality, and the success rate of taming it is very low. If you fail, the military district will not be responsible. Guo Feiping reminded seriously. I understand, Jiang Chen nodded. He naturally knew the risks of taming an abyss beast pet. However, in the face of absolute benefits, a little danger was nothing. Then let's begin. Guo Feiping stepped back, leaving space for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the Snow Cloud Lion. The Snow Cloud Lion bared its teeth, its pair of blood-red beast eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not show weakness and locked eyes with the Snow Cloud Lion. One man and one beast were at a stalemate. Human, leave. At that moment, the Snow Cloud Lion surprisingly spoke human words. Although its voice was hoarse and deep, it was clear that this was a female lion. It seemed that even after being eroded by the abyss, the Snow Cloud Lion still retained its kind nature. I can save you, help you break free from the abyss's corruption, Jiang Chen said sincerely, staring into the Snow Cloud Lion's eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Snow Cloud Lion's gaze. Clearly, it longed to escape the abyss's corruption and regain its freedom. The erosion of the abyss subjected it to inhuman suffering at all times. Really? The Snow Cloud Lion growled lowly. Trust me. Seeing that the Snow Cloud Lion did not react, Jiang Chen slowly moved closer to it. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to approach the Snow Cloud Lion, an unexpected change occurred. The Snow Cloud Lion, which had been able to control its inner ferocity, could no longer suppress its instincts after Jiang Chen drew near. It let out a furious roar, raising its beastly paw and lunging at Jiang Chen. Be careful! Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan quickly shouted a warning. Although Jiang Chen had cleared many high-difficulty dungeons, he was essentially just a summoner. Once he lost his summoned beast, Jiang Chen would at most be a fragile level 9 practitioner. He was facing a level 13 abyss creature. Just as they were about to rush in to rescue him, they witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded. Jiang Chen, facing a claw that was as fast as lightning, actually raised his hands even faster, not only catching the Snow Cloud Lion's front paw but also tightly controlling it with his other hand. The entire process took less than half a second. He controlled an abyss creature with just his hands. Was this the power and speed a summoner could possess? Be honest, it won't hurt too much, Jiang Chen comforted, while activating the Battle Saint domain. Instantly, the Snow Cloud Lion's movements quieted down, and its struggles lessened significantly. Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan, witnessing this, were once again astonished. It should be noted that this Snow Cloud Lion was a commander-level abyss creature, with base attributes comparable to a level 15 magical beast. Unexpectedly, in front of Jiang Chen, it was like a docile little cat. What's going on? How is this kid so strong? Lin Chuan exclaimed. It must be the enhancement effect from his summoned beast, Guo Feiping speculated. Regardless, Jiang Chen's ability to temporarily suppress the Snow Cloud Lion was a good thing for them. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly released the Snow Cloud Lion's front paw and instead grabbed its head, slowly channeling his mental power into the Snow Cloud Lion's body. At the same time, the mythical domain activated. The mythical domain could eliminate all negative effects on allies, and perhaps it could temporarily suppress the abyss's corruption. Although the mythical domain could eliminate all negative effects on allies, Jiang Chen was not entirely confident that the Snow Cloud Lion could withstand the abyss's corruption. Jiang Chen's mental power continuously surged into the Snow Cloud Lion, battling against the black energy. As Jiang Chen's mental power kept flowing in, the Snow Cloud Lion's originally furious eyes gradually regained clarity. Roar! The Snow Cloud Lion let out a long howl, and the black energy on its body slowly dissipated. The abyss's corruption was actually temporarily suppressed. Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan were overjoyed at the sight. They never expected that Jiang Chen could truly heal the Snow Cloud Lion. Snow Cloud Lion, do you wish to become my partner? I can completely free you from the abyss's corruption, Jiang Chen said firmly. Once he tamed the Snow Cloud Lion, he could bestow it with a mythical bloodline. At that time, Jiang Chen was confident he could help it completely break free from the abyss's corruption. The Snow Cloud Lion hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. It was already tired of the pain brought by the abyss's corruption and longed for freedom. Moreover, the strength and means Jiang Chen had just displayed had won its respect. Alright, Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately signed the contract. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Snow Cloud Lion. Snow Cloud Lion quality, Commander level, 9 strength, 95 constitution, 96 speed, 97 spirit, 89 skills, Lion Roar LV. 3. Lion Claw LVE. 4. Cloud Lion Step LVE. 2 traits, corrupted by the abyss, exhibiting a certain trait, seems capable of controlling misfortune? This was the first abyss creature he had tamed, and it was of commander level. Jiang Chen couldn't be happier. Jiang Chen, congratulations. Guo Feiping stepped forward to congratulate him. He never expected Jiang Chen could really subdue this Snow Cloud Lion. This also helped the military district solve a problem. Good job, kid, I didn't expect you to be so hidden. If I'm not mistaken, your basic 4-dimensional attributes are already over 150, right? Lin Chuan looked Jiang Chen up and down. A level 9 summoner with an average of 150 points in 4-dimensional attributes, is that reasonable? Hee, just luck, Jiang Chen humbly replied. If Lin Chuan knew that his average 4-dimensional attributes had already exceeded 350, he would probably dissect him to see if he was hiding an abyss demon inside. Although you have tamed the Snow Cloud Lion, the power of the abyss within it still exists and may erupt again. But since you were lucky enough to meet me, I can help you completely tame the Snow Cloud Lion, Lin Chuan suddenly said. Oh, how do I tame it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I have a soul contract that can help you tame the Snow Cloud Lion and make it completely submit to you, Lin Chuan explained. That's great. I'll trouble you, Mayor Lin, Jiang Chen quickly said. Lin Chuan nodded, then took out a soul contract from his storage ring. The soul contract was a light golden scroll inscribed with intricate runes. Lin Chuan handed the soul contract to Jiang Chen and said, you just need to stick the soul contract on the Snow Cloud Lion's forehead and drop a drop of your blood to complete the taming. Jiang Chen took the soul contract, walked up to the Snow Cloud Lion, and pressed the soul contract against its forehead, dropping a drop of blood. Instantly, the soul contract lit up with a glow and then disappeared. The Snow Cloud Lion's body trembled slightly, then it let out a long howl towards the sky, completely submitting to Jiang Chen. Ding, detected that the Snow Cloud Lion's favorability towards the host has reached 95%, obtained the title Beastmaster's Best Friend. Beastmaster's Best Friend, blue after equipping, summoning beast damage increases by 2%, affinity towards beast-type creatures increases, making it easier to gain their recognition. This soul contract not only tamed the Snow Cloud Lion but also enhanced the bond between Jiang Chen and the Snow Cloud Lion. It also granted Jiang Chen another title. This indicated that the value of the soul contract was absolutely unimaginable. The once noble and elegant Snow Cloud Lion now began to rub its soft and comfortable fur against Jiang Chen's cheek. Thank you, Mayor Lin, for your help. If there's ever a need for Jiang in the future, I will definitely not refuse, Jiang Chen said. Mayor Lin had indeed helped him a lot. Although Jiang Chen enjoyed bantering with him, he always kept Mayor Lin's kindness in mind. When the day came that he found the old drunkard, he would have him appoint Lin to a provincial governor position. The old drunkard was one of the legendary practitioners of Huaxia, so this small matter should be doable. Having this intention is enough. Anyway, this soul contract would be a waste if it stayed with me, Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Although his heart was bleeding, he still put on a nonchalant expression. After all, that soul contract was worth a fortune. He didn't know how many old friends wanted to trade with him, but he had refused them all. I didn't expect this kid to be so cheap today. I will. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. Looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression, Lin Chuan curled his lips. What's with this feeling of being a bit moved? Could it be that this kid is so handsome that I see my younger self in him? Just then, Lu Jiao walked over holding a small gift box. Here, Jiang Chen, this is a commemorative gift prepared by the Southern Military District for your achievements this time. As she spoke, she opened the gift box and took out a medal that shimmered with a bronze hue. The front of the medal was engraved with a lifelike wolf's head, and the back was inscribed with Southern Military District. This is a specially made bronze medal from the military, and only those who have made outstanding contributions to the military can receive it. This medal represents the military district's recognition of you, and you can also enjoy various benefits and treatments with this medal, Lu Jia explained. For me? Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback. The bronze medal from the military district was akin to a third-class merit in his past life. What was that saying? Third-class merit is based on seniority, second-class merit is based on luck, and first-class merit is obtained by family members. He never expected to receive such an honor at such a young age. Guo Feiping patted him on the shoulder. Just take it, after all, you dealt with a deep abyss leader, and you deserve this bronze medal. After saying that, he gestured for Lu Jia to put it on Jiang Chen. Lu Jia's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still stepped forward to carefully put it on Jiang Chen. Feeling the fragrant breeze from the beauty, Jiang Chen, without thinking, asked, does this mean that with this medal, I won't have to queue for train tickets in the future? After leaving the military district, Jiang Chen once again experienced the flying experience that Lin Chuan had given him for free. He had originally wanted to take the high-speed train to experience the thrill of showing off in front of others. It seemed that today was not going to happen. Back home, Jiang Chen immediately released his 3 little ones. A monkey, a bear, and a lion instantly filled the already cramped rental apartment. Looks like I need to move someday. After all, Xiaoshang and Panda didn't like staying in the summoning space for too long. I'll talk about it another day. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to check the information on the Snow Cloud Lion. Snow Cloud Lion, tamed, level 9, strength 90, constitution 86, speed 97, spirit 80, skills, Lion's Roar LV 3, Lion's Claw LVE 4. Cloud Lion Step LVE. 2. Traits, corrupted by the abyss, exhibiting certain traits, seems to be able to control misfortune? Suppressed, status, dependent, good. Since the Snow Cloud Lion became Jiang Chen's summoned beast, its level dropped to 9. Detected that the host has a new summoned beast, mythical blessing talent triggered, draw count +1, here it comes, here it comes. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands in excitement. He then placed his hand on the fluffy head of the Snow Cloud Lion and silently chanted draw bloodline in his heart. A colorful beam of light erupted from the Snow Cloud Lion, illuminating the entire room in vibrant colors. Jiang Chen held his breath, staring intently at the Snow Cloud Lion in the center of the light beam. Finally, a red card hovered in front of Jiang Chen. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the mythical bloodline, Divine Beast by Zhe. Divine Beast by Zhe, mythical. Those who possess this bloodline will receive by Zhe's protection, gain unparalleled luck, and be able to see through all illusions and delusions. Evaluation, knowledgeable about all things, able to foresee fortune and misfortune. Skilled at distinguishing loyalty and treachery, can be called a holy beast. Wow, Divine Beast by Zhe. Jiang Chen was instantly overjoyed. Bai Zhe is a legendary divine beast, a sign of auspiciousness, capable of bringing unparalleled luck. More importantly, it can see through all illusions and delusions, which is simply a divine skill. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly bestowed the Bai Zhe bloodline upon the Snow Cloud Lion. After the bloodline of the Bai Zhe merged into the body of the Snow Cloud Lion, a dazzling white light radiated from it. Within the white light, the form of the Snow Cloud Lion began to change. Its size gradually shrank, its body became more elongated, and its limbs grew more slender. The pure white fur slowly transformed into a silvery hue, its eyes turned a light golden color, and a pair of golden antennae began to sprout from the top of its head. Moments later, the transformation of the Snow Cloud Lion finally came to a halt. Divine Beast by Zhe, Little Snow, Quality, Epic Level, 9 Strength, 322 Constitution, 336 Speed, 381 Spirit, 395 Skills, Heavily I, Super Tier, LV. 5. Prophecy, Super Tier, LV. 5. Fate Control, Divine Tier, LV. 1. Lion's Roar, High Tier, LV. Max, Passive, Absolute Luck, Great Blessing, by Zhe's protection status, Dependent, Excited so powerful. An epic level summoned beast, and it possesses super tier and divine tier skills. Moreover, this is the first time Jiang Chen has seen a divine tier skill. Fate Control, Divine Tier, LV. 1. Can be cast on both enemies and allies, altering the opponent's fate trajectory and enhancing the fate trajectory of oneself and allies. Ignores level differences, this is too overpowered. Jiang Chen was utterly shocked. This skill is simply a way to defy fate. The characteristic of ignoring levels means it can be cast on any target, regardless of their strength. Furthermore, it can alter the fate trajectories of oneself and allies, meaning Jiang Chen can change his own fate at any time, making himself luckier. Little Snow, whether I can rise from obscurity to prominence in the future depends on you. Jiang Chen affectionately stroked Little Snow's pure, shiny fur. Master, don't do that, Little Snow is ticklish. A melodious voice came from Little Snow. In the next moment, under Jiang Chen's wide-eyed gaze, beams of holy light flickered, and the fur on Little Snow gradually faded away, replaced by snow-white skin. Her figure became slender and graceful, with alluring curves, and her beauty was breathtaking, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen's stunned hand was at that indescribable position on Little Snow. Little Snow, how did you transform? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Little Snow had actually transformed. Could it be because of the Divine Beast bloodline? Moreover, transformed Little Snow was an unparalleled beauty, a celestial fairy. Little Snow's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly said, Master, I don't know either. Just after you bestowed the Bai Zhe bloodline upon me, I felt a surge of power within me, and then I transformed. Jiang Chen came to his senses and carefully examined Little Snow before him. She wore a snow-white long dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, as if sculpted by the heavens, breathtakingly stunning. Her figure was tall and slender, with perfect curves, especially those light golden eyes, which seemed to contain boundless wisdom and mystery. Master, does Little Snow look good? Little Snow asked shyly. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. Little Snow was indeed one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. That enchanting smile was like 100 flowers blooming, simply mesmerizing. Then, how long does the master want to keep touching? Little Snow blinked her light golden eyes, her cherry lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that his hand was still in that indescribable position on Little Snow, and he quickly withdrew it. Ahem, the master was just checking if there was any problem with your body. Don't underestimate the master's eyes. Jiang Chen cleared his throat a few times. At the same time, he silently recited in his heart, "She is just a summoned beast, she is just a summoned beast, how can we act like Su Xian? Is that so?" Xiao Shui lightly tapped her cherry lips with her finger, a glint of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Then, master, why don't you feel with your eyes and see if there's any problem with Xiao Shui?" Jiang Chen. Damn, I'm actually being teased by a lion? And it's my own summoned beast. I wonder where Xiao Sheng and Pang De have run off to. Those two gluttons are probably eating and sleeping, then sleeping and eating again. After silently keeping track of Xiao Sheng and Pang Da's debts in his mind, Jiang Chen felt much clearer. After clearing his throat a few times, he said seriously, "Master has already looked just now, there's no problem. Moreover, Master now needs to assign you an extremely important task." Seeing her master's serious demeanor, Xiao Shui also put away some of her laziness. "Master, what is it?" "Set me up with a fate control, Master wants to do something big." Jiang Chen still had one chance to draw a rare entry. It was just right to use it on Xiao Shui's fate control to improve luck, hoping to draw a mythic entry. "Master, what big thing are you going to do?" Xiao Shui asked curiously. Let's keep it a secret for now." Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. "Alright, then I will activate fate control for Master right away." Xiao Shui slightly raised her jade hand, and a white light enveloped Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a subtle change in the trajectory of his fate. Ding, fate control activated, current luck value plus 900%, ding, current luck value, 1170. A 900% luck value boost. This is outrageous, right? To know that the luck value of an ordinary person is mostly around 60, and Jiang Chen's luck value was already 130 points, which was considered high. But with the enhancement of fate control, the luck value reached a staggering 1170 points. With this luck value, Jiang Chen felt he could do anything he wanted. "Let's see if I can draw a mythic entry." Jiang Chen silently thought about drawing. As soon as the words fell, a colorful beam of light erupted from Jiang Chen, illuminating the entire room in vibrant colors. Jiang Chen held his breath, staring intently at the center of the light beam. Finally, a gold-red card hovered in front of him. "Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the gold-red entry, Space Sorcerer." Space Sorcerer, gold-red myth. The holder of this entry will become the Master of Space, possessing unparalleled spatial abilities, and can freely traverse various spaces. Evaluation, a gift from another dimension, Master of Space, traversing the infinite. Holy crap, Space Sorcerer. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the golden card before him. The gold-red entry is infinitely close to mythic level, but it's not quite mythic, and it's not an auxiliary type entry, so I can't use it. But it's very suitable for Xiao Shui. After all, later Jiang Chen could replicate the spatial skills through the mythic domain. Jiang Chen bestowed the Space Sorcerer entry to Xiao Shui. After the entry merged into Xiao Shui's body, her form changed once again. A faint golden halo appeared around her, looking holy and noble. Gold-red entry, Space Sorcerer bestowed successfully, Divine Beast by Zhe, Xiao Shui, level 9, Bloodline, Myth, Quality, Epic times 7, Epic times 9, Strength, 362, Constitution, 336, Speed, 441, Spirit, 475, Skills, Heavily I, Super Tier, LV. 5. Prophecy, Super Tier, LV. 5. Fate Control, Divine Tier, LV. 1. Space Control, Super Tier, LV. 5. Space Cutting, Super Tier, LV. 5. Passive, Absolute Luck, Great Blessings, protected by Zhe entry, Space Sorcerer, Jin Hon. Not only have the four-dimensional attributes been enhanced, but the quality has also reached Epic 9 stars, just 1 star away from Legend. In addition, 2 more skills have been added. Space Control, Super Tier, LV. 5. The mastery over the power of space, capable of creating spatial barriers, spatial teleportation, and spatial confinement. Space Cutting, Super Tier, LV. 5. Manipulation of the power of space, capable of slicing through space, ignoring defenses, unavoidable, and unstoppable. These 2 skills are both super tier skills, extremely powerful, especially Space Cutting, which can be seen just by its ability to ignore defenses and be unavoidable. These 2 skills perfectly compensate for Xiao Shui's shortcomings in offensive capabilities. However, Jiang Chen still wants Xiao Shui to develop in the supportive direction. After all, with absolute luck, Xiao Shui is absolutely top-notch in support. At this moment, Xiao Shui felt a profound power enlightening her. In the blink of an eye, she possessed a terrifying strength. Is this the Master's talent? How amazing! Xiao Shui covered her cherry lips, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement. Due to her previous experiences, she had some understanding of professionals. She hadn't realized her master's talent was so powerful. You know about talents too? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting Xiao Shue's intelligence to be higher than he imagined. Of course, the bloodline bestowed upon me by my master contains a wealth of information, including professionals, skills, equipment, and so on, Xiao Shui said somewhat proudly. I see. Jiang Chen nodded, quickly understanding. It was said that the legendary divine beast Bai Zhe could comprehend all things and know everything in the world, so it was normal for her to have high intelligence. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was unknowingly approaching afternoon. He seemed to remember that Director Su had called him earlier, mentioning something about picking up an award. However, he had forgotten due to Xiao Shue's matters. It was time to go collect it. Xiao Shui, let's go, time to pick up an award. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui playfully blinked her light golden eyes. What award, master? I don't know either. Jiang Chen replied casually, ignoring Xiao Shui's resentful gaze as he stored her in the beast master space. Xiao Shui's beauty was truly breathtaking. It was better not to show her off casually. It would be bad if any rumors spread. Tian City, Tiandu High School, Principal's Office. Director Su, your student really has a lot of clout, huh? It's almost afternoon, and he still hasn't shown up. Does he think that just because he cleared a hell-level dungeon, he can look down on everything? Principal Wang Wei sat on a leather sofa, unceremoniously reprimanding Sun Yan, who stood before him. Principal Wang, Jiang Chen has been notified. He should be clearing a dungeon, so he might be a bit late. Although Sun Yan felt some resentment, he still responded patiently. What waiting specifically for Jiang Chen? It was clearly working hours now. If it weren't for considering his family and those ordinary class students, he would have quit long ago. With a principal like this, the future of Tiandu High School looked bleak. I think he's just getting too full of himself. Principal Wang Wei snorted coldly, frowning. I see he doesn't take the rules of Tiandu High School to heart at all. He had originally wanted to use Jiang Chen's fame after clearing the Abyss dungeon to promote his own glorious achievements. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen hadn't shown up at school all day. He even collected money from reporters, but the person didn't show up. Although those reporters didn't ask for their money back, they would surely hold a grudge against him. This would be very detrimental to his future promotions. Thinking of this, Wang Wei spoke again, warning Sun Yan. If Jiang Chen doesn't come back today, then he shouldn't come back at all. Don't even mention his resources. Even his qualification to participate in the team dungeon, I need to reconsider. It seems Jiang Chen doesn't care about that qualification anymore. Sun Yan could no longer contain his inner anger upon hearing this. Principal Wang, do you know what you're saying? You actually want to expel Jiang Chen and revoke a genius's qualification to participate in the team dungeon? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang Wei's expression immediately stiffened. He never expected Sun Yan to defend Jiang Chen so fiercely. As the principal of Tiandu High School, he held absolute power. Revoking a student's qualification for the team dungeon was a piece of cake. Director Su, you should know that Jiang Chen is just a summoner. As the difficulty of subsequent dungeons increases, the early weaknesses of summoners will become more pronounced. He might have cleared the dungeon by luck before, but luck eventually runs out. Wang Wei snorted coldly, his gaze revealing a sinister intent. Although he was wary of Sun Yan's qualifications and connections, he would never tolerate Sun Yan challenging his authority. Moreover, the moment Jiang Chen rejected the legendary Professionals Association, Wang Wei had completely given up on him. If it weren't for the fact that he had no idea what kind of luck Jiang Chen had stumbled upon to clear a hell-level dungeon, he would have wanted to monopolize the resources that belonged to Jiang Chen. Wang Wei, you. Sun Yan trembled with anger, pointing at Wang Wei, unable to speak. He knew that Wang Wei was determined to target Jiang Chen. Watching his student being treated so unfairly, Sun Yan felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Wang Wei, you will regret what you did today. After saying this, Sun Yan turned and left, slamming the door shut with a bang. He realized that Wang Wei had no intention of granting Jiang Chen any resources today. Even if Jiang Chen arrived, all he would receive would be Wang Wei's disdain and injustice. That S-level resource that belonged to Jiang Chen had long been regarded by Wang Wei as capital for his own ascent. Sun Yan felt sorrowful. He didn't know how to tell Jiang Chen about this. After all, this resource was something he had reported for Jiang Chen, but now it had turned out like this. Director Su, what are you doing here? Just as Sun Yan was lost in thought, a clear voice rang out behind him. Sun Yan turned around and found Jiang Chen standing right behind him. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Should he say that his resources had been swallowed? Or that his qualification for the team dungeon had been revoked? Putting these two matters together, Sun Yan feared that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, Jiang Chen also noticed that something was off with Director Su. In the past, Director Su was known for being talkative. Jiang Chen didn't know how many times he had been lectured by him. But why did he look like he had just suffered a 10-game losing streak today? Did he really lose that badly? Jiang Chen felt a bit of sympathy. Of course, he sympathized with Director Su's phone. Sun Yan could see the hesitant expression on Jiang Chen's face and knew that the boy must have sensed something. After all, he had been smart since he was little. It was just a pity. Such a good kid. How did he end up in such a situation? After thinking for a moment, he decided to explain to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I have some bad news to tell you. I hope you won't be too agitated when you hear it. Agitated? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. I won't be agitated. You've been expelled. Jiang Chen, I've been expelled? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Yan in disbelief. Expel me? Why? Sun Yan sighed and relayed Wang Wei's message to Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's face did not show the anger and agitation that Sun Yan had imagined. There was only calmness. After a moment, a hint of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Isn't it just Tiandu High School? Here, if you don't stay, there will be a place for you to stay. But, Director Su, did that old man really monopolize my resources? In fact, Jiang Chen had a vague suspicion in his heart. After all, he had applied for his resources a long time ago, but several days had passed without a word. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Sun Yan looked at Jiang Chen's calm demeanor and felt quite gratified. He had originally thought Jiang Chen would be very agitated, even unable to help but rush to the principal's office to argue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was so calm and rational. If I'm not mistaken, your resources should have been handed over to the Gao family by Wang Wei. Gao family? Upon hearing this familiar name, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The assassin he encountered in the wild earlier was sent by the Gao family. At first, he was puzzled. He had no grievances with the Gao family, so why would they send someone to assassinate him? Now, everything made sense. Kill and loot, leaving no trace. He understood this principle. If Jiang Chen had not awakened his talent, without Xiao Sheng and Pang De, he might have been preparing to drink Mengpa soup by now. Jiang Chen nodded. Director Su, don't worry, I have my own way. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned and left gracefully. Sun Yan watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, feeling a bit emotional. This kid has really grown up. Jiang Chen walked out of Tiandu High School, looking up at the sky and taking a deep breath. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. However, his mood was not very pleasant. He had thought that once he awakened his talent, he could easily overcome all difficulties, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Since it wouldn't work, then he would shake things up. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen dialed a number. Hey, why are you calling me again? I've told you so many times, the experiment with the Soulfire seed won't be that quick, it will take some time. I got expelled from Tiandu High School. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line, but Jiang Chen felt someone was trying to stifle a laugh. After a moment, the voice continued. Getting expelled is one thing, but the teen dungeon might be a bit troublesome. Oh, by the way, there's a place that's just right for you. It depends on whether you want to go. Jiang Chen? The next morning, with Xiao Shue's thoughtful wake-up service, Jiang Chen got up early. There was no choice, his place was a bit far from the high-speed train station. To avoid being late, Jiang Chen had to ask Xiao Shue to set an alarm for him. After all, who wouldn't want to wake up early and see a beautiful fairy? Forget about morning grumpiness. If circumstances allowed, he would have loved to do some morning exercises right away. After having the breakfast that Xiao Shue had carefully prepared, Jiang Chen hurriedly boarded the high-speed train to the station. After all, he didn't have a flying mount. Xiao Shue's space jump consumed a lot of blue energy. But at this moment, the effect of the bronze medal was evident. Can you believe it? No need to queue. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding crowd as if they were seeing a deity, Jiang Chen remained outwardly calm, but inside he felt a bit pleased. If Guo Feiping knew that Jiang Chen had received the bronze medal just to avoid queuing for tickets, he would probably regret awarding it to him. Looking out at the rapidly passing scenery, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He never expected to enter Qingtian High School in such a way. Just thinking about Qingtian High School made Jiang Chen want to laugh. This high school was not well known nationwide and was at the bottom in Tiandu City. The admission rate for vocational students in the college entrance examination was dismal, making it seem like a world apart from Tiandu High School. The reason Qingtian High School had been at the bottom for years was mainly due to its philosophy being out of sync with the times. Generally speaking, only by taking the college entrance examination and entering university could one obtain better resources and platforms to elevate their level. However, Qingtian High School believes that the college entrance examination for professionals is just one path, not the only path. They focus more on cultivating students' comprehensive abilities, allowing them to choose their own paths based on their interests and strengths. They do not impose strict requirements on the profession students choose. However, this philosophy naturally faces opposition from many people. After all, giving up the college entrance examination is equivalent to giving up the opportunity to become a top professional. Therefore, very few people are willing to choose Qingtian High School. Over time, Qingtian High School has become the perennial bottom dweller. The Tiandu high-speed railway station has arrived. Just as he was thinking, the train's announcement sounded. The technology in this world is quite advanced. Professions such as mechanics and power engineers exist, and transportation is highly developed. Even the high-speed train that Zhang Chen just rode is made of high-tech alloys, capable of soaring into the sky and diving into the earth. At Tiandu High-Speed Railway Station, in one of the carriages, a few students are sitting scattered about. Each of them has a face like a storm cloud, looking utterly disheartened. There's no way around it, they must participate in the team dungeon that occurs every year. Except for those in life professions and those with no combat abilities, all other third-year professionals with combat or support capabilities have the opportunity to participate. But even so, Qingtian High School could only muster 20 participants, which is less than a full class. Sai, unless something unexpected happens this year, will be at the bottom again. The speaker is a somewhat thin boy dressed in assassin's soft armor. Look at you, saying that as if we wouldn't be last if something unexpected happened, a girl with delicate features and fair skin retorted, though her eyes revealed a hint of worry. Sitting behind her is a sturdy boy with a simple expression, scratching his head as he said, "There's nothing we can do, this is the strength of Qingtian High School. If we're at the bottom, then we're at the bottom. We'll just have to get used to it." Get used to what? You're used to it, but I'm not. A boy in knight armor protested unwillingly. As soon as he spoke, the students present fell silent. Indeed, if given a choice, who would want to be at the bottom? Who isn't young and full of pride? But in the face of absolute reality, mere unwillingness holds no meaning. Ah, these students really have it tough. Outside the carriage, a woman sighed softly. Dressed in a tight black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, her long legs were straight and slender. Most striking was the hint of snow-white skin that peeked out from her leather attire. The woman is Lu Jia. Due to the lack of teaching resources at Qingtian High School, the Southern Military District arranges for a captain to temporarily lead them in participating in the team dungeon each year. She just happened to be assigned to lead Qingtian High School. I wonder when the transfer student arranged by the principal will arrive. Lu Jia adjusted her glasses, clearly displeased with the other party's tardiness. She would definitely have a few words to say later. "Hey, Lu Jia, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lu Jia turned around immediately upon hearing it. What came into view was a handsome face full of nonchalance. "Zhang Chen, what are you doing here?" Lu Jia was clearly surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be participating in the team dungeon with Tiandu High School?" She had specifically checked Zhang Chen's information beforehand and naturally knew he was a student of Tiandu High School. "I got expelled," Zhang Chen shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Ah, you got expelled?" Lu Jia covered her mouth in shock, and her sudden movement caused the grand structure in front of her to shake. "Are you the transfer student?" Lu Jia suddenly realized a blind spot. "If you say so, then I guess so," Zhang Chen replied with a mysterious smile, entering the carriage alongside Lu Jia under the envious gazes of the male students. As soon as they entered the carriage, they instantly attracted the attention of the students inside. The boy was astonished that this person was actually laughing and chatting with Teacher Lu. Senior year of high school is precisely the age when one starts to develop feelings. For a teacher like Lu Jia, who was stunningly beautiful, with a hot figure and an air of noble elegance, she was practically a perfect goddess, leaving them utterly defenseless. Moreover, this person was actually sitting next to Teacher Lu, watching as the position in their hearts, which they longed for but could not reach, was occupied by another man. Countless students felt a sharp pain in their hearts. It hurt. It hurt too much. But the girls were different. Upon seeing this person, their immediate reaction was that he was handsome, incredibly handsome. Looking at his handsome face and tall stature, countless girls felt their hearts racing wildly. In the train compartment, Lu Jia looked at Zhang Chen, still somewhat in disbelief. "You really got expelled?" She didn't think Zhang Chen was the type to voluntarily drop out. "Of course it's true, otherwise how would I be here?" Zhang Chen shrugged, looking helpless. If even a genius like you can be expelled, it seems the leadership at Qingtian High School needs to change. Lu Jia tightly grasped Zhang Chen's hand, a hint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't wanted to contact those people, but when she heard Zhang Chen was expelled, they were the first ones to come to mind. "Teacher Lu, I'm really fine. Look, I'm doing well now, right?" Feeling the warmth in her hand, Zhang Chen suddenly thought that being expelled wasn't so bad after all. Just as the two were chatting, it seemed the students from Qingtian High School had started to suspect something. Don't you think that person looks a bit familiar? Like someone we saw in that news article. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like him. After 2 days of the news about Jiang Chen clearing the hell-level dungeon spreading through the Tiandu City Professional Forum, everyone just didn't know what he looked like. Wow, it really does look a bit like him. No way, could he be the one who cleared the hell-level dungeon? No way, that's a hell-level dungeon. How could he come to our Qingtian High School? True, that person seems to be from Tiandu High School. In an instant, the atmosphere in the train compartment began to heat up. The students' chatter even reached the compartment where Lu Jia and Jiang Chen were. Lu Jia, seeing the students making a fuss, was somewhat puzzled. She immediately stood up, pulled back the curtain of the compartment, and asked, "What are you talking about? Didn't we agree beforehand that we should try to keep the compartment quiet?" Being from a military background, Lu Jia placed great importance on discipline. Teacher Lu, is that student next to you the one who cleared the hell-level dungeon? A girl timidly asked. Hell-level dungeon? Lu Jia was somewhat taken aback. Now, as a squad leader in the military district, she was busy every day and usually only caught up on the news during her days off. Moreover, when she was out on missions, she was in a state of having the professional hall closed. She had heard about this notification but hadn't looked into it in detail. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Chen beside her. Jiang Chen was also looking at Lu Jia. The person the students are talking about is really you? Jiang Chen blinked and smiled slightly at Lu Jia without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Jia couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She knew this little guy didn't want to admit it. Wow, it really is you. You're quite the celebrity now. The entire professional circle in Tiandu City is talking about you, Lu Jia said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chen helplessly shrugged. I just got lucky. Lucky? Humph, do you think clearing a hell-level dungeon is child's play? You think luck alone can get you through? Lu Jia shot Jiang Chen a glance, clearly not believing his words. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless in response. He really had gotten lucky discovering the rules of the dungeon. Why did no one believe him? Alright, I admit it, I do have some strength. Jiang Chen shrugged, no longer pretending. Lu Jia, seeing Jiang Chen's acknowledgement, nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. The students in the carriage erupted into chatter upon hearing Lu Jia and Jiang Chen's conversation. Wow, he really is that genius. Oh my god, I'm actually in the same carriage as the guy who cleared the hell difficulty dungeon. Oh no, I just gave that big shot a disdainful look. He won't hold a grudge against me, will he? I need to record this wonderful moment and post it later. For a moment, the carriage was filled with excited discussions. All the students were thrilled. The students of Qingtian High School weren't particularly strong, and they had also attempted the novice dungeon. They couldn't even clear the medium difficulty, let alone hell difficulty. Therefore, just seeing a genius like Jiang Chen, who could clear hell difficulty solo, was already a huge delight for them. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the students' excitement. He hadn't expected that his achievement in clearing the hell difficulty dungeon would cause such a stir. Alright, everyone quiet down. At this moment, Lu Jia spoke up. Classmate Jiang Chen is a new transfer student to our Qingtian High School. I hope everyone can take good care of him from now on. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the carriage instantly froze. But moments later, it erupted into even more fervent cheers. Wow, the Big Shot actually joined Qingtian High School. I must be dreaming. Welcome, Big Shot, to our Qingtian High School. Big Shot, please look out for us. Big Shot, please carry us. The students clamored. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be infected by their enthusiasm. Although Qingtian High School was at the bottom for years, the atmosphere here was much better than at Tiandu High School. At least, there were no intrigues or competition for fame and profit, just pure enthusiasm and friendship. Sister Lu, how many people from our Qingtian High School are participating in the team dungeon? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Lu Jia was slightly taken aback and then replied, we only have 15 people. So few? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. Isn't there more than 15 people in a class at Tiandu High School? There's nothing we can do. Our Qingtian High School has a small number of students, and many of them lack combat ability, Lu Jia sighed. In fact, she hadn't mentioned that among those 15, only 7 were warriors. It's okay, 15 people is enough. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Lu Jia looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. You're that confident? The difficulty of team dungeons is far higher than that of solo dungeons. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. The high-speed train soon arrived at its destination, which was the location of the team dungeon, the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle is a large independent abyss dungeon. In this world, there is not only the Abyss invasion but also countless overlapping events. The Abyss invasion can be seen as a parallel world. Within the Abyss world, there are unique civilizations and endless Abyss monsters similar to humans. And at the junction of the Abyss and the human world lies the current #1 battlefield for humanity, the Shanhai Abyss. Along the way, Lu Jia shared many little-known facts about the Abyss with Jiang Chen. Although the Abyss is dangerous, it also comes with great opportunities. More than half of the top 10 legendary practitioners in Huaxia gained crucial skills, talents, and extremely rare exclusive equipment after training in the Shanhai Abyss. Most Abyss dungeons are overlapping planes created by the collision of the Abyss dimension and the Blue Star dimension. Listening to Lu Jia's special tutoring, Jiang Chen gained a lot of insights. He hadn't paid much attention to how the Abyss appeared or how the Abyss dungeons were born. After a pause, Lu Jia continued, "Of course, there are a few Abyss dungeons that are created by powerful Abyss beasts at the level of Abyss leaders and above, which are even more dangerous." "Sister Lu Jia, how do you know so much?" Jiang Chen asked curiously, as if this knowledge wasn't in the textbooks. "Well, this," Lu Jia rarely stuttered. It's something my family told me." "Family?" Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, not asking further. The two chatted as they walked, with students from Qingtian High School behind them. However, this time, the men from Qingtian High School no longer looked at Jiang Chen with jealousy. Their gazes were filled with deep respect. In their eyes, only a genius like Jiang Chen deserves Teacher Lu. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the entrance of this team dungeon. Lu Jia looked at the crowd in front of her and couldn't help but frown. "This is a bit troublesome. Since we left late, we've fallen behind the other schools for too long. I'm afraid there won't be any spots left for us." Most high schools were challenging team dungeons today, so the high-speed train schedules were mostly allocated to other high schools. Qingtian High School, without a doubt, was assigned to the last train. Now they were in line, and it was estimated they wouldn't be done for at least half a day. "It's okay, Sister Lu Jia, I have a way." Jiang Chen grinned and then took out a blue medal. Lu Jia recognized it at a glance. It was the bronze medal she had given Jiang Chen yesterday. "Are you thinking what I think you are?" Lu Jia seemed to guess something. "That's right, just as you thought. After all, I am a merit holder. Cutting in line should be fine, right?" Jiang Chen said this casually, but it left Lu Jia a bit speechless. "You really know how to find privileges for yourself." Lu Jia shook her head helplessly and said, "However, with the bronze medal in hand, no one would dare to say anything about you cutting in line. The bronze medal represented military honor, and most people would step aside upon seeing it. Not to mention in such a crowded situation, no one wanted to attract unnecessary trouble. Of course, when you're out here, your identity is something you create for yourself." Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Saying this, he raised the bronze medal and strode toward the crowd. "Make way, make way." Jiang Chen's voice rang out among the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He wore a blue medal on his chest, shining in the sunlight. Upon seeing the bronze medal in Jiang Chen's hand, the crowd stirred. "Bronze medal? That's a military medal. Wow, this guy is a military big shot. Wait, how can this big shot be so young? Quick, make way, don't block the big shot's path." Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Jiang Chen led the students of Qingtian High School smoothly to the front of the line. The space ahead was much more open. The students from Qingtian High School following Jiang Chen gave him a thumbs up for his maneuver. Only a handful of people in the entire Tiandu city owned a bronze medal, and you used it to clear a path? Under Jiang Chen's impressive operation, the group from Qingtian High School quickly reached the front of the line. Ahead, the entrance to the team dungeon, the Twisted Jungle, floated in midair, constantly flashing with deep blue rings, releasing a heart-pounding black mist. Next to the teleportation gate, a red warning line was drawn, and behind it was a line of high school teams waiting to enter the dungeon. Since Tiandu High School had already entered the dungeon, the other high schools could only wait patiently outside the warning line. "Ha, isn't that Qingtian High School? How come they're in front of us?" At that moment, a slightly surprised voice came from the side. The speaker was a student from Tianlan High School. Although Tianlan High School couldn't compare to the top 3 schools in Tiandu, it was certainly not something that Qingtian High School, which had been at the bottom for years, could easily challenge. But how could Qingtian High School be ahead of them this year? The students waiting in line to enter the dungeon also curiously leaned out to listen. In previous years, the schools closest to the teleportation gate were always the top 3 in Tiandu: Tianshui High School, Tiandu High School, and Tianqi High School. The other high schools would consciously give up their positions at the front. However, this year seemed to be an exception. My goodness, it really is Qingtian High School's uniform. Didn't they always rank last in previous years? Could it be that Qingtian High School's train this year departs at midnight? Surely not. After being at the bottom for years, they want to experience what it's like to be first? Ha, isn't that right? Who says being in first place doesn't count? Ha ha ha, that's true. Various discussions rose and fell, all aimed at Qingtian High School. The students from Tianshui and Tianqi high schools, who were at the front, looked at the Qingtian High School line with great interest. Especially Tianqi High School, which had always been at odds with Qingtian High School. They were from the same county, and they looked down on their neighboring school that had been at the bottom for years. Qingtian High School, I advise you to be sensible and return to where you belong, don't block our way. When the other high schools arrive, their leading teachers won't be as easy to talk to as I am. The leading teacher from Tianqi High School was a middle-aged man with a beard, his eyes dark and shadowy, giving off an intimidating presence without needing to be angry. Ha, why should we? We Qingtian High School are also here to participate in the team dungeon. Why should we give way to you? Lu Jia said, somewhat dissatisfied. The positions in line for the dungeon entrance were not fixed. Why should they yield to other high schools? Teacher Gao, it seems these students from Qingtian High School still haven't recognized their place. Why don't we teach them a lesson? The students from Tianqi High School rolled up their sleeves, eager to try. The students from Qingtian High School, seeing this situation, also looked serious. Although they were indeed at the bottom, it didn't mean they lacked their own dignity. Just as the students from Qingtian High School were about to speak, Jiang Chen stepped forward first. No need, I can handle this small matter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and stepped out of the line. Is there some misunderstanding, classmate? We Qingtian High School are also here to participate in the team dungeon. Why should we give way to you? Besides, how wide is this place? What difference does it make to have one more line? Jiang Chen looked at the eager student with an innocent expression and asked. The student, seeing Jiang Chen's honest demeanor, thought he was an easy target and snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. It's precisely because you are Qingtian High School. Qingtian High School, always at the bottom. What qualifications do you have to compare with us from Tianqi High School? Exactly, go back to where you belong and don't block our way. The other students from Tianqi High School chimed in. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, remained unfazed and simply smiled faintly. Oh really? Since that's the case, let me give you a reason to let us through. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. The strength of this aura even startled Lu Jia. What kind of skill is this? How can he have such a powerful presence? Lu Jia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen. Wasn't he a summoner? What was this skill? The students from Tianqi High School were even more frightened by this aura, their faces turning pale as they unconsciously took a few steps back. They never expected that this seemingly harmless boy would unleash such a terrifying aura. In their eyes, Jiang Chen at this moment resembled a high and mighty deity, radiating a faint golden light that compelled admiration. Big brother, aren't we professionals? Why does the atmosphere feel different? In fact, Jiang Chen was using the mythic domain to replicate the battle aura of the Little Saint. As a legendary level summoned beast, the Little Saint could make even level 15 magical beasts feel the immense gap in power and rank just by slightly releasing its bloodline pressure. How could this group of little brats withstand it? Jiang Chen merely released a hint of his own aura, causing the students of Tianqi High School to retreat in fear. What's wrong? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Why are you backing down now? Jiang Chen smirked coldly, mocking them. The students of Tianqi High School turned red at his words. Although they were frightened into retreating by Jiang Chen's aura, it didn't mean they were afraid. So what if you're strong? With so many of us from Tianqi High School, do you think we fear just one person? Besides, what if you're powerful? The ones behind you are a bunch of useless fools. I don't believe you can clear the dungeon with a group of trash. And do you know who I am? The principal of Tianqi is my relative. A daring female student, emboldened, grew more animated as she spoke. However, the next moment, she felt a gust of wind sweep past her, followed by a wave of dizziness. Everything in front of her seemed to spin continuously. Hiss, it hurts. When the sharp pain on her face hit her, she finally realized. She had just been slapped hard, resulting in a 360-degree spin. Why you? How dare you hit me? The female student cried out, clutching her swollen left cheek. However, the scene she imagined, where her classmates would stand up for her, did not materialize. She looked up and saw a burly middle-aged man in black, exuding an intimidating presence, watching her with a mocking expression. Beside him stood a bald middle-aged man with a face full of black lines, staring at her intently. That man was none other than the principal of Tianqi High School. Hee, Principal Lu, your students are really something, said Lin Chuan, the mayor of Tiandu City. I apologize for the trouble, Mayor Lin. They'd been spoiled since childhood, the principal of Tianqi High School replied with a forced smile, then shouted at the leading teacher of Tianqi High School. Why aren't you taking her away? Making such a ruckus, what kind of behavior is that? You've embarrassed Tianqi High School. But he. The girl, still holding her swollen face, wanted to say more but was grabbed by the leading teacher and dragged back into the group. Jiang Chen observed this and quietly placed his hands behind his back. He had been too gentle, she could still talk. Kid, full of vigor, huh? Lin Chuan glanced at Jiang Chen, raised an eyebrow, and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder in that familiar manner again. But you did well, insulting a meritorious person definitely deserves a lesson. Just be mindful of your methods next time. Lin Chuan quickly absolved Jiang Chen of responsibility with just a few words. However, it was indeed that female student's fault for not noticing the shiny medal on Jiang Chen's chest. Insulting a meritorious person is a serious offense. At this moment, the students of Tianqi High School finally noticed the medal Jiang Chen wore on his chest. They had been too busy mocking him to pay attention, only now realizing, how could a student from Qingtian High School suddenly have a bronze medal at this age? While we are still playing in the mud, you are already a mercenary in the outer realms. Just as everyone was astonished by Jiang Chen's medal, a commotion suddenly erupted from the entrance of the team dungeon. Figures began to emerge from the blue light curtain. Rather than saying they were walking, it was more accurate to say they were stumbling and crawling. Their disheveled appearance made the onlooking students unable to suppress their laughter. Is this Tiandu High School? Due to Tiandu High School's strong capabilities, they had entered the dungeon early. However, compared to their spirited demeanor when they first entered, the students of Tiandu High School now looked utterly miserable. Not only were their clothes tattered, but their faces bore deep and shallow wounds. Some students even found it difficult to walk. If it weren't for their classmates supporting them, they would have likely collapsed on the ground. Did something go wrong in the teen dungeon? That can't be. Even in hellish difficulty, it shouldn't be possible to torment a group from Tiandu High School to this extent, right? Yeah, the students from Tiandu High School all have awakened A-level talents. Even facing an 18-level boss, they should be able to handle it with ease. The students from various high schools began to discuss and speculate about the reasons. Why are you all out so soon? At this moment, Wang Yang, the teacher leading the Tiandu High School team, was also puzzled by the students' disheveled state. It was too difficult. This teen dungeon is simply not something humans can clear. A student from Tiandu High School gasped, clearly shaken by the experience inside. Wang Yang ignored the student and walked up to a red-haired boy. Gao Yang, what happened inside? The red-haired boy, Gao Yang, smiled bitterly at the question. Teacher Wang, this team dungeon is probably the most difficult one in the entire history of Tiandu City. High difficulty dungeon? Wang Yang was somewhat confused. Tiandu City was considered above average in Huaxia, and the overall strength of its students was significantly stronger than those from other cities. In previous years, their team dungeons had consistently placed in the top 20, even the top 15. But to say this was the most difficult team dungeon in history was hard for him to imagine. Yes, high difficulty dungeon. Gao Yang nodded, his tone serious. A large number of 18-level elite abyss monsters appeared inside, and there are even boss-level entities. Moreover, the dungeon terrain is complex, filled with traps and mechanisms. If you're not careful, you could be wiped out. I suspect this dungeon is simply impossible to clear. At his words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 18-level elite abyss monsters and boss-level entities? This was unheard of. In previous team dungeons, the strongest monsters were only level 15, and they were still bosses. Yet this time, elite abyss monsters and boss-level entities had appeared directly, making the difficulty unimaginable. How could this happen? Wang Yang also looked incredulous. Although he realized the difficulty of this team dungeon might not be low, he never expected it to be to this extent. Gao Yang? At this moment, Jiang Chen in the crowd heard their conversation. He suddenly remembered that there was a young master from the Gao family studying at Tiandu High School. However, Gao Yang was in the elite class, and they had never interacted before. I can't miss any clues. Jiang Chen silently noted the boy's appearance and slowly walked into the crowd. At this time, Lu Jia approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what should we do now? If it was really as Tiandu High School said, even if Jiang Chen was strong, it would be difficult for him to cope. The students from Qingtian High School also felt a bit lacking in confidence. Jiang Chen might be powerful, but he was still just one person. Even a prestigious school like Tiandu High School couldn't clear the dungeon. Their chances of success were almost zero. Lin Chuan beside him also looked at Jiang Chen with great interest, curious about what choice he would make. He could have easily transferred Jiang Chen to a more powerful high school, but he chose not to. Just because there is some mechanism hidden within this team dungeon. A mechanism that can truly lead to success. Facing the hopeful gazes of the group, Jiang Chen merely smiled slightly. It's simple, just listen to me once you go in. At that moment, Qingtian High School had completed their registration. Since the Tianshui High School ahead of them chose to give up, it was now their turn. Many high schools wanted to opt out because dying in the team dungeon would result in a significant loss of experience. If they couldn't level up in the dungeon and instead lost levels, it would be a huge loss. Qingtian High School, do you also choose to give up the challenge? The registrar asked. In his view, Qingtian High School would definitely choose to give up. Qingtian High School chooses to challenge. Your choice is good, sometimes a proper retreat. The registrar's words were interrupted by Lu Jia. Qingtian High School chooses to challenge. The registrar was taken aback. He never expected that Qingtian High School would choose to challenge. After all, even Tianshui High School had given up. How could Qingtian High School dare to challenge? Didn't they know that the requirements for student strength in team dungeons were very high? Are you sure you want to challenge? The registrar asked again, wanting to confirm. Sure. Alright, in that case, you can go in. The registrar sighed and closed the registration book. Damn, the perennial underdog dares to challenge the dungeon? Do they think their level is too high? Haha, right? They can't possibly think that just having a transfer student will help them clear the dungeon? I think they might end up completely wiped out this time. Watching the group from Qingtian High School enter one after another, the remaining high schools laughed and expressed their confusion over Qingtian High School's choice. The leading teachers from the other high schools also shook their heads slightly, some even advising Lu Jia that tickets for a return trip could be purchased 10 minutes later. Only Lin Xuan looked with great interest at the disappearing figures of Qingtian High School, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, everyone was transported by a flash of white light into a dim and deep forest. Towering trees blocked out the sun, their dense branches and leaves keeping the sunlight at bay, creating a stifling atmosphere in the jungle. The low growls of beasts echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Then, a prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. Twisted jungle, once ravaged by war, where the people lived in misery. But a destined one appeared, leading the weak human race to rise, breaking the established order, establishing an alliance, allowing all races to coexist. However, the arrival of the Abyss and the disappearance of the Destined One plunged the twisted jungle back into war, causing the alliance to fall apart. Now, the human race is weak, and the ghost race and tree spirit race, supported by the Abyss, continuously erode the jungle. Task: unite with the human race or defeat the ghost race and tree spirit race alone. Hint: before the Destined One disappeared, special conditions for clearing were set, but due to the passage of time, the conditions can no longer be verified. This team dungeon is a special team dungeon with a high difficulty level. Please be mentally prepared. Warning: abyssal creatures have sensed your arrival. Please prepare for battle. As the prompt sound faded, a rustling noise arose in the jungle, and a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the jungle as a massive abyssal beast charged out of the darkness, pouncing towards the group from Qingtian High School. The abyssal beast was pitch black, with sharp claws and fangs, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura. Damn, a level 15 abyssal beast. The students of Qingtian High School gasped, their faces pale with fear. They had never seen such a powerful abyssal beast, let alone fought one. Don't be afraid, stand behind me, Jiang Chen reminded everyone in time, while using the illusory fire eye to detect the attributes of this abyssal beast. Tree Spirit Beast, Abyssal Transformation, Quality, Elite Level, 15 Strength, 255 Constitution, 210 Speed, 169 Spirit, 188 Skills, Vine Entanglement, Group Control, Thorn Technique, Ranged Control, Root Binding, Single Target Control. This was an elite level Tree Spirit Beast, its strength comparable to a level 15 Abyssal Boss. Moreover, this Tree Spirit Beast possessed 3 control skills. In other team dungeons, it would definitely be considered a mini-boss. But in the Twisted Jungle, it was merely a small monster. Many of the students here were even less than 1/5 the strength of this Tree Spirit Beast. If one skill hit, these students would likely be wiped out. Such weak humans, the Tree Spirit Beast said in a hoarse voice after glancing at them. Tell me about the humans behind you, and I will give you a quick death. It seemed to regard Jiang Chen and his group as natives. What if I don't say? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. If you don't say, then. Before the Tree Spirit Beast could finish its sentence, a golden red spear light flashed across the sky. The Tree Spirit Beast didn't even have time to scream before it was pierced through the head by the spear, its massive body crashing to the ground. How strong! The students of Qingtian High School were dumbfounded. They never expected Jiang Chen to kill a beast comparable to a level 15 abyssal boss in one move. Was this the power of a big shot? At that moment, they saw above the tree spirit beast's head a monkey wielding a light golden spear, skillfully collecting the materials dropped by the beast. It was then they remembered that the big shot seemed to be a summoner. Big shot, what should we do now? A girl asked weakly. Yeah, big shot, do you have a plan? They thought that since Jiang Chen was leading them to challenge the dungeon, he must have a corresponding plan. Plan? After taking the materials brought back by the little saint, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said lightly, wasn't it mentioned in the introduction? As long as we kill the ghost tribe and the tree spirit tribe, we can clear the dungeon, right? Oh, right, and the abyssal beasts. All the students? This counts as a plan? Then, big shot, aren't we going to cooperate with the local humans? Cooperate? No need for that, Jiang Chen waved his hand. If you're scared, just stay behind and watch. If they took action, they would receive experience points. At this point, Jiang Chen finally understood why Lin Xuan wanted him to join Qingtian High School. Joining Qingtian High School was equivalent to challenging a high-difficulty team dungeon alone. How much experience would that be? The students of Qingtian High School exchanged glances, never expecting that Jiang Chen actually planned to challenge the entire twisted jungle by himself. It should be noted that this dungeon was filled with countless ghost tribes, tree spirit tribes, and abyssal beasts. Even a strong school like Tiandu High School would return empty-handed. However, if Jiang Chen could really lead them to clear the team dungeon, just the clearing experience would be enough for them to level up several times. This was much faster than grinding monsters on their own. Realizing this, everyone followed Jiang Chen closely, staying in places where the battle wouldn't reach them. At this point, they could only trust the big shot. Seeing the orderly group, Jiang Chen nodded. Stay behind me. Thus, under Jiang Chen's lead, they quickly arrived at a densely wooded area. Along the way, they encountered traps multiple times, but each time the danger narrowly missed them. This made them feel as if their luck had changed for the better. Just then, a wailing sound echoed from afar. At the same time, accompanied by the rustling of footsteps, a group of ghostly beings wielding bone knives emerged from the darkness. The ghostly tribe exuded a strong aura of death, wearing menacing masks, their bodies tall and thin, radiating a chilling presence. Their levels were generally around 14, with the squad leader reaching level 16, a force not to be underestimated. Humans, how dare you trespass into the twisted jungle? You are simply seeking death. They had originally intended to hunt down these humans, but unexpectedly, the humans had delivered themselves right to their doorstep. The ghostly squad leader roared, charging towards Jiang Chen with its bone knife. The rest of the ghostly tribe quickly followed, surrounding Jiang Chen and the students of Qingtian High School in an instant. Protect the boss. Although the students of Qingtian High School were not strong, they immediately wanted to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do I need your protection? Jiang Chen looked at the group of students, feeling a bit moved, but he quickly reminded them, you should stand behind me, even a single monster inside could wipe you all out. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly reacted and retreated behind Jiang Chen. They had indeed overreacted a bit. Looking at the densely packed ghostly squad, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, you ghostly tribe should be all here, right? The ghostly squad leader was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shouldn't this question be for it to ask? After realizing this, the ghostly squad leader shouted, human, don't think of playing tricks, obediently reveal the human behind you. Clearly, they still regarded Jiang Chen and his group as scouts sent by the local humans. Great, another group of uncommunicative guys. Jiang Chen had no patience for idle chatter with them and directly summoned Xiaoshang and Panda. Kill them all, leave not a single one. Although these ghostly beings were terrifyingly powerful to the other high school students, to Xiaoshang and Panda, whose average base attributes were now 700, they were merely a slight challenge. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoshang's body radiated golden light. In an instant, the fighting Saint domain enveloped the entire battlefield. The four-dimensional attributes of a group of ghostly beings were forcibly reduced by 50%. Panda was not to be outdone, activating the trait comprehensive understanding. The ground trembled violently, and the earth beneath the ghostly soldiers collapsed, trapping their feet and immobilizing them. At the same time, Xiaoshang seized the opportunity, the dawn spear in hand glowing brilliantly. A dazzling spear light instantly pierced through the chest of the ghostly squad leader, pinning it to the ground. Instant kill. Xiaoshang was now utterly unreasonable. A pure numerical crush. After eliminating the ghostly squad leader, Xiaoshang and Panda showed no signs of stopping, charging into the ghostly horde and wreaking havoc. As Xiaoshang's golden-red holy fighting spirit swept across the battlefield, the ghostly soldiers had no power to retaliate. One spear pierced, one strike killed. The scene was extremely bloody. Ding! Kill ghostly squad leader, experience plus 1500, kill ghostly skeletons times 8, experience plus 3000, obtain equipment, skeleton battle armor, gold, obtain materials, bone powder times 10, obtain materials, Sunluo bone flute times 1. Jiang Chen looked at the system notifications flooding the screen, feeling quite satisfied. This twisted jungle dungeon truly lived up to its reputation as a high-difficulty team dungeon, offering abundant experience points. If he could clear the entire dungeon, he was confident he could level up 2 levels, and even 3 levels was not out of the question. Truly impressive, to single-handedly wipe out over a dozen high-level ghostly beings. With such strength, I absolutely believe he can clear the team dungeon. But the boss is really decisive, even too lazy to explain. The students of Qingtian High School looked at the formidable Jiang Chen, feeling quite excited. They knew that with Jiang Chen as their strong ally, their team dungeon adventure would surely yield considerable rewards. Before long, the Ghost Tribe team was completely annihilated by Xiao Shang and Panda. Current level 9, 92%. Although it was just a Ghost Tribe team, the experience gained by Jiang Chen was quite substantial. During the battle, Jiang Chen had already activated his illusory fire eye to learn the location of the Ghost Tribe's lair. Since the Ghost Tribe was so hospitable as to send a team to welcome him, Jiang Chen, coming from a land of etiquette, certainly had to return the favor. What would be the most sincere and appropriate gesture of gratitude? Of course, it was to personally go and thank them. The Ghost Tribe wanted to find me, so here I come. Xiao Shang, Panda, we're going to the Ghost Tribe's lair. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shang and Panda immediately cleared the way ahead. The other students from Qingtian High School, still in shock, quickly followed suit. At this moment, inside the Ghost Tribe's lair, the Ghost King was anxiously waiting for the team to report back. Ever since the disappearance of the human destiny and the invasion of the Abyssal forces, the alliance between the human and Ghost Tribes had collapsed. He had led the Ghost Tribe to ally with the Abyss, becoming a dominant force in the Twisted Jungle. However, the recent teams he sent out had been observing many humans. This made the Ghost King uneasy. After all, the pressure from that former destiny was immense. If the destiny had not disappeared, he would not have dared to casually join the Abyss. Report, my king, humans are coming. At that moment, a ghost warrior stumbled into the Great Hall, looking terrified. What? Humans are coming? The Ghost King was immediately alarmed. How many of them are there, and what is their strength? Is it that Destiny who has returned? Not Destiny, there is only one person, along with a monkey and a bear, the ghost warrior replied. Only one? The Ghost King found it hard to believe. My king, that one human is extremely powerful. Our team was instantly wiped out by him, the ghost warrior quickly added. Instantly wiped out? The Ghost King gasped. He had invested a lot of resources to train a team, only to have them annihilated by an unknown human in an instant. Let's go, we need to see this. The Ghost King did not dare to delay and immediately led a group of ghost generals out of the Great Hall. At this moment, inside the Ghost Tribe's lair, Xiao Shang and Panda were continuously killing the surrounding ghost soldiers, quickly clearing the area. Strange, I've killed so many, yet the Ghost King still hasn't shown up? Jiang Chen wondered. Through the illusory fire eye, Jiang Chen learned that there was a powerful king among the Ghost Tribe, who should be the boss. Master, perhaps the Ghost King will appear soon. Xiao Shui, who was beside Jiang Chen, spoke up. Since the students lacked strength and could only stay on the periphery, Jiang Chen allowed Xiao Shui to appear in her transformed form. It must be said that Xiao Shui's appearance after transformation was truly captivating to both men and women. Her long hair flowed like clouds, casually tied up, with delicate features as if sculpted by the heavens, skin fairer than snow, and a tall, graceful figure with alluring curves. Dressed in a light white-blue long dress, she exuded an ethereal quality, like a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. The charm of cuteness really paled in comparison to the allure of a mature and sexy figure, especially those killer long legs. Master, what are you looking at? Sensing her master's gaze, Xiao Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. Ahem, I think the weather is nice today, very bright. Jiang Chen coughed a few times and continued. Moreover, I also believe that the Ghost King should appear soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed from the Great Hall. Who exactly are you? Why have you trespassed into the land of my ghost clan? In the Grand Hall, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and exuding a powerful aura, emerged, the king of the Ghost Clan. He wore a golden crown, donned black armor, and wielded a bone knife that radiated a chilling presence, surrounded by a thick miasma of death, giving off an air of authority without anger. Finally, he has arrived. Jiang Chen looked at the Ghost Clan king, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that Xiao Shui's absolute luck has been triggered. Truly, whatever is said comes to pass. Newcomer, new book. This book is currently in the verification period, and the readership is crucial for its continuation. If all the readers enjoy this book, I hope you can follow it to the latest chapters. Thank you, everyone. After the Ghost Clan King arrived, he glanced at the fallen ghost soldiers, his eyes filled with flickering blue ghost flames. Human race, you truly deserve to die. The ghost soldiers he had painstakingly nurtured had been slaughtered by the human before him. If you were to die too, would the scum of the abyss still have the face to linger here? Jiang Chen sneered, clearly seeing the attributes of the Ghost Clan King under the illusory fire eye. Ghost Clan King level, 25 strength, 520 constitution, 520 speed, 520 spirit, 630 skills, Undead Summon LV5, Undead Corruption LV4, Undead Shield LV4, Undead Resurrection, Transcendent, LV3 description, undoubtedly the king of the Ghost Clan. Truly worthy of being the boss of a team dungeon, not only high in level, but also with explosive attributes and an absurd number of skills. It seems he can even resurrect? Ignorant human, do you think you can fathom the power of the abyss? It won't be long before the blessings of the abyss descend upon the entire twisted jungle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered. A lackey of the abyss, siding with it, willingly becoming a pawn to assist in its tyranny. Even if the so-called abyss descends, I can ensure it comes and never returns. You. The Ghost Clan King trembled with rage at Jiang Chen's words. He had never imagined that someone would dare to insult the abyss so brazenly. It was simply courting death. I don't care who you are, but daring to invade my Ghost Clan's territory and kill my ghost soldiers, you will pay the price today. As soon as the Ghost Clan King finished speaking, ghostly energy surged around him, and the bone knife in his hand emitted a wailing sound. Clearly, he was truly enraged. Undead Summon. With a low roar from the Ghost Clan King, blue whirlpools suddenly appeared on the walls surrounding the hall. From these whirlpools, the aura of the undead surged, and one by one, undead creatures emerged. These undead beings included skeleton soldiers, ghosts, zombies, and even massive undead dragons. As soon as the undead creatures appeared, they charged towards Jiang Chen and the others. Xiaoxue, it's your turn to perform. When dealing with a horde of magical beasts, Xiaoxue was the quickest. Yes, master. Xiaoxue smiled sweetly, gracefully moving to stand before Jiang Chen. She raised her jade hand, and a great power of space surged around her. The entry space sorceress was activated. With Xiaoxue's action, spatial rifts instantly appeared throughout the hall. The undead creatures that had just crawled out of hell were still in a daze. With another wave of Xiaoxue's hand, the spatial rifts swiftly devoured the undead beings. Once consumed by the spatial rifts, the undead creatures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. What? The Ghost Clan King was taken aback, seeing his undead creatures disappear in an instant. He had never witnessed such a bizarre method capable of instantly devouring his undead beings. This was his greatest trump card. Who exactly are you? The Ghost Clan King asked in terror. Who am I? The one who will kill you. With Jiang Chen's command, Xiao Shang and Panda struck simultaneously. Damn it! Undead Shield. The king of the Ghost Clan quickly cast an undead shield on himself. The undead shield could withstand a large amount of damage and absorb the souls of undead creatures to enhance his own power. But it only held for less than a second. Bang! A shattering sound echoed. The king of the Ghost Clan's undead shield shattered. Minus 36,680. A glaring crimson number appeared, causing his health bar to drop by more than half. Xiao Shang's fighting Saint Domain came with armor-breaking and weakening effects. Coupled with the inherent armor-breaking attribute of the Dawn Spear, breaking through a shell was a piece of cake. Roar! A furious roar erupted. The amplified panda leaped high and punched the king of the Ghost Clan. Minus 32,810 this time. The king of the Ghost Clan was directly sent flying by Panda, crashing into a wall. Struggling to get up from the ground, the king of the Ghost Clan's eyes were filled with fear. He never expected that the human before him would be so powerful. His undead shield and undead creatures were utterly useless against him. Impossible, this is impossible. The king of the Ghost Clan shouted in terror. There's nothing impossible. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, controlling Xiao Shang and Panda to continue their assault. Seeing the situation turn dire, the king of the Ghost Clan hurriedly cast Undead Resurrection, hoping to revive the undead creature he had just killed. However, would Xiaoxue let him succeed? Space Sorcerer entry activated. Once again, spatial rifts appeared in the Great Hall, devouring the recently revived undead creatures. The king of the Ghost Clan, seeing all his means thwarted, fell into complete despair. Spare me, spare me. The king of the Ghost Clan knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Spare you? Weren't you just trying to kill me? Jiang Chen sneered. I was wrong, I was wrong. Let me go, I can take you to the abyss. The king of the Ghost Clan quickly bowed his head in supplication. But how could Xiao Shang and Panda possibly stop? In the end, the king of the Ghost Clan was pierced through the heart by Xiao Shang's spear and fell to the ground with a crash. Ding! Killed the king of the Ghost Clan, experience plus 8,000 obtained equipment, Sun Luo Bone Blade, Emerald, obtained equipment, Undead Staff, Emerald, obtained material, Soul of the Undead, fine, times 10 obtained material, Heart of Death, epic, times 1. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up to level 10. Infinite Splendor entry talent triggered entry extraction times plus 1. Congratulations on completing the first phase hidden task, eliminate the Ghost Clan. Please explore the second phase task on your own. A series of prompts popped up in front of Jiang Chen, leaving him somewhat dazzled. He quickly scanned through them and ultimately decided to extract an entry first. Last time, under Xiao Shui's absolute luck, he drew a golden red entry. This time, he should be able to get a mythical entry. Xiao Shui, extend your hand and activate Fate Control at the same time. Jiang Chen speculated that the closer he was to Xiao Shui, the better the boost from the absolute luck attribute. Hearing this, Xiao Shui's pretty face flushed slightly, but she obediently extended her jade hand and activated Fate Control. In an instant, a mysterious power enveloped the two. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and placed his hand directly on Xiao Shui's hand. Extract entry. A dazzling multicolored beam of light erupted from the two, illuminating the entire great hall in vibrant colors. Jiang Chen held his breath, staring intently at the center of the light beam. Finally, a golden red card hovered before Jiang Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the golden red legendary entry, Arrogance. Arrogance? Jiang Chen picked up the golden red card with some confusion, examining it closely. Arrogance, golden red legend, growth form. Those who possess this entry gain a 40% attack penetration, and for every enemy killed, they receive 0.1% of the enemy's strength attribute. No upper limit. Evaluation. My arrogance is far above yours. Equipping this entry grants a skill. Looking at the introduction of the golden red legend entry in his hand, Jiang Chen felt both excited and thrilled. A 40% attack penetration means being able to ignore 40% of the defense and directly deal damage to the enemy. Moreover, gaining 0.1% of the enemy's strength attribute for every kill is even more outrageous. This means that as long as he keeps killing enemies, he can infinitely enhance his own strength attribute. What a great entry! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that the entry Arrogance was already infinitely close to a mythical entry, and it even came with a skill. Indeed, being in close proximity to Xiao Shui's lucky effect was much better. But what if it was a negative distance? Darn! Darn! Jiang Chen quickly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. He was a serious person. In the end, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to bestow this entry upon Xiao Shang. After all, Xiao Shang had the highest strength and damage, making it the easiest to kill enemies and gain attribute bonuses. Arrogance entry bestowed successfully. Summoned Beast Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Xiao Shang, Legend Strength, 760 Constitution, 725 Speed, 730 Spirit, 700 Xiaoxing's basic 4-dimensional attributes were all enhanced, and its quality also received a 1-star boost. The growth form entry truly lived up to its name. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, your summoned Beast Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Xiao Shang, has unlocked a special skill, Arrogant Statue. Xiaoxing's exclusive skill. Jiang Chen quickly checked Xiaoxing's skill panel. Arrogant Statue quality, Divine Level Effect. For every enemy killed, gain 0.1% of the enemy's strength attribute, no upper limit. Every time 100 strength is gained, a statue of arrogance forms within the body. Each statue of arrogance increases strength by an additional 10%. Consumption, none cooldown, none evaluation. A true powerhouse will never cease slaughtering. Indeed. Just as Jiang Chen thought, the entry Arrogance brought a divine level skill to Xiao Shang. As expected of a divine level skill, it's simply monstrous. Jiang Chen thought to himself. For every enemy killed, gaining 0.1% of the enemy's strength attribute is equivalent to a permanent increase of 0.1% in strength. Moreover, every time 100 strength is gained, a statue of arrogance forms within, and each statue can further increase strength by 10%. This means that as long as Xiao Shang keeps killing enemies, its strength attribute will continuously rise, creating a positive feedback loop. For Xiao Shang, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Just right, there were still quite a few ghost soldiers nearby, perfect for Xiao Shang to stack up on arrogance. Xiao Shang, the rest is up to you. Roar! Upon hearing this, Xiao Shang let out an excited roar and instantly charged towards the remaining ghost soldiers. Xiao Shang wielded the Dawn Spear, and wherever it passed, the ghost soldiers were no match. Kill Ghost Soldier experience plus 300, Arrogance entry triggered, Spirit Brightstone Monkey, Xiao Shang, Strength plus 0. 3 kill Ghost Archer experience plus 350, arrogance entry triggered, Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Xiaosheng, strength plus 0. 34 kill Ghost Cavalry experience plus 360, arrogance entry triggered, Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Xiaosheng, strength plus 0. 38 watching Xiaosheng's slowly rising attributes, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the bonuses are not significant now, if by the later stages the 4-dimensional attributes generally exceed 1,000 or even 10,000, then the bonuses would be terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Chen focused on the few pieces of equipment he had obtained. Sunluo Bone Knife, Emerald, level 10 after equipping, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Speed plus 40, Spirit plus 40 special effect, comes with a 5% armor piercing effect, with a 20% chance to add an undead mark on each attack, which will continuously deal undead damage, causing 5% of the user's strength as damage per second for 3 seconds. Undead Staff, Emerald, level 10 after equipping, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Speed plus 50, Spirit plus 50 special effect, restores 5% of the user's spirit power per second, and after killing an enemy, can absorb the enemy's undead breath to restore 1% of the user's spirit power. Good equipment! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Both pieces of equipment are of emerald quality, with very good attributes, especially the Undead Staff, which can restore 5% of the user's spirit power per second, is simply a boon for the mage class. If this were to be auctioned off, it wouldn't go for less than 10 million. The Sunluo Bone Knife is also decent and usable. Just right, since Panda doesn't have a suitable weapon, this Sunluo Bone Knife will be given to Panda. After Jiang Chen handed the Sunluo Bone Knife to Panda, Xiaosheng had already killed all the remaining ghost soldiers and gained an additional 13 points of strength bonus. Mission accomplished, it's time to find the Tree Spirit Clan. Jiang Chen planned to meet up with the students from Qingtian High School before searching for the Tree Spirit Clan together. After all, there is a mechanism in team dungeons. If there are casualties, it will affect the subsequent rating. To avoid affecting the rating, Jiang Chen would still try to ensure they don't die. At this moment, deep within a cave, a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe and hood stood with his hands behind his back, facing a massive water mirror. In the water mirror, the scene of Jiang Chen and Xiaosheng rampaging through the battlefield was displayed. Interesting. Not only can they kill in the land of the Ghost Clan, but they also defeated the Ghost King. It seems the prophesied person of the human race has already appeared. The mysterious person looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the water mirror, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Notify the Tree Spirit King to speed up the progress. Yes. A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness before vanishing. At this moment, Jiang Chen was unaware that every move he made had already been observed. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because he already possessed enough strength to face any challenge. However, just as Jiang Chen found the students from Qingtian High School, some unexpected events occurred. Originally a team of only 15, it had now grown to over 30 people. The additional humans were all wearing leather battlesuits and wielding various weapons, clearly not students from Qingtian High School. Because the students from Qingtian High School were currently trapped in a large net, trembling in fear. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The students from Qingtian High School were all trapped in the giant net, their faces pale, clearly having been quite frightened. Meanwhile, the group of humans in leather battlesuits looked at them with mocking expressions. Who are you? Why are you capturing them? Jiang Chen said coldly. Why? The leading man in black armor mocked. Don't you know the rules of the Twisted Jungle? Rules? Kid, don't you know? Anything obtained by the human race in the Twisted Jungle must be submitted to the Alliance. Otherwise. As he spoke, he casually threw a long knife, embedding it in front of a student, and coldly said, "Don't blame my knife for being blind." Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully. Under the gaze of the illusory fire eye, the information of these individuals had been exposed without a doubt. Leader of the Human Alliance, Wang Hai level, 23 strength, 368 constitution, 333 speed, 290 spirit, 280 skills, blade/LV. 5, gravity technique LV. 5, frenzy LV. 4, warrior of the Human Alliance, Lu Hong level, 20 strength, 288 constitution, 263 speed, 198 spirit, 99 skills, charge LV. 5, iron armor technique LV. 4, critical hit LVE. 3. It seemed they were indeed the remnants of the Human Alliance within the Twisted Jungle. Jiang Chen had originally planned to restore the former glory of the Human Alliance after dealing with the Abyss. Now it seemed there was no longer a need for that. Hey, kid, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you hear the leader's words? A soldier from the Alliance shouted. He had just witnessed Jiang Chen slaughtering the Ghost Clan and knew this person was not to be trifled with. Thus, he had taken these hostages, trying to force him to submit. Boss, don't worry about us, we can just drop a level. Yeah, boss, please don't let them threaten you, the students from Qingtian High School all urged. They knew Jiang Chen was powerful, but they didn't want to become a burden to him. Heh, you guys are quite loyal, huh? The black armored leader mocked. I hope you won't regret it later. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Regret? How could, Buzz? Before the black armored leader could finish his sentence, he felt a flash of white light before him, and the space trembled continuously. When he came to his senses, all the controlled students had vanished. How is that possible? The black armored leader's pupils constricted. Those students who had just been trapped in the giant net had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Spatial skills, the black armored leader exclaimed, then looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with shock. He saw that beside Jiang Chen, a stunning woman in a white dress had appeared out of nowhere. And those students had appeared behind the woman in white. Little Saint, Fat D, leave none behind. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Bang! A sound of breaking air rang out as Little Saint, who had activated the Battle Saint domain, charged into the crowd with the Dawn Spear. Fat D further activated integration, erecting iron walls to seal off the surrounding environment, leaving them no escape. Damn it, do you really think we're afraid of you? The black armored leader, seeing there was no way out, drew his sword from his waist. Supreme Abyss, your most loyal servant pays you the highest respect, awaken the power hidden deep within the servant's heart. Accompanied by the black armored man's mumbling, the surrounding alliance soldiers cried out in pain, spewing out swirling black mist that coalesced upon the longsword. At the same time, the black armored leader's body began to swell continuously, muscles bulging, revealing the grotesque black veins within. As the black mist continued to gather, the black armored leader's aura surged, and his level actually broke through to 28. Abyss Servant level, 2328 strength, 368500 constitution, 333480 speed, 290468 spirit, 280470 skills, blade slash, intermediate, LV. 5, gravity technique, intermediate, LV. 5, frenzy, advanced, LV. 3, abyss blessing, super, LV. 1, abyss transformation, super, LV. 2, description, gained abyss blessing, abandoned human identity, became a dog of the abyss. Abyss blessing? Jiang Chen's pupils slightly constricted. As he had suspected, there were indeed abyss spies infiltrated within the human alliance. This is also why he did not contact the human alliance. Having dealt with the abyss a few times, Jiang Chen was well aware of its terror. The abyss servant before him would require at least a team of nearly 100 to defeat. Unfortunately for it, it encountered someone who could not be treated with common sense. No wonder it's weak when purified, but 10 times stronger when corrupted. I wonder how many shots from Little Saint it can withstand. Jiang Chen observed the abyss servant with great interest. He couldn't wait for more abyss bosses to appear. They were all sources of experience and wealth. Little Saint, let it know what reality is. Panda, you give it a few hits too. Upon hearing this, Little Saint and Panda let out an excited roar and charged at the abyss servant. Little Saint wielded the Dawn Spear, golden light flickering around him, instantly unleashing the saintly combat domain. The abyss servant felt its body grow heavy, its speed and strength greatly diminished. At the same time, Panda activated integration, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the surrounding soil and rocks quickly coalesced into earthen walls, surrounding the abyss servant completely. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The abyss servant roared. It had never seen such a bizarre skill that could simultaneously weaken its strength and speed while restricting its movements. At that moment, Little Saint, having activated the saintly combat law and saintly domain, had already arrived in front of the abyss servant, the Dawn Spear in his hand glowing brilliantly as he thrust it forward. Minus 51,800. A scarlet damage number floated above the abyss servant's head. The abyss servant felt a sharp pain in its heart and looked down to see a bloody hole pierced through its chest. Suffering such a heavy blow, the abyss servant let out a piercing scream, its body uncontrollably falling backward. No, it can't be. How could you be this strong? You can't kill me. If you do, the abyss won't let you go. However, Little Saint ignored it, the Dawn Spear transforming into an afterimage, continuously piercing through the abyss servant's body. Minus 49,800, minus 48,600, minus 47,400. With each flash of golden light, the abyss servant's health dropped significantly. In just a few breaths, the abyss servant's health was completely depleted. If it weren't for the support of abyssal power, it would have been killed by Little Saint long ago. Ding, killed abyss servant, experience plus 3,000, current level 10, 89%, gained equipment abyssal demon blade, emerald, gained materials abyss heart, fine, times 1, gained materials abyss scale armor, fine, times 10, congratulations on completing the second phase task, defeat the Abyss Spy. Ultimate task has appeared, please challengers find it on your own. Note, this challenge has been eroded by an inexplicable power, difficulty increased, please proceed with caution. Looking at the prompt before him, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the second phase task to be finding a spy, he thought it was to eliminate the Treant clan. It seems the Twisted Jungle has turned everyone into villains. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. According to the prompt, the ultimate task was most likely to challenge the Abyss. But the question was, where to find the Abyss? It couldn't possibly come knocking on their door, could it? Rumble. Just as Jiang Chen was troubled, the ground began to shake violently. From a distance, thick vines burst through the earth, surrounding Jiang Chen and the others. No way. Could it really be coming to us? Seeing the thick vines appearing all around, Jiang Yang immediately realized that these bosses were about to take the initiative. Rumble. As the ground continued to tremble, the surrounding trees collapsed, and countless vines erupted from the ground, closing in on Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen looked around and discovered that, in addition to the vines, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Could it be that the boss of the Twisted Jungle intends to team up? Jiang Chen had learned from the Abyss Servant that the Twisted Jungle had 3 major overlords, which must be the final bosses. Little Saint, Panda, clear the surrounding vines. Xiao Xue, move the students to a safe place. Jiang Chen made a decisive decision. Little Saint and Panda immediately moved towards the vines. Little Saint, surrounded by flickering golden light, charged into the vines with the Dawn Spear, breaking every vine in his path. Panda used metal control to conjure countless sharp blades, severing the surrounding vines. Seeing this, Xiao Xue gracefully stepped forward to the students. Everyone, open your minds, I will transport you to a safe place, Xiao Xue said softly. The students understood that their presence in this battle would only be a burden, so they all opened their minds. Soon, beams of faint light surrounded them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen also activated Illusory Fire Eye, locking onto the positions of the surrounding bosses one by one. In Jiang Chen's eyes, 3 powerful figures were rapidly approaching. One was a tree spirit covered in green vines, towering at several dozen meters high, with sharp thorns all over its body. The second was a skeleton adorned with bone spikes. It was slightly smaller but incredibly fast, wielding a bone knife. The last was a massive ape, engulfed in golden flames, with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. These 3 bosses were the 3 major overlords of the Twisted Jungle: the Tree Spirit King, the Skeleton King, and the Flame Demon Ape King. Hee, human, your journey ends here. The voice of the Tree Spirit King echoed in the air, carrying a chilling murderous intent. Humans, you trespassed into the Twisted Jungle and slaughtered my kin. Today, we will tear you to pieces. The Skeleton King's voice was hoarse and deep, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Kakik, humans, your flesh and blood will become the nourishment for my ascension, the Flame Demon Ape King grinned, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Just when they thought this person would tremble in fear, they saw this weak human scanning them with an intensely eager gaze. This left them momentarily puzzled. What was going on? Surrounded by the 3 bosses, shouldn't this human feel afraid? Usually, any one of them could scare those humans half to death, but today, this human seemed a bit different. In fact, in Jiang Chen's eyes, these 3 bosses were nothing but a bounty of experience and wealth. One should know that in a typical teen dungeon, there were at most 2 bosses, but now there were 3. How much experience, materials, and equipment would that yield? Hey, how much experience do you think you would drop if you died? Jiang Chen not only showed no fear but even made a jest. At this remark, the entire area fell silent. Even the usually talkative Flame Demon Ape King was rendered speechless. Human, you seek death. The Tree Spirit King roared, and the vines around it swirled, transforming into countless sharp blades that charged at Jiang Chen. As Abyss bosses, when had they ever been humiliated like this? The Skeleton King's eyes flashed coldly, and the bone knife in its hand vanished, replaced by a chilling bone spear. The Flame Demon Ape King clenched its fists tightly, flames blazing around it, transforming into countless fire pillars that hurled towards Jiang Chen. Hee, do you really think the 3 of you can kill me? Jiang Chen sneered, unhurried, retreating behind Little Saint and Panda. At the same time, the skill Mythical Domain unfolded instantly. The originally pitch-black sky transformed into a dazzling golden light as Jiang Chen released the Mythical Domain, as if he were immersed in a sea of gold. As soon as the Mythic Domain unfolded, Jiang Chen immediately replicated the Little Saint's Fighting Saint Domain. Buzz! The dual Fighting Saint Domains instantly overlapped. The Tree Spirit King, Skeleton King, and Flame Demon Ape King felt as if they were trapped by an invisible force, their speed and strength greatly diminished. What's going on? The Tree Spirit King exclaimed. Damn it, why has my power disappeared? the Skeleton King said, equally terrified. What? What kind of skill is this? The Flame Demon Ape King's voice trembled slightly. Little Saint, Panda, make it quick. Although Jiang Qin was eager to join the fray, he had no suitable weapon, so he had to dismiss that thought. After all, having Little Saint and Panda was enough. It should be noted that with the Mythic Domain and Dual Fighting Saint domains, the four-dimensional attributes of the two summoned beasts had reached 1500. Little Saint's strength had even surpassed 1700, comparable to a level 35 professional. In this battle, I don't see how I can lose. The enhanced Little Saint and Panda received the command and let out a furious roar, actively charging towards the three bosses. Little Saint wielded the Dawn Spear, and the passive effective, Indestructible Fighting Saint, was triggered, golden light flickering around him. Every thrust carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Panda continuously used Integration, surrounding the three bosses with a metallic barrier while launching earth explosion techniques to restrict the bosses' movements. Although the three bosses were powerful, they had no chance to fight back against the seamless cooperation of Little Saint and Panda. With a loud boom, one of the Tree Spirit King's vines was severed by Little Saint. Ah! The Tree Spirit King cried out in pain, letting out a chilling scream. This blow directly took away more than half of its health. It should be noted that with the abyssal power, the Tree Spirit King's health could reach 300,000. This shows how terrifying Little Saint's strike was. Seeing this, the Skeleton King immediately swung its bone knife at Little Saint. However, with agility reaching 1500, Little Saint was simply too fast, transforming into golden afterimages in midair. Not to mention attacking, the Skeleton King couldn't even aim. At that moment, Panda seized the opportunity, once again using Integration plus Metal Control. It trapped the Skeleton King in a metallic cage while dropping a large number of metal spikes. Minus 10,020, minus 11,800, minus 10,850. A flurry of numbers appeared above the Skeleton King's head, making it scream in agony. Ever since acquiring Integration, Little Panda, a tank, had turned itself into a support. Yet even so, the damage dealt to the Skeleton King was still off the charts. Seeing its two companions in danger, the Flame Demon Ape King rushed to assist. Flames blazed around it as it unleashed a firestorm, transforming into pillars of fire that charged towards Panda. However, just as the fire pillars were about to hit Panda, the surrounding metal crazily converged onto Panda. In the blink of an eye, an indestructible metallic armor formed around Panda. The metal laws activated. At that moment, Panda finally remembered it was a tank. Boom! The fire pillar struck the metallic armor, leaving only a shallow imprint, unable to budge Panda even a little. Meanwhile, the Tree Spirit King, facing off against Little Saint, was in dire straits. Even though it was known for its defense and thick health, under Little Saint's true damage-like and frenzied attacks, its health was plummeting rapidly. Roar! Little Saint let out a furious roar, the Fighting Saint Domain and Golden Fighting Chi erupting simultaneously, as the Dawn Spear pierced through the Tree Spirit King's chest with world-destroying might. Minus 958,000 as scarlet damage number floated above the Tree Spirit King's head. The Tree Spirit King's health bar instantly emptied, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! Killed the Tree Spirit King, experience plus 8,500, arrogance triggered, strength plus 0. 8 acquired equipment, Traiant Staff, Emerald, acquired material, Traiant Heart, Fine, times 1 acquired material, Traiant Root, Epic, times 10. As the Traiant King fell, the remaining Skeleton King and Flame Demon Ape King were instantly thrown into a panic. They had never expected the Traiant King to be defeated so decisively. It should be noted that among them, the Traiant King was the boss blessed the most by the Abyss, and its strength was the greatest. Damn it, this human kid is not right, we must return and report to our master. The Skeleton King showed no hesitation and turned to flee. Seeing this, the Flame Demon Ape King hurriedly followed. However, the speed of Xiao Shang and Panda was not something they could compare to. Xiao Shang used Blink, transforming into a golden light, instantly catching up to the Skeleton King, and without hesitation, pierced the Skeleton King's skull with the Dawn Spear. Minus 162,000 a crimson damage number floated above the Skeleton King's head. The Skeleton King's health bar was instantly emptied, its bones scattered, turning into a small mountain of bones. Ding! Killed Skeleton King, experience plus 8,400, arrogance triggered, strength plus 0. 8 acquired equipment, Skeleton Armor, Emerald, acquired material, Bone Marrow Essence, Fine, times 10 acquired equipment, Death God Mask, Emerald. As soon as the Skeleton King fell, Xiao Shang transformed into a golden light and instantly chased after the Flame Demon Ape King. The Flame Demon Ape King, seeing Xiao Shang pursuing, was greatly alarmed and hurriedly used Flame Body, flames burning fiercely around it, transforming into a fireball and fleeing into the distance. However, just as it took a step, the ground beneath it suddenly collapsed. The unprepared Flame Demon Ape King fell flat on its face. Before it could react, Panda had already used Earth Technique to appear behind it, delivering an earthquake that stunned it. With no ability to resist, the Flame Demon Ape King was directly pierced to death by Xiao Shang with a spear. Ding! Killed Flame Demon Ape King, experience plus 8,400, arrogance triggered, strength plus 0. 85 acquired equipment, Flame Demon Gloves, Emerald, acquired material, Flame Demon Heart, Epic, times 1 acquired material, Flame Crystal, Fine, times 10. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 11 Infinite Prismatic Attribute Talent triggered, draw count plus 1. With the fall of the Flame Demon Ape King, the 3 major bosses of the Twisted Jungle were all defeated. Ding! Congratulations on completing the ultimate quest, Path of Destiny. Note, only by walking the Path of Destiny can one become the next generation of Destiny. Completion rating, perfect rewards, experience plus 20,000, random skill learning book, advanced, times 5, skill points plus 10 as you are the first human team to clear the Twisted Jungle. You were specially awarded the title, Pioneer of the Twisted Jungle. Pioneer of the Twisted Jungle, after equipping, all basic attributes increase by 10%. Note, due to your team killing 3 Abyss bosses during the challenge, the Abyss invasion of the Twisted Jungle has been advanced. Please leave the Twisted Jungle as soon as possible, or bear the consequences. The dungeon teleportation array has malfunctioned, unable to teleport, quest has changed. Quest, survive for 1 hour under the pursuit of the Abyss Overlord, quest reward, unknown, danger detected, Abyss is about to descend, danger. Danger! Jiang Chen had no time to celebrate when a series of red alerts flashed before his eyes. What does this mean? The Abyss is descending again? Before Jiang Chen could think further, the originally bright sky suddenly turned a gloomy blood red, as if influenced by some power. It seemed the Abyss was about to descend soon. Since it has come to this, I will draw the attributes now. Although Xiao Shui was not present, in a moment of crisis, Jiang Chen still believed in his luck. If he could draw a suitable combat attribute for dealing with the Abyss, perhaps this battle would go more smoothly. After all, no one knew what kind of monsters would appear when the Abyss descended. If it were an Abyss creature over level 50, he could only silently put away his summoned beast and go to send himself to death. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the golden purple legendary attribute Ancient Thunder Soul. Ancient Thunder Soul, golden purple legendary, summoning type. The holder of this attribute can summon the Ancient Thunder Soul to possess them. While the Thunder Soul exists, it can enhance the user's strength, speed, lightning intensity, and combat will. At the same time, the body is protected by thunder, causing intense lightning damage to enemies that come into contact with it. Evaluation: wield the power of lightning. Master the source of destruction. I am the natural disaster. I am the lightning. Wow, a summoning type attribute. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to draw a summoning type golden purple legendary attribute. Moreover, the attributes of this attribute were incredibly powerful. Strength, speed, lightning intensity, and combat will were all comprehensively enhanced. And with the body protected by thunder, it could deal intense lightning damage to enemies that came into contact. Self-equipped with reflective armor and damage immunity, Jiang Chen felt that this attribute was very suitable for Fat Panda. Metal Control plus Ancient Thunder Soul. What kind of battle scene would that create if they were combined? Ding! Do you want to bestow the attribute, Ancient Thunder Soul, upon the summoned beast Ninely War Beast, Fat Panda? Bestow! The Ancient Thunder Soul attribute has been successfully bestowed. Summon Beast Ninely War Beast, Fat Panda, Epic times 9, Strength, 608, 680, Vitality, 638, 700, Speed, 586, 650, Mentality, 600, 678. As the Ancient Thunder Soul was bestowed upon Fat Panda, its four-dimensional attributes were comprehensively enhanced, although its quality did not improve. But it was just 1 star away from becoming a legendary summoned beast. Jiang Chen checked Fat Panda's skills and found 2 new skills added. Thunderquake Hammer, active, quality, super tier, skill effect, summons a divine thunder from the sky, dealing massive lightning damage to the target and adding paralysis and slow effects. Consumption, none, cooldown, 180 seconds, Thunder Body Guardian, passive, quality, super tier, skill effect, the body is protected by thunder, immune to all control effects, and deals continuous lightning damage to enemies that come into contact. Damage per second is 10% of its own strength. Consumption, none. Cooldown, none. Great skills. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. These 2 skills, one for active control and the other for passive immunity and damage, perfectly matched Fat Panda's role. Especially the Thunder Body Guardian, which immunizes all control effects, essentially granting Fat Panda an invincibility skill. Moreover, dealing continuous lightning damage to enemies that come into contact was simply a team battle artifact. As long as Fat Panda stood in a crowd, the enemies would be electrocuted mercilessly. After digesting this information, only half a minute had passed. At this moment, he looked up at his surroundings. He saw a spatial rift suddenly appear in the sky. Within the spatial rift, it was pitch black, as if connecting to another world. A nauseating stench of decay emanated from the rift, making one feel sick. The Abyss invasion is here. Jiang Chen stared intently at the sky. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of blood thunder, a tall figure slowly walked out. It was draped in a tattered cloak, wielding a pitch-black scythe, exuding an evil and powerful aura. Abyss Overlord, level 35, strength 1700, vitality 1600, speed 1600, mentality 1780, skill Abyss Corruption, super tier 5. Death Harvest, high level, LVE 4. Shadow Raid, high level, LVE 3. Abyss Summon LVE, super level 2. Introduction, the Commander in the Abyss, a powerful existence, one of the culprits eroding and distorting the jungle. Status, it seems to have been instructed by a powerful being to hunt down a gifted individual. A 35-level Abyss Commander? A serious look flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that after the Abyss descended, an Abyss Commander would appear directly. Not only were its attributes absurdly high, but its skills were also terrifying. This could be said to be the most powerful boss Jiang Chen had encountered so far. Moreover, what was that status about? Targeted by some existence? Wanting to hunt him down? Want to kill me? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Jiang Chen declared, unable to tolerate it any longer. Little Saint, activate the Undying Battle Saint, let's take it down. Panda, don't just stand there, it's a perfect time to test your new skills. Just then, the blood-red rift suddenly trembled violently. The Abyss Commander seemed to be obstructed by a force, its body coalescing at a slower pace. Although it was a bit strange, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with that. Boom! Thunder rumbled, purple lightning roared. He saw Panda's massive body suddenly covered in a layer of armor crackling with electricity, as if the thunder god had descended. And it wasn't over yet. Another booming sound echoed. Terrifying golden battle energy surged from Little Saint, instantly sweeping in all directions. Although Little Saint's health dropped to 1 point in an instant, what he gained was a complete breakthrough of all his attributes beyond 1800. The Undying Battle Saint, fighting with life for life, only attacking and not defending, unmatched in the world. At the same time, the Mythical Domain and Battle Saint Domain ×2 activated. In an instant, an invisible pressure like towering mountains firmly restricted the Abyss Commander before them. The domain took effect instantly, and Jiang Chen could see the Abyss Commander's attributes plummet to an exaggerated level, with its four-dimensional attributes even weakened to just 1000. Battle Technique. Plus, Thunder Hammer. The Golden Battle Technique aura and the Azure Thunder Hammer surged into the sky simultaneously, transforming into two beams of light that struck fiercely against the Abyss Commander's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the Abyss Commander, whose body had not yet fully coalesced, instantly fell from the air. The terrifying aftermath even sent it flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive pit. In the pit, the Abyss Commander's body trembled continuously, its hat shattered, revealing numerous wounds beneath, blood gushing out. As expected of a 35-level Abyss Commander, even after the joint attack from Little Saint and Panda, it still had a sliver of health left. Damn human. The Abyss Commander struggled to rise, and although its health bar was nearly empty, its magic power remained. As long as it had a trace of magic power, it could escape back to the Abyss. Once back in the Abyss, it would definitely report this matter to the Demon King. This person was beyond its ability to handle. However, just as it was chanting a spell to open the Abyss passage, it found that the surrounding space seemed to be sealed by a force. How is this possible? What's impossible? Since you've come, don't think about leaving. Jiang Chen's voice came from above. Led by Xiao Shui, a group of people arrived before the Abyss Commander in just a few moments. Little Saint, Panda, take care of him. Roar! Awooh! Little Saint and Panda both let out a furious roar and charged towards the Abyss Commander again. Seeing this, the Abyss Commander was greatly alarmed and hurriedly cast Abyss Corruption, trying to erode the minds of Little Saint and Panda. However, both Little Saint and Panda were empowered by the Mythical Domain, and the Abyss Corruption could not inflict any harm on them at all. The Dawn Spear of Little Saint and the Thunder Hammer of Panda fell simultaneously, striking fiercely against the body of the Abyssal Overlord. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the Abyssal Overlord was once again sent flying. This time, he could no longer rise. Ding, killed the Abyssal Overlord, experience plus 20,000, arrogance triggered, strength plus 1. 7. Acquired equipment Abyssal Scythe, epic, acquired materials Abyssal Blood, epic, times 10, acquired materials Abyssal Magic Stone, fine, times 100. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 12, infinite pristine attribute talent triggered, draw count plus 1, detected that your level has surpassed level 12, promotion task triggered. Congratulations on completing the unknown task, defeat the Abyss. Reward acquired, Abyssal Treasure Chest. Congratulations, you have obtained MVP of the Twisted Jungle Dungeon. Due to your outstanding performance, your first completion reward is being generated. There may be a delay, please be patient. At this moment, outside the entrance of the Twisted Jungle Team Dungeon, a graceful figure was pacing back and forth. It was Lu Jia. At this time, the entrance of the Twisted Jungle Team Dungeon was crowded with people. Due to the high difficulty of the dungeon, most high schools chose to give up. Therefore, the remaining high school students wanted to see if any high school could clear this dungeon. Strange, it's been an hour and a half, why hasn't anyone come out? A paramedic wondered. Logically speaking, large team dungeons would more or less have deaths. After dying, players would be directly teleported out. At that time, they would stabilize the student's mindset and check for injuries. But today, they had waited for an hour and a half without seeing a single shadow. Mayor Lin, do you think Zhang Chen and the others will be okay? Lu Jia was still a bit worried. Earlier, several top-ranking high schools had gone in one after another. But without exception, they had all been wiped out within half an hour. This year, the Twisted Jungle Dungeon had gone viral online. Many believed that the Twisted Jungle Dungeon was simply unbeatable, because this was not a dungeon that should appear at the novice stage. One boss after another and the intricate forces left countless challenging high schools feeling hopeless. Don't worry, trust that kid. Unless this dungeon suddenly becomes abyssal. Otherwise, this dungeon shouldn't be a difficult task for him. Lin Chuan had some understanding of this dungeon. Unless Zhang Chen was incredibly lucky and encountered that 1 in 10,000 abyssal transformation. Otherwise, he couldn't think of a reason why Zhang Chen couldn't clear it. After hearing this, Lu Jia felt much more at ease and continued to wait outside the dungeon entrance. However, the next moment, the entrance of the Twisted Jungle Dungeon began to tremble violently, and strange black-red smoke began to seep from the door. The two teams of guardians stood guard in different positions. Shingoda said solemnly, 1-3 tier and 3-2 tiers, our chances are slim. Yeah, and the stronghold is definitely easier to defend than to attack, breaking through won't be easy. Everyone sighed, feeling that this task was very difficult to complete. Just when everyone was at a loss, Fan Hongwei suddenly said, everyone, don't lose heart. Although the difficulty is high, there is still a chance. As far as I know, the professionals in the stronghold come from different high schools. According to the intelligence, each guardian should correspond to a specific area. As long as we concentrate our forces to attack the weakest area, the other area will fall without a fight. Fan Hongwei, the strongest genius of Nanta City, instantly lifted everyone's spirits with his words. Fan Hongwei is right, let's take down the weaker area first. This way, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. That's right, let's just do it. So which area should we attack? A student suddenly asked. After pondering for a moment, Fan Hongwei immediately made a decision. Attack 2 second-tier strongholds. At this moment, on the vast battlefield stronghold, a stunning girl in a white light armor stood on a high platform, gazing around at something. Sister Lin, are you really going to give someone a backdoor? A burly young man behind her spoke up. Shiyu, clarify what you mean by giving a backdoor? I'm just making reasonable use of the rules. As long as I eliminate all the other students and leave just one, it's still within the rules. Lin Sherlan's lips curled into a sly smile. It was a rare chance to meet Haozi, so she might as well treat this trial as a gift for him. Hee, as long as you're happy, as long as you're happy. Shiyu scratched his head, looking honest. The girl before him was far from as delicate as her appearance suggested. Just thinking about Lin Sherlan's terrifying profession and talent made Shiyu instinctively choose silence. But he couldn't help but ask, Sister Lin, are you really going to kill them all? Shut up, someone is coming. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Sherlan's beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disappointment. Just as she thought, those students would definitely choose the stronghold that appeared to be the weakest. And this was part of her plan. Then, Lin Sherlan's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Oh, where did everyone go? The slow-reacting Shiyu immediately stood up to look around. But there was not a single person in sight, not even a shadow. Hiss. Almost forgot about the perverse nature of this big sister's profession. Looks like I can only take care of things up close. Xiyu immediately headed to the point he was responsible for guarding, muttering to himself. I wonder how many students I can see this time. In front of the vast battlefield stronghold, several students were quietly approaching. They were all geniuses from various provinces, but at this moment, they were extremely cautious. Do you understand the battle plan I just laid out? Support with shields for amplification, assassins look for opportunities, mages provide cover from the back, and warriors charge head-on. Fan Hongwei repeated the battle plan like a rhyme. The other students did not respond but nodded in unison. Alright, we. Before Fan Hongwei could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura suddenly locked onto him. Then, a massive boulder, at least 10 meters in size, fell from the sky, heading straight for their position. Not good, enemy attack. Fan Hongwei shouted loudly, quickly releasing a golden light barrier to envelop himself, while activating his skills to swiftly retreat. But most of the students did not have his speed. Boom! The boulder crashed down, shaking the ground. Under the terrifying impact, more than 30 students were instantly eliminated. Only Fan Hongwei, Shingata, and a few other powerful students survived. Damn, what kind of power is this? Fan Hongwei's face was extremely grim. He had never seen such terrifying power. Could it be a third-tier professional? No, that's not it. Fan Hongwei suddenly thought of a possibility and looked up. He saw a stunning girl in white light armor floating in mid-air. The girl was holding a massive glowing orb, which contained a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This is telekinesis. Fan Hongwei's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock. Telekinesis? What is that, a mage? Shingata, who was controlling a mech, asked. As a mech warrior, his speed was comparable to that of an assassin, allowing him to dodge most of the force. Among the 8 hidden legendary professions that appeared in Huaxia this year, there is said to be one with a telekinesis profession called a telekinetic sorcerer. Fan Hongwei said solemnly, and as far as I know, she is from the imperial capital. This matter had already spread among the higher-ups. Although they knew the profession, they were completely ignorant of the abilities associated with it. The imperial capital. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The imperial capital, the center of Huaxia, was also the most powerful city in all of Huaxia. It gathered countless top-tier professionals and geniuses. And this guardian, unexpectedly came from the imperial capital? Moreover, they knew nothing about the psychic sorceress before them. If the other party could create a few more such giant stones, they might as well surrender directly. Oh my, I didn't expect you to really choose me. A light and melodious voice came from the air, and Lin Shirlan slowly descended to the ground, holding a glowing orb. She looked at Fan Hongwei and the others, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. All of you are here? Fan Hongwei, though puzzled, still spoke up. We are just the vast majority. A few have not chosen to team up yet. That's right. Lin Shirlan seemed to have confirmed something, nodding slightly, then threw the glowing orb into the air. The orb rapidly expanded in mid-air, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant orb over 100 meters in diameter. Terrifying psychic waves emanated from the orb, making Fan Hongwei and the others feel breathless. Fan Hongwei's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Such a massive psychic orb, he had never heard of or seen before. And did she not need time to cast her skills? The imperial capital truly is the imperial capital, even a random person is this abnormal. Shingota murmured to himself. Surrender, you have no chance of winning. Lin Shirlan looked down at Fan Hongwei and the others, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Fan Hongwei and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of unwillingness in their eyes. They were geniuses from East China, how could they easily concede? Mecha Storm! Shingota roared, controlling the mecha to instantly transform into a black streak of light, charging towards Lin Shirlan. 2 massive energy blades coalesced on the mecha's arms, as if to tear everything apart. Blazing fire! Fan Hongwei followed closely, conjuring a blazing flame in his hands and smashing it towards Lin Shirlan. The other students were not to be outdone, unleashing their strongest skills to attack Lin Shirlan. Facing the onslaught, Lin Shirlan remained unperturbed, her hands moving in front of her to form a massive psychic shield. The surface of the psychic shield glowed faintly, firmly enveloping Lin Shirlan within. Boom! 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 Various attack skills struck the psychic shield, producing deafening sounds. Yet the psychic shield remained unmoved, as if it were an indestructible fortress. Everyone was horrified, they had never seen such a powerful defensive skill. Is this the strength of a psychic sorceress? Fan Hongwei thought to himself. He had thought he was already quite talented, but compared to this genius girl from the imperial capital, he was simply a small fry. It's over. Lin Shirlan's calm voice came through as she lightly grasped her hands, causing the psychic shield to shrink instantly. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shingota's mecha was directly crushed into fragments by the psychic shield. Seeing this, Fan Hongwei and the others' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly activated their defensive skills while retreating. But their speed was no match for Lin Sherlan's psychic power. In the next moment, the psychic shield enveloped all of Fan Hongwei and the others. Will you choose to surrender or die? Lin Sherlan's voice echoed within the psychic shield, carrying a hint of coldness. Fan Hongwei and the others looked at each other, a glimmer of despair flashing in their eyes. Give me 15 seconds, and I can take you away. At that moment, Shingota's voice rang out. He saw his originally broken mech suddenly emitting a blinding light. 15 seconds? Fan Hongwei's eyes flashed with determination upon hearing this. Alright, then 15 seconds. Fan Hongwei knew this was their last chance. If Shingota couldn't take them away within 15 seconds, they would all be doomed. Everyone, hold on. We can leave here in 15 seconds. Fan Hongwei shouted, rallying the others. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes as they unleashed dozens of skills towards Lin Sherlan. 15 seconds? I want to see how you plan to leave, Lin Sherlan chuckled lightly, her hands moving in front of her as the telekinetic shield instantly contracted, while countless beams of light surged forth, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Fan Hongwei and the others could only grit their teeth and endure. 10, 9, 8. Shingota's voice echoed within the telekinetic shield, his mech had nearly been fully repaired, radiating a dazzling golden light. 3, 2, 1. As Shingota's voice fell, two sharp energy greatswords suddenly sprang from the arms of the mech. Blade of Space. Shingota roared, swinging his arms forcefully, and the two energy greatswords instantly sliced open two rifts in space. The telekinetic shield was torn open by the spatial rifts, and Shingota seized the opportunity, piloting the mech to charge out with everyone. Seeing this, Lin Sherlan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly set up a telekinetic net to intercept them. But Shingota was incredibly fast, disappearing from Lin Sherlan's sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the few escape, Lin Sherlan could only shake her head helplessly. Phew, I'm exhausted. These people are quite united. I wonder how He Yen is doing. He should have caught those few straggling students by now. She then checked the team information. Just then, a prompt sounded. Your teammate, He Yen, has been eliminated. Absolute Solo Soldier has appeared. Please hunt down promptly. At this moment, in the monitoring room, with the strong demands of the mayors, they were finally able to see the scenes from the vast battlefield. However, before they could open the screen, elimination prompts began to sound. Nanta City, Hefang eliminated, Eliminator Lin Sherlan, Nanta City, Chen Yibing eliminated, Eliminator Lin Sherlan, Nanta City, Li Tian eliminated, Eliminator Lin Sherlan. As expected, those kids went to attack the stronghold, Li Tianba said with a wry smile. Almost all the students from Nanta City had been wiped out. No wonder it's the only legendary profession, the gap is still too great. Lu Yunfei looked at the dense messages in front of him, most of which were from Nanta City and Luchuan City. The top two from previous years now had less than 3 remaining. Li Tianba said, fortunately, that kid Fan Hongwei is still alive. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, there is still hope. However, before he could celebrate for too long, the elimination prompt sounded again. Nanta City, Fan Hongwei eliminated, Eliminator Jiang Chen, Luchuan City, Shingota eliminated, Eliminator Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already killed the last 5 magical beasts, successfully leveling up to level 14. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 14. You have gained 25 free attribute points. Infinite Brilliant Attribute Talent triggered, draw count +1, as per usual, he allocated all attribute points to mental power. However, just as Jiang Chen killed the last magical beast, he unexpectedly received a special identity. Vast Solo Soldier unlocks hidden mechanisms of the vast battlefield, granting the following privileges. 1. Hide personal information to prevent others from discovering it. 2. Detect the location of any magical beast. 3. Receive random tasks, complete tasks to gain rewards. 4. Special Commission, hunt down other students to earn points, which can be exchanged for rewards at the stronghold. Looking at the special identity that popped up before him, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the copy mechanism of the vast battlefield was far from being as simple as it appeared. Jiang Chen had not forgotten the name of the trial, the strongest individual soldier. Could it really be about defeating other students? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, trying to find some clues, but he quickly gave up. If he could crush them mindlessly, why think so much? Just charge ahead. After discarding his brain, Jiang Chen felt much more relaxed. The only regret was that, apart from that dual-blade fool, he hadn't encountered any other students. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that I'm just having bad luck today? Just as Jiang Chen was about to let Xiaoxue take control of fate, he noticed a black dot suddenly appear in the originally blue sky. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and realized it was a mech spewing thick black smoke. The mech descended from the sky, carrying a billowing cloud of smoke, and crashed right in front of Jiang Chen. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a large pit appeared on the ground. Cough cough cough. We escaped, right? It should be. As the mech's hatch slowly opened, Fan Hongwei, Shin Gota, and Lu Fan crawled out of the mech in a disheveled state. Each of them had bruises and wounds all over their bodies. Clearly, they had paid a hefty price while being pursued by Lin Shirlan. Phew! Fan Hongwei let out a sigh, looking at the unfamiliar environment before him, feeling a sense of confusion. A total of 37 students had been eliminated, and only the 3 of them had survived. Damn it, why is the gap so big? Fan Hongwei shouted, feeling somewhat unwilling. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been seen as a genius, receiving admiration from everyone. But today, in front of a real genius, he felt utterly weak. You guys are students? Just as Fan Hongwei was lamenting, a questioning voice rang out. He looked up to see an excessively handsome young man sizing him up. Fan Hongwei frowned, he was in a bad mood and just wanted to vent. Just then, a misfortunate fellow appeared before him. Fan Hongwei propped himself up on one side and spoke. Kid, you're unlucky. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy sense of oppression suddenly descended. Fan Hongwei felt a tightness in his throat, as if something was choking him. He wanted to struggle but found that his body couldn't move at all. Swish! A burst of fire erupted, and a blinding blade of light instantly split Fan Hongwei in two, turning him into specks of blue fluorescence. This! Shin Gota and Lu Fan were dumbfounded. The excessively handsome young man had, without a word, pulled out a machete and killed Fan Hongwei in an instant. Sigh, there are still too many fools in the world. Jiang Chen flicked the non-existent dust off his flame-long knife and walked straight towards the remaining 2. You are a student, why did you kill us? Shin Gota regretted speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. Wasn't that nonsense? The person before them hadn't joined a team, so he must have chosen to eliminate everyone. This year's luck is really damn bad. Lu Fan couldn't help but complain. They had just escaped from the Guardian, and now they encountered such a freak. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking him and turning him into charred remains. My god! Shin Gota was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Dude, don't you give a warning before killing? I'm used to it. Jiang Chen picked up the dagger that Lu Fan had dropped and the wrist guard that Fan Hongwei had exploded with, dragging his long knife to stand in front of Shin Gota. Now, tell me, what did you guys just encounter? Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that the 3 of them were in a terrible state, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. Sigh. Shin Gota had also resigned himself to the situation, and so he recounted everything in detail, from forming a team to attack the stronghold, to encountering a terrifying telekinetic sorcerer, and finally to their escape. After finishing, Shin Gota emphasized once again that the telekinetic sorcerer was from the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital? A telekinetic sorcerer? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. He never expected Shirlan to be this strong. 1 versus 37, and they almost got wiped out. He even suspected that these 3 were intentionally let go by Lin Shirlan. I've told you everything I know, just give me a pain. It was the familiar method again, but this time Jiang Chen didn't use the flame-long knife. Instead, he slapped down to kill. After all, they were all eliminated, so any method would do. Eliminated Shin Gota, Mecha Warrior Epic, Mythical Advancement Task Current Completion, April 5th. After killing Shin Gota, Jiang Chen was just 1 epic class away from completing the advancement task. Shirlan, why didn't you leave me one more? Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. The most painful thing in the world is the final kick just before sinking the putt. Now, the only way to soothe his wounded soul was to draw a trait. With a thought, colorful lights flickered again. Soon, a golden-orange card hovered before him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden-orange trait, Master Blacksmith. Master Blacksmith unlocks all combat-ready equipment for blacksmiths except mythical gear, and significantly increases the success rate of forging, minimum 50%. For each professional killed, randomly obtain 1 equipment design blueprint, with a 5% chance of obtaining a mythical level blueprint. Evaluation, a myth among blacksmiths. Looking at the golden-orange card shining with golden light and exuding an orange aura, Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. Wow, this is a golden-orange trait. Even a mythical trait wouldn't be too much. Moreover, this golden-orange trait is simply tailor-made for pandas. Golden-orange trait, Master Blacksmith. Unlocking all equipment except mythical ones means that pandas can craft all equipment except mythical gear. and it also significantly increases the success rate of forging. Even for legendary equipment, the success rate can exceed 50%. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, truly unable to comprehend how this golden orange trait was calculated. He felt that even a mythical trait wouldn't be this good, right? Then, he bestowed Master Blacksmith upon pandas. Golden orange trait Master Blacksmith bestowed successfully. Ninely War Beast, Pandas, Legend, congratulations, your summoned beast Ninely War Beast, Pandas, has mastered all forging skills. Master Blacksmith Basic Forging is upgrading. Master Blacksmith Basic Forging upgrade successful. Basic Forging LV. 3. Proficient, upgraded to Legendary Forging LV. 6. Extraordinary, can be advanced, congratulations, your summoned beast Ninely War Beast, Pandas, has mastered Legendary Forging LV. 6. Extraordinary, can be advanced, the effect was good, Pandas not only improved in quality but also evolved in forging skills. Although there were no visible changes, it felt a bit more stable. Pandas, what is the highest grade of equipment you can forge now? Pandas scratched his head and replied in a simple tone. Master, I should now be able to forge diamond-grade equipment at most, and I can unlock better quality equipment after leveling up. Diamond! Jiang Chen was taken aback. According to Pandas, being able to forge diamond-grade equipment meant he had to be at least a 5th-tier blacksmith. It should be noted that not long ago, Pandas was only a peak 1st-tier blacksmith. Now he was at 5th tier? Then try forging a piece of diamond-grade armor first. As he spoke, Jiang Chen piled all the materials he had collected in front of Panda. Generally speaking, it took 5 pieces of platinum equipment to forge 1 piece of diamond equipment. Over the past few days, Jiang Chen had just happened to collect 15 pieces of emerald equipment and 2 pieces of platinum, enough for Panda to forge a diamond armor. After nodding, Panda immediately took the equipment and thought for a moment before asking, Master, can Panda customize the appearance of the equipment? What appearance does the master need? Oh, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. They could customize the appearance? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen immediately transmitted an image of a golden armor to Panda through mental communication. Upon receiving the image from his master, Panda activated Integration plus Master Blacksmith. As Panda's forging skills improved, his forging speed also increased. Moreover, the forging process seemed a bit different. Panda used the laws of metal to suspend each piece of equipment in mid-air, then controlled them to merge together. With each room that appeared, the quality of the equipment gradually improved. Bronze, silver, gold, emerald, platinum. Until finally, all the equipment fused together, transforming into a dazzling mass of metallic liquid. Panda controlled the metallic liquid, shaping it according to the image of the golden armor transmitted by Jiang Chen. Soon, a golden armor, shimmering and majestic, appeared before Jiang Chen. Done, please inspect it, master. Panda handed the forged armor to Jiang Chen, a proud expression on his face. Jiang Chen took the armor and examined it closely, discovering that not only was it beautifully crafted, but it was also made of hard material, emitting a faint golden light. Wing Golden Armor, Quality, Diamond, Type, Armor, No Level Restriction, Attributes, Strength plus 120, Constitution plus 120, Speed plus 120, Spirit plus 120, Special Attribute, Wind Wing, after activation, it can increase movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Description, an armor forged from various materials, indestructible, and comes with the Wing skill. Wow, it's actually a 5-star diamond armor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The attributes of this diamond armor were many times stronger than the emerald armor he was wearing. Jiang Chen eagerly equipped the Wing golden armor and immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body. He moved his limbs and found that both his speed and strength had greatly increased. Not bad, this Wing golden armor suits me very well. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With this armor, his self-defense capability had improved another level. Panda, well done. Jiang Chen praised. This is what Panda should do, Panda chuckled innocently. Jiang Chen stored the Wing golden armor and prepared to delve deeper. However, just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Team prompt, detected that there are less than 10 people remaining, team mechanism disabled. Remaining personnel will gain the ability to randomly teleport to each other's side until only one person remains. Special stronghold activated. Breaking through the special stronghold will trigger a special dungeon. Oh, this is interesting. Previously it was a team mechanism, and now it's random teleportation. It seems this vast battlefield is far from simple. Jiang Chen didn't mind this and instead felt a bit excited. It seemed he was not far from completing his promotion task. Ding, detected that your identity is Vast Solo Soldier, you can make one choice. Choice 1, eliminate the remaining 8 people one by one. Reward, Extraordinary Key, Diamond Quality Weapon, 5,000 points. Option 2, 1 against all, challenge the remaining 8. The 8 will receive additional buffs. Reward, Extraordinary Key, Diamond Quality Weapon, Beast Summoning Book, 10,000 points. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This choice was quite interesting. Option 1 is safer, taking them down one by one, as the opponent has no ability to resist. Option 2 is 1 against all, not only offering extra points but also an epic quality weapon and a beast summoning book. However, the opponents will receive additional buffs. The difficulty will be significantly higher than option 1. But would Jiang Chen back down? I choose option 2. Ding, you have chosen 1 against all. Please prepare, random teleportation in 10 seconds. 1098, as the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Chen felt a blur before he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He looked around and discovered he was on a stage. In front of the stage stood 8 figures. They were the remaining 8 students. At this moment, their faces showed confusion, clearly unaware of why they had been teleported here. But soon they reacted, their gazes towards Jiang Chen filled with intensity, evidently having received the task prompt as well. 8 against 1, the advantage was theirs. Moreover, they had powerful buffs. Just ask, how could they lose this battle? Hey, you over there, you might as well surrender, you have no chance of winning. One of the students spoke up. Yeah, save yourself from getting beaten too badly later. They were all top performers from their respective districts. If it weren't for the task, they wouldn't team up against a first-tier professional. Oh, how considerate. Facing the threat of 8, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, a smile creeping onto his lips. Under the illusory fire eye, he could see their professions and attributes clearly. Among them was one who happened to be the epic-level professional Jiang Chen needed. However, the buffs they received were quite interesting. Team buff, all members take 20% less damage, base 4-dimensional attributes plus 30%, for every fallen member, collective 4-dimensional attributes increase by 200%. Lock health passive, immune to 1 fatal attack. A rather perverse buff. But still, as the saying goes, getting stronger is not as good as cheating. Moreover, what they were up against was a cheat among cheats. Everyone, it's time to get to work. By the way, leave that little chubby guy with the shield at the back for me. The one with the shield was the only epic-level professional among them. Although Jiang Chen didn't understand why a tank was at the back, he couldn't be bothered with such details. Just kill and be done with it. Arrogant. The other students were enraged by Jiang Chen's contemptuous actions. How dare he? Just then, 2 beams of light appeared. A golden monkey clad in fiery armor, wielding a blood-black staff, slowly emerged. On the other side, a massive panda, shouldering a giant hammer, also appeared. This is a summoned beast. The moment the 2 summoned beasts appeared, the students felt their brains crash. Wasn't it said that summoners were weak in the early stages? Why did it feel somewhat different from the rumors? Even so, with the powerful buffs, they still had confidence in defeating the person before them. However, fantasies are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just as they prepared to attack, a gust of wind swept through. They were astonished to find their attributes had dropped by nearly 50%. What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? Mine too. The 8 were in a panic, completely clueless about the situation. At that moment, the panda, still shouldering the giant hammer, moved. All that could be heard was Panda's roar as he swung a massive hammer towards the nearest student. 9ly Battle Strike -103,200. An unbelievable damage number erupted from the top of that person's head, and then they flew backward in a cloud of blood mist. Ding, Master Blacksmith triggered Golden Staff Forging Book +1 instant kill. This was a class with team damage reduction buffs and enhancements to basic attributes. Yet, Panda merely swung his hammer once and killed him instantly. He even owed 90,000 health. This scene left the remaining 7 in shock. They hadn't even had time to react before Little Saint charged in with a blood-black long staff. Bang! Bang! Thud! With a few dull sounds, the original team of 8 was reduced to just 3 in the blink of an eye. Wasn't there supposed to be a blood lock mechanism? How could we still be instant killed? The remaining 3 were completely bewildered. What blood lock mechanism? Was it a scam? But what they didn't know was that the so-called blood lock mechanism merely gave them an extra health bar compared to usual. However, a casual strike from Little Saint and Panda had already far exceeded double their health bars. In other words, with 1 hit, they still owed 5 lives. Bang! Bang! 2 more dull sounds rang out, and the original 8-member team was now down to just 1. Ding! Master Blacksmith triggered Emerald Bracers Forging Book +1 ding. Master Blacksmith triggered Emerald Dagger Forging Book +1 ding. Master Blacksmith triggered Platinum Shield Forging Book +1. You. The little chubby guy hiding at the back had completely lost his fighting spirit. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and 7 students were instantly killed. How could they fight like this? What's with the boredom? Jiang Chen picked up the dropped equipment while walking towards the remaining little chubby guy. Big brother, I surrender. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, the little chubby guy quickly raised his hands. Not bad, quite self-aware. I'll give you a quick end. Jiang Chen casually struck with a knife, instantly killing this last epic class practitioner. In less than 20 seconds, all 8 students were eliminated. Ding, detected that you have completed task 2, received special title, Strongest Solo, Pseudo, current rewards, Extraordinary Secret Realm Key ×1, Star Moon Flowing Armor, Diamond, Beast Pet Summoning Book, Commander, 10,000 points. Awesome! Jiang Chen flexed his wrist, feeling great. These rewards were practically free for him. However, this was not what Jiang Chen was most looking forward to. Ding, your mythical advancement task, Summoner Without Summoned Beasts has been completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Ding, congratulations, you have received Mythical Talent Evolution Stone ×1, 4-dimensional attributes +50, Summon Beast Space +2, Exclusive Skill Scroll, Super Tier, Random Platinum Armor, Random Platinum Necklace, Random Platinum Weapon, Platinum Bracers. Congratulations, you have advanced to a Tier 1 Practitioner current level, 14, Tier 1, Experience Bar, 54%. Listening to the series of prompts from the system, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had finally completed the advancement task. Mythical Talent Evolution Stone, 4-dimensional attributes +50. These 2 rewards represented a qualitative improvement for him. And Summon Beast Space +2 meant he could summon 2 more summoned beasts. That is, he could summon 5 summoned beasts at the same time. The exclusive skill scroll, Super Tier, was also a powerful reward. Although he didn't know what the skill was, with the precedent of the mythical domain, it surely wouldn't be too weak. As for the platinum equipment, Jiang Chen merely glanced at it and then ignored it completely. Now, platinum equipment no longer catches his eye, only diamond equipment can make his heart flutter slightly. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts. These rewards are not very useful right now, and he plans to wait until this trial is over to discuss them. He has a vague feeling that if his talent evolves, it will surely cause a stir. Jiang Chen does not want to be treated like a monkey for others to gawk at. His talent is his greatest secret. But the current problem is that he is already the last student in the instance, yet the trial is not over. Could there be other tasks? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at the title he had just obtained. Strongest Solo Soldier, pseudo attribute offered to the strongest by the vast battlefield. What does this pseudo mean? Could it be? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled what Lin Shilan had said to him before. Housie, you must not miss the stronghold in the instance. It seems that in the end, I still need to check out the stronghold. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and headed straight towards the stronghold. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, it was a mix of joy and sorrow. Li Tianba and Lu Yunfei wore worried expressions, looking as if they had lost all hope. Beside them, Lin Chuan was almost grinning from ear to ear. Ha, Li Tianba, don't you usually like to talk? Why are you suddenly mute? Don't you like to speak? In fact, neither of them had expected that Jiang Chen could be so formidable, continuously eliminating the seed students from various districts. Now, only Jiang Chen remained in the vast battlefield. This meant that in this provincial trial, their Tian city was undoubtedly the first. And Jiang Chen had also set a record. The record for a solo participant joining the trial and taking first place. No wonder Lin Chuan had his eye on him. He truly did not disappoint. Indeed, this student named Jiang Chen is quite outstanding. At this moment, Lu Hongzhou, sitting in the main seat, also spoke up. He had not expected that during his supervision of a trial, he would encounter an acquaintance. However, thinking of Panda's attributes far exceeding those of the same level, Lu Hongzhou felt that Jiang Chen becoming first was not too surprising. But the others were not so calm upon hearing this. They did not expect that Jiang Chen could earn Master Hongzhou's appreciation. This changed everything. After all, this Master Hongzhou from the capital had seen geniuses from the capital. Does this mean Jiang Chen can already be compared to the geniuses from the capital? Just as people were in shock, a staff member rushed into the monitoring room with a tense expression. Leaders, bad news, there has been a change at the stronghold. What change? Lu Yunfei's expression changed, and he quickly asked. A barrier suddenly appeared around the stronghold, and powerful energy fluctuations are coming from within the barrier. It seems something is about to emerge. Barrier? Energy fluctuations? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. A glint flashed in Lu Hongzhou's eyes. Immediately activate the heavenly eye and transmit the scene from the vast battlefield to the monitoring room. Yes. As the huge screen in the center of the monitoring room lit up, everything in the vast battlefield was clearly presented before everyone. At this moment, in the vast battlefield, Jiang Chen had arrived in front of the stronghold. He did not follow Lin Shilan's instructions but chose a direction opposite to hers. What came into Jiang Chen's view was a tall and dilapidated castle. At the top of a stone tower in front of the castle, a purple spear stood upright. On the spear stood a young man in purple battle armor. He was Yang Chang, a level 31 practitioner from the Huaxia Academy. Here it comes, it seems Jiang Chen is about to challenge the stronghold's guardian, Lu Yunfei said, looking at the scene on the screen with anticipation. He also wanted to see if this suddenly emerging genius could continue to create miracles. Although Lin Chuan did not speak, his tightly clenched right hand had already revealed his nervousness. The others, however, were watching with a sense of anticipation. After all, the stronghold's guardian was a third-tier professional. How could he possibly be defeated by a first-tier professional? Did you eliminate He Yan? Yang Chang's indifferent voice rang out. At that moment, he looked down at Jiang Chen from a height, like a fierce tiger observing its prey. He Yan? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and realized he had no impression of this person, so he shrugged. I forgot. Also, I don't like people who show off. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, a sound of air being sliced through echoed. The little saint, wielding the abyssal magic staff, shot towards Yang Chang like a streak of golden light. Trivial skills. Faced with the sudden attack, Yang Chang showed no signs of panic. He merely flicked his wrist, and a long spear glowing with purple light appeared in his hand. Boom! The spear collided violently with the blood-black staff, producing a deafening roar. However, the clash lasted only a moment. Yang Chang felt a terrifying force emanating from the spear. The immense impact forced him to take several steps back. This power. Yang Chang's pupils constricted slightly, his heart filled with shock. He never expected that this first-tier summoner could actually contend with him. Who exactly was this person? Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Yang Chang to block the little saint's basic attack. After all, he was a level 31 professional, not someone ordinary could compare to. But that was all there was to it. The little saint's body shimmered with golden light, and the battle law was activated in an instant, significantly enhancing the little saint's attributes. Bang! Another sound of air being sliced through rang out, but this time the little saint's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the little saint appeared in front of Yang Chang, swinging the iron rod and striking fiercely at Yang Chang. The little saint's attack speed was incredibly fast. Yang Chang could not defend at all and could only watch helplessly as the iron rod struck him. Boom! With a loud crash, Yang Chang was sent flying by the little saint's blow. His body slammed hard against the stone tower, creating a large hole in it. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes. A first-tier professional had actually crushed a third-tier professional? Moreover, a third-tier professional from a prestigious academy in Huaxia? In that instant, some people's worldviews collapsed. Is this real? Am I seeing things? Li Tianba rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. Lu Yunfei sighed deeply. As the mayor of a city, he had to consider whether to bring Jiang Chen to Chuanlu City. Old Lu, don't even think about it unless you can dodge my spear. Lin Chuan, well aware of his old friend's thoughts, directly threatened him. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Chang, who was left with only a trace of blood after being struck by the little saint, and felt quite satisfied. A weakling should act like a weakling. Looking down on others every day is not a good habit. Yang Chang, holding the spear, slowly emerged from the ruins of the stone tower. At this moment, his purple battle armor was already in tatters, and he bore several wounds. Clearly, the little saint's attack had caused him considerable damage. You've done well to push me to this extent. Even though Yang Chang was currently at a disadvantage, he maintained absolute calm. However, the game ends here. Indestructible gun soul. Yang Chang shouted angrily, his body radiating a brilliant purple light, a terrifying aura emanating from him. At the same time, his attributes were fully enhanced, while his health dropped to just 1%, somewhat resembling a weakened version of the little saint's indestructible battle saint ultimate invincibility. Gun explosion. With a furious roar from Yang Chang, the purple long spear in his hand instantly erupted with dazzling light. In the next moment, countless purple spear lights shot out from the spear, like a torrential rain, heading towards the little saint. However, just as the spear was about to get close, a giant hammer fell from the sky behind him, directly knocking him down from mid-air. At the same time, his health bar plummeted. Yang Chang looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, but all he received in response was Jiang Chen's slightly sarcastic voice. Fool, if you can gang up, why bother with a one-on-one? Outside the vast battlefield, in the monitoring room, everyone was still immersed in shock. How is this possible? A first-tier professional, how could he easily defeat a third-tier professional? This is simply a fantasy. Could it be that Jiang Chen is also a hidden profession? Moreover, what the hell is his second summoned beast? It seems not much weaker than that golden monkey. Everyone discussed animatedly, their faces filled with disbelief. They simply couldn't understand how a first-tier professional could defeat a third-tier professional. After all, that was a full 2-tier difference. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's second summoned beast, that massive panda, was surprisingly not much weaker than the golden monkey. This completely violated the level rules among professionals. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Lu Hongzhou saw how agitated everyone was and quickly spoke up. Although Jiang Chen's strength exceeded our expectations, it doesn't mean he is a hidden profession. The reason his summoned beasts are so powerful is that they have all been enhanced. Enhanced? Everyone looked puzzled at his words. That's right. Lu Hongzhou nodded. I suspect Jiang Chen must possess some kind of talent that can enhance summoned beasts. This kind of talent is very rare and can significantly boost the strength of summoned beasts. That's why Jiang Chen's summoned beasts are so strong. Only then did the crowd show a look of realization. So that's it, it was because of his talent. However, they still felt puzzled. No matter how strong Jiang Chen's talent was, it shouldn't allow a first-tier summoned beast to easily defeat a third-tier professional, right? Moreover, they vaguely felt that the skills used by Jiang Chen's summoned beasts might have already reached a super-tier level. Your summoned beast, Ninely Battle Beast, Panda, has been eliminated by the Stronghold Guardian, Yang Chang, level 31, experience plus 7,000. Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment Indestructible Thunder Spear, Diamond. In the vast battlefield, Jiang Chen looked at Yang Chang, who was smashed to death by the panda, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Are third-tier professionals really this weak? I haven't even exerted myself and you fell down. Why does it feel like there's no sense of achievement? Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and turned his gaze to the purple long spear not far away. Indestructible Thunder Spear, Diamond, attack plus 100, constitution plus 100, spirit plus 100, speed plus 100, required level, 29, special attribute, Thunder Spear. Thunder Spear, after activation, summons 4 Thunder Long Spears to continuously attack the designated target, each hit dealing 200% of its own attack power. After activation, enters a 10-second cooldown. Note, dropped by the Stronghold Guardian Yang Chang. It's a nice spear, but unfortunately, I can't use it. Just as Jiang Chen was about to delve deeper, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, and the surrounding earth began to shake violently, with walls of earth appearing out of nowhere. Boom! In the next moment, a massive meteorite fell from the sky, directly smashing the spot where Jiang Chen had been standing into a deep pit. This is too ruthless. Isn't he your friend? In the stone tower, a man dressed in earth-brown heavy armor, holding a shield, appeared. To his left, a white figure floated in mid-air. It was Lin Shirlan and Shiryu. Because we are acquaintances, I must be even more ruthless. Do you agree, Haozi? Lin Shirlan's peach blossom eyes fixed intently on a certain direction. Ha, it seems you've discovered me after all. Who's there? Shiryu immediately looked towards the source of the voice, but found not even a shadow. In the next moment, accompanied by a ripple in space, a tall figure stepped out. Upon seeing that familiar yet strange silhouette, Shiryu felt as if he had seen a ghost. You're actually fine. It was known that this combination skill could instantly kill even a level 30 professional, yet this level 14 little Karami was completely unscathed. Brother Jiang Chen, you truly haven't disappointed Shirlan. Lin Shirlan's clear gaze reflected Jiang Chen's figure, her eyes flickering with a spark. Your task is to eliminate me, right? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and the surrounding light flickered as 3 summoned beasts appeared before everyone. Feel free to choose any summoned beast, if you can defeat one of them. Then I concede this trial. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Shirlan and Shiryu, but even the high-ranking officials in the monitoring room were shocked. Damn, this kid is too arrogant, right? Li Tianba chuckled helplessly. If one didn't know better, they might think Jiang Chen was level 40. Wait, that's not the point, is it? How does he have 3 summoned beasts at level 14? Doesn't that mean his mental strength has already exceeded 600? Lu Yunfei pointed out the blind spot. Breaking through 600 mental strength at level 14, what kind of freak is that? Moreover, one of them was an extremely rare humanoid summoned beast. Ha, this is the genius of Tian City. How could you country bumpkins possibly understand the world of geniuses? Although Lin Chuan was also shocked by Jiang Chen, he was somewhat prepared. He knew Jiang Chen had 3 summoned beasts, but wasn't the third one a snowcloud lion? What was up with that humanoid summoned beast? On the vast battlefield, Shiryu and Lin Sherlan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Just moments ago, they had witnessed that Panda smash Yang Cheng into experience points with a single blow. They never expected Jiang Chen would have 3 summoned beasts like that. Moreover, judging by the aura emitted by the summoned beasts, each one seemed incredibly powerful. Brother Jiang Chen, you are still as dazzling as you were in childhood. Lin Sherlan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if she was about to start swooning again. Sister Lin, are we still going to fight? Shiryu asked weakly. Of course we are. Lin Sherlan clenched her small fist. You go fight that monkey, I'll take on the panda and that woman. When she said the word woman, Lin Sherlan emphasized it unusually. Although Jiang Chen allowed her to choose a summoned beast, as a genius, Lin Sherlan had her own pride. Shiryu nodded, not thinking too much, and charged towards the little saint. Meanwhile, Lin Sherlan controlled the light sphere, rushing towards the panda and the little snow. Sigh, Sherlan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Since a choice had been made, Jiang Chen would not hold back. Bang! A sound of breaking air rang out. The little saint transformed into a golden streak of light. The blood-black long staff in hand suddenly swung down towards Shiryu. Shiryu's expression changed, and he quickly raised his shield to block. Clang! A loud noise erupted, and Shiryu felt a terrifying force surge through, shattering his shield and forcing him to stumble backward. The little saint seized the opportunity to close in, the blood-black long staff turning into a shadow as it struck towards Shiryu. No, if this continues, I'll be broken through, Shiryu thought to himself. Thick earth sacred shield. He quickly unleashed an earth-type defensive skill, creating walls of earth on the ground to block the little saint's attack. But these earthen walls were like thin paper in front of the abyssal magic staff of Little Saint, and in an instant, dozens of walls were shattered. Before Shiryu could release his skill again, the blood-black iron rod was already in front of him. Boom! Your summoned beast spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Little Saint, defeated the Guardian, Shiryu, Thick Earth Shield Worker, experience plus 5000, arrogance triggered power plus 1. 1. Crushing. An utterly uncontroversial crushing. The Thick Earth Shield Worker, known for its defense, was eliminated in less than 20 seconds under Little Saint's overwhelming assault. On the other side, Lin Sherlan was also not having a good time. She had intended to challenge 2 summoned beasts at once, but ended up being firmly suppressed by the panda. Lin Sherlan let out a delicate shout, and orbs of light began to coalesce from the void, flying towards the chubby panda. These orbs moved at incredible speed, like shooting stars. The panda, seeing this, was not willing to back down, swinging its giant hammer to meet the orbs. Boom boom boom! The giant hammer and the orbs collided continuously, producing deafening sounds. However, under the panda's seemingly heaven-defying strength, each strike could shatter an orb. In the blink of an eye, dozens of orbs were completely destroyed by the panda. It's my turn! The panda roared, swinging its giant hammer towards Lin Sherlan. Lin Sherlan's expression changed slightly, and she immediately summoned a telekinetic shield. However, this telekinetic shield was like paper in front of the panda's giant hammer, and it was smashed to pieces with a single blow. The shockwave from the collision even caused Lin Sherlan's health to drop by more than half. Huff! Lin Sherlan breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Clearly, the recent assault had a tremendous impact and drained her energy. She couldn't understand how, as a second tier, she couldn't even defeat a first-tier summoned beast. At that moment, Little Saint had also dealt with Shiryu. It chose not to pursue Lin Sherlan but transformed into a streak of light, returning to Jiang Chen's side. Little Saint, well done. Jiang Chen praised, patting Little Saint's head. Little Saint grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Then, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Lin Sherlan. Seeing Jiang Chen looking at her, Lin Sherlan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Sigh, I didn't want to use this move against Haozi. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Lin Sherlan's eyes. But if I don't go all out, I'm afraid Haozi will look down on me. As Lin Sherlan's words fell, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, orbs of light appeared out of thin air, hovering above the vast battlefield. These orbs emitted dazzling light, like countless stars. Talent, divine blessing. A pure and noble aura suddenly erupted around Lin Sherlan. In the next moment, an angelic phantom appeared behind her, clad in pure white wings and holding a golden divine sword. The orbs of light merged into the angelic phantom, causing the originally illusory figure to gradually become clear. Jiang Chen immediately activated his illusory fire eye to check. Crimson Sun Angel, Remnant, Rank, Legend, Level, 22, Strength, 1700, Constitution, 1700, Speed, 1700, Spirit, 1700, Skills, Holy Judgment LV, For Super Tier, Holy Protection LV. For Super Tier, Holy Light Radiance LV. For Super Tier, Sword of Judgment LV. For Super Tier, Holy Light Blessing LV. For Super Tier, Traits, Divine Protection, Immune to all negative states, Self-Attributes increased by 100%, Description, a remnant soul formed from the fall of the Archangel in legend, possessing extremely powerful strength. Hiss. You are also a summoner? Jiang Chen's heart tightened slightly. No wonder it was the only legendary profession. Not only was its combat power extremely strong, but it could also summon such a monstrous entity. Moreover, all the skills are of the super rank, which is simply outrageous. Haozi, don't underestimate me. Although Lin Sherlan's face was somewhat pale at this moment, her eyes were filled with confidence. This was her first time fully utilizing her talent. Although it consumed a lot of energy, being able to defeat Jiang Chen made it all worthwhile. After all, this man before her was the one she had always wanted to overpower since childhood. Since that's the case, I should take this a bit more seriously. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly, slowly stepping back and leaving the battlefield to Xiao Shang. After all, dealing with this perverse Red Sun Angel was better suited for Xiao Shang. At this moment, Xiao Shang's golden eyes ignited with battle intent. Buzz. Battle Technique, plus, Battle Saint Domain, activated simultaneously. Xiao Shang's four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed, instantly comparable to the Red Sun Angel before him. This was without activating the Immortal Battle Saint. However, activating the Immortal Battle Saint against the Red Sun Angel would be a bit too unfair. Boom! The Red Sun Angel launched the first attack, its long sword transforming into a judgment sword several dozen meters tall, slashing towards Xiao Shang. At the same time, countless light orbs behind it shot out golden beams towards Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang remained unperturbed, the abyssal magic staff in his hand swelling in the wind, transforming into a blood-red beam of light. Boom! The collision between the two unleashed a terrifying energy storm that swept across the vast battlefield. Lin Sherlan watched the battlefield before her, unable to hide her surprise. She never expected this summoned beast could match the Red Sun Angel. Although the target of the divine blessing was random, the strength of the deity was very real. How did Jiang Chen cultivate his summoned beast to be able to compete with the divine being she summoned? If Lin Sherlan knew that Jiang Chen wasn't even using all his strength, she might be shocked. Xiao Xue, prepare. Jiang Chen's calm voice entered Xiao Xue's mind. Received. Xiao Xue's figure flickered and instantly vanished from her spot. The next moment, a white light appeared above the Red Sun Angel, piercing towards it like a sharp sword. It was the long-hidden space cut. Roar! The Red Sun Angel let out an angry roar, its divine sword transforming into a golden sword light to meet the white light. Boom! The long sword collided with the white light, producing a deafening sound. But this time, the golden sword light was directly pierced by the white light, dissipating into countless starlights in the air. The Red Sun Angel's form shook, and its health bar instantly dropped by half. Lin Sherlan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched everything unfold. How could this be? She couldn't comprehend how her Red Sun Angel could be severely injured in one blow. That attack just now seemed to be a power of space? It's over. Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out. Xiao Shang's abyssal magic staff flickered with flames, then transformed into a streak of flowing light rushing towards the Red Sun Angel. Lin Sherlan hurriedly commanded the Red Sun Angel to release a holy light shield to block Xiao Shang's attack. Boom! Another loud crash echoed, the holy light shield shattered instantly, and Xiao Shang's abyssal magic staff pierced through the Red Sun Angel's chest. The Red Sun Angel's form instantly turned into white light and dissipated, while Lin Sherlan's health bar was also instantly emptied. As her health bar emptied, Lin Sherlan's figure gradually became ethereal. Before disappearing, she still unwillingly waved her fists a few times. Haozi, next time we fight, I will definitely defeat you. Your summoned beast spirit Bright Stone Monkey, Xiao Shang, has eliminated the Guardian, Lin Sherlan, class, Telekinetic Sorceress, experience plus 6,800, arrogance triggered, strength plus 1. 7. Congratulations, you have completed the final task, becoming the true strongest solo soldier, reward, 10,000 points. Jiang Chen looked around at the battlefield, now a mess from the fight. Strange, haven't I completed all the tasks? Why haven't I been teleported yet? He was still waiting to return and evolve his talent. Moreover, what was the use of these points? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations on breaking through the special stronghold. Ding, congratulations on completing the special task Single Soldier Double Kill. Defeat all guardians and 10 participants simultaneously. Special dungeon, the Tower of Oracles has opened. Do you wish to enter the Tower of Oracles dungeon? Special dungeon. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He thought the trial dungeon was over this time, but unexpectedly, there was a follow-up. Enter. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen chose to enter the Tower of Oracles dungeon. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into the vast battlefield. Outside the vast battlefield, in the monitoring room, Master Hongzhou, what is going on? Could it be that Jiang Chen really opened the ancient secret realm? Lin Chuan and the others changed their expressions upon seeing this. Even the usually calm Lu Hongzhou was somewhat excited at this moment. Jiang Chen must have triggered some mechanism, thus entering a certain secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, this secret realm is very likely the legendary Tower of Oracles. Legend has it that the Tower of Oracles is an ancient relic left behind by mysterious forces. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to trigger the conditions for opening the Tower of Oracles. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lu Hongzhou's eyes. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient tower. The tower was entirely made of blue stone, covered with the marks of time. Surrounding the tower were 4 massive stone pillars. Various runes were carved on the pillars, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a gigantic portal at the top of the tower. An ancient pattern was carved above the portal. In the center of the pattern was a circle, within which were 9 stars, each representing a different color. Is this the Tower of Oracles? Jiang Chen murmured. He could feel that this giant tower contained extremely powerful energy. Ding, welcome to the Tower of Oracles. You are the 99,999th trialist to enter the Tower of Oracles. A system prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. The 99,999th? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that so many people had entered the Tower of Oracles before him. I'm the 100,000th, this is too outrageous. Just as Jiang Chen was complaining, an old and dignified voice sounded. Adventurer, welcome to the Tower of Oracles. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man in a white robe standing in the center of the square. The old man's gaze was deep as an abyss, giving a sense of inscrutable mystery. You are. I am the guardian of this battlefield, you can call me Oracle. Oracle? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. It felt somewhat fantastical. That's right, I witnessed the birth of this battlefield and also its destruction, the Oracle said to himself. This was once an ancient battlefield where countless strong warriors fell. Their blood stained this land, and their souls became the guardians of this battlefield. And this stone tower is the legacy they left behind. After hearing the Oracle's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder deeply. He didn't expect that this vast battlefield was indeed, as rumored, a relic of an ancient battlefield. Adventurer, the trial is about to begin. Let me see if you can gain the recognition of the Tower of Oracles. As the words fell, before Jiang Chen could react, the scene before him changed again. At this moment, he suddenly found himself on top of a city wall. Not far from the city wall, there was a dense army of abyssal creatures. Abyssal demons, abyssal dragons, abyssal generals. In short, as long as it was an abyssal being, it was almost all here. The endless abyssal creatures had even obscured the entire horizon. The estimated number was no less than 2,000. Detected the trial of the Tower of Oracles, defend the city wall. Trial requirement, hold the city wall for 30 minutes. Failure penalty, annihilation. Jiang Chen looked at the boundless abyssal army and then at the towering city wall, narrowing his eyes slightly. Was that annihilation guaranteed? He had never had the chance to use his rebirth from the ashes. Moreover, there were so many abyssal creatures in front of him. There was even an abyssal general comparable to a level 70 professional. What could a level 14 summoner like him do? With a mindset of giving up, Jiang Chen activated his illusory fire eye to scan the battlefield. Wait, these abyssal creatures seem to be the same level as me. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If the levels were the same, then I wouldn't be in trouble. Tower of Oracles defend the city wall, special mechanism activated, same level combat. Under this mechanism, all abyssal creatures in the instance will match the trialist's level. At the same level, utilize your strategy and skills to defend your city wall. The fewer casualties, the higher the integrity of the city wall, and the higher the score you will receive. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Chen was completely awake. 3 against 2,000, the advantage is mine. At the same level, let alone 2,000, even if they brought 10,000, it would be nothing for Jiang Chen to kill. In ancient times, 800 broke 10,000. Today, my 3 beasts breaking 2,000 is not too much, right? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, everyone looked at the dense abyssal army in front of Jiang Chen with troubled expressions. Lin Chuan's face was serious. Is this trial of the Tower of Oracles meant to make Jiang Chen experience past battles? This is too outrageous. Lu Yunfei shook his head. If he had a few teammates, it would be one thing. But going solo is too difficult. Lu Hongzhou said, however. If Jiang Chen coordinates with the soldiers defending the city wall, he should be able to hold on. However, before everyone could analyze the way to clear the trial, an unbelievable scene unfolded. In the instance, Jiang Chen had already left the city wall and was running towards the abyssal army alone. Wait, is this kid seeking death? Sigh, so foolish. One person challenging the abyssal army, isn't that just asking for it? One demon could drown Jiang Chen with a single spit. Not only were the people in the monitoring room stunned, but even the soldiers defending the city with Jiang Chen were in a daze. Who is this commander? Isn't it better to stay alive? Not just the soldiers, even the abyssal army was momentarily stunned by the figure charging towards them. Why does the plot seem a bit off? But for Jiang Chen, these abyssal creatures were a bounty of experience. If he could kill them all, wouldn't he level up several times? Without hesitation, he took action. As Jiang Chen unleashed his mythic domain, Little Saint was engulfed in golden flames, charging into the abyssal army like a war god, each strike of his abyssal magic staff taking down a large swath of abyssal beings. Panda activated 9ly Thunder Beast and amplification skills. The originally 2.5-meter panda transformed into a 20-meter tall thunder bear. It continuously spewed energy beams containing destructive thunder, and any abyssal creature hit by the beams was turned to nothingness. Meanwhile, Little Snow stood above the sky, constantly using spatial cuts to assist Little Saint and Panda in taking down flying magical beasts in the sky. In an instant, the abyssal army fell like wheat being harvested. Jiang Chen fought fiercely while quietly observing the progress of his experience bar. Ding, killed abyssal demon spirit, gained experience plus 100. Ding, killed abyssal demon general, gained experience plus 500. Ding, killed abyssal giant, gained experience plus 800. As each abyssal creature was slain, Jiang Chen's experience bar continued to rise. Soon, his experience bar was full. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15. Jinkai's special talent triggered, draw count plus 1. Not bad, although the experience is a bit less, at least there is some. Jiang Chen, watching the steadily rising experience bar, felt quite satisfied. After all, the abyssal army before him was merely an illusion, not real creatures. A little less experience was acceptable. There were plenty of them, and he could stack the experience bar up. However, Jiang Chen's actions led the army behind the city wall to become mere spectators. General, let our cavalry charge. We can't let this lord fight alone, a soldier shouted. Hearing this, the general gave his helmet a hard knock. Charge your head. If you rush in, you'll be wiped out by the lord's panda in an instant. Watching the thunderous giant bear casually wave its paw, unleashing a roar of thunder that instantly annihilated a group of abyssal creatures, sent chills down the general's spine. The golden fire monkey was even more terrifying. Every swing could shatter the ground and create fissures. Outside, the people in the monitoring room were already dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's strength seemed to far exceed their expectations. Wait, doesn't that thunder giant bear's skill go on cooldown? Doubling for 10 minutes is one thing, but what the hell is this endless thunderstorm? It's known that doubling skills are notoriously draining on mental and physical energy, yet this panda managed to hold on for a full 10 minutes, releasing countless thunder skills in the process. This is way too enduring, right? If they knew that the thunderstorm unleashed by the panda was actually passive, they might just shut down. That golden fire monkey is truly monstrous. I saw several abyssal generals get one-shot by it. And its combat skills and awareness are beyond imagination. It's simply a born warrior. And that humanoid summoner in the sky, her skills seem to be the legendary space skills. The more they discussed, the more shocked they became. They had originally thought that Jiang Chen could barely hold the city wall with the strength of his summoned beasts. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was able to wipe out the abyssal army completely. Where on earth did this kid come from? Li Tianba couldn't help but exclaim. If he can grow, the future hope of Huaxia might just rest on his shoulders. Lu Yunfei also looked contemplative. He had thought his student was already excellent, but compared to Jiang Chen, he felt like a joke. Master Hongzhou, do you think Jiang Chen can pass the test? Lin Chuan asked. Lu Hongzhou's gaze was deep. After a moment of contemplation, he said, based on the current battle situation, his chances of passing the assessment are quite high. However, our understanding of the Tower of Prophecy is still too shallow. We don't know if there are other tests ahead. On the battlefield, as the three summoned beasts unleashed their full power, the number of abyssal creatures visibly decreased. Correspondingly, Jiang Chen's experience bar was rapidly increasing. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's level had already risen to level 16. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Jinkai's special talent triggered, draw count plus 1. Woohoo! Another level. In just 15 minutes, he had leveled up twice. The Tower of Prophecy was simply Jiang Chen's paradise. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy of monster hunting, the few remaining abyssal creatures suddenly vanished. Congratulations on completing the trial, the Tower of Oracles, guardian of the city walls. Soldier losses 0, wall integrity 100%, damage ratio 100%. Rating, perfect. Reward, 10,000 points, experience plus 10,000, attributes plus 50, profession skill points plus 50. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. As Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred, a flood of rewards instantly surged into his mind. Awesome. This was a huge profit. The wave of Abyssal Army had directly propelled Jiang Chen from level 14 to level 16. Moreover, he had received a perfect score, which was simply a delightful surprise. Congratulations, adventurer. You are the first human to pass the trial of the Tower of Oracles. At this moment, the voice of the oracle echoed again. In you, I see infinite possibilities. Heh, just lucky, Jiang Chen humbly replied. The old man before him was someone who couldn't even see through the illusory fire eyes. It was better for him to remain low-key. You don't need to be overly modest, young man. Your performance was truly perfect, worthy of being the best in 10,000 years. Unfortunately, the power of the oracle here is only enough to unlock the first level of the Tower of Oracles. Otherwise, I would really like to see how you perform on the second level. The oracle sighed, looking at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Oracle, how do I use these points? Jiang Chen asked. He had a pile of points in his hands but didn't know how to use them. Points can be exchanged for various items and skills within the Tower of Oracles. For example, powerful equipment, rare materials, and even unique skills. In addition, points can also be used to enhance talents. But this is limited to within the Tower of Oracles, the oracle explained in detail. I see, Jiang Chen realized. He hadn't expected these points to be so precious. It seemed he had come to an extraordinary place. While he was thinking, a screen suddenly appeared before him. On the screen were various treasures that Jiang Chen had never seen before. A casual glance revealed an array of incredible equipment. Ring of Oracles, Special, Attributes, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200, Speed plus 200, Spirit plus 200, Special Attribute, Oracle's Favor. Wearing this ring increases all skill casting speed by 20% and reduces skill cooldown time by 20%. Description: a divine artifact produced in the Tower of Oracles, blessed by the Oracle. Exchange points, 30,000, Necklace of Oracles, Special, Attributes, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150, Speed plus 150, Spirit plus 150, Special Attribute, Oracle's Blessing. Wearing this necklace increases all summon creatures' base attributes by 10%. Description: a divine artifact produced in the Tower of Oracles, blessed by the Oracle. Exchange points, 20,000. Boots of Oracles, Special, Attributes, Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Speed plus 300, Spirit plus 300, Special Attribute, Oracle's Gale. Wearing these boots increases movement speed by 30%. Description: a divine artifact produced in the Tower of Oracles, blessed by the Oracle. Exchange points, 40,000. Jiang Chen browsed through these treasures, dazzled by the sight. Each of these treasures was worth its weight in gold, and outside, countless people would fight over them. However, these pieces of equipment weren't particularly useful for Jiang Chen. After all, with his panda, he could surely forge better equipment. What do you think would be most suitable for me? Jiang Chen asked, thick-skinned. After all, his choices couldn't possibly be as good as those made by the Oracle. Since you are the first human to clear the Tower of Oracles, let me recommend something for you, the Oracle said, taking out a ring that shimmered with rainbow colors. Jiang Chen used his illusory fire eye to probe it. Ring of the World Tree quality, unknown. After equipping, all 4-dimensional attributes plus 20% special effect. Blessing of the World Tree experience bonus plus 20% exchange points, 30,000. This ring, once equipped, will also trigger hidden attributes, the Oracle smiled. Wow! A divine artifact. Absolutely a divine artifact. Just the experience bonus made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Moreover, the points he had were just enough for the exchange. I'll exchange it, Jiang Chen said eagerly. Even a fool could see that the value of this ring of the World Tree far exceeded 30,000 points. It was likely that this oracle was giving him a backdoor deal. As Jiang Chen's points were cleared, a ring shimmering with rainbow colors appeared in his palm. Congratulations, you have obtained the ring of the World Tree. This equipment is bound and cannot be traded. Equipment details have been updated, please check them yourself. Jiang Chen checked the equipment details and found that the attributes of the Ring of the World Tree were indeed as the Oracle had said. In addition to the attribute bonus and experience bonus, there were even hidden attributes. Hidden attribute, favor of the world tree. Favor of the world tree. Equipping the ring of the world tree grants the favor of the world tree, providing protection from it. Effect, when receiving a fatal attack, the favor of the world tree can be triggered, granting a damage immune shield. While the shield exists, summoned beast damage is increased by 100%. Hiss. Jiang Chen gasped. This ring of the world tree was simply a godly item. With this ring, he was almost invincible. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at the oracle with more gratitude. Oracle, thank you for your gift, Jiang Chen said sincerely. No need to thank me, the oracle waved his hand. I look forward to our next meeting when you reach the second tier. Before Jiang Chen could understand the meaning of this sentence, a flash of white light appeared before him. Then, Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and he returned to the vast battlefield. Outside the vast battlefield, in the monitoring room, as Jiang Chen's figure appeared, everyone perked up. He's out. He really cleared the Tower of Oracles. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who was unharmed, with relief in their eyes. Just moments ago, the screen showing the Tower of Oracles had suddenly cut off, causing them to worry for quite a while. If such a genius were to perish, it would be a huge loss for their country. After all, no one knew if real death could occur within the Tower of Oracles. At this moment, Lu Hongzhou suddenly spoke up. Everyone, I believe you should understand the importance of today's event. Please fill out this confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality was not only because Jiang Chen entered the Tower of Oracles but also due to his terrifying talent. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen had left his peers far behind. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a summoner who only began to show his strength in the later stages. Such a genius must be protected vigorously. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. They were well aware of Jiang Chen's value, and naturally, they had to protect such a talent with all their might. Alright, the provincial trials have concluded, and it's time to award our champion. At this moment, in the high-tech city of the vast battlefield, a group of students was gathered in a square. If I had known, I wouldn't have challenged any strongholds. I should have just formed a team to earn points peacefully, a student from South Tower City lamented. What can we do? Who knew that Guardian would be so terrifying? Then who do you think will be this year's champion? After all, being first in the provincial trial means entering the extraordinary secret realm. Although they are no longer connected to it, guessing is still possible. But at this moment, the students looked at the silent Fan Hongwei and the disheartened Shen Gaoda beside him. They couldn't guess, not at all. Just then, a broadcast suddenly rang out in the square. The provincial trial has ended, and the strongest individual of this provincial trial has been born. Congratulations to Tiandu City, Jiang Chen from Qingtian High School, for winning the championship of this provincial trial. This broadcast echoed not only across the vast battlefield but throughout every city in East China province. Tiandu City, Tiandu Square. According to past customs, during each provincial trial, countless high schools would gather in front of the large screen at the square to follow the results of this year's provincial trial in Tiandu City. However, in recent years, Tiandu City had been in a state of decline, and not only had they not ranked well, but they had also been absent from the trials for years. Therefore, this custom had gradually faded. But this year was an exception. The once bustling Tiandu Square was now filled with a sea of people, as many residents and high school students came to watch. Because this time, Tiandu City was participating in the provincial trial with the recently emerged genius, Jiang Chen. Do you think Tiandu City will be at the bottom this year? It shouldn't be. I have a lot of confidence in Master Jiang Chen, at least second to last, right? At this moment, a message suddenly appeared on the big screen. This round of the provincial trial has ended. Now announcing the ranking results. In the next moment, names of cities and students appeared on the screen. What the heck? Why are Nanta City and Luchuan City ranked so low? Wait, why haven't we seen Tiandu City yet? In the past, the citizens of Tiandu City would look from the bottom up and quickly see their city. But this year felt a bit different. Look at the very top, isn't that Tiandu City? At this moment, a gasp arose, and everyone turned to look. The top of the big screen displayed a line of text. Provincial Champion, Tiandu City, Qingtian High School, Jiang Chen. Tiandu City, Tiandu Square, erupted. All eyes were glued to the prominent words on the screen, disbelief and excitement overflowing. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. Our Tiandu City actually produced a provincial champion. In an instant, cheers and applause filled the entire square, echoing endlessly. At this moment, the name Jiang Chen resonated throughout Tiandu City. Southern Military District, Captain's Office. Gu Feiping looked at the name at the top of the screen, his expression shocked. Mayor Lin, it seems I was blind. He then took out a stack of documents and wrote a name at the very top. Tiandu City, Tiandu Gao Family. Gao Yang, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at the screen. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he be so strong? At this moment, the butler pushed the door open. Young master, the master wants to see you. In the eye of the storm, Jiang Chen had no idea what kind of sensation he had caused. At this moment, he was in an office, quietly waiting for his reward. He had just received the notification that the championship reward needed to be collected separately. He didn't know what they were up to, and he still needed to hurry back to use the talent evolution stone. Just then, the office door opened. A familiar figure walked in. Uncle Lu, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen said in surprise, seemingly not expecting the appearance of this forging master. Kid, do you know Master Hongzhou? Lin Chuan, who followed behind, was even more puzzled. When did this kid get to know such a big shot? Hee, I have met classmate Jiang Chen, so of course I know him. Lu Hongzhou chuckled and then approached Jiang Chen. Speak up, champion, how do you want to be rewarded? Jiang Chen was taken aback at first, then suddenly came to his senses. I can choose my own reward? It wasn't possible before, but now it is. Follow me. Lu Hongzhou didn't waste time and directly led Jiang Chen out of the room, arriving at a teleportation array. Accompanied by a whirlwind, a futuristic city suspended in the sky appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. This place. Jiang Chen looked around, somewhat astonished. This is a base established by the military in the vast battlefield, where all rewards from the provincial trials can be exchanged, Lu Hongzhou explained. Exchanging rewards requires points, which can be obtained by completing tasks in the vast battlefield or exchanged directly. I see. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. After all, the vast battlefield was too vast and mysterious. The area occupied by the provincial trials was only 1% of the vast battlefield. Once your level increases in the future, you might be able to go to the second layer of the vast battlefield, Lu Hongzhou hinted. Second layer? At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered what the oracle had said to him before disappearing. It seemed he would have to visit the vast battlefield again in the future. But for now, selecting a reward was the priority. Under Lu Hongzhou's guidance, Jiang Chen walked straight to the fifth layer. Along the way, he saw some students participating in the provincial trials. However, most were still on the first layer, with only a few reaching the second or even third layers. Every student participating in the provincial trials can receive a reward. After all, they are all geniuses from various provinces, Lu Hongzhou explained. Soon, the two arrived at the fifth layer. It was a spacious exchange room filled with all kinds of treasures. Most of these treasures were obtained from the vast battlefield, and some were provided by military districts, universities, and various professional associations. Each treasure has its unique abilities, Lu Hongzhou introduced. Jiang Chen looked around and found the treasures dazzling, including weapons, equipment, skill books, materials, and more. Uncle Lu, is there anything that can improve the quality of a pet summoning book? Jiang Chen happened to have a pet summoning book and 2 chances for attribute extraction. He planned to max out the talent of his next summoned beast all at once, to improve the quality of a summoning book. Let me think. Lu Hongzhou pondered for a moment and then said, there isn't anything to improve the quality of a pet summoning book, but there is an epic pet summoning book. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. An epic pet summoning book was extremely rare and hardly seen on the market. Of course. Lu Hongzhou then led Jiang Chen to a light wall. The wall was filled with various summoning books and beast eggs. Jiang Chen used his illusory fire eye to examine them, and every item reached the epic level, with a small portion even reaching legendary. Uncle Lu, can I choose any of these? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Lu Hongzhou replied decisively. According to past rewards, you can choose 1 item, but this year you can choose 2. Long live the country. Jiang Chen silently blessed in his heart and eagerly activated his illusory fire eye to investigate the potential of these items. The strength of a summoned beast isn't solely determined by its quality. Potential is often the most important factor. Jiang Chen first glanced at the few legendary summoning books and legendary beast eggs. They all have exceptional potential. Let's see if there are any with even higher potential. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze downward and soon discovered a big fellow. Pet summoning book quality, epic type, mage, warrior potential, 1 in 10,000 note, has a certain probability of summoning a dragon-type summoned beast. I can't believe it, a dragon clan. You should know that dragons exist in this world. And without exception, they are found in the most powerful planes. This summoning book actually has a chance to summon a dragon beast. Uncle Lu, I want that beast pet summoning book. Jiang Chen pointed at the colorful, flowing light. Oh, I didn't expect you to want this one. I thought you would want a legendary quality one. Lu Hongzhou was somewhat surprised. This beast pet summoning book shouldn't have been on the 5th floor, but considering the 5% chance of summoning a dragon beast, it was ultimately placed on the 5th floor. However, since the probability is so low, not many people want it. Are you sure you really want this one? After all, compared to this, Jiang Chen had better options. Why gamble on such an elusive luck? Uncle Lu, I choose this one, Jiang Chen said decisively. Although the probability was extremely low, it was nothing to Jiang Chen. Let Xiao Shuai cast a fate control on him. Even a non-lucky person could change their fate to become a lucky one. This dragon beast, Jiang Chen was determined to have it. No one could stop him. Seeking some free gifts, seeing Jiang Chen so resolute, Lu Hongzhou no longer dissuaded him. Their luck as geniuses might be a bit better. So, under Jiang Chen's eager gaze, this beast pet summoning book was finally in hand. There's one more reward left. What do you want? Lu Hongzhou asked. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked, is there any equipment that can increase experience gain? Lu Hongzhou nearly choked on his breath upon hearing this. You brat, equipment that increases experience gain is all legendary quality or above. Even if there is, you can't afford it. Jiang Chen nodded. It wasn't that there wasn't any, just that he couldn't afford it. It seemed the value of the World Tree Ring far exceeded his imagination. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen spoke again. Is there any equipment that can significantly enhance the strength of summoned beasts? Lu Hongzhou pondered for a moment and said, there is one that might work. Saying this, he walked to a wall, took out a ring that shimmered with 7 colors. Summoner's Ring Quality, Epic Type, Ring, exclusive to Summoners, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150, Speed plus 150, Spirit plus 150 required level to equip. Level 20 Summoned Beast Enhancement. After wearing, the 4-dimensional attributes of the summoned beast increase by 20%, and skill damage increases by 15%. This ring is called the Summoner's Ring. Although it is of epic quality, it can enhance the 4-dimensional attributes and skill damage of summoned beasts, Lu Hongzhou introduced. This, Jiang Chen looked at the ring, feeling both excited and helpless. The good news was that the enhancement was high and exclusive to summoners. The bad news was that he didn't have the required level to wear it. However, just as Jiang Chen felt helpless, the fat panda in the summoning space suddenly transmitted a message to him. The fat panda told Jiang Chen that it had a way to solve the equipment level issue. Almost forgot. The fat panda had a forging master. Modifying the level restriction shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, this ring was practically tailor-made for summoners. With this ring, the strength of his summoned beasts would further increase. Uncle Lu, I want this summoner's ring. After resolving his concerns, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Lu Hongzhou handed the summoner's ring to Jiang Chen. It seems you are very satisfied with this reward. Jiang Chen, not just satisfied, I'm absolutely thrilled. After selecting the 2 pieces of equipment, Lu Hongzhou checked the recent forging progress of the fat panda. When he discovered that the fat panda had actually reached the 3rd-tier blacksmith in just a few days, the 7th-tier professional finally broke through. Is this even human? No, it really doesn't seem like it. In the end, under Lu Hongzhou's repeated reminders, Jiang Chen and Lin Xuan boarded the floating war vehicle for their return journey. At this moment, inside Tiandu High School, Wang Wei was extremely frustrated. He had already heard about Jiang Chen becoming the champion of the provincial trials. Now, he had become the laughingstock of the entire school. Although the students appeared unchanged on the surface, behind his back, they were constantly criticizing him for being blind as the principal. Even the teachers felt the same way. Damn it, if this continues, I will be fired sooner or later. Wang Wei slammed his hand on the table in anger. The Gao family had already become unreachable, and if he didn't achieve something soon, he would be finished. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Wang Wei suppressed his anger and spoke up. Who is it? Come in. After a long pause, there was no response. I said you can come in, didn't you hear me? Wang Wei's tone became urgent. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came again, but the door remained silent. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Wang Wei cursed as he got up and walked to the door. The door was quickly pushed open, and Wang Wei leaned out but saw no one. The corridor outside was eerily quiet. Wait, it's already after school, how could someone be knocking? Wang Wei immediately sensed something was wrong and wanted to get his equipment. But it was too late. Blood-colored black mist seeped out from the corridor, the ground, and the ceiling, instantly enveloping the entire space. Kid, if you need anything, contact the Smart Brain. Lin Xuan said this before driving away in his hovering war vehicle. He had missed a lot of work to participate in the provincial trials. Jiang Chen didn't ask much, he was very busy now. Back home, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out the Talent Evolution Stone. Talent Evolution Stone, quality, mythical, effect, using it can evolve a talent. with a certain probability of degradation. It can also degrade. Xiao Shui. I know. Xiao Shui waved her hand, and a mysterious power was bestowed upon Jiang Chen. Which talent should I evolve? Jiang Chen opened his talent panel. Occupation, Mythical Summoner, Unique, Level 16, Talent 1, Mythical Rebirth, SSS+. Each time a beast pet is summoned, it can draw once from the mythical bloodline. Talent 2, Infinite Brilliant Attributes, SSS+. Each level up allows one draw of a brilliant attribute, remaining draw times 2. Let's see if I can evolve. Mythical Rebirth. Jiang Chen silently focused on evolving the talent, Mythical Rebirth. But after a moment, the system sent a notification. Talent Mythical Rebirth's dimension is too high, unable to evolve. Dimension too high. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed that evolving Mythical Rebirth was not going to work, so he decided to try evolving Infinite Brilliant Attributes. Jiang Chen tightly gripped the Talent Evolution Stone and once again silently focused on evolving the talent, Infinite Brilliant Attributes. This time, the evolution did not disappoint Jiang Chen. A brilliant golden light surged from the Talent Evolution Stone, instantly enveloping Jiang Chen's entire body. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Infinite Brilliant Attributes has evolved, gaining a new function Exclusive Attribute Extraction. Exclusive Attribute Extraction. Select the extraction target, with a certain probability of extracting abilities possessed by the specific target's bloodline. Note, the strength of the ability is related to the bloodline level, and the more awakened abilities, the higher the chance of triggering ancestral return. Jiang Chen looked at the new function that appeared on the talent interface, shocked. This meant that if he bound the target to Xiaosheng, he could extract the abilities possessed by the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey. Things like the Fire Eye, 72 transformations, indestructible. This was too damn amazing. If he managed to extract the ability of the heavenly law and earthly phenomena, wouldn't he be invincible in no time? But the probability was probably pitifully low. However, the probability is much higher than before. After all, the range has been limited. As long as the number of draws is increased, one will eventually be selected. But before that, Jiang Chen planned to summon his fourth family member. He then took out the Beast Pet Summoning Book. No matter who or what it is, as long as it's a dragon, even a beautiful dragon will do. Jiang Chen held Xiao Shui in one hand and used the summoning technique with the other. Congratulations! Your luck is off the charts. You have summoned a dragon-type summoned beast Elemental Dragon. Elemental Dragon. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and saw the summoning array engraved on the ground trembling continuously, seemingly unable to withstand the power brought by the summoning. No, there's not enough space. Jiang Chen suddenly became alert. His little shabby house seemed unable to accommodate his new family member. Xiao Shui, quickly open another space, or our home will be gone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately activated Spatial Sorcerer, wrapping the summoning array on the ground and Jiang Chen within the newly opened space. Just as the space was completed, a sharp claw reached out from the summoning array. Then, a giant dragon, entirely deep blue and 5 meters tall, appeared before him. The dragon was covered in blue scales, its massive wings folded, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and the tip of its tail had a sharp barb. Roar! The giant dragon let out a deafening roar, the sound waves rolling and shaking the entire space. Jiang Chen looked at the imposing giant dragon before him, his heart racing with excitement. This was a dragon race. It was his first time seeing a living dragon. Moreover, it resembled the legendary Yenglong. Elemental Dragon, Quality, Epic, Bloodline, Overlord, Strength, 900, Constitution, 900, Agility, 900, Mentality, 1000, Skills, Dragon Might LV. 5. Super Tier, Elemental Breath LV. 4. Super Tier, Earth Wall LV. 3. High Tier, Dragon Leap LV. 3. Super Tier, Wind Wing LV. 3. High Tier, Description, Master of Water, Wind, and Earth Elements, possessing powerful destructive and defensive capabilities, one of the top existences among all summoned beasts. My god! After reading the attributes of the Elemental Dragon, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. These attributes are just too impressive, right? And this is without being endowed with a mythical bloodline. How strong would it be if it were given a mythical bloodline? You are my master? At that moment, a mature female voice rang out. Goodness, it was a female dragon. Jiang Chen sized up the elemental dragon for a moment and nodded. That's right, I am your master. Under the summoning rules, although the summoned beast's favorability towards the summoner was not maxed out, it was still above average, at least at the friend level. Upon hearing this, the elemental dragon's golden eyes looked up and down at this so-called master, occasionally sniffing Jiang Chen's aura. Master, you are very strong. The elemental dragon's voice was firm. The dragon race's judgment of strength was always accurate. Oh, you can tell that? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. The elemental dragon slightly nodded its massive dragon head. Because that monkey and panda beside you, I can't beat them. Jiang Chen. So it's not that I'm strong, but that Xiao Shang and Panda are strong? Am I really only able to take the route of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Then do you want to become as strong as them? Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to establish a tall image in front of this proud female dragon. Really? Can I? The elemental dragon tilted its head, looking somewhat puzzled. It could sense that the bloodlines within that monkey and panda were far superior to its own, which was also why it acknowledged Jiang Chen as its master. Absolutely. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly opened the talent panel. Ding! Detected that you have a brand new summoned beast. The mythic blessing talent has been triggered. Would you like to draw the mythic bloodline? Jiang Chen placed his hand on the front paw of the elemental dragon while silently chanting draw in his heart. Accompanied by flashes of golden red light, a card radiating the divine light of the 5 elements appeared before Jiang Chen. Congratulations! Your luck is off the charts. You have drawn the mythic bloodline, 5-element heavenly dragon. 5-element heavenly dragon, master of the 5 elements, commanding the heavens and earth, controlling all laws, supreme and unparalleled. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately bestowed the 5-element heavenly dragon bloodline card upon the elemental dragon. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the elemental dragon, and a powerful aura emanated from its body. The colors of the light were red, black, white, green, and blue, representing the 5 elemental forces of gold, water, earth, wood, and fire. As the light faded, the elemental dragon underwent a tremendous transformation. Its originally azure scales turned into a riot of colors, its wings became broader, and its eyes seemed to contain the might of the universe. An even more powerful aura radiated from the elemental dragon. Congratulations! Your summoned beast, the elemental dragon, has obtained the mythic bloodline, 5-element heavenly dragon. 5-element heavenly dragon level, 16 quality, legend bloodline, mythic strength, 1200 constitution, 1200 agility, 1200 spirit, 1500 skills, dragon might LV. 6. Demigod tier, 5-element breath LV. 7. Super tier, 5-element control LV. 4. God tier, dragon leap LV. 5. Super tier, description. The legendary 5-element heavenly dragon possesses the powerful ability to control the forces of the 5 elements, making it one of the strongest summoned beasts in the world. Jiang Chen watched the rising momentum of the elemental dragon, feeling an overwhelming excitement in his heart. Just by bestowing the mythic bloodline, the quality of the 5-element heavenly dragon had already reached 4 stars, the same as a minor saint. Roar! The 5-element heavenly dragon let out a furious roar, the sound waves rolling and shaking the surrounding space. A powerful pressure emanated from the 5-element heavenly dragon, instantly enveloping the entire area. Jiang Chen felt his body sink, as if a great mountain were pressing down on him. So strong! Jiang Chen thought to himself, is this the terrifying power of the dragon race? Not only did all its skills reach the super tier, but it also possessed a god tier skill and a demigod tier skill. Master, I think I've regressed. The voice of the 5-element heavenly dragon carried a hint of excitement. It could feel that the bloodline within it had nearly completed a qualitative leap. Basic skills, when the master says to become stronger, I become stronger. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he wanted to step forward to observe the 5-element heavenly dragon closely. Just then, the body of the 5-element heavenly dragon was suddenly enveloped in divine light. As the divine light dissipated, a woman dressed in a colorful long gown, with stunning beauty and white jade dragon horns atop her head, appeared before Jiang Chen. The woman was tall and voluptuous, and beneath her colorful gown, one could vaguely see the alluring curves and fullness. A pair of long, flawless, and firm jade legs peeked out from beneath the gown. Jiang Chen estimated that these legs were longer than his life. Another mature woman type. If Xiaoxue was a noble and elegant fairy with a hint of charm, then the 5-element heavenly dragon before him was a proud and unrestrained queen, looking down upon all beings. Hiss! Why am I comparing myself? Master, is this the human body? It feels not bad, but not as majestic as the dragon race. The voice of the 5-element heavenly dragon, with a hint of natural innocence, rang out. At this moment, she was examining her own body, occasionally squeezing that patch of snow-white skin. Ahem, you can't just show that to people. Jiang Chen immediately spoke up to stop the 5-element heavenly dragon from making any more outrageous moves. By the way, how did you transform as well? Is this called transformation? The 5 elements heavenly dragon nodded, seemingly understanding. After my master bestowed upon me his bloodline, this power appeared on its own. Is that so? By the way, do you all come with your own clothes after transforming? Jiang Chen asked the Five Elements Heavenly Dragon while glancing at Xiao Shui, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. However, Xiao Shui turned her slightly flushed face away, pretending to be indifferent. Come with clothes? I think so. The Five Elements Heavenly Dragon wasn't very sure. She only knew it looked better that way. I see. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao Shui again. At that moment, her cheeks were already flushed, wishing she could escape the scene immediately. However, Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it too much and turned to the cool, aloof Lady Dragon in front of him. Heavenly Dragon, do you have a name? A name? The Lady Dragon was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. Well, then how about I call you Xiao Wu? Put. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Xiao Shui and Xiao Sheng began to cover their mouths. Even the Five Elements Heavenly Dragon's expression changed slightly. Is that name not good? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. How about Kai Xia? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Xiao Shui and Xiao Sheng looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Was this the same master from before, who could come up with names? Master, your character is collapsing. Upon hearing the name Kai Xia, the Five Elements Heavenly Dragon immediately nodded. She was just a bit slow to warm up, not foolish. From the behavior of the other companions, it was clear that the master seemed to be lacking in the skill of naming. Alright, from now on, I'll call you Kai Xia. Jiang Chen made the decision right away. He still preferred to give each summoned beast a unique name. After all, in his heart, these summoned beasts were already his family. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to extract a unique attribute for Kai Xia. Unique attribute extraction. Select the extraction target, with a certain probability of obtaining abilities possessed by the specific bloodline. Note, the strength of the ability is related to the bloodline level, and the more awakened abilities, the higher the chance of triggering ancestral return. He wanted to see what unique attribute could be extracted from the Five Elements Heavenly Dragon's bloodline. Bind Kai Xia, extract attribute. As Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, streams of colorful light swirled around Kai Xia. Just as Jiang Chen was eagerly anticipating, a brilliant golden-orange light suddenly illuminated, forming a card exuding an ancient aura that floated before him. Congratulations, your luck is off the charts. You have drawn the exclusive golden-orange attribute, All Laws Return to 1. All Laws Return to 1, master the power of elements, reducing casting time by 50% when casting spells, and increasing all elemental spell damage by 100%. Evaluation, an exclusive attribute from the Five Elements Heavenly Dragon lineage, commanding the power of the Five Elements, unifying all laws into one. All laws return to 1? Jiang Chen looked at the golden orange card in front of him, his heart filled with joy. As expected of an exclusive attribute, it perfectly matched Kai Xia's own abilities. It was evident that Kai Xia leaned towards being a mage, and all laws return to 1 would allow her to reach new heights. Jiang Chen immediately bestowed the All Laws Return to 1 attribute upon Kai Xia. Instantly, a powerful force erupted within Kai Xia. A golden orange light flashed in her originally colorful eyes, and a vast aura emanated from her. Ding! Exclusive attribute, All Laws Return to 1 successfully granted. 5 Elements Heavenly Dragon, Kai Xia, Legend, Ding! Your summoned beast 5 Elements Heavenly Dragon, Kai Xia, has comprehended the skill All Laws Return to 1 LV. 1. Divine Level, All Laws Return to 1 LV. 1. Divine Level fuse all elemental powers to deliver a wide-ranging, devastating strike to designated targets. The more targets, the higher the damage. Wow, divine skill. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His team was just lacking a wide-ranging ultimate move. This skill of Kai Xia perfectly compensates for the last flaw in the team. As for the second draw opportunity, Jiang Chen plans to give it to Xiao Shui. After all, both Pang De and Xiao Sheng have 3 attributes to start with, and their combat power is already incredibly strong, so they don't need any enhancements for now. But Xiao Shui is the only support in the team, and her skills and strength largely determine the team's upper limit. How does that saying go? In low-tier matches, the support is scolded by 4 teammates, while in high-tier matches, the support chases after 4 teammates to scold them. Therefore, having a good support is the key to a strong team. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen immediately changed the binding target to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui. Got it, master. Xiao Shui instantly cast Fate Control on Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen leaned forward, grasping Xiao Shui's slender arm, while silently chanting Draw in his heart. Xiao Shui was startled by Jiang Chen's sudden action, but soon felt the warmth from his palm and allowed him to hold her. As Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, streams of white light flowed around Xiao Shui. Congratulations! You have drawn an exclusive mythic attribute, Heavenly Protection. Heavenly Protection, after being recognized and approached by Bai Zhe, all attributes increase by 20%, and any number of targets are granted control immunity and damage immunity shields, lasting 10 minutes. If an enemy is killed, the shield effect is extended by 5 minutes. Note, the weaknesses of targets entering the Heavenly Protection domain will be exposed. Evaluation, an exclusive mythic attribute from the Divine Beast by Zay, Heavenly Protection, shelters all beings. Jiang Chen looked at the dazzling golden mythic card in front of him, filled with excitement. His second mythic attribute. And it's a support divine skill. Whether it's the 20% increase in all attributes or the control immunity and damage immunity shields, it's a divine skill in team battles. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen bestowed heavenly protection upon Xiao Shui. In an instant, a brilliant white light descended from the sky, enveloping Xiao Shui. Ding! Exclusive mythic attribute heavenly protection successfully granted. Mythic by Zay, Xiao Shui, epic ×7, legendary. After receiving the exclusive mythic attribute, Xiao Shui leaped up and evolved into legendary quality. From then on, all 4 of Jiang Chen's summoned beasts evolved into legendary quality. With 4 level 16 legendary quality summoned beasts, there probably wouldn't be a second one in all of Huaxia, right? Jiang Chen looked at the 4 summoned beasts in front of him, filled with pride. Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating the future, a phone call pulled him back to reality. Jiang Chen opened the smart brain system and saw that it was Lin Chuan calling him. Strange, this old guy just sent him home. Why is he calling so soon? Jiang Chen seemed to sense a hint of conspiracy and immediately answered the call. Hello, Mayor Lin, is something wrong? How did you know? Lin Chuan's slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the line. Since you know, I won't say much. A car will come to pick you up shortly. Beep. Jiang Chen? No, buddy. I just said it casually, did you really think I knew? So, in a daze, Jiang Chen stepped onto the hovering war vehicle that came to greet him. In the night sky, the hovering war vehicle streaked across like a shooting star. In less than 2.5 minutes, it brought Jiang Chen to the door of the mayor's office. Jiang Chen pushed the door open, and what met his eyes was still the simple and unadorned room from his memories, but there was an additional long table about 8 meters long. Lin Chuan sat at the head of the long table, looking at the report in his hands. Kid, you're here. Lin Chuan only slightly raised his eyes upon seeing the visitor, gestured for Jiang Chen to sit down, and then continued to look at the documents. Mayor Lin, what do you need me for at this late hour? Jiang Chen asked somewhat indignantly. He hadn't even had the chance to check on Kai Xiao's condition before being called over by Lin Chuan in a daze. You don't know? Lin Chuan finally turned his attention to Jiang Chen. I thought you knew. It's actually not a big deal, just a large area of abyssal pollution appearing near the city wall of Tiandu High School. Most high schools are located near the edge of the city due to venue and training needs. Large area of abyssal pollution? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. You call this a minor issue? If the abyssal pollution threatens the city, the consequences would be quite serious. Yes, currently the Southern Military District has organized a team to go and clean it up, but I always feel something is off. Lin Chuan frowned. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable unease. So you called me here, you don't want me to handle the abyssal pollution, do you? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was worried about not having a place to earn abyssal materials, and now the opportunity had come. Mayor Lin, don't worry, protecting Tiandu City is our duty. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's earlier seriousness faded, and he laughed heartily. I knew you would agree. But this abyssal pollution is not an ordinary hassle. The Southern Military District has already sent 2 second-tier teams, and so far there has been no news back. Second-tier teams? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It seems the level of this abyssal pollution is not low. Yes, that's why I called you here, Lin Chuan explained. After all, the other third-tier professionals are temporarily unavailable. Since the abyssal pollution was not coming from just one direction, higher-level professionals were currently unable to leave. Moreover, Lin Chuan had seen Jiang Chen's performance in the provincial trials. As long as it wasn't a fourth-tier intervention, it should be fine for Jiang Chen. However, I have one more thing I need your help with. Lin Chuan's tone shifted, and his expression became serious. What is it? I want you to investigate the source of the abyssal pollution, Lin Chuan said solemnly. This matter is of great importance, and I hope you can take it seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart sank. He understood that Lin Chuan was entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. Mayor Lin, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Good. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. There's no time to waste, let's set off now. But, since we need to find the source of the abyssal pollution, it must be quite dangerous. Mayor Lin, are you not planning to? Jiang Chen gave Lin Chuan a knowing look. You brat. Lin Chuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. If you can complete this, I'll take you to the military district's treasury to pick out some treasures. I guarantee to complete the mission, sir. Jiang Chen stood at attention and saluted, then turned to leave. Outside Tiandu City, in the wilderness, a few students were heading to the Southern Military District under the guidance of a third-tier professional. At this moment, a blue-haired girl, equipped luxuriously and holding a staff, asked the red-haired boy in front of her. Gao Yang, do you think it's too risky for us to go handle the abyssal pollution like this? Gao Yang scoffed, don't worry, with Uncle Yang protecting us, those abyssal creatures are nothing. As long as we kill enough for a bronze medal's military merit, we'll return immediately. Speaking of the bronze medal, Gao Yang thought of Jiang Chen. He originally didn't want to take the risk of coming to the abyssal pollution site, but his father told him that if he wanted to avoid being retaliated against by Jiang Chen in the future, he had to obtain a bronze medal. Miss Lan, don't worry, I will protect you and young Master Gao from behind. A man with a rugged face and a fierce scar spoke from behind. He was Yang Lin, a level 38 warrior professional, tasked with protecting Gao Yang and Lan Yan on this trip. Alright then, Lan Yan nodded silently. Hey, you red-haired guy over there, do you know the direction of the abyssal pollution here? At that moment, a voice rang out, and two figures walked straight towards them. Red-haired guy. Hearing their address, Gao Yang initially wanted to explode in anger. But when he looked at the two people in front of him, he instantly wilted. The man and woman appeared to be about the same age as him, but their levels were worlds apart. Under the strong training of the Gao family, his current level was only 14, yet he couldn't discern the levels of the two before him. This indicated that these two people, who seemed to be of similar age, were at least 5 levels higher than him. Hey, can't you hear me talking? The buzzcut boy said somewhat dissatisfied. If Jiang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that these two were the ones who had asked Lu Hongzhou to forge equipment at the trading center last time. After the previous incident, the two decided to stay in Tian City for a few days. However, they didn't expect Master Lu Hongzhou to leave that very day. They initially planned to return to the imperial capital, but upon hearing about a large-scale abyssal contamination outside the city, they wanted to take a look and couldn't leave without bringing back some abyssal materials. But as soon as they left the city, they realized they seemed unfamiliar with the route. Young master, these two are both second-tier professionals, Yang Lin reminded him at that moment. Second tier. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. These two must be young masters from some power-out practicing. If he could build a good relationship with them, it might benefit his future development. Since you two are also here to deal with the abyssal contamination, why not team up with us? Meanwhile, in the Southern Military District, inside the camp commander's tent, a new batch of abyssal creatures has appeared in the east, but we don't have enough manpower. Looking at the densely packed red dots continuously emerging on the screen, Guo Feipeng was quite irritated. Currently, almost all the troops in the Southern Military District were deployed, but ultimately, manpower was limited, and they couldn't cover all areas. I wonder when the reinforcements sent by Mayor Lin will arrive. Just as Guo Feipeng was feeling anxious, a figure burst into the tent. Commander Gui. Jiang Chen. Guo Feipeng was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, then quickly reacted. You are the reinforcements sent by Lin Chuan? Reinforcements? Something like that. Jiang Chen did not deny the title. After all, a summoner should count as part of an army, right? Guo Feipeng nearly choked on his words upon hearing the response. What on earth is Lin Chuan thinking? Although Guo Feipeng acknowledged Jiang Chen's outstanding talent and strong abilities, that was in battles of the same level. In this abyssal contamination, several level 35 abyssal creatures had already appeared, and there was even a possibility of encountering a level 40 abyssal overlord. But after thinking for a moment, Guo Feipeng still handed an abyssal detector to Jiang Chen, instructing, it will display the general strength of the abyssal creatures. If you see the detector go off, leave immediately. Jiang Chen took the abyssal detector and indeed saw a screen filled with dense red dots. Among them, a few red dots were particularly bright. Jiang Chen observed and found that these red dots were coming from all directions, and dealing with them one by one would be a waste of time. But now that he had Kai Xia, he didn't need to worry about speed. With that thought, Jiang Chen made a decisive decision. Don't worry, Commander Guo, I will not let you down. Good, then it's up to you. At the location marked as Abyssal Contamination No. 4, a 5-man squad was being attacked by 2 level 30 Abyssal Demon Wolves. Damn, didn't they say there was only one Abyssal Demon Wolf? Why did a second one suddenly appear? A burly man holding a shield struggled to fend off the attacks of the 2 Abyssal Demon Wolves, creating space for his teammates to deal damage. Not sure, let's deal with these 2 Abyssal Demon Wolves first, said a warrior wielding a long sword, continuously unleashing slashing skills on one of the Abyssal Demon Wolves. The 3 teammates behind him were also constantly casting skills to bombard the other abyssal demon wolf. Ugh! Just then, a low, mournful wolf howl echoed. A massive abyssal wolf commander, twice the size of a regular abyssal wolf and clad in dark armor, charged in from the distance. Not good, it's a level 35 abyssal wolf commander. The captain of the warrior squad was taken aback. In their 5-member team, only he was at level 30, while the other 4 were around 27 or 28. Faced with a level 35 abyssal wolf commander, they had no chance of winning. Retreat! The captain decisively issued the order to fall back. However, the speed of the abyssal wolf commander exceeded their expectations. With a powerful leap, the commander covered several dozen meters and appeared right in front of the 5-member squad. Its sharp claws instantly tore through the burly man's shield, sending it flying. Captain! The other 4 team members rushed forward to help as they saw their captain being thrown aside. But the abyssal wolf commander opened its gaping maw, and a jet of pitch-black flame began to coalesce. Not good. At that critical moment, a golden light shone from the heavens above. It shot toward the abyssal wolf commander at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive body of the abyssal wolf commander was obliterated by the impact, leaving a huge crater in its place. Did it just die? The squad members stared in shock at the scene, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. As the dust settled, they saw a golden-red figure holding a blood-black staff standing where the commander had been. In front of the golden monkey lay 2 enormous wolf heads, still dripping with blood. Before they could even ask what had happened, the golden monkey vanished from sight, leaving only the massive crater and pools of blood behind. Your summoned beast, the spirit stone monkey, Little Saint, has killed the abyssal wolf commander. Experience plus 3,800, plus 20%, arrogance triggered, strength plus 1. 3. Your summoned beast, the spirit stone monkey, Little Saint, has killed the abyssal wolf. Experience plus 2,800, plus 20%, arrogance triggered, strength plus 0. 9. Current level, 16, 67%. In the sky, Jiang Chen stood atop a colorful giant dragon, looking down at the scene below. Although most areas were shrouded in abyssal fog, nothing could escape the gaze of Jiang Chen, who possessed the illusory fire eye. Initially, Jiang Chen planned to handle each area one by one, but that would be too slow. So he recalled a method from his past life, aerial support. Jiang Chen was responsible for scouting, Kai Xia for transportation and throwing, Little Saint and Fat Panda for combat, while Little Snow used spatial control to retrieve Little Saint and Fat Panda. Each team member played their role, and everyone had a bright future ahead. The eastern area has been cleared, now we should head north. Confirming the direction, Jiang Chen rode Kai Xia as they continued flying toward the next abyssal contamination marker. Along the way, Jiang Chen constantly used the illusory fire eye to track the abyssal creatures, directing Kai Xia and the summoned beasts for precise strikes. As time passed, the number of abyssal creatures they killed increased, and the red dots on the abyssal detection device decreased. Meanwhile, in the southern military district camp, Gu Feiping anxiously stared at the abyssal detection device, watching the diminishing red dots with a mix of surprise and joy. Jiang Chen's efficiency is incredible. How is he doing this? Gu Feiping couldn't fathom how one person could achieve such results. It was known that the abyssal erosion came from all directions, and even a 5th-tier professional couldn't be this efficient. What a truly amazing guy. It seems my choice was correct. At that moment, the soldiers fighting in the abyssal contaminated area witnessed a miraculous scene. Many squads saw a golden divine ape or a thunderous giant bear descend from the sky, obliterating all the abyssal creatures in an instant. I tell you, that golden divine monkey is just too damn perverted. Our team fought for half a day to take down a single health bar of that abyssal beast, and it killed it with one hit. What's that compared to? That thunderous giant bear is way more impressive. Can you imagine a 10-meter tall giant bear falling from the sky? I thought there was an earthquake. Wow, sounds like you're the one who's more impressive. I think I vaguely saw a 10-meter long 5-colored dragon in the sky. Do you believe me? Just keep bragging. If there really is a 5-colored dragon, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the military communication channel, soldiers were sharing their experiences and sightings. What was originally a tense cleanup operation had suddenly turned into a fan comparison contest between the golden monkey and the giant bear. After all, the abyssal creatures around them had been cleared out by either the golden monkey or the giant bear, leaving the soldiers with nothing to do but chat in the military channel. As they talked, arguments broke out over the strengths and weaknesses of the two. On the other side, Jiang Chen in the sky was counting his gains from this expedition. Abyssal pollution cleanup progress, 90%, your summoned beast, the spirit bright stone monkey, Little Saint, killed an abyssal troll. Experience plus 3,000, plus 20%, arrogance triggered, strength plus 1. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17. Brilliant attribute talent triggered, draw count +1, woohoo, leveled up again. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This time, his experience jumped directly from 67% at level 16 to level 17. It's worth noting that leveling up from level 16 requires at least tens of thousands of experience points, and Jiang Chen leveled up just by cleaning up the abyssal pollution. This shows how rich the experience points were this time. Moreover, it didn't even include the nearly 100 abyssal materials in his backpack. I'm rich. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling elated, the abyssal detector in his hand suddenly vibrated violently and emitted a series of warnings. Warning! Warning! The strength of the abyssal creature here is too powerful. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. In the command room of the Southern Military District, Captain Guofaping stared at the few red dots on the screen, feeling reassured. He didn't expect that after just 3 days apart, Jiang Chen had grown to this extent. Most of the abyssal creatures in the Southern Military District had been killed by Jiang Chen. Captain, look! At this moment, a technician pointed at a rapidly moving red dot on the abyssal detector and exclaimed. Guofaping followed the direction the staff member was pointing and saw that the red dot was moving towards the Southern Military District at an astonishing speed. This is an abyssal demon general. The only creature that could trigger the alarm on the abyssal detector was a level 40 abyssal demon general. Guofaping's face changed dramatically, and he quickly picked up the intercom and shouted, "All personnel, pay attention! An abyssal demon general has appeared, evacuate immediately and return to the camp quickly." Now, only he could personally take down this abyssal demon general. He then took out a 2-meter-long black battle spear. At that moment, the technician spoke again. Captain, look! It seems someone is heading towards the abyssal demon general. Detected level 40 abyssal creature. Detected level 40 abyssal creature. The red dot on the abyssal detector flashed wildly, and the piercing alarm echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Oh no, level 40? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow as he watched the red dot getting closer on the screen. He hadn't challenged a level 40 abyssal creature yet, so this was a perfect opportunity to test his strength. But first, he would draw the attribute. After selecting Little Saint as the target, Jiang Chen immediately thought draw in his mind. Waves of golden red light flowed around Little Saint. Soon after, a card radiating a vast aura floated before him. Congratulations, your luck is off the charts. You drew the exclusive golden red attribute Unyielding Battle Will. Unyielding Battle Intent. When facing enemies of a higher level, damage dealt increases by 30%. For every 10% of health lost, attack power increases by 20%, stacking up to 10 times. Evaluation, even on this day, I, Old Sun, will go against the tide. Damn, this is truly a unique attribute. Jiang Chen looked at the dazzling golden attribute before him, feeling a shock in his heart. No wonder the great sage often caused a ruckus, it turns out he was born to rebel. With this attribute, Little Sage's combat power would soar to a new level. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the damage dealt, perfectly suited to deal with the abyssal demon general before him. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly bestowed the unyielding battle intent upon Little Sage. In an instant, a powerful force erupted within Little Sage. A golden red light flashed in its originally golden eyes, and a vast aura radiated from its body. Ding! Unique golden red attribute Unyielding Battle Intent successfully granted. Mythical Spirit Stone Monkey, Little Sage, Legend Little Sage, let's go! Jiang Chen rode on the colorful clouds, flying straight towards the direction of the abyssal demon general. At this moment, at the abyssal pollution site, as far as the eye could see, there were dense ranks of the abyssal army. At the forefront stood an abyssal demon general, wielding a bone knife, clad in black armor, towering at 10 meters tall. Its scarlet eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the area. Wherever the abyssal demon general went, dark abyssal rifts appeared, and abyssal creatures crawled out from them. Not far from the abyssal demon general, a 4-person team was fighting off the surrounding abyssal creatures while trying to escape. It was Gao Yang and his team. Originally, there were 5 of them, but Yang Lin was killed in an instant by the abyssal demon general while covering their retreat. Damn it, how can we be so unlucky to encounter an abyssal demon general? Gao Yang, wielding a battle axe, cleared the abyssal creatures while fleeing into the distance. Gao Yang, what should we do? Lan Yan's face was pale. They were barely level 16 and had no means to resist this abyssal demon general. What else can we do? Run! Gao Yang gritted his teeth and continued to flee. Ahead of them were 2 professionals from the Tianyang Guild. Miss, I've already notified the guild's branch in Tian City, but it may take some time, Yen Yefei said, flames surging in his hands as he blasted away the monsters blocking his path. Beside him, Fu Yuzhen was even more powerful, raising her hand to freeze the surrounding abyssal creatures into ice sculptures with a flurry of frost. Compared to Gao Yang and Lan Yan, the two appeared much more at ease. "We can't fight, just keep running," Fu Yuzhen's cold voice rang out, and their speed increased further. However, they ultimately underestimated the speed of the Abyssal Demon General. The Abyssal Demon General's black eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, and then it dropped to all fours, charging towards Gao Yang and his team like a fierce tiger. Roar! The Abyssal Demon General let out a furious roar, swinging its bone knife, and a dark blade of light instantly slashed out. Where the blade passed, the ground cracked, and the air trembled. Gao Yang and Fu Yuzhen's team quickly dodged, but they were still hit by the residual force of the blade. Poof! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, his health bar instantly dropping to the bottom. If it weren't for his talent and the life-saving equipment he wore, he would have likely been a corpse by now. Yan Yufei and Fu Yuzhen were also not faring well. Just the residual force of a single attack had reduced their health bars by more than half. This is definitely not an ordinary level 40 Abyssal Demon General. A serious look flashed in Fu Yuzhen's blue eyes. The Abyssal Demon General, like human professionals, also had different ranks. Generally, reaching level 40 qualifies one to be called an Abyssal Demon General. However, due to the varying abilities and talents of each Abyssal Demon General, their strengths differ significantly. The Abyssal Demon General before them clearly belonged to the top tier of its kind. What do we do? What do we do? Lan Yan was already panicking. She had never encountered such a powerful enemy. Run! Fu Yuzhen shouted, dragging Yan Yufei to continue forward. Gao Yang and Lan Yan quickly followed suit. Humph, trying to escape? The Abyssal Demon General snorted coldly, its speed increasing once more, catching up to the four of them in the blink of an eye. Die! The Demon General swung the bone knife in its hand again, unleashing an even more terrifying blade of light. Under the shadow of the blade, the four had nowhere to flee. It's over. Lan Yan closed her eyes in despair. However, pain and wailing did not follow. When Lan Yan opened her eyes again, she saw that the four of them were still standing safely in place. The Abyssal Demon General had vanished without a trace. Am I dreaming? Just as Lan Yan was puzzled, a sound like shattering glass echoed. Not far from the four, a bone knife sliced through the space before them. With the shattering of the spatial confinement, the figure of the Abyssal Demon General reappeared. Who is playing tricks? Show yourself to this demon. Yet, the only response was a figure descending from the sky. A golden-red armored divine ape, wielding a blood-black staff, plummeted like a meteor towards the Abyssal Demon General. Roar! The Abyssal Demon General howled to the heavens, swinging its bone knife to meet the golden divine ape. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the golden divine ape's staff collided violently with the Abyssal Demon General's bone knife. The terrifying energy shockwave swept in all directions, shattering the surrounding abyssal creatures. The four were thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. So strong. Gao Yang struggled to rise, watching the fierce battle between the golden divine ape and the Abyssal Demon General, his heart filled with shock. He had never seen such a powerful being. Lan Yan, on the other hand, stared intently at the golden divine ape, a strange light flickering in her eyes. She felt that the golden divine ape seemed somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen hovered in midair on Kaixia, observing the fierce battle below. His illusory fire eye quietly activated, revealing all the information about the Abyssal Demon General. Abyssal Demon General, level 41, rank, mid-tier Demon General, strength 4700, constitution 4700, speed 4700, spirit 4700, skills, Abyssal Erosion LV 6, Supreme, Bone Knife Mastery LV 6, High, Abyssal Summoning LV 5, Supreme, Abyssal/LV 4, Supreme, description, a powerful demon general that rules over a region of the abyss. Its strength is formidable and not to be underestimated. It can even summon? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that this abyssal demon general had such means. Just then, sensing the troublesome presence of the little saint, the abyssal demon general plunged its bone knife into the ground. Brave and fearless abyssal knights, respond to me, loyal to the call of the Lord of the Dark Abyss. As the demon general's incantation fell, dark abyssal rifts appeared around the battlefield. Then, numerous abyssal knights, clad in black armor and wielding sharp blades, crawled out from the rifts. Although these abyssal knights were only around level 25, their numbers exceeded 100, including the abyssal creatures Jiang Chen had just slain. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded the little saint. In the sky above, Jiang Chen watched this scene with a cold smile. Wanting to overwhelm with numbers? Kaixia, it's your turn to perform. Receiving Jiang Chen's command, Kaixia let out a howl to the heavens. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, and colorful rays of light enveloped the entire area. Elemental control quality, mythical type, skill level. For skill effect, control all elements, dealing devastating damage to all surrounding targets. The more targets, the higher the damage, while stunning for 1 second. Skill description, exclusive skill of the mythical 5 elements Celestial Dragon, mastering the power of the 5 elements. Chains of elemental energy extended from Kaixia, instantly enveloping all the abyssal creatures around. Boom! With a loud explosion, the colorful light burst apart, and a terrifying elemental storm swept in all directions. The Abyss Knights hadn't even had time to approach the little saint before they were shattered by the elemental storm. Even the powerful Abyss Demon General was forced back several steps by the storm, losing more than half of its health. What kind of skill is this? Gao Yang looked at the sky-blocking elemental storm, his heart filled with horror. He had never seen such a powerful skill. In that moment, he even felt as if he were facing the might of heaven and earth. Fu Yuzhen and Yen Yufei were equally shocked. They felt that the quality of that skill had far surpassed the super tier. At that moment, the Abyss Demon General seemed to trigger some mechanism, enveloped in pitch-black abyssal power, its aura becoming even more formidable. Roar! The Abyss Demon General let out a deafening roar, raising the bone knife high. Abyss Slash! The bone knife swung down, and a dark blade of energy instantly cut through the air. Where the blade passed, space seemed to tear apart, and a powerful pressure enveloped the area. Roar! The little saint shouted, wielding the blood-red staff to meet it. Boom! The two attacks collided violently, and the terrifying energy shockwave swept out once more. The little saint was knocked back several steps, while the Abyss Demon General retreated dozens of steps. However, a fine crack appeared on the bone knife in the Abyss Demon General's hand. With the unyielding fighting spirit activated, the little saint, merely using the fighting technique, already matched the Abyss Demon General in strength. Buzz! In the next moment, Fighting Saint Domain plus Immortal Fighting Saint activated simultaneously. The Abyss Demon General's attributes were instantly reduced by 50%, while the Little Saint's attributes surged. Although there was a slight deficiency in attributes, the gap was no longer significant. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no intention of fighting alone. Roar! Another roar echoed as a giant thunder bear wielding a massive hammer descended from the sky. Above in the heavens, Kaixia also gathered a 5-colored divine light, striking towards the Abyss Demon General. The little saint took the initiative, transforming into a golden streak of light. 5 elements breath. Thunderous might. Fighting Saint Staff technique. The 3 summoned beasts launched their attacks on the Abyss Demon General simultaneously. The torrent of the 5 elements, the thunderous giant hammer, and the golden red staff shadow converged at that moment, crashing down upon the Abyss Demon General like a world-ending flood. The Abyss Demon General roared in fury, wildly swinging the bone knife in its hand to fend off the attacks of the 3 summoned beasts. But the little saint's unyielding fighting spirit grew stronger with each battle. The thunderous might of the panda became increasingly ferocious, and Kaixia's 5 elements breath was terrifying beyond measure. The attacks of the 3 summoned beasts fell upon the Abyss Demon General like a torrential storm, leaving it gasping for breath. Roar! The Abyss Demon General let out a mournful scream, and the bone knife in its hand finally couldn't withstand the pressure, breaking into 2 pieces. Following that, its massive body crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of minced flesh. Ding! Killed Abyss Demon General experience plus 16,000, plus 20%, gained equipment Abyss Bone Knife, Platinum, gained material Abyss General's Bone. Fu Jiangchen let out a breath, finally having dealt with this Abyss Demon General. Watching the experience bar surge significantly, Jiangchen felt quite satisfied. Unexpectedly, I can already defeat a level 40 Abyss Demon General. How many days has it been since I changed jobs? Just as Jiang Chen thought everything was coming to an end, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept across the entire area. In the next moment, a chilling rift in the abyss appeared before him. It's important to note that he was currently in mid-air, and that rift seemed to be coming for him. Ki Kak! A cold voice echoed from the abyss rift. As the rift continued to expand, a figure cloaked in a skull hat and holding a black staff stepped out from the rift. Abyss Demon King? Through the illusory fire eye, Jiang Chen could see the information of the Abyss Demon King before him. Abyss, projection, rank, King level, 65 strength, 90,000 constitution, 90,000 speed, 90,000 spirit, 95,000 skills, Abyss corruption LV. 10, divine, Abyss summon LV. 9, super, Abyss confinement LV. 7, super, Abyss domination LV. 6, divine, description, one of the 10 kings of the abyss, ruling over a region of the abyss, terrifying strength, cruel methods. Jiang Chen looked at the projection of the Abyss Demon King, his heart shaken. A level 65 Abyss Demon King, what the hell is this? A single breath could take Jiang Chen out. Kak. The Abyss issued a chilling sneer, mocking, I didn't expect a weak human to grow so quickly. I find myself somewhat reluctant to kill you. I have decided to give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I will grant you endless power, making you the overlord of this continent. For the Abyss, Jiang Chen's talent was quite good. If he could be taken in as a demon servant, after being used, he could be devoured, possibly yielding unexpected gains. Jiang Chen looked at the hypocritical Abyss and sneered in his heart. How could he possibly submit to such an evil existence? Perhaps this Abyss Demon King was currently thinking about how to squeeze out his value. Sorry, I refuse, Jiang Chen said firmly. The Blue Star and the Abyss are irreconcilable, he would never betray. Oh, looks like you're a tough nut to crack? The Abyss's tone carried a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen to refuse so decisively. Very well, if that's the case, then go to hell. As soon as the Abyss finished speaking, a pitch-black demon spear appeared in his hand. The spear exuded a rich aura of the Abyss, as if it came from the 9 hells. Die! The Abyss roared, and the demon spear was thrust forward in an instant. A streak of black spear light tore through the void, heading straight for Jiang Chen. Just let it be. Faced with the whistling demon spear, Jiang Chen directly recalled all his summoned beasts and chose to give up. After all, he still had rebirth in flames. In 18 seconds, he would be a good man again. Just when Jiang Chen thought he would finally experience death, he suddenly felt a shift in front of him. When he reacted, he found Lin Xuan, holding a silver spear, protecting him and blocking the spear's attack. Good kid, you've even messed with the Abyss Demon King? Lin Xuan's spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling white light, instantly shattering the Abyss's attack. Lin Xuan was knocked back several dozen steps, his breath slightly disordered. Clearly, that last strike had also taken a toll on him. Mayor Lin? Jiang Chen called out excitedly, actually, you didn't have to just now. No time for nonsense, hurry up and go. Lin Xuan grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and vanished in an instant. Trying to run? The Abyss's fingers came together, and the power of the Abyss surged, completely imprisoning the surrounding space in an instant. Lin Xuan and Jiang Chen suddenly reappeared before the Abyss. Damn it! These demon lords are playing with the power of the domain again. Lin Xuan, seeing no way to escape, gave up the thought of fleeing. Kid, stay back for a bit and watch my invincible form. Silver light burst forth around Lin Xuan, and in an instant, he donned a suit of silver-white battle armor. At that moment, this level 65 professional no longer kept a low profile. Futile struggle. Demon domain. With a low shout from Mo Yuan, a pitch-black space instantly enveloped a 10-mile radius. Within the domain, Mo Yuan's aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Is this the Abyss Demon King? What powerful strength! Jiang Chen stood to the side, feeling the terrifying abyssal aura within Mo Yuan's domain, his heart shaken. He was still some distance from being a true powerhouse, but it didn't seem like much. Gun shield. Lin Xuan's silver spear danced wildly in his hand, transforming into a silver light shield that protected Jiang Chen behind him. Mo Yuan's cold gaze fixed on Lin Xuan, the demon spear in his hand pointing at Jiang Chen. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Mo Yuan's voice was icy, and the demon spear in his hand was instantly thrown, heading straight for Jiang Chen. Facing the whistling demon spear, Lin Xuan's expression changed slightly. Kid, get back! Lin Xuan roared, the silver spear in his hand turning into a streak of light to meet the demon spear. Boom! The two long spears collided in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying energy shockwave swept in all directions, distorting the surrounding space. Lin Xuan was knocked back, the silver spear slipping from his grasp. Although Mo Yuan's demon spear was also knocked back, it was quickly summoned back to his hand. What powerful strength! Lin Xuan steadied himself, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Even if it was just a projection, its strength was still not to be underestimated. After all, the true form of the Abyss Demon King was a staggering level 90. Mayor Lin, hold on for another 40 seconds. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind. Through the illusory fire eye, Jiang Chen noticed that Mo Yuan's health bar was continuously dropping. He immediately understood that to sustain the power of the domain, this Abyss Demon King's projection could not maintain its strength for much longer. So, Jiang Chen immediately summoned Little Saint. Buzz! The mythical domain, plus, Fighting Saint domain, instantly spread, and Lin Xuan felt his four-dimensional attributes suddenly soar. What the hell is this skill? Even the legendary Holy Spirit Guardian, known for its support abilities, couldn't provide such an exaggerated boost, right? However, it wasn't over yet. Through the mythical domain, Jiang Chen immediately copied the Fighting Saint domain. With triple boost stacking, Lin Xuan felt an unprecedented surge of power. If you had used this skill earlier, don't say 40 seconds, if you can't kill him within 30 seconds, I'll give you the entire mayor's treasury. Lin Xuan's fighting spirit soared at that moment. Before Lin Xuan could react, Little Saint, who had activated Immortal Fighting Saint, shot out instantly. Ignorant! Mo Yuan looked at a level 17 summoned beast daring to attack him, his eyes filled with disdain. With a casual wave of his bone staff, a pitch-black energy ball shot towards Little Saint. Boom! In a flash of lightning, a golden light shield condensed in front of Little Saint, completely blocking the pitch-black energy ball. How is this possible? For the first time, the Abyss Demon King's composure wavered. He knew that a casual strike from him could instantly kill a level 60 professional. How could this level 17 summoned beast withstand it? But Little Saint didn't give him much time to think. Fighting battle law, plus unyielding fighting will, erupted instantly. The Abyss Demon Staff suddenly transformed into a blood-red light pillar, directly smashing towards Mo Yuan. Minus 450,300 scarlet numbers floated above Mo Yuan's head, instantly causing this Abyss Demon King to lose more than half of his health. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan followed closely with his silver spear in hand. At this moment, the mayor of Tian City no longer held back, unleashing his 6th-tier spear techniques. A storm of spear shadows surged towards Mo Yuan. Although the abyss was strong, its 4-dimensional attributes were simultaneously suppressed by half. Originally, Lin Xuan, who could suppress a level 65 opponent in a one-on-one fight, found the situation completely tilted in the other direction due to the domain and mythic amplification. Foolish human race, you have successfully angered me. With a roar from the abyss, the surrounding space began to tremble continuously, and a mist of blood enveloped the abyss completely. At that moment, the abyss's aura began to rise sharply, actually breaking through the level 65 limit. As the blood mist dissipated, a figure draped in a blood-red robe, with wings sprouting from its back and wielding a blood-colored demonic spear, appeared. Level 68. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the abyss, Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. He never expected that this projection of the Abyss Demon King had a second form, and its power had directly increased to level 68. Humans, you have angered me. I will tear you apart. The Abyss's voice was filled with rage and murderous intent. As one of the 10 kings of the Abyss, he was actually forced to this extent by 2 weaker humans. If this got out, he would surely be ridiculed by other demon kings. But this also proved the terrifying talent of that summoner. With the Abyss's level and rank, ordinary domain weakening was completely ineffective against him, yet this person's domain could ignore any level difference. This indicated that the quality of the opponent's domain was extremely high, even surpassing his own Abyss domain. If allowed to grow, it would pose a huge threat to the entire Abyss. The Abyss instantly locked its target onto Jiang Chen. He decided to first eliminate this human summoner. Die! With a swing of the blood-colored demonic spear, a streak of blood-red light shot out instantly. Wherever the spear light passed, the space was torn apart, and the terrifying might made Jiang Chen feel suffocated. Just as the spear light was about to hit Jiang Chen, a dark green barrier appeared, blocking the spear light from reaching him. World Tree's protection triggered. When receiving a fatal attack, gain a death immunity shield and increase summoned beast damage by 100%. How is this possible? How could you have the power of the World Tree? The Abyss roared as if it had seen a ghost. Mayor Lin, can you hold this Abyss Demon King for 1 second? Jiang Chen ignored the enraged Abyss and asked Lin Xuan during the invincibility period. 1 second. I can do it. Lin Xuan nodded immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, the silver spear in Lin Xuan's hand shone brightly. Gun Spirit awakening, in an instant, silver light surged around Lin Xuan, transforming into a silver streak that crossed dozens of meters in an instant, appearing before the abyss. Seal heaven, lock earth. Lin Xuan roared, and the silver spear transformed into a silver chain, instantly binding the abyss. Roar! The abyss roared repeatedly, struggling frantically. But Lin Xuan's seal heaven, lock earth was unbreakable. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape. Little Saint, activate the fatal rule. Under the detection of the illusory fire eye, the abyss's health had already dropped to 10%, within the instant kill range of Collector. Roar! Little Saint let out a furious roar, its aura rising steadily. Battle of the Gods, plus Unyielding Will, plus Fatal Rule, with 3 amplification effects stacked, Little Saint's power reached a terrifying level. As Little Saint swung the blood-colored staff down, a blood-red beam of light instantly pierced through the abyss's heart. Minus 999,999. A shocking damage number floated above the abyss's head. How is this possible? The abyss's eyes widened in disbelief. A projection of a demon king from the abyss was actually killed in an instant by a level 17 summoned beast? No. With a reluctant roar from the abyss, its body instantly exploded, turning into a mist of blood that scattered in the air. Ding! Kill the Abyss Demon King projection, level 68, experience plus 160,000, plus 20%, your summoned beast, the spirit Brightstone Monkey, Little Saint, killed the Abyss, Remnant, arrogance triggered, strength plus 45. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 18. Infinite Brilliant Attribute Talent triggered, attribute extraction times plus 1 acquired material Heart of the Abyss Demon King, 1/4, acquired material Abyss Demon Crystal, epic, acquired item Abyss Ghost Mask, epic, congratulations on achieving the achievement Abyss Thousand Demon Slash. Abyss Thousand Demon Slash, a gift for the warrior who has slain 1,000 Abyss creatures. After unlocking, damage dealt to Abyss creatures increased by 10%, damage reduction plus 10%. Ha Zhangchen let out a sigh, finally resolving this Abyss Demon King projection. Although it was just a projection, its strength had already reached the level of a high-tier Demon King. If it weren't for Little Saint having the lethal rule, Jiang Chen would have had to use his rebirth from the flames this time. Little Saint, you've worked hard. Jiang Chen patted Little Saint's head, praising him. Roar! Little Saint happily called out, expressing his joy to Jiang Chen. Just then, Lin Chuan also retracted his spear, and after landing, he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mayor Lin, are you okay? Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped forward to support Lin Chuan. I'm fine, just used all my strength to unleash the gun spirit awakening. The consumption was a bit much. Lin Chuan waved his hand, indicating he was alright, but you, kid, are impressive, able to instantly kill a projection demon king. He felt that the intensity of that golden monkey's strike far exceeded his expectations. Just lucky. Jiang Chen smiled humbly. Stop pretending to be modest. Lin Chuan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. With your talent, I've lived this long and it's the first time I've seen someone like you. But you also need to be careful, your talent is too monstrous, it's bound to attract some people's covetous eyes. Yeah, I know. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. He understood that Lin Chuan's warning was reasonable. His talent was too extraordinary, destined to draw attention. Moreover, someone had already acted in advance. Jiang Chen looked at the 4 people lying on the ground, unconscious. Among them, the red-haired one was particularly eye-catching. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen summoned Xiao Shui. Give that red-haired one a spatial mark. Xiao Shui nodded and then marked Gao Yang with a spatial mark. After completing this, Jiang Chen asked Lin Chuan, who was still resting nearby. By the way, Mayor Lin, do you know how the Abyss Demon King descends? I'm not too sure either. Lin Chuan shook his head, but I suspect someone summoned the projection of the Abyss Demon King. After all, the true body of the Abyss Demon King cannot descend, but if someone gathers the summoning medium, then they can summon the projection. Summon? Jiang Chen frowned, this was a troublesome matter. The descent of the Abyss Demon King's projection definitely required a specific ritual or medium. It was clear that today's Abyss was specifically here to kill him. Could it be that there was a traitor among the human race? It seemed he needed to be cautious in the future. But you don't have to worry, this kind of summoning consumes a lot of power, and in a short time, the Abyss Demon King projection cannot descend. Damn, if I find out who initiated the summoning ritual, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Chuan cursed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen this time, the heavenly city would have been in danger. After all, who knew when the reinforcements would arrive? Captain, there are people over there. Hurry, medical soldiers. At this moment, soldiers from the Southern City Military District also arrived. Upon seeing the several unconscious professionals on the ground, they immediately rushed forward to check the situation. Just then, a sudden voice rang out among the soldiers. What the? Monkey God! A soldier from the Southern Military District looked incredulously at the Little Saint, who was resting against a tree with his eyes closed. Wow, it's really the Monkey God. If the Monkey God is here, where's the Thunder Bear? For a moment, the soldiers of the Southern Military District even forgot their tasks and turned their attention to the Little Saint. Nowadays, the Little Saint and Fat Panda were well-known figures in the military district. After all, during the recent Abyss invasion, most of the soldiers had been saved by the Little Saint and Fat Panda. What are you all making noise about? Hurry up and assist the injured. A third-tier professional strode out, reprimanding them sternly. Only then did the soldiers reluctantly return their focus to the injured. At that moment, the third-tier professional unexpectedly approached the Little Saint quickly and took out a photo. Monkey, big shot, can I get an autograph? He also regarded the Little Saint as a powerful figure with a transformation profession in the military district. Although he didn't understand why this big shot preferred to stay in transformation form, it didn't hinder his admiration. After all, the image of that figure descending from the sky and instantly defeating a fourth-tier abyss creature with a single strike was deeply etched in his heart. His goal was to become such a powerful being. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless at this scene. The little saint also cast a questioning glance, as it was the first time in his monkey life to encounter a fan, which felt quite strange. "Just give him an autograph," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little saint nodded and left a paw print on the photo. "Thank you so much." After receiving the little saint's first autograph, the usually stern third-tier professional finally smiled. Now he could boast in front of the other captains. "Damn, boss, aren't you just being a cheat?" A team member saw his captain seizing the opportunity and immediately stopped his work, rushing to the little saint. "Big shot, I want an autograph too." Thus, the originally tight and orderly rescue operation unexpectedly turned into a fan meeting? The four unconscious individuals. "Are you guys polite? Kid, you're famous now." Lin Chuan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. "By the way, how the hell did you train your summoned beast? First tier killing a sixth tier, I can't even dream of that." Just now, Lin Chuan's role was more about control, while the output was mostly from the little saint. Seeing the little saint battle the demon king Mo Yuan, not only the soldiers but even Lin Chuan almost knelt before the little saint. Jiang Chen scratched his head. He was wondering whether to say as long as you have hands, it's fine, or if you're weak, just practice more. But if he said that, wouldn't he get beaten up? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen humbly said, "Is there a possibility that the demon king isn't very strong?" Lin Chuan. "Damn, I can't be bothered to argue with you freaks." Jiang Chen didn't mind Lin Chuan's cursing and instead asked, "By the way, Mayor Lin, how much military merit can I get this time?" After all, he had defeated the Demon King's projection and cleared out most of the abyss creatures. He should at least get a few thousand, right? Military merit. It probably won't be small, Lin Chuan pondered. You might even receive a silver medal. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. A silver medal was awarded for significant contributions to combating the abyss invasion. Moreover, in the entire Tian city, the number of people with a silver medal could be counted on one hand. In terms of status and benefits, it far exceeded that of a bronze medal. "You kid, you've made a great contribution this time." Lin Chuan laughed. "Not only did you complete the mission, but you also dealt with a projection of an abyss demon king. This credit is much greater than just handling the abyss invasion." Then, does that mean I can exchange for a lot of high-level materials? Jiang Chen asked. Of course. Lin Chuan nodded. As long as you have enough military merit, you can even exchange for some legendary-level items. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had been thinking about the treasures in the military merit exchange system for a long time. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry back to report," he said, not caring whether Lin Chuan had recovered or not, and pulled him towards the military district camp. At the Southern Military District headquarters, Guo Feiping stared at the densely packed numbers on the data panel, lost in thought. When he saw the level 65 Abyss Demon King at the top, he finally broke down. This TM was something he could directly eat. "Commander Guo, has my military merit been calculated?" Jiang Chen urged from the side. He hadn't rested for 2 consecutive days. The day after tomorrow was the college entrance examination, and he needed to rest well. But why hadn't he seen Sister Lu Jia recently? "Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought." Guo Feiping snapped back to reality and quickly pulled up Jiang Chen's military merit data. "Jiang Chen, in this operation to deal with the abyss pollution, you killed a total of 184 abyss creatures, including 166 first-tier and above abyss creatures, and 15 third-tier and above abyss creatures. Additionally, you killed 2 level 41 abyss generals and 1 level 65 abyss demon king projection." At this point, Guo Feiping paused, unsure how to describe Jiang Chen's achievements. According to the military merit calculation formula, your military merit this time is 50,000. 50,000. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Lin Chuan shouted from the side. "Damn it, I've only accumulated 80,000 military merit up to now, and this kid has 50,000 in such a short time. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior." The main reason is that Jiang Chen not only killed a lot but also contributed significantly to clearing the abyss pollution and rescuing soldiers, Guo Feiping explained. In fact, it was the first time he had seen someone accumulate so much military merit at the first tier. Moreover, based on Jiang Chen's achievements in this operation, he is eligible to receive a silver medal, Guo Feiping continued. It was unprecedented for a high school student to possess a silver medal. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, what is the use of the silver medal? "Kid, the silver medal is very useful. Once you have the silver medal, you can exchange items in the military merit system at an 80% discount, and you can also mobilize a team of third-tier professionals. Hua Feiping explained the uses of the silver medal to Jiang Chen. In summary, the silver medal was incredibly rare and valuable. Then, Hua Feiping took out a silver-white medal and handed it to Jiang Chen. The silver medal was engraved with a soaring eagle, lifelike and vivid. In the future, when others inquire about your military merit, just show this silver medal, and no one will doubt your strength, Hua Feiping said. Thank you, Commander Gua. Jiang Chen took the silver medal and solemnly put it away. After receiving the silver medal, a prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, you have unlocked the merit title. Current title, Silver New Star. Back home, Jiang Chen initially wanted to sleep right away, but thinking about the opportunity to draw a new attribute, he decided to draw first. Who should I bind this time? Looking at the summoning beasts playing around, Jiang Chen fell into thought. Xiao Shang, Kai Xia, and Xiao Shui were all already chosen. Then I'll go with Panda. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chen immediately selected Panda as the target for the draw. Little buzz this time. Before Jiang Chen could remind her, Xiao Shui had already naturally activated fate control for him. Quite self-aware, Jiang Chen murmured, then began to draw the attribute. As his thoughts moved, that familiar colorful light column reappeared before his eyes. Purple runes flowed around Panda, accompanied by a low, chanting sound. The next moment, a card exuding an ancient aura floated before Jiang Chen. Congratulations! You have hit the jackpot and drawn the exclusive golden red attribute Ancient Battle Soul. Ancient Battle Soul, an exclusive attribute for the Jiuli War Beast, awakening the Ancient Jiuli Battle Soul, significantly enhancing the summoned beast's strength, constitution, and speed, and granting the summoned beast the power of the Ancient Jiuli Battle Soul. Evaluation: Jiuli Battle Soul, invincible in battle, unstoppable. Why does this feel a bit like a return to ancestry? Jiang Chen looked at the card before him, exuding an ancient aura, his heart shaken. An exclusive golden red attribute that could significantly enhance the summoned beast's strength, constitution, and speed was like divine assistance for Panda. If the unyielding battle will was the exclusive attribute for Little Saint, then the ancient battle soul was tailor-made for Panda. Truly an exclusive attribute. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly bestowed the ancient battle soul upon Panda. In an instant, a powerful force erupted within Panda's body. Its originally plump white form began to swell, its fur becoming denser, and a dazzling light burst forth from its tiger-like eyes. Ding! Exclusive golden red attribute Ancient Battle Soul successfully granted. Mythical Jiuli War Beast, Panda, Legend Roar. Panda howled to the sky, a surge of overwhelming battle intent sweeping out from its body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Jiang Chen could clearly observe that Panda's four-dimensional attributes had increased by 80. Not only that, but Panda also emanated an ancient aura, as if the battle soul from an ancient battlefield had possessed it. Is this the power of the ancient battle soul? Jiang Chen murmured, his shock beyond measure. Ding! Your summoned beast Jiuli War Beast, Panda, with exceptional talent, has comprehended a new skill Ancient Descent. Ancient Descent, activate the power of the ancient bloodline, summon the ancient Jiuli battle soul to possess, significantly enhancing the summoned beast's strength, constitution, spirit, and speed for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. So, Panda can now summon the ancient Jiuli to possess it? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After all, Panda possessed the bloodline of the Jiuli War Beast. However, in ancient times, not every Jiuli War Beast was that powerful. In such a vast race, only one could become Chio's mount. Jiang Chen speculated that the ancient Jiuli battle soul might be the most powerful existence among the Jiuli war beasts. Unfortunately, the conditions did not allow it, otherwise, Jiang Chen would really like to see the skill Ancient Descent in action. Forget it, I'll see if there's a chance to use it before the college entrance examination. But before that, Jiang Chen immediately opened the military merit exchange system interface and placed it before Panda. Panda, choose the materials you need to forge a set of exclusive equipment for Little Saint and the others. If the points are not enough, you can exchange some unused abyss materials and equipment. Jiang Chen had completely entrusted the task of forging equipment to Panda. After all, Panda was now a high-level blacksmith, far stronger than him, a novice. One set for each. Master, it seems like time is a bit tight. Panda's honest voice rang out. It's fine, we can make as many sets as we can before the college entrance examination. Time doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling it to proceed freely. After casually eating some food, he fell asleep. Once Jiang Chen fell asleep, the two beasts and two people began selecting in front of the screen. Little Saint, second brother, for the weapon, I want a crimson gold staff, preferably with a shape-shifting function. Little Snow, I don't have many requirements, it just needs to look good, preferably white. Kaixia, give me armor and a giant sword, I want to try close combat. Initially, Jiang Chen wanted to design the equipment for them himself, but then he reconsidered. Little Saint and the others had quite high intelligence, even absurdly so. At the same time, they were the most aware of their own conditions, and the equipment they designed would yield the best results. Faced with a multitude of requests, Panda did not refuse, habitually pulling out his black and white glasses to jot down each demand in his little panda notebook. Today, Einstein Panda is online. A night passed. The next day at 10 in the morning, Jiang Chen groggily crawled out of bed. This time, he specifically did not let Xiao Shui wake him up, just to get a good sleep. Even though the college entrance examination was tomorrow, Jiang Chen felt no pressure at all. No way, no way, could anyone really study the day before the exam? Although in this world, professionals taking the college entrance examination didn't need to test their cultural knowledge. Strange, why is it so quiet? Jiang Chen was a bit surprised, so he stepped out of the room. Pushing the door open, he saw Xiao Shui and Kaixia each holding a book, occasionally bursting into laughter. The charming wife of the overbearing CEO. The invincible daily life of the Empress. What the hell? Seeing the book titles, Jiang Chen almost choked. Why are you reading this? Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. Xiao Shui patted the book in her hands and smiled. Master, there's a lot of useful knowledge in these books, we're learning. Knowledge? Jiang Chen looked confused. Learning how to show off and slap faces? Yes. Kaixia quickly nodded. Master, this book talks a lot about how to be a good empress and how to win the admiration of unparalleled strong beings. I think it's very useful. Jiang Chen. He couldn't manage them, he simply couldn't manage them. Forget it, do as you please. Jiang Chen chose to let them be, then opened his military merit exchange system. Entering the system, he saw the striking red number below. Remaining military merit, 103. Goodness, they left me this much. About what he expected. However, he earned military merit for these things, so he didn't mind. Moreover, he would soon have new treasures to account for. With that thought, Jiang Chen dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Kid, why aren't you preparing for the college entrance exam and calling me instead? Mayor Lin, did you forget something? Lin Chuan on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. No, I didn't, did I? It's nothing, you'll remember soon. In the city of Tian, in the mayor's office. Damn, this won't do. Wait, can we change it? Come on, leave me one. Jiang Chen dodged Lin Chuan's interference with some slick moves while rummaging through Lin Chuan's treasure trove. Mayor Lin, you have to accept the bet. You're the mayor, how can you go back on your word? Jiang Chen yanked the crystal stone that Lin Chuan was protecting. Lava Spirit Crystal Quality, Epic Source, dropped by a 6th-tier Flame Lord. Description: a crystal containing powerful fire energy, can be used to forge fire equipment or enhance fire abilities. Jiang Chen looked at the Lava Spirit Crystal in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. This was forging material prepared for Little Saint. He had put in quite a bit of effort to pry it from Lin Chuan's hands. Kid, you've pretty much cleaned me out today. Lin Chuan looked at the spirit crystal in Jiang Chen's hand with a pained expression. This was his savings over the years. Damn it, why did he have to run his mouth that day, saying he would give up his treasury if he didn't defeat the Abyss Demon King in 30 seconds? He was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect this brat to actually remember and even recorded it. Mayor Lin, don't look so glum, at least you can boast to the outside world that you defeated an Abyss Demon King. Jiang Chen joked while putting the lava spirit crystal into his space backpack. Hiss. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Lin Chuan pondered, a hint of thoughtfulness in his brows. A 2nd-tier professional defeating a nearly 7th-tier abyssal beast, no one would believe it if it got out. Why didn't I think of this? Kid, hurry up and bring me the Abyssal Demon King's heart you got earlier, I need to borrow it. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and casually tossed a crystal emitting a dark magical glow into Lin Chuan's hands. Although it was called a heart, it looked like a pebble. After Lin Chuan received the Abyssal Demon King's heart, he immediately took out his phone and snapped a few selfies. Then he quickly picked up his phone and began typing furiously. A great battle was about to unfold. Jiang Chen couldn't empathize with this middle-aged man and continued rummaging through the treasure vault. Oh, what's this? Jiang Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a mirror in the corner of the vault. He stepped closer and examined the mirror carefully. The surface of the mirror shimmered with colorful light, looking extremely mysterious. Special item, Realm of Imagination, Quality, Epic, Skill, Imaginary Battle. After activation, you can enter a special instance space and battle against opponents you imagine. Regardless of the imagined opponent's strength, the simulation will be highly realistic. Note, using it requires a certain amount of mental energy, and it can only be used solo. Defeating the opponent will grant a certain amount of experience rewards. My god, this thing is incredible, Jiang Chen exclaimed. He had been pondering how to enhance the strength of the little saints, and unexpectedly, this mirror had just come to him. Not only could it simulate battles, but it also provided experience bonuses. Jiang Chen instinctively glanced at Lin Xuan, who was still furiously typing on his phone. Clearly, the battle situation had reached a critical moment. Jiang Chen dusted off the non-existent dust around the mirror. It seems this realm of imagination hasn't been used for a long time. Since that's the case, I guess I have no choice but to accept it. After taking the realm of imagination, Jiang Chen felt it was about time to leave. Even if he really emptied the vault, Lin Xuan probably wouldn't say anything. But he understood the principle of leaving a line for future encounters. Jiang Chen then picked up the Abyssal Demon King's heart that Lin Xuan had placed on the table and said, "Mayor Lin, I'm done here, I'm leaving." "Oh, get lost far away." Lin Xuan didn't even lift his eyelids, still immersed in a verbal duel with his friend. "Mayor Lin, be civilized, don't be from Zuan." After leaving that remark, Jiang Chen quickly exited the scene. Zuan. What does that mean? Lin Xuan paused at the unfamiliar term. Is it some kind of instance? However, he only hesitated for a moment before diving back into the battlefield. Damn, this Li Tianba actually said I edited the picture, I even sent the chat records, and he still dares not to believe me? When Jiang Chen returned home, he immediately took out the realm of imagination. Entering the imaginary instance requires 200 mental energy, cooldown time 24 hours, do you want to activate it? 200 mental energy, quite a bit of consumption. Jiang Chen looked at his impressive 1800 mental energy and silently clicked to activate. Upon activation, the realm of imagination suddenly burst forth with colorful light, and the scene before Jiang Chen changed abruptly. The original room disappeared, replaced by a void space. Please construct your battlefield and imaginary combat opponent. Jiang Chen's thoughts began to whirl. The battlefield could be simple, let's set it in front of the legendary Southern Heaven Gate. Since he could imagine his opponent, he would envision the strongest one. With that thought, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began to construct the image and enemy in his mind. As his mental energy rapidly drained, the void before him transformed once more. A majestic, towering Southern Heaven Gate appeared before Jiang Chen. And in front of the Southern Heaven Gate, he saw a towering figure. The figure was clad in golden armor, wielding a golden staff, wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, and stepping on cloud shoes made of lotus silk. It was none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Ding! Detected that your imagined opponent is the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The current simulation has a realism level of 65%. As the character is a mythological figure, the difficulty of the simulation is set to mythological difficulty. Entering the legendary simulation requires 600 mental power. Do you wish to continue? Damn, 65% realism? Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If this really is 65% realism, then that means. Jiang Chen swallowed hard and clicked confirm. Ding! You have entered the Sun Wukong simulation. The simulation time is 1 hour. Please defeat the simulation boss, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, as soon as possible. Simulation description: dying in the simulation will not incur any losses, but if your mental power reaches 0, you will be forced to exit. Simulation rewards: defeating the boss will randomly grant experience points based on performance. Imaginary realm is now active. Current opponent: the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, bloodline, unknown, quality, unknown, level, 25, skills, 72 transformations, somersault cloud, fiery eyes, and golden sight. Passives: indestructible fighting saint, unbreakable, god-slaying domain. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I never expected the imaginary mirror could truly conjure the abilities of the great sage. Jiang Chen was deeply shocked, raising his evaluation of the imaginary realm to a new level. However, he also felt a twinge of worry. Little sage, you won't be in trouble, will you? Although it was just an imagination, the realism was clearly very high, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about the little sage. Roar! Upon hearing this, the little sage bared its teeth at Jiang Chen, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. As if to say, no matter who was ahead, it would fight them. Boom! In the next moment, a surge of battle intent erupted from the little sage, and the fighting saint domain instantly unfolded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong also sensed the familiar battle intent emanating from the little sage. Battle realm? A hint of surprise flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by battle intent. Good, it's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting opponent. Today, I'll have a good fight with you, young one. As Sun Wukong spoke, the golden staff in his hand instantly grew larger, transforming into a pillar that could support the heavens. In the next moment, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and swung the golden staff down towards the little sage. The little sage, unwilling to back down, met the attack with its blood-red long staff. Boom! The two long staffs collided violently, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying energy shockwave swept in all directions, distorting the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this imaginary realm was a special space, otherwise, with the destructive power of the little sage and Sun Wukong, the entire neighborhood would likely be obliterated. It's worth noting that these two monkeys were not even at the third tier. Ah, what a thrill! What a thrill! Sun Wukong laughed heartily, wielding the golden staff with great vigor. Come again! The little sage was also filled with fighting spirit, swinging its blood-red long staff to meet the challenge. The two monkeys exchanged blows, fighting fiercely. Jiang Chen stood to the side, dumbfounded. Not only could it conjure abilities, but could it also conjure personalities? However, this battle did not last long. In the early stages, the little sage could rely on the temporary invincibility of the indestructible fighting saint to hold its ground for a moment, but once 60 seconds passed, the indestructible fighting saint on the little sage faded away. Without that extra buff, and with the little sage's own strength only at level 18, there was still a significant gap compared to the level 25 Sun Wukong. Humph, mere tricks. Sun Wukong snorted coldly and suddenly let out a long howl. Somersault cloud. In an instant, a golden cloud appeared beneath Sun Wukong's feet, lifting him into the air. Once airborne, Sun Wukong's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the little sage. Golden cudgel technique. Sun Wukong shouted, and the golden cudgel in his hand transformed into a streak of golden light, smashing fiercely towards the little saint. Clang! The little saint raised his blood-red staff, blocking Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. However, Sun Wukong's strength was simply too overwhelming, and the little saint was directly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his health bar instantly depleted. Challenge failed, please reimagine the target. The great sage is still amazing. Jiang Chen held back for a long time, finally managing to utter this one sentence. Truly, he was the ancestor of the Lingming stone monkey, even with only 65% realism imagined, his strength was not something the current little saint could compare to. It's okay, little saint, losing to your ancestor is perfectly normal, Jiang Chen comforted in time. After all, there was still a considerable gap between the two. Don't worry, master, I won't be discouraged. The little saint's golden eyes seemed to shine with newfound clarity. Clearly, this battle had been immensely beneficial for him. Then I can rest easy. This was also one of Jiang Chen's goals in imagining the great sage. Although the little saint's current strength was very strong, far exceeding the expected level for his rank, he could still become even stronger. Jiang Chen glanced at his remaining half of mental energy and fell into deep thought. Next, I should practice team battles. After some consideration, Jiang Chen imagined a level 50 Abyssal Demon King, planning to have his 5 summoned beasts work together against it. Roar! With the depletion of his mental energy, a 10-meter-tall dragon engulfed in black flames appeared before the southern heavenly gate. Imaginary realm in effect. Current opponent, Abyssal Dragon Emperor, quality, legend, level, 50, skills, Abyssal Corruption, Abyssal Summon, Abyssal Domain, Abyssal Breath. Passive, Indestructible Demon Energy, Dragon Breath Battle Armor, Abyssal Pressure. Roar! As soon as the Abyssal Dragon Emperor appeared, it let out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound wave swept in all directions, causing the entire southern heavenly gate to tremble. Okay, the upcoming battle is up to you all. Jiang Chen stepped back, intending to let the 5 summoned beasts coordinate on their own. In the next moment, 4 figures rushed out, confronting the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Panda, acting as the tank, immediately charged to the front after casting Amplification, plus 9 Thunder Beast. Kai Xiao was responsible for spell output, while Xiao Shui stayed behind to shield and buff, occasionally using spatial abilities to help Panda dodge attacks. The little saint activated the saint's domain, serving as another output point for the team. The 4 summoned beasts coordinated skillfully, surprisingly not falling behind at all. Jiang Chen watched with great interest. The 4 summoned beasts showcased their abilities, working in harmony, forcing the Abyssal Dragon Emperor to retreat step by step. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor, being a legendary quality boss, was indeed powerful. Despite facing the onslaught of 4 summoned beasts, it still held its ground. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Wherever the flames passed, space twisted, and the air was scorched to nothingness. Panda activated Amplification, leaping high to evade the Abyssal Dragon Emperor's flames. Then, Panda's lightning staff struck fiercely against the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Boom! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor let out a cry of pain, its massive body flying back and crashing into the southern heavenly gate. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor roared in anger, rising from the ground. Its enormous eyes were filled with fury and murderous intent. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor no longer held back its strength, its entire body surged with abyssal energy as it unleashed its domain. Abyssal domain, in an instant, the entire area before the southern heavenly gate was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, abyssal energy rampaged, corroding everything. The four summoned beasts were enveloped in darkness, their movements hindered. Seizing the opportunity, the Abyssal Dragon Emperor lunged at the four summoned beasts with its sharp claws. Bang! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor's claw struck the little saint, sending him flying. Bind! Xiaoxue decisively cast the spatial bind, trapping the Abyss Dragon Emperor in place. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai Xia condensed a spell of all laws returning to one and hurled it at the Abyss Dragon Emperor. Boom! The spell struck the Abyss Dragon Emperor, who let out a terrible scream as the abyssal energy surrounding him instantly dissipated. Xiao Shang seized the opportunity, activating a lethal rule, swinging his blood-red staff down hard onto the dragon's head. Ding! Kill Abyss Dragon Emperor, illusion, experience plus 20,000. Watching the rapidly increasing experience bar, Jiang Chen felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. The illusion mirror not only trained the combat experience of summoned beasts but also brought Jiang Chen a substantial amount of experience. Everything is good, except it consumes a lot of mental energy. Jiang Chen looked at his remaining 10 points of mental energy and forced a bitter smile. It was known that his current level of mental energy was comparable to that of a 4th-tier mage. Yet, just 2 rounds of illusion had drained him completely. But if the illusion strength was too weak, it wouldn't achieve the training effect. In the end, it's still a matter of insufficient strength. After exiting the illusion space, a wave of weakness instantly swept over him. Damn, now I understand why mages feel weak after casting a big spell. This feeling is really unpleasant. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's mental energy recovery speed was extremely fast, recovering 1/10 in less than 60 seconds. Just as Jiang Chen was about to rest, Xiaoxue suddenly spoke up beside him. Master, the person you asked me to monitor is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Heading to the outskirts? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The person Xiaoxue was monitoring was naturally Gao Yang. Jiang Chen had originally planned to find some clues about the assassination attempt on him from Gao Yang, but now he had changed his mind. He raised his gaze to the sky gradually shrouded in night and smiled faintly. Some things just have to be done by someone. In the city of Tian, in the northern dense forest, the night was as dark as ink, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky, casting faint moonlight onto the ground. In the dense forest outside the city, the shadows of trees swayed, and the wind howled, creating an especially eerie atmosphere. 3 figures were moving through the forest, searching for nearby magical beasts. The leader was Gao Yang. He swung his battle axe, cleaving through the magical wild boar before him, splitting it in 2. Damn it, it's all that cursed Abyss Demon General's fault. Gao Yang vented his frustration, hacking away at one magical wild boar after another until they were reduced to nothing. His original plan was to obtain the bronze medal and level up in the wild. But because of that Abyss Demon General, he not only failed to get the bronze medal but also lost a 3rd-tier professional. What he couldn't accept the most was that he had been unconscious for a whole day, causing his level progress to fall far behind. It was known that every day was extremely precious before the college entrance examination. Coincidentally, a new rule was introduced this year. All novice dungeons would be closed the day before the exam. With no other choice, he could only venture outside the city to level up. Young master, there are 2 magical wild wolves to the northeast. At this moment, a level 25 professional behind Gao Yang spoke up. To ensure Gao Yang's safety, the Gao family had still equipped him with 2 2nd-tier professionals. This lineup was basically invincible as long as they didn't recklessly venture deep into the wild. Let's go take a look, Gao Yang said, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar of a beast echoed. The 3 of them hurried towards the source of the sound, their eyes scanning the surroundings like hawks. Moments later, they spotted 2 3-meter-tall magical wild wolves surrounding a massive magical wild boar. All 3 magical creatures are below level 14, the young master can handle them himself, one of the 2nd-tier professionals said. Kill! With the confirmed information, Gao Yang roared and charged forward first. The 2 magical wild wolves sensed the approach of the 3 and immediately abandoned their prey, turning to pounce on Gao Yang. Seeking death. Gao Yang let out a cold snort, his battle axe dancing like the wind, with axe lights crisscrossing, forcing the 2 demonized wolves to retreat repeatedly. Flame slash. Gao Yang unleashed his battle skill, flames igniting on the battle axe, delivering a powerful strike to one of the demonized wolves. Oh whoa! The demonized wolf howled in agony, its health rapidly decreasing. The other demonized wolf, sensing danger, showed a hint of fear in its eyes and turned to flee. Not so fast. Gao Yang flashed forward, cutting off the demonized wolf's escape route. Die! With a flash of bloodlight from the battle axe, this demonized wolf was also sent to the underworld. Undeniably, setting aside his character, Gao Yang could be considered a genius. However, just as Gao Yang bent down to pick up the materials that had dropped on the ground, the surrounding space suddenly rippled, and a blade light appeared out of nowhere, aimed directly at Gao Yang. Young master, be careful! The protector of Gao Yang's party instantly turned fierce, immediately flashing to Gao Yang's back to shield him from the blade light. Bang! The blade light struck the protector, producing a loud noise. The protector felt a tremendous force hit him, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Another bodyguard was already lying on the ground, not knowing when he had fallen. Hiss! Gao Yang gasped, turning to look in the direction of the incoming blade light. In the darkness, a towering figure clad in black armor, wielding a bone knife, appeared before him. Abyss Demon General! Gao Yang's soul nearly left his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. How could an Abyss Demon General appear at the city wall's border? Please, don't kill me. Gao Yang immediately lost all will to resist and knelt down on the ground. But the only response to Gao Yang was the scarlet blade light. Your summon, Abyss Demon General 001, has killed Jingwei, level 25, experience plus 2600, 20%. Your summon, Abyss Demon General 001, has killed Qin Zhang, level 27, experience plus 2780, 20%. Your summon, Abyss Demon General 001, has killed Gao Yang, level 14. Experience plus 1,500, 20%. In the room, Zhang Chen looked at the panel's notifications, nodding in satisfaction. He had always been one to repay grudges, and having finally caught an opportunity, how could he let it slip away? The next moment, a spatial tunnel appeared above the room, and a figure in white stepped out. Master, the task has been perfectly completed. Xiao Shui lightly moved forward, coming to Zhang Chen's side, taking out a mask inscribed with demonic patterns. Abyss Ghost Mask, quality, epic, skill, Abyss Summon after use, can summon a level 45 Abyss Demon General, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. This Abyss Ghost Mask dropped after Zhang Chen defeated the Demon King Mo Yuan, and he didn't expect it to be useful so soon. The combination of Abyss Summon and Xiao Shui's spatial sorcery was simply a tool for killing and looting. Most cleverly, through the maneuvering of Xiao Shui's spatial sorcery, Zhang Chen was able to create an alibi, leading investigators to mistakenly believe that Gao Yang had died at the hands of the Abyss Demon General. This trouble is resolved. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, so I should rest well. When leaving the fantasy instance, it was already 7 in the evening. After having Xiao Shui assassinate Gao Yang, it was quite exhausting. After all, using the Abyss Ghost Mask consumed his mental energy. Zhang Chen originally wanted to study the challenge scroll for the Heroic Soul Battlefield instance, as he was nearing level 20, but fatigue ultimately overcame everything. Back in his bedroom, Zhang Chen fell asleep immediately, sinking into a deep slumber. In his hazy state, he seemed to feel 2 graceful figures covering him with a blanket. Warm and caring. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Zhang Chen woke up on time, feeling completely relaxed and full of energy. My mental energy has fully recovered? Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his mental recovery speed to be so fast. After a quick breakfast, Zhang Chen hurried to the Tiandu station. Generally speaking, practitioners gather in their respective cities for the college entrance examination, and are then transported by special vehicles to the capital of Huaxia, the nearby Gingyang city. Although it is not in the imperial capital, according to Lin Shirlan's friendly tip, the final round of assessments for this practitioner's college entrance examination will be held in the imperial capital. I wonder if I will run into them. Several figures suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. As his thoughts drifted, the train had already brought Zhang Chen to Tiandu Station. At this moment, Tiandu Station was a sea of people. Countless parents sent their children to the isolation line, constantly murmuring phrases like "it's okay, stay calm, and don't be nervous." It must be said that even Zhang Chen, who had lived 2 lives, felt deeply moved upon seeing this scene. Unfortunately, he had been an orphan in both lives. Zhang Chen shook his head and directly swept past the crowd, heading towards the area where Qingtian High School was located. Compared to other high schools, the number of participants from Qingtian High School in the practitioner's college entrance examination was significantly lower. Although he had brought unprecedented fame to Qingtian High School, it still couldn't change the outcome for this year's students. However, with Jiang Chen as a legendary figure, the future enrollment for Qingtian High School should improve somewhat. Look, isn't that Jiang Chen the big shot? Wow, the big shot is here. From a distance, the students of Qingtian High School spotted Jiang Chen's figure. It should be noted that Jiang Chen was now a celebrity in the entire Tiandu city, and even in the East China province. The title of provincial trial champion was not just for show. Even their Qingtian High School had benefited greatly from it. Nowadays, their levels had all reached around level 11. Although not as top tier as the most outstanding geniuses, it was still a decent level. Jiang Chen? At this moment, students from other high schools also turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Oh my, it really is Jiang Chen himself. Hurry, let me take a photo with the big shot. No way, I want the big shot's autograph. Jiang Chen, I'm your fan. The students who originally wanted to approach and watch were quickly stopped by law enforcement personnel. Once they entered the isolation line, students were no longer allowed to move around freely. Please adhere to the college entrance examination regulations. Thank you for your cooperation, the enforcement personnel said sternly. Seeing this, the group of students could only helplessly return to their spots. How did I become a celebrity without even realizing it? Jiang Chen felt quite helpless as he sensed the adoring gazes around him. He really wanted to keep a low profile, but it had been so difficult for so long. At that moment, the announcement sounded. Attention all candidates participating in the 2500 National Practitioners Higher Education Unified Enrollment Examination. The maglev train is about to depart. Please organize the candidates to board in an orderly manner. This morning, over 80% of the trains nationwide had stopped operating, all to provide service for this practitioner's college entrance examination. Thanks to Jiang Chen, Qingtian High School was able to take a separate train, avoiding any embarrassing scenes of wisdom jumping around or showing off. Rumble. Accompanied by the roar of the maglev train's energy, the train slowly started, leaving Tiandu Station. Watching the scenery retreating outside the window, Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotions. Speaking of which, this was his first time leaving the province. He wondered if these practitioners' candidates could bring him some fun. If there were no opponents, how boring would that be? Maglev train no. 912. 5 is about to traverse a spatial wormhole, please do not leave your seats. A voice in the announcement caught Jiang Chen's attention just as he was fantasizing about dueling with various geniuses. A spatial wormhole? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect to encounter wormhole technology on the way to the college entrance examination. Wormhole technology, also known as spatial jump technology. It is the establishment of a stable passage between 2 points using wormholes, thus achieving fast and convenient interstellar travel. If one could witness the wormhole technology of the Huaxia nation, it would truly be worth the trip. Buzz! Just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought, the suspended train suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery instantly became distorted and deformed. Jiang Chen felt a blur before he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Here was an expansive starry sky, dotted with countless stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Is this the spatial wormhole? Jiang Chen looked at everything before him, his heart filled with shock. At that moment, an idea struck Jiang Chen. What would he see if he used the illusory fire eye? Without hesitation, he acted. As the illusory fire eye activated, the world before Jiang Chen instantly transformed. The originally dark and profound starry sky now appeared entirely different in his eyes. Jiang Chen saw countless colorful energy channels crisscrossing through the starry sky. These energy channels were the wormholes connecting various planets and dimensions. He also saw numerous warships and spacecraft traversing through these wormholes. Wow, this is too shocking, Jiang Chen thought, overwhelmed. Previously, he had only heard about dimensional collisions and worlds connecting in textbooks and news, but seeing it with his own eyes was a first. Can I see another world through these wormhole tunnels? Jiang Chen's curiosity burned fiercely as he locked onto the nearest wormhole and fully activated the illusory fire eye. His gaze penetrated the long tunnel, reaching another world. What came into view was a scene full of life. Under the blue sky and white clouds, lush green trees provided shade, quite similar to Blue Star. No way, it really works. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in this strange sight, a towering figure suddenly caught his attention. He saw a giant dragon, 1,000 feet tall and entirely silver, coiled atop the clouds, overlooking the entire world. Its golden dragon eyes seemed to contain boundless wisdom and majesty. That is. Jiang Chen's heart raced, his eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, the silver giant dragon seemed to sense something and slowly turned its head, meeting Jiang Chen's gaze from afar. Jiang Chen felt as if his soul was being drawn into those golden dragon eyes. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him, making it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice broke the silence. Warning. Warning! Violation detected. Immediately cease observation. Warning! Warning! Violation detected. Immediately cease observation. Jingyang City, we have arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner and proceed to the examination location. With the announcement from the suspended train, Jiang Chen felt his illusory fire eye abruptly interrupted by a powerful force. He felt a darkness before quickly regaining brightness. Hiss! Jiang Chen gasped. Although it was just a brief moment, he felt as if he had experienced a century. Fortunately, he left the wormhole in time, escaping the influence of those eyes. It seems I can't look around carelessly in the future, lest someone comes through the network line for real. Jiang Chen quickly calmed his emotions and followed the crowd straight to the examination hall. Upon arriving in Jingyang City, Jiang Chen realized what a truly large city was. Towering skyscrapers, wide and flat streets, a continuous flow of people, and he even saw several high-level professionals on the road. In comparison, Tian City is still too small. Jiang Chen followed the crowd to the branch of the Professional Alliance in Jingyang City. The branch was located in the most prosperous area of the city center, a grand and magnificent building. To accommodate this professional entrance examination, the Professional Alliance branch had set up a total of 21 examination sites. It may be a coincidence, but Jiang Chen's examination point happened to be the No. 1 examination point. He casually glanced at the students arriving at the No. 1 examination point and found that most of the candidates were around levels 14 to 15, with only a few reaching level 17. After all, there were only 7 days between successfully changing jobs and participating in the college entrance examination. Unless there were some opportunities or powerful backing, reaching level 17 was extremely rare. As more and more people arrived, the candidates at the No. 1 examination site were basically in position. Outside the examination hall, a stern voice rang out. Attention, candidates, the vocational college entrance examination is about to begin. The vocational college entrance examination will set different examination scenarios based on different professions. Combat professions will have simulated combat battlefields. Support professions will have non-combat battlefields. Candidates can choose different types based on their professional status. In addition, candidates with the title of Abyss Challenger can choose to go to their respective examination center to participate in a special examination. With the last sentence, the crowd suddenly erupted in an uproar. What's going on? There's a special examination this year? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Impossible, this is the vocational college entrance examination. Moreover, which of the candidates who can obtain the title of Abyss Challenger in the early stages isn't a genius among geniuses? Listening to the chatter of the candidates around him, Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Abyss Challenger. It seems I have that title, right? However, that title has now been upgraded to Abyss Conqueror. I wonder if that counts. Whatever, I'll just go for it. Jiang Chen decided and walked into the No. 1 examination hall. It was obvious to anyone that this special examination was meant to select the elite among the elite. Following the signs, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at a small square. However, the number of candidates here was far less exaggerated than outside, with fewer than 30 people. Among them were even a few familiar faces. It's you! The guy who ambushed me with a knife. A crew-cut young man quickly walked towards Jiang Chen, his expression somewhat ferocious. It was Fan Hongwei from Nanta City. You wait, kid. This time, if I, Fan Hongwei, don't teach you a good lesson, I'll change my surname. Fan Hongwei shouted angrily, pointing at Jiang Chen. He had always believed that Jiang Chen had defeated him by ambush. This time, he felt he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake again. Jiang Chen looked at the furious Fan Hongwei, completely bewildered. Wait, who are you? Do we know each other? For Jiang Chen, weaklings like Fan Hongwei left no impression at all. You. Fan Hongwei pointed at Jiang Chen, struggling to get out a complete sentence, clearly very agitated. Hongwei, we represent East China Province, don't let other provinces laugh at us. At this moment, Shingoda stepped forward to pull Fan Hongwei back. He knew how formidable this guy was, but Fan Hongwei really thought Jiang Chen had won by ambush. What a joke! Others had even taken down geniuses from the imperial capital, and what was he? Fan Hongwei also realized that his behavior was somewhat inappropriate, but upon seeing Jiang Chen, he couldn't suppress his emotions. However, looking at the mocking gazes from candidates from other provinces, he could only retreat awkwardly. Alright, all you geniuses, show your titles. A voice rang out as a middle-aged examiner in uniform appeared in mid-air. Due to the special nature of this instance, which has previously been affected by abyssal corruption, before participating, you need to sign a life and death agreement and wear your titles to enter. After this was said, the candidates present had no objections and stepped forward to sign the agreement, revealing their respective titles. In less than a moment, almost all the candidates in the small square had 5 deep, dark characters above their heads. Abyss Challenger. Most titles are unlocked after achieving specific accomplishments or clearing certain dungeons. Generally, they are hidden unless the practitioner actively wears them. Clearly, no one would want to display 5 large, dark characters above their head. However, having a title early on is quite impressive. It signifies that they have passed certain special trials or cleared some abyss dungeons. At least among the candidates, they are ahead of the pack. Yet, there is one exception. That is Jiang Chen. Hiss. How do you wear a title? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Jiang Chen has never really cared about these titles. After all, having more titles is not as practical as killing a few abyss demon generals. But it seems he couldn't find the title system for a moment and could only ask a fellow candidate beside him. Classmate, how do you wear a title? As soon as he said this, not only did that classmate freeze, but all the candidates present were also taken aback. Wait, you don't even know where the title system is and you're here for a special exam? However, that candidate didn't think too much about it, as the location of the title system was indeed somewhat hidden. Open your personal panel, click on Profession, then select. After a thorough explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood. He really didn't know who the genius was that designed the title system. Following the prompts, he quickly found where the title system was located. To save time, he directly clicked to wear the title. The next moment, everyone present felt a flash before their eyes. A blood-red light suddenly appeared, and 5 blood-red characters slowly emerged. Abyss Thousand Demon Slash. The classmate beside him, Fan Hongwei, the other candidates. The moment the title, Abyss Thousand Demon Slash, appeared, everyone present seemed to feel a wave of bloodiness and the chilling wails of despair. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. However, before everyone could regain their senses, another golden light suddenly appeared. Damn, what a bright title! Global Dungeon Clearance Record Holder, 11 golden characters shone dazzlingly in mid-air. The candidates present, including the examiners, were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. Hiss! Fan Hongwei gasped. He understood all too well the meaning of the words Global Dungeon Clearance Record Holder. This meant that Jiang Chen had cleared a Hell-level Abyss dungeon and even broke the clearance record. Being able to clear a Hell-level Abyss dungeon is already a rare feat, not to mention breaking the clearance record. Fan Hongwei felt as if he were dreaming. He couldn't comprehend why he was taking the same exam as such a freak. The other candidates were equally bewildered. They couldn't understand why such a title would appear among the candidates. They knew that these geniuses, had only cleared an Abyss dungeon at most. Yet Jiang Chen had already cleared a Hell-level Abyss dungeon and even broke the clearance record. Moreover, it seemed this person had slain a full 1,000 Abyss beasts. This was simply unbelievable. Are we really going to take the college entrance examination with him? Not to mention those students, even the examiners looked incredulous. In all his years, he had never seen such a title appear on a student. Clicked the wrong one, sorry. Jiang Chen then realized that one-click wearing wasn't what he thought it was, so he quickly opened the title system to change his title. Being too ostentatious didn't fit Jiang Chen's character. If he liked being flashy, he wouldn't have been unaware of the title system's location. Soon, the blood-red light and golden glow disappeared simultaneously, replaced by 5 deep, dark characters that exuded a strong sense of oppression. Abyss Conqueror. A group of candidates? This is intentional. You must be doing this on purpose. We are all students. Why are you a bit different? Why are we all Abyss Challengers, while you are already an Abyss Conqueror? Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen indicated that he was already used to it. Well, my title is a bit different. It should count, right? The examiner, already starting to sweat profusely. Fellow student, does your Abyss Conqueror title have damage bonuses and damage immunity mechanisms? Actually, I've never seen your title before. I might need to consult with my superiors. You don't mind, do you? By the end, the examiner had begun to feel inferior. After all, he was a 5th-tier professional. Why did he feel like a rookie in front of this student? There are mechanisms. Jiang Chen nodded, but consulting is fine too. It seemed he should pass. Although Jiang Chen's head no longer bore the glaring red letters and flashy gold effects, it still didn't affect him from being the center of attention. Moreover, the deep black above him seemed to carry an even stronger sense of oppression. At this moment, the students looked up at the dark little letters above their heads. Damn, does this title have to be worn? Meanwhile, the examiner had finished reporting to his superiors. Title qualified, you can participate in the special exam. The examiner looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of curiosity. When he had just informed Jiang Chen of his title as Abyss Conqueror, he had inadvertently heard several big shots exclaim in shock. It seemed this candidate was a bit extraordinary. Subsequently, the examiner led the group of candidates to a bright blue portal. The exam will start in 10 minutes. Please enter the instance in order according to your numbers. After entering, there will be corresponding rule prompts. One by one, the candidates entered in order of their rankings, while Jiang Chen, being the last to register, was placed at the end. Upon entering the bright blue portal, a familiar voice echoed again. Exam rules: aside from the equipment you carry, the use of any items is prohibited. If discovered, your exam qualification will be revoked. Once you enter the exam instance, all storage spaces will be sealed. This exam will use a points evaluation system, with scores automatically assigned by a high-level AI during each round of testing. The higher the difficulty chosen by the candidate, the higher the corresponding points upon completion. The exam will begin in 5 minutes. I wish all candidates good luck. As the voice faded, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. One by one, the candidates were teleported into the instance. Meanwhile, at the Beijing City Examination Center, in the room sat several middle-aged men, exuding an imposing presence without anger, all mentors and high-level officials from various universities and provinces. They were also responsible for this year's college entrance examination. I heard that this year, several good talents have emerged from Magic City. I wonder if they can break the capital's monopoly on the top scorer. There might really be a chance, especially since the most abnormal ones have already been specially recruited. I wonder if other provinces can bring us some surprises. I remember there's a girl from South China province who seems to be a legendary profession. She reportedly reached level 20 in just a week, so she's worth keeping an eye on. Not to mention, it seems there's a genius summoner from East China province who can solo the Abyss Raid at level 10 and break records. A summoner soloing the Abyss Raid? Governor Wang must be joking with me. You might not believe it, but someone just reported to me that a student has the title of Abyss Conqueror. Those who often solo raids know that most titles are generated within Abyss Raids, including Abyss Conqueror. Oh, soloing the Abyss Raid at level 10, that seems unlikely? This statement instantly piqued the interest of the big shots. Since that's the case, let's see what this little guy is made of. In the examination room, Jiang Chen felt the surroundings shift. Blinding sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a dense jungle, with soft soil beneath his feet and towering trees all around. Welcome to the Undead Jungle instance. The first round of the assessment is about to begin. Assessment content: ultimate output: defeat the undead skeleton in front of you within 1 minute. Note, the undead skeleton starts at level 25, has a built-in 20% physical damage reduction and 20% magic damage reduction, with a health of 15,000. This undead skeleton will not move. Candidates should defeat it as quickly as possible. After hearing the rules, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. This is the special exam that requires signing a life and death contract? Just a skeleton that doesn't run? This is too underestimating. Jiang Chen even felt he wouldn't need to summon a beast. The exam will start in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Exam begins. Boom! A red light flashed, and the undead skeleton was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Exam finished. Your time is 0.1 seconds. Meanwhile, in the examination center, it exploded? The calm high-ranking officials nearly popped their eyes out. What happened? This undead skeleton not only has high health but also built-in damage reduction. How could it be killed so quickly? It shouldn't be. Could it be a bug? The high-ranking officials unanimously believed that some kind of bug had occurred, so they decided, let's summon another undead skeleton and monitor the health changes in real time. In the undead jungle, a brand new undead skeleton appeared again. What does this mean? Did I kill it too fast for the data to be recorded? Seeing the new undead skeleton appear, Jiang Chen didn't think much of it. Then this time, I'll take it slow. Jiang Chen quietly used Mythical Revival, applying the 5 elements control of the colorful clouds to himself. Quietly, a red flame appeared in the palm of Jiang Chen's hand. The exam will restart. Please attack the target with all your strength. Jiang Chen casually waved the flame in his hand at the undead skeleton. Boom! In an instant, the undead skeleton was once again engulfed in a sea of fire, flames soaring into the sky, waves of fire surging. Unsurprisingly, this time it also ended in a one-hit kill. Only this time, it took a bit longer. 0.5 seconds. This time, it should be able to record the result. The high-ranking officials in the examination center were no longer just surprised, they were terrified. They retrieved the data on the undead skeleton's health changes and found that the skeleton's health had indeed dropped to 0. This meant that this candidate dealt over 15,000 damage within 0.5 seconds. It seemed this was far from his limit. Let's check his information. Name, Jiang Chen, level, 18, occupation, summoner, Summoner? One high-ranking official exclaimed, how can a summoner's attack be this strong? Even the legendary Holy Spirit Mage couldn't deal 15,000 damage in 0.5 seconds, right? Who is this kid? Is there another error in the data? It's impossible for there to be an error. I personally checked this time, and the data is accurate. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, unable to fathom how an 18-level summoner could possess such terrifying damage. Then his score for the first round. Full marks. And an additional 200 points as compensation for our mistake. However, do you all want to see where his limit lies? As soon as this was said, the high-ranking officials present fell silent. Why do I feel a bit cold behind me? Jiang Chen, standing still and waiting for the next round of assessment, suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. In the next moment, a formation lit up before his eyes. Another skeletal undead appeared. However, this time, the skeletal undead seemed a bit different from the previous one. The original ragged clothes were covered by armor, and the lifeless eyes seemed to have a hint of brightness, coupled with the slight crack at the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be saying, your Lord of the Undead is back. No way, how come you're back again? Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. Are you trying to bully me on my first exam? Alright, you like to play, huh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes, then I'll play with you. As his words fell, Jiang Chen's aura suddenly changed. His left hand erupted with flames, his right hand stirred up a fierce wind, and the ground beneath his feet rumbled. Jiang Chen directly unleashed the power of 3 elements. In an instant, 3 completely different magical storms surged toward the skeletal undead. Skeletal undead? Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed throughout the examination space, and the surrounding trees toppled over. Unsurprisingly, it was another instant kill. Are we still testing? No need, announce the results and start the next round of assessment. At this moment, 60 seconds had passed, and everyone had finished the first round of assessment. A light screen appeared before everyone, and each person's score suddenly appeared. First place, Jiang Chen, time, 0.1 seconds, reward points, 500. Second place, Kuming, time, 5 seconds, reward points, 270. Third place, Wang Wen, time, 8 seconds, reward points, 250. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly at the top. What a joke, 0.1 seconds, has the smart brain turned into an idiot? How could there be such a score? No, wasn't the full score for the first round only 300? How could he have 500? Wow, it really seems to be the case. The candidates participating in the special assessment were completely stirred up. How could this happen? However, before everyone could complain too much, the familiar prompt sound rang out again. The second round of assessment is about to begin. A friendly reminder, this assessment will take the form of a team dungeon, and there is a high possibility of life-threatening situations. If any candidates wish to withdraw, please do so in a timely manner. As the prompt sound faded, still no one withdrew. Detected that candidates have made their choice, the assessment begins. Please select the difficulty of the assessment. In the next moment, a light screen appeared before each candidate. 3 options were displayed on the screen. Hard, Nightmare, Hell. As expected of a special assessment, it started with hard mode. Moreover, each difficulty corresponds to different points. In hard mode, each kill grants 4 points, Nightmare grants 8 points, and Hell grants 16 points. Additionally, since this dungeon is a comprehensive dungeon, candidates can choose up to 2 NPC professionals as teammates upon entry. Each additional teammate reduces the points earned by half. However, in most cases, candidates would choose to bring 1 teammate. After all, one person's strength is ultimately limited. Moreover, facing the endless dungeon creatures, having one more person provides an extra layer of security. As expected, the vast majority of candidates chose to bring 1 teammate and opted for Nightmare difficulty, while those geniuses brought 1 teammate and chose Hell difficulty. In fact, in previous years, there have been 5 genius candidates who chose to challenge Hell difficulty solo, but only 1 survived. That survivor became one of the strongest in Huaxia. It seems that most candidates are still opting for a more conservative approach. Their choice is wise, after all, this dungeon does have some difficulty. The higher-ups at the examination center were paying attention to this year's candidates' conditions, occasionally commenting on them. You guys say, what choice will Jiang Chen make? Generally, a summoner would choose a warrior and a support as teammates. After all, summoners are weak and deal low damage. Although we haven't seen the type of summoning beast Jiang Chen has yet, based on his damage output, he should choose a support. Unknowingly, their attention towards Jiang Chen had reached an unprecedented height. Look, It seems Jiang Chen is about to make a choice. Looking at the light screen in front of them, the vast majority of candidates chose a teammate. But Jiang Chen's thoughts were racing. He had not yet made a choice. Let me try the solo hell difficulty dungeon. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen chose hell difficulty and did not select any NPC as a teammate. At that moment, the entire examination center erupted.